164. Attended a collective sitting for the first time. By 1509 the estates from Tyrol and West Austria Vorderösterreich were also represented and arranged a defensive and offensive alliance with the Lower Austrian estates. Ferdinand called for an assembly of the committees of the estates of all Habsburg lands to meet in Linz in 1529. The planned congress failed to take place due to the resistance of the Bohemians, but the estates of the lands threatened by the Turks repeatedly called for a new attempt and reprimanded the emperor for not making enough effort to ensure its success. They were not capable, argued these estates, of offering imposing resistance. The Bohemians had therefore also to be enlisted. In 1537 the Hungarian and in 1540 the Tyrolean and West Austrian estates called for a collective congress of the committees of all estates. In 1541 collective consultation involving all estates actually took place, the object of which was the liberation of Austria from the Turkish yoke. 8. The history of this movement for the union of the estates clearly illustrates the first change in the imperial Austrian idea. The existential basis for Austria no longer lay in the aspiration to create a great colonial empire that could become the foundation of German royal power, but in the desire of the individual lands for union as a defense against the Turks. Austria thus had, from its emergence onward, a dual task: on the one hand, the establishment of a strong and unified German state and, on the other, the defense of Christian Europe against the Turks. However, for centuries it was forced to concentrate all its forces on the second task, and its first and original task thus remained unsolved. Not through Austria, but centuries later against Austria, did the German Empire first become a state. Austria's exclusion from the German Confederation in 1866 was the logical conclusion of this development. Although Austria conducted its struggle against the Turks over centuries, it also faced an enormous task within its own borders, the struggle between the power of the princes and that of the estates. It is very important to understand this struggle in terms of its driving forces, for its outcome decided the fate of Austria for a period of 2 centuries and established relationships between the nations that were overturned only by the rapidity of development during the 19th century, relationships that, however, still today have a decisive significance for the degree of cultural development of the individual nations and for the power relations between them. The level of state formation that the Habsburg lands had reached at the time of their unification was that of the dualistic estate-state system. This represented a curious intermediate formation between the feudal and the modern state, which emerged in the process of the slow adaptation of the institutions of the feudal state, which was based on the feudal bond and the manorial system, to the modern state, which was based on commodity production. In the feudal state the vassal was obliged, at the behest of the feudal lord, to appear at his court and to offer counsel as demanded. From this 165. Gashing a right gradually developed. No lord was to alter the legal ties of his vassals without hearing their counsel and securing their agreement. With the development of the territorial princely sovereigns, it became a constitutional principle of the empire that no sovereign could establish new legislation without the consent of his vassals, the distinguished figures in his territory. 9. With the development of the modern state, the claims of the territorial sovereigns on the estates grew. However, it was not without resistance that the knighthood accepted the increase in their required military services or that the towns accepted increased taxation. The prince had to accord the estates extensive rights if he was to gain from them the means to establish his sovereignty over a fixed territory and to support it with the new instruments of expanding commodity production, the mercenary army, and the bureaucracy. The power of the estates consequently grew, and a curious dualistic form of hegemony and administration gradually developed. Apart from the decrees of the sovereign, there were the laws of the estates; apart from the army of the prince, the army of the estates; apart from the administrative apparatus of the prince, that of the estates; apart from the sovereign's system of revenues, the fiscal administration of the estates. When the estates granted the sovereign taxes, it was a case of extraordinary assistance for a particular purpose. The sovereign declared in the taxation request that he owed the estates his deepest gratitude for their approval and that he did not wish to burden them again. The collection of the taxes was also the business of the estate's administrative authority. The Berg County Compendium of Law declares, none of the money comes into the hands of the sovereign or his officers. Thus, the sovereign and the estates were not organs of one and the same state, as are the monarch and the parliament today. Rather, they basically represented two sovereign powers independent of one another and coexisting on the same soil. The inhabitants of the territory were, on the one hand, the subjects of the prince and, on the other, members of the region represented and governed by the estates. 10. The situation of dualistic estate-state hegemony and dualistic administration was a transitional form within the process of the development of the modern state, a form that nowhere proved durable. The struggle between the sovereigns and the estates was necessarily fought out everywhere. The conclusion of this struggle, of course, took diverse forms. Either the prince succeeded in completely subjugating the estates, as in France, or the estates were incorporated into the state as state organs, developing into a parliament, as in England, or the estates remained victorious and made the land into an aristocratic republic with a monarch as its figurehead, as in Poland and the Roman German Empire. 11. The Habsburg lands also bore the curious character of the dualistic state of princes and estates. When Maximilian I laid the foundation stone of the Austrian bureaucracy, of administration by paid officials, the estates immediately 166 put up resistance. However, nothing was gained with complaints of doctors and procurators. The estates soon decided to oppose the bureaucracy of the prince with their own administrative apparatus. Although previously the marshal of the land Landma.Rsha.ll and the vice-marshal had sufficed to discharge the business of the estates, now regional committees were established and soon followed by a stable of professional regional officials. It was a sure sign of the beginning of administration by the estates when the estates of Styria in 1494, of Carniola in 1511, and of Carinthia in 1514 acquired their own buildings for the purpose of establishing a seat for their own administrative organizations. 12. In 1495 in Styria and Carniola the organization of a taxation system of the estates was begun. At their own expense, the regional estates enlisted troops, placed them under the command of territorial officers, and paid them a salary. The sovereign had to be content with the estates placing their troops at his disposal for a period of a few months. Naturally the prince remained at liberty to raise his own army using his own resources, which he then had at his unlimited disposal. In the initial phase of the 30 Years' War, the armies of the Austrian estates fought against the imperial troops above and below the Enns. 13. Of course this situation, a dualistic hegemony exercised by two equally sovereign powers, proved intolerable in Austria as well. The princes complained of their powerlessness in relation to the estates. In 1613, the Emperor Matthias wrote to Archduke Ferdinand that it was only by being extremely accommodating that he had till then been able to prevent the estates in Austria from openly rebelling, that in Hungary the Palatine was doing as he wished, that in Bohemia he could not convene the Diet if he was not prepared to recognize the confederation of the estates and therefore could not levy any taxes, and that Moravia resembled a republic more than a principality. 14. In Bohemia, under the Jagiellos, the relationship between the king and the lords was well characterized with the play on words "you are our king, we are your lords." The opposition between the state and the estates determined all the great struggles of this epoch. Their struggle first gave content to the antithesis of centralism and federalism in this period. There has often been argument as to whether the relationship between the Habsburg lands of this period should be regarded as a personal or a political union. However, those who pose this question fail to understand the nature of the dualistic estate-state system. Where estate power was dominant, there was no union at all between regions at this time. Each region was an independent state that united with the other states to a particular end for a particular period, but that could dissolve this union at any time. However, there was also no union where princely power was dominant. For the prince, all regions constituted one state, which he, insofar as he was capable of ruling at all, insofar as his power sufficed within the dualistic estate-state system, reigned over uniformly. This was so whether 767 or not. He utilized particular organs for different regions or groups of regions and issued different decrees for them on the basis of what was expedient. What appeared as a struggle between the unity of the empire and the particularism of the regions was in fact a struggle between territorial princely power, extending over all regions and uniting them, and the regionally limited estates. In this struggle the prince was without doubt the stronger party. All the tendencies driving toward the formation of a large and powerful Austria promoted his power. The army was the clearest illustration of the fact that only the authority of the territorial prince was capable of fulfilling the functions that the regions could expect from a unified empire. Certainly, the estates also provided troops for each other. When in 1525 the Great Peasant War threatened individual regions, when in 1528 Carniola feared a Turkish invasion, and often on later occasions, the estates lent each other neighborly assistance. However, this military assistance was afforded only from case to case, always unwillingly, and was never of sufficient strength. It was from the power of the prince alone, and not from the unwilling aid of the estates of the neighboring regions, that each individual region could expect adequate protection against external enemies, above all against the Turks. It is thus not surprising that already in 1667 Styria, called on for neighborly assistance by Carniola, declared it was the concern of His Majesty to defend his lands. 15 Neighborly assistance was afforded for the last time in 1706, when the estates of the Duchy of Carniola sent a contingent to protect Gortz and Gradiski. In the following year, Carinthia and Carniola refused to provide the support requested by Styria, and from then on neighborly assistance was no longer demanded. The superiority of the state in relation to the estates was thus based on the union offerees achieved through centralism. The estates certainly recognized this and sought to defeat absolutism with its own instruments. The assemblies of the estate committees, whose task should have been the unification of the regions for the struggle against the Turks, became the seat of estate rebellion. In their struggle against the power of the prince, the estates of all the Habsburg lands now banded together. The Confederation of Estates, at one time demanded by the emperor, now became a conspiracy against the emperor. So powerful were the forces that were driving toward the unification of the Habsburg lands and making the large state superior to the individual land that the movement of the estates itself was forced, wholly against its will, to serve the cause of centralism, the strengthening of the ties between the lands. The struggle between the state and the estates also seized upon the religious oppositions that dominated the age of the Reformation. The Habsburgs had decided, not without procrastination, for Catholicism. They did not want, of course, to do without the power and prestige that flowed to the Roman Empire from its patronage of the Roman Church. The estates seized upon every change to traditional values that the expansion of commodity. 168. Production brings about everywhere. The gospel became an instrument of the struggle of the estates against the state. Still more important, however, was the fact that the struggle of the estates in the wealthiest and most highly developed land under the Habsburgs, Bohemia, which was at the same time the land occupied by the most powerful estates, took on the form of a national struggle. We have already referred to the powerful social position enjoyed by the Germans in Bohemia prior to the Hussite Wars. The power of this German presence was based on the wealth of the German bourgeoisie within the land and on the influence exercised by German chivalric culture upon the Bohemian royal court and the Bohemian nobility. Furthermore, this German presence found valuable support among the Luxembourgs, the German princely house that united the Bohemian crown with the Roman Empire and that made Prague the capital of the German Empire. However, German domination in Bohemia dug its own grave. Every advance made by the German bourgeoisie, the blooming of its commerce and mining, represented an expansion of commodity production. In Bohemia, the transition from a purely agricultural economy to one based on commodity production gave rise to the same immense revolution in thought as it did in other lands. This revolution occurred early in Bohemia, which for a time numbered among the most highly economically developed lands of Europe. The revolt of the lower classes was particularly marked here, since the struggle against the hostile forces within the society was at the same time a struggle against foreign domination. Bohemia thus experienced its Reformation period during the Hussite Wars. The Germans in the land were pushed back, and Bohemia now experienced an epoch of purely national culture. However, in regard to the ideology of the nation, the fact that the revolution necessarily took the form of a national struggle against Germanness remained a decisive influence. This ideology was now seized upon by the estates in their struggle against state and princely power. The Habsburg kings were German, were surrounded by German advisors, and employed German officials and the German language in their centralist administrative system. The estates, on the other hand, were made up of Czechs, and the organs and language of estate administration were Czech. The opposition between state and estate power thus took on the appearance of an opposition between national groups. In the context of the struggle between state and estates, the Czech noble naturally stressed his nationality. He insisted with increasing abruptness on the rights of the Czech language and increasingly sought to suppress the German language through all kinds of legislative measures in order to give the struggle of the estates the appearance of a national struggle, in order to find an ally for estate aspirations in the hatred of the people for their foreign masters. When in 1611 Count Dohna attempted to communicate a message from the emperor to the Bohemian estates in German, the lords shouted at him that he 169 could speak German in Germany, but in Bohemia he had to speak Czech. Through a whole series of laws, the estates established Czech as the exclusive official language of the estates, as the language of charters and official documents and as the language of estate tribunals, while at the same time the administrative apparatus of the prince employed the German language. 16 Anyone wishing to apply for the noble incolate or the title of city burgher had to prove knowledge of the Czech language. Finally, at the height of the estates struggle, only a few years prior to its catastrophic conclusion, the situation had developed to the point where those who could speak Czech and nevertheless used German were threatened with punishment, where knowledge of the Czech language was required of all pastors and teachers, where the use of Czech was prescribed under threat of sanctions in particular parishes and schools that had become German, and ignorance of the Czech language was even punished through disadvantage under the laws governing Czech inheritance. As was the case elsewhere, in Bohemia and in Austria as a whole the state triumphed over the estates. In the Battle of the White Mountain, the state established its military superiority, and the imperial army, in the struggles of the 30 Years' War, provided the state with a lasting guarantee of the fruits of its easy victory. For the Czech nation, however, the struggle of the estates ended in a terrible catastrophe. The first act of the Counter-Reformation was the annihilation of the Czech nobility. The leaders of the rebellion of the nobility were executed, and those remaining were robbed of their lands and forced into exile. Their land was awarded by the emperor to adventurers from different lands who had rendered him service during the turmoil of the war, often to military commanders in place of payment for services to Germans, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Flemings, Italians, and others. Taking possession of the land of the proud Bohemian nobility certainly appeared to have been a hazardous business, and as late as 1652 Johann Adolf von Schwarzenberg wrote, "I would gladly have established myself in the lands of imperial succession, particularly in Bohemia, but I fear the Saint Wenceslav, who has the reputation for not tolerating foreigners." 17. However, confident in the strength of imperial arms, the foreign lords soon overcame their fear of the Saint Wenceslav. All of them, irrespective of origin, adapted themselves to the state that had allocated them the rich lands of Bohemia, and they became German. From this period until the 19th century, the whole Bohemian nobility had a German character insofar as the high nobility, of course, which was related to the noble families of all lands and in every epoch almost exclusively used the French language, can be said to have a national character at all. The remaining Czech nobles also aligned themselves with the other members of their class and were assimilated into the German or Germanized nobility. Along with its indigenous nobility, the Czech nation also lost the upper 170 strata of its bourgeoisie. The Czech merchants and the artisans of high rank were Protestant. Rather than submit to the enforcement of the Catholic faith, they emigrated. Here, as almost everywhere else, it was the wealthiest and most vigorous burghers who preferred emigration to the abandonment of their persecuted faith. A series of further events contributed to the decline of the Czech bourgeoisie. First, the terrible devastation caused by the 30 Years' War. Bohemia, which at the end of the 16th century had 2.5 million inhabitants, counted only 700,000 following the 30 Years' War. The shift in the international trading routes also accelerated the inexorable decline of the Czech bourgeoisie. For the Habsburg lands, the fall of Constantinople and the decline of Venice, the loss of their possessions in the Levant, represented terrible catastrophes, the economic significance of which was based in no small measure on the fact that their northern and western trade was mediated by these two commercial centers. 18. The effects of these unhappy events were transplanted from the one land to the other. For the bourgeoisie in Bohemia, they represented the final blow. Around the middle of the 17th century, according to Beecher and Horneck, Prague had 1,245 artisans, in 1674 only 355. In Igo, prior to the 30 Years' War 7,000 to 8,000 people were employed in textile production alone, whereas a few decades later the total amounted to only 300. 19. Having completely lost its nobility and the upper strata of its bourgeoisie, the Czech nation was now restricted to an impoverished, downtrodden artisan class and the peasantry. It was precisely during this epoch, however, that the peasantry was forced to bear a particularly heavy burden. With the confiscation of property following the Battle of the White Mountain, the monoreal estates that had been managed directly by the owners themselves disappeared, and their place was taken by the large latifundia of the lords, princes, and counts, which were placed under the control of administrators. The nature of this administration is revealed by the fact that, as late as 1848, the country folk referred to these administrators as karabknisi, a term derived from the word karabk, meaning the whip. The relationship between the country folk and their new masters was quite different from that which had prevailed under the former landholders. Although the former lords had merely continued to run their farms according to inherited custom, the new lords were parvenus who had come through the harsh school of war, foreigners who knew no limit to exploitation other than their own power and interest. The farms left empty following the devastation of the 30 Years' War were not reallocated, but instead were absorbed into the holdings of the nobility. Having augmented his land at the cost of the peasantry, the lord now forced those peasants who had been spared to do a correspondingly greater amount of service in soccage. In vain, a decree reminded the lords that they would be rewarded with God's benediction if they allowed the peasants 171. Enough time to attend to their own needs. And when the oppressed peasants rose against their tormentors from 1679 to 1680, the imperial troops put down the uprising, and the lords, employing a malicious interpretation of the new soccage patent, extended soccage demands beyond all previous limits. 20. It was these harshly oppressed peasants who now constituted, along with a few thousand artisans in the impoverished towns, along with rural and urban day laborers and domestic servants, the mass of the Czech people. These classes were unable to further develop the national culture. Without a nobility and without a bourgeoisie, the Czech nation lost its culture and disappeared from the historical stage. The year 1620 represented for the Czechs what the year 820 represented for the Wends. 8 centuries after the Slovenes, the Czechs too became a non-historical nation. The nation was excluded, above all, from the political sphere, from the conscious work of shaping the state. Certainly, the foreign heirs of the ousted Czech nobility soon forgot their origins and showed little thanks to the Habsburgs, to whom they owed their land and power. However, the intrigues and quarrels of the nobility had nothing in common with national struggles. In the diets of the estates, some forms were maintained that recalled the Czech character of the Bohemian estates, and the use of the Czech language was maintained here to a modest extent. 21. However, estate consultations became a farce without any real content. The power of the new Bohemian nobility rested no longer on these consultations, but on its position in the state administrative apparatus and the army, no longer on the struggle against the state, but on its position as an organ of the state. The state, however, had nothing at all to do with the mass of the Czech people, the peasants who were under the juridical and administrative authority of the manorial lords. Thus, in legal terms, the Czech nation did not exist at all for the state, which was consequently barely acquainted with the Czech language. The seigneurial officials, of course, had to speak Czech with the peasants, but the mass of the Czech population was not able to appear before the organs of state administration or the state courts. As a consequence, in the wake of the annihilation of the Czech nobility and the upper strata of the Czech bourgeoisie, the Czech language rapidly disappeared almost completely from the state bureaucracy. Although the new provincial regulation of 1627 replaced the exclusive dominance of the Czech language with equal rights for German and Czech in the administrative apparatus as a whole, only a few decades later the state authorities were communicating with each other exclusively in German and, even with the parties, only seldom in Czech. As the Czech nation disappeared from state life and the Czech language from state administrative bodies, so too perished the intellectual culture of the Czechs. Following the Battle of the White Mountain, Czech books were initially printed abroad, in Pirna and Dresden, Berlin and Halle, for Czech emigrants. However, with the dying out of this emigrant population, Czech 772 literature disappeared completely, peasants and day laborers did not purchase books, and the nation no longer had its upper classes. In Bohemia, books were collected throughout the land and destroyed as a result of Czech literatures being deemed heretical in the wake of the Hussite Wars. This hunting down of books continued into the 18th century. The Jesuit Anton Konias, who died in 1760, could still boast that he had burned 60,000 Czech books. 22 Whereas the Protestant Slovaks in Hungary continued to produce literature for a time, it disappeared entirely in Bohemia and Moravia. At most, a prayer book was printed from time to time in the Czech language. Czech became the language of the despised and exploited classes. In 1710, the Moravian historian Stvedovsky complained that the upper classes scorned the Slavic language as if the same befits only the common rabble. 23. Little wonder that each who rose to a place in the upper social strata, who acquired wealth, higher education, or an elevated position in the administrative apparatus or the army, was ashamed to speak the language of peasants and servants. The national Czech culture was dead. When the Czech people subsequently awakened to a new cultural life in the 19th century, there was a desire to revive memories of the former flowering of Czech culture, to reintroduce long-forgotten words into the vocabulary, and to rekindle defunct national sentiment upon the proud memories of the nation. However, the contemporary intellectual culture of the Czech nation did not originate from Czech culture as found between the years of 1526 and 1620, regardless of the preference for superficially connecting contemporary culture with this former period. 24 Between the two periods lay 2 centuries of non-historical existence, during which the Czechs were held together as a nation not by the bond of a living national culture, but by the consistent transmission of the elements of their ancestral culture within the numerous narrow local circles into which the peasant nation disintegrated. Czech history confirms the experience of other nations in regard to the fact that peasants living in geographical isolation are unable to maintain the unity of the nation. Without interaction with the nation outside the narrow circle within their village, the different groups constituting the people become increasingly distinct from one another, modifying their culture and even their language, something that is always a clear indication of the absence of the community of interaction and culture. In the 18th century, people already spoke of a distinctive Moravian nationality and language. When the nation reawoke in the 19th century, it was open to doubt as to where its borders lay and as to whether the Moravians and the Moravian Slovaks indeed belonged to the Czech nation. 25 And although the revitalized nation has succeeded in reincorporating these groups, it is, on the other hand, still not certain today whether the price of 2 centuries of non-historical existence will ultimately 173 be the estrangement of the Slovaks of Upper Hungary, not only from the state, but from the nation. From a national point of view, the suppression of the Bohemian estates meant that the Czech nation was constrained to the lethargic existence of a non-historical nation. From a political point of view, it meant that the way was open for the development of the modern state, unified and centralist. The Habsburgs very soon set about the task of exploiting their victory and uniting Bohemia with their hereditary lands to form a unified state. This goal was served by their mercantilist policy. Initially, each of the Habsburg crown lands constituted an independent economic zone. However, as early as the reign of Karl VI, measures under the title of transit traffic were introduced that entailed subjecting merchandise imported by Habsburg lands to customs duties only once in cases where commodities crossed several crown land borders. In 1775 the Bohemian lands, with the exception of Tyrol, were in fact successfully united with the Alpine lands to form a single customs territory. Gradually these lands came to constitute a single economic zone. The exclusive authority over commerce enjoyed by urban merchants who supplied a locally restricted market was replaced by the privileges of industrial and agricultural producers, which extended over the whole economic zone. The beginnings of the division of labor were soon established in broad outline. Wool and glass were produced in Bohemia, cloth in Moravia, iron in Styria, and fashion accessories in Vienna for the whole economic zone. While the development of a unified economic zone was initiated by mercantilist policies, the development of the unified state was also consciously promoted using other means. Above all, the concern here was with the establishment of a uniform law for the hereditary lands of Bohemia. To be sure, Leopold I did not follow the advice of Leibniz that he might, as a second Justinian, establish a new compendium of civil law and proclaim it as law throughout his lands, but as early as 1720 the legislation governing inheritance was made uniform, initially for the 5 lands of Lower Austria. Then, under Maria Theresa, work was begun on the comprehensive codification that ultimately led to the creation of a formally and materially uniform system of law for the hereditary lands and Bohemia, also in part for Hungary and the newly acquired Galicia. Finally, the task of creating a unified administrative apparatus for Bohemia and the hereditary lands was also undertaken. The decisive step in this direction was the abolition of the Bohemian court chancery in 1749. Thenceforth, the Bohemian lands, like the Alpine lands, were placed under uniform government from Vienna. In the years immediately following the Battle of the White Mountain, absolutism did not take full advantage of its victory, and indeed could not do so in the immediate aftermath of this great display of estate power. In constitutional legal terms, absolutism only limited the power of the estates rather than 174. Eliminating it altogether, certainly, it strengthened the bond between the individual lands and the crown, but it did not fuse them in the form of a unified state. From a national point of view, it provided the German language with the same rights as Czech, but not exclusive recognition. However, after only a few years, the state was able to take a further step. Its power grew from decade to decade, it became militarily stronger with the transition from a mercenary army to a standing army based on the conscription system, it became more powerful economically due to the slow revival of commerce and industry in the mercantilist epoch, providing it with new sources of taxation. It became politically stronger through the extension of bureaucratic administration. Although the state thus gained strength, the forces waned that represented an obstacle to its unity. The consultations of the estates increasingly took on the character of an empty game without involving the exercise of any real power. 26. The disappearance of the Czech nobility and bourgeoisie eliminated the Czech nation from public life, despite all formal equality for the Czech language guaranteed by the new provincial regulation. The prevailing power relations had thus been transformed, and the victorious state could now fully realize the consequences of the defeat of the estates. The reforms under Maria Theresa now gave legal institutional expression to the social power relations that had at this point in fact already prevailed for some decades. Bohemia and the hereditary lands became a unified state, linked by a more or less loose bond with the other Habsburg states, Hungary, the Netherlands, Galicia, the Italian possessions. The process through which the Austrian state emerged was the same as that in all other German territories and resembled the path of development followed by the other states on the European continent. The course of events marking the evolution of the Austrian state was repeated in almost every other case. Absolutism eliminated the estates and thereby superseded the dualistic estate-state system. It then tore down the barriers constituted by the old forms of estate organization, made its lands into a unified economic zone through its mercantilist policies and into a unified juridical unit through uniform legislation and bureaucratic administration, and thus created, from a collection of disparate regions, a state. When supporters of the right of Bohemia to form a state now bemoan this development as illegal, their claims may or may not be deemed just before the court of formal law, but it is nonetheless certain that there is hardly a state on the continent the development of which has not taken this revolutionary path. It was through the victory of the state over the estates that Austria became a state. However, the defeat of the estates at the same time condemned the Czech nation to the role of a non-historical nation. Austria thus became a German state. Peasants constituted the mass of the non-German population in Bohemia and the hereditary lands. The peasants, however, were not directly subject to the authority of the state, rather, they were mediatized. No judge representing the state passed judgment on them in the name of His Majesty. 175. The emperor, instead, they were subject to the jurisdiction of the landed noble. Rather than directly, the state ruled the peasant only through the landed nobility. The mass of the members of those classes directly subject to the authority of the state was either German or Germanized. We now know how long a path of development was necessary in order to make Austria into a German state: the colonization of the southeast by the Germans, the emergence of the modern state, its long struggle and final victory over the estates. And yet, from a world historical perspective, the union of Bohemia and the hereditary German lands in a German state constitutes nothing more than a moment in the evolution of the modern state, which had emerged but was still not complete. Austria was a German state from the moment the modern state completely vanquished the dualistic estate-state system. However, it remained a German state only as long as the class of the landed nobility, although having lost its collective power in the form of the estates to oppose the state, retained individual power over the peasants. It remained a German state only as long as the mass of the population was culturally excluded from the development of a national culture and was mediatized, subjected politically only to the landed nobles rather than directly to the state. It remained a German state only as long as the state had not established the general unity of all of its subjects, a unity that subjected every citizen directly to the state. Austria was a German state at a particular point on the path leading from the feudal state, based on feudal ties and the feudal monarchical system, to the modern state, based on capitalist commodity production. Austria was a German state when it took the path leading to the modern state, but it had not yet reached this goal. When German nationalist authors complain that Austria is today no longer a German state, they merely prove that their understanding of history is no greater than that of the supporters of Czech state rights. Thus, they deplore the fact that today the masses are also gaining a share in the progress of the culture. Thus, they yammer over the fact that today the mass of the population has emerged from the role of subjects of a feudal lord to become citizens of a state. Our whole account now reaches a decisive point. We have now to demonstrate how the development of capitalism and that of the modern state as conditioned by the former have awakened the non-historical nations to historical life, thereby confronting the state with the great national question that moves it with such force. Our historical introduction has already identified the driving forces of national development. Let us cast a glance at the relationship of the Czechs to the Germans. The transition from the natural economy to commodity production and exchange provided the Germans, the instigators of commodity production in Bohemia, with considerable social power among the Luxembourgs. The intellectual revolution that was called forth everywhere by the expansion of commodity production awakened in Bohemia the Czech reaction against German domination. The Hussite Wars ushered in a period of 176. National vigor in Bohemia. The dominant class of feudal society adapted to the state emerging on the basis of commodity production in the form of the dualistic estate-state system. A struggle developed between the estates and the state. Supported by its superior instruments of power, the state triumphed and eliminated the dominant classes of the nation. The Czech nation became a people of peasants and servants and found itself excluded from political and cultural life. It was only in the 19th century that it was awakened to new life by the revolution that incited the lower classes to participate in cultural development and political decisions. The forces driving this process were not exclusive to Bohemia, they were the same forces that had taken effect in other lands. However, the social struggles that everywhere gave rise to modern society and the modern state took on the form of national struggles and had a national significance in the context of multilingual Austria. National and social development are not two different, clearly distinct spheres of human development. It is the struggles everywhere of the economic classes, the transformations of the means and relations of production, that determine the power and powerlessness, the death and rebirth of nations. The awakening of the non-historical nations. The German character of the Austrian state was already considerably diminished by the political upheavals that began in the second half of the 18th century. The number of German subjects was reduced through the loss of Silesia and West Austria Vorderasser Reich, while at the same time the number of Slavs and those from Romance language regions increased through the acquisition of Galicia and Bukovina, Lombardy and Venice, Trento, southern Istria, and Dalmatia. At the beginning of the 19th century, Austria included, if we leave aside Hungary for the moment, three historical nations, the Germans and the Italians, both of which had a nobility and a bourgeoisie, and the Poles, which bore the character of a historical nation due to the existence of the Polish nobility. At this time, the Czechs, Ruthenians, Slovenes, and Serbs could be counted among the non-historical nations in the sense with which we are familiar. In Hungary, only the Magyars and Croats, because of their nobilities, and the Germans, because of their bourgeoisie, constituted historical nations. On the other hand, the Slovaks, Serbs, Romanians, and Ruthenians had no place in the ruling classes and were culturally non-historical nations, politically without any constitutional rights. The Slovak nobility had long become Magyar, just as the Czech nobility had become German and the Ruthenian Polish. This picture has been completely changed by the developments of the last 120 years. Everywhere capitalism and, in its wake, the modern state have brought about the extension of the cultural community by releasing the masses from the ties of an omnipotent tradition and inciting them to participate. 777. Pate in the recreation of the national culture. For us, this represents the awakening of the non-historical nations. We will seek to portray this process, the fundamental basis of our national struggles, using the example of that nation which has lived through it most rapidly and with the greatest success, that of the Czechs. The fact that the Czechs traveled the path from non-historical to historical nationhood far more rapidly than other peoples was not due, for example, to the fact that they had already constituted a historical nation 2 centuries previously, in contrast to, say, the Slovenes, whose subjection to the rule of dominant classes of German nationality stretched back over a millennium. Rather, the Czechs owe the speed of this process to the favorable geographical position of their settlements, to the fact that the regions they occupy are the most highly economically developed of the Austrian lands, a fact that led to the Czechs being more rapidly drawn into the process of capitalist cultural development than the other non-historical nations. We already know that from 1620 to 1740 the Czech nation barely existed for the state, the nobility and the bourgeoisie were German, the mass of the Czech people consisted of peasants, agricultural and industrial day laborers, and servants. They neither had, as state citizens, any influence on legislation, nor were they, as subjects, the object of administration by the state. Rather, the state had left them as subjects to the manorial lords, who tellingly enough were still referred to as the authorities. The state now began gradually to shake these foundations. The state of the 18th century represents a curious intermediate historical stage. It was still a seigneurial noble state, since all influential positions in the administrative apparatus and the army were reserved for the nobility, and the noble manorial lords had almost unlimited dominion over the great mass of the population. It was, however, already a bourgeois state, since it had to, in its own interest, promote the interests of the citizenry, that is, those of its capitalist upper stratum, the bourgeoisie, if it wanted to continue to exist. Throughout Europe, capitalism made rapid strides. Each state required its own wealthy capitalist class as a source of taxation if it wanted to maintain a rigid form of bureaucratic administration and a large army, which it could not dispense with in this epoch of frequent conflict. No other concern was more frequently discussed in the consultations of the highest state legislative and administrative colleges than that for the taxpayers, the royal and imperial contributors. Irrespective of the fact that the state still looked almost exclusively to the feudal nobility to serve as its organs, it nevertheless already had to promote bourgeois interests, had to take bourgeois commerce into account. This state of feudal and bourgeois classes was thus one of those interesting mixed formations commonly engendered by great periods of world historical transition. The phenomenon of enlightened absolutism promoting the class interests of the bourgeoisie was initially manifested in its commercial and industrial policies, in mercantilism. The state created an extensive economic zone. 178. In order to accelerate capitalist development, it granted industrialists high protective tariffs and exclusive privileges, often providing financial support as well. It induced the nobility to construct factories and enticed foreign employers and workers into the land. It did away with the guild laws, insofar as these obstructed capitalist development. It sought, through bans on coalitions and through the fixing of maximum wages and minimum working hours, to protect employers from the covetousness of the worker, which was already feared at this time. It sought to provide employers with the required qualified labor power by disseminating occupational knowledge, even enforcing this using police. The state thus used all available means to establish the capitalist manufactory and the putting out system in Austria. In this process, the state administrative apparatus acquired a host of new functions. It could now no longer limit itself principally to its relationship with the nobility and, if need be, with a narrow bourgeois upper stratum. Rather, it now sought to and indeed had to intervene in the daily life of the popular masses, the merchants, artisans, and workers, in order to educate, direct, regulate them. Thus, the state for the first time made a large mass of the population active in industry and commerce the object of its administrative activity. However, the state was unable to limit itself to this sphere. Of far more serious consequence than its regulation of commercial relationships was the fact that it now began to interfere with the traditional structure of agriculture. It was led to do this for a wealth of reasons. Initially, the peasantry drew the attention of those holding power to the oppression it was forced to endure through a host of uprisings, which were put down only with great effort and loss of blood. For the state, the expropriation of the peasants' land represented a grave danger, for with every dispossessed peasant it lost a taxpayer. The harsh oppression that weighed on the peasants retarded population growth, on which the government placed a high value for military and fiscal reasons. The monoreal system constituted a hindrance to industrial development, for, on the one hand, the lords denied industry the necessary supply of workers by binding the peasants to the soil and by making the adoption of a trade dependent on seigneurial authorization and the payment of what were at times considerable charges. On the other hand, a broader market for industrial products could not develop as long as the mass of the population, the peasants, were impoverished by the demand for labor. Services and dues, were unable to intensively cultivate their land, were often unable to take barely more from the soil than required for their subsistence, and, because they were not included in the sphere of commodity sellers, were unable to enter the market as commodity buyers. Finally, the reform of the monoreal system appeared as a requirement of the state administrative apparatus itself, only when the peasant was directly subject to the state official, when the state was no longer reliant on the not always willing hand of the landed nobility, was a strict and uniform administration of the whole territory under the state possible. 27. 779. Very soon the idea was being entertained as to whether it might not be best to eliminate the monoreal system altogether, allocate the seigneurial land to the peasants, and abolish socage. Typically enough, this idea first appeared in a report by the military advisor to the court concerning the reform of the recruitment system. 28 However, the state was understandably unable to resolve to take such a radical step. Measures to protect the peasants culminated in the regulation of socage under Maria Theresa and in the celebrated edict by Joseph II of November 1, 1781. All of this reforming activity by the state was of the greatest significance for the state's relationship to the great mass of the population. The state no longer abandoned the peasants to the exclusive rulings of the individual lords. The state itself now intervened in the situation of the peasantry, regulated it through its laws, and ensured respect for these through its officials. With the district administrative bodies, it created an organ that directly addressed the peasant, without the mediation of the lord. Thus, the mass of the agricultural population, through the agrarian reforms, as well as the mass of the urban population through mercantilist commercial and industrial policies, became the object of state administrative activity. This development of the functions of the state was not peculiar to Austria. However, for us, they immediately take on a national significance. For the masses, with which the state now actually came into contact, belonged in part to non-German nations. The artisans, workers, peasants, and agricultural day laborers in Bohemia were in part Czech. Thus, the state was initially confronted with the problem of language. It had to find officials who were versed in the language of the lower classes. Consequently, not only was it decided that the judicial officers of the patrimonial courts and the urban magistrates had to be acquainted with the language of the people, the state also demanded knowledge of the Czech language of state officials located in Czech districts. 29 Maria Theresa ordered that without specific cause and caeteris paribus, no one other than such subjecta as speak and write Bohemian are to be proposed. Certainly, with the profound decline of the Czech language, this was not easy to realize. At the time of the reorganization of the Royal Tribunal in Brienne, it was reported to the Empress that, apart from a single official, no subjectum subalternum is available with sufficient command of the Bohemian language to extract one argumentum from the Bohemian Actus. As a consequence, thought also had to be given in the education of civil servants to the acquisition of the Czech language. In 1747 the Piarist order was instructed to give more attention to the teaching of the Czech language in its upper secondary schools gymnasian. Instruction in the Czech language was introduced at the Military Academy in Wiener Neustadt in 1752, at the Vienna Academy of Engineers in 1754, and in Prague upper secondary schools in 1765. In 1775, a chair of Czech language was created at the University of Vienna. In 1778, the teaching of Czech was introduced into the private schools of the nobility in Vienna and Brienne. The fact that the aim of this 180 cultivation by the government of instruction in Czech was merely to ensure that it had a sufficient number of civil servants with a good command of the Czech language is best shown by a report of the Imperial Commission of Studies on the occasion of the creation of a chair of Czech language at the University of Prague in 1791. The commission regarded this chair as dispensable, because the students in Prague had the opportunity to learn Czech outside the university. In Vienna, the Bohemian language required a chair, since there would otherwise be no means of learning this language. In Prague, this measure would be quite superfluous. 30. The government cultivated the Czech language only insofar as it required it as an administrative tool. The increased attention accorded to Czech was due purely to the extension of the tasks of the state. At the same time, however, interest in the Czech nation was awakened elsewhere. The urban middle classes of the more highly developed countries of Western Europe, particularly England and France, had, in their struggle against the seigneurial class and the absolutist state, if not recreated, then certainly resuscitated the ideas of humanity and natural law. However, an ideology that arises in the class struggles of a particular land in a particular epoch always has an effect that, in temporal and geographical terms, extends beyond the milieu in which it was born. Thus, the thought of the revolutionary French middle classes of the 18th century also penetrated into Austria. It was without doubt one of the driving forces in the industrial and social policy of the Austrian state. Intellectually, a man such as Joseph II was a child of the revolutionary rationalist French and English urban middle classes. In his class struggle against the nobility, the burgher could not refer to his aristocratic lineage or the merits of his ancestors as the nobility could. He did not enjoy a refined culture as the ladies and lords in the palaces did. He could not support his demands on the basis of the fact that he could call vast estates his own and that hundreds of peasants were duty-bound to provide him with service in soccage. And yet, he held his claims to be justified and demanded that the state administrative apparatus take these into account. If the nobility boasted of its distinguished origins, its wealth, its civilized ways, the young urban middle classes could only retort that the burgher was also a human being. The burgher thus revived the old concept of the natural equality of all human beings, whether they be of distinguished or modest origins, whether they live in magnificent castles or in the simple town houses of the burghers, the old concept that all humans are equal and that everything human is valuable. The idea of humanity is the ideology of the young urban middle class. In Germany, the idea of humanity had already provided the seed for a growth in sympathy for the fate of the less developed nations. Loving studies of the non-historical nations were initiated, their cultural heritage, their folk songs and sagas collected. These products of a primitive culture were 181. No longer collected merely as curiosities, but with a belief ever present in the epoch of Rousseau in the bliss and perfection of the natural state, in the worth of all that was human, whatever the origins of people, whatever the stage of civilization they had reached, in the concept of the equality and kinship of all human beings. Herder's sympathy for the non-historical nations, for example, was sustained by such a spirit. 31. This line of thought inevitably found fertile ground in an Austria encompassing so many non-historical nations. A whole literature emerged here that aimed to draw attention to the educated classes of the Czech nation and that called for the cultivation of the Czech language. Just as the scorned peasant, the worker, and the servant gained worth as human beings under the influence of the Enlightenment idea of humanity, so too did their scorned nationality and language. This literature reached its culmination in the writings of Dobrovsky. It was he who discovered the Czech nation as an object of scholarship, as it were, inquiring into the laws of the Czech language and studying Czech literature and history. He himself had received a German education like all the educated of his epoch in Bohemia and wrote his works in German. He did not believe in the possibility of reawakening the Czech nation to new life yet. However, he implanted in the hearts of his listeners a benevolent interest in the Czech nation, in its culture, its language, its history, a seed that later produced a rich harvest. In the historical epoch of the manufactory, of mercantilist politics and the reform of the seigneurial system, the urban middle classes were not yet engaged in a class struggle for domination of the state. However, their interests determined the character of state administration and their ideology became the dominant ideology of the epoch. And, in the same way, the non-historical nations had not yet awakened at this stage of their development, but were already finding as non-historical nations, as nations constituted only by exploited and oppressed classes, the interest of the state and the sympathy of the educated. This stage of national development also stamped its character on the great educational reforms during the reigns of Maria Theresa and Joseph. This era initially produced the reform of secondary education. As we have already seen in our history of the German nation, the use in scholarship of Latin was suppressed in favor of German as a consequence of the rise of the German urban middle classes. This shift was now reflected in changes to the teaching curriculum in intermediate and secondary schools in Austria. As early as 1735, it was stipulated that upper secondary schools in Lower Austria were to use the German language to introduce lessons conducted in Latin. From 1764 onward, German poetry was represented in textbooks. In the same year, the German essay was introduced into the Jesuit secondary schools. Following the suppression of the Jesuit order, 1773, many Latin schools were shut down and replaced by German secondary schools Hauptschule. As a result, 182. The number of upper secondary schools in Bohemia sank from 44 to 13, and in Moravia from 15 to 8. 32. Moreover, in those upper secondary schools that remained, German was introduced as the language of instruction. Incidentally, wrote Joseph II in 1782 in a rescript to the Imperial Commission of Studies, the German language is the true mother tongue of the land, in which one can write medical prescriptions just as well as one can cite philosophical syllogisms and moral precepts. As it is, legal advocates already write everything in the German language, and it is also spoken by the judges. 33. When Latin ceased to be the language of instruction and became a mere subject, it could only be replaced by the German language, for only the German people had an urban middle class, an intelligentsia, a bureaucracy. Those from the non-historical nations who acquired a higher education were automatically Germanized, as were those who acquired large possessions or a respected position in the society. Through this educational reform, the languages of the non-historical nations were effectively excluded from upper secondary education. For as long as Latin was the language of instruction, and another language was employed only to instruct the youngest classes in the use of Latin to the point where they could follow lessons, it was merely a question of expediency as to which language should be used for this initial period of instruction. Consequently, it was not seldom that Slavic languages were also used for this purpose. However, as soon as German became the language of instruction in upper secondary institutions, a government circular was issued for Moravia to the effect that the Latin language should be taught no longer in Moravian but in German, and Joseph II decided that only those children able to speak the German language could be admitted to upper secondary institutions. 34. On the other hand, at the same time, as we already know, the Slavic languages were introduced into secondary education as a subject, because the state needed civil servants with the command of these languages. As a whole, this reform of the system of secondary education thus fits into a picture we have already seen. The Czech nation was still a non-historical nation, having no access to the classes acting as the agents of intellectual culture, and, as a consequence, its language could not be the lingua franca of the secondary schools. On the other hand, a new range of administrative tasks had drawn the attention of the state to the mass of the Czech population, had brought state officials into contact with this part of the population, and, as a consequence, the Czech language had to be introduced as a subject into the program of secondary schools. While the reform of the secondary education system merely reflected the stage reached in national development, the reform of elementary education pointed to the future. The General School Ordinance of 1774 introduced the normal schools Normalschulen in the capitals of the Crown lands, the main schools Hauptschulen in the other cities, and the elementary schools. 183. Trivialschulen in the countryside. 35. Now, for the first time, the popular masses received a school education. Between 1775 and 1789, the number of schools in Bohemia rose from 1,000 to 2,294, the number of students from 30,000 to 162,000. 36. Naturally, lessons in the elementary schools were in the local language, and in Czech localities, Czech textbooks were also used. In 1783, Joseph II ordered that it be ensured that, in Czech localities, candidates for the teaching profession know both languages of the land and that school inspectors have a command of the Czech language. 37. Of course, instruction in these elementary schools was provided only on a very limited scale, and no one could expect from them a flourishing of Czech intellectual culture. However, by teaching the children of artisans and peasants to read and write, they created the possibility for the new culture of the Czech nation, which had sprung from different roots, to influence the popular masses via its poets and thinkers, for their works to become the property of the masses and to bind them together as a nation in a new sense, as a historical nation. For national development, the epoch of the manufactory represented an epoch of transition. The non-historical nations continued to exist as such, remaining without any access to the dominant and propertied classes, which alone had the capacity to be the agents and creators of a higher culture. Nevertheless, the non-historical nations now drew the attention of the state and the society to themselves. Their language penetrated the schools and the state administrative apparatus. Their language and culture became the object of scholarly investigation, and their fortunes won the sympathy of the educated strata under the influence of Enlightenment ideas. A further, immense step forward in the economic domain had first to be taken before these non-historical nations could themselves step onto the historical stage. In Austria, too, the first half of the 19th century saw rapid progress in the form taken by capitalist enterprise. Whereas the 18th century knew only the capitalist form of rural putting-out system and the manufactory based on the division of labor within the workshop, the first half of the 19th century saw the expansion of the factory based on the capitalist utilization of the machine. In Austria, too, capitalism seized hold of the new forces of production. At the beginning of the 19th century, only one steam-driven engine was in use in Austria, whereas in 1841 there were already 231 such engines, representing a force of 2,939 horsepower, and in 1852 671 engines with a force of 9,128 horsepower. In the cotton industry, the steam engine was first utilized in 1815. In the same year, the first steam-driven fulling machine was put into operation in Bryan. The first steam mill was not constructed until 1842, the first steam hammer not until as late as 1844. However, the first attempts at steamship travel on the Danube had already been undertaken in 1818. The construction of the Austrian railway system began in 1825, the construction of the first large steam train in 1837. In 1835, production of railway tracks was also begun, the first Austrian tracks, 184, were produced from simple refined iron, but were soon replaced by tracks of puddle iron. The puddling process had already been introduced in 1830 in Witkowitz. The heating of steam boilers with wood soon became uneconomical due to the rise in the wood price, and, as a consequence, the increasing utilization of steam power led to a rapid increase in the demand for coal. The value of the combustible coal required in 1826 amounted to only 400,000 florins, but already in 1868 amounted to 20.5 million florins. The introduction of the new steam engine was paralleled by the progressive development of industrial machines. Of greatest significance by far was the development within the textile industry. In 1799, Lichtenberger founded the first English mechanized cotton spinning mill in Austria. Within a short time, many enterprises followed his example. The mule jenny was first used for the spinning of wool in 1837, whereas the first mechanical flax spinning mill was founded in Moravia in the 20s. The jacquard loom was introduced to cotton and silk weaving in 1839. The Bryan wool weaving mill adopted the mechanical weaving loom in 1851. Roller printing and the production of Turkey red were also introduced to Austria prior to 1835. The first shawl factory was founded in Vienna in 1810. The food industry also transformed its methods. In the third decade of the century, the milling industry moved from flat milling to semolina and high milling. In the years from 1840 to 1850, the so-called French millstone was introduced into Austria. The first steam-driven mill, as already stated, was constructed in 1842. The first beet sugar factory appeared in Moravia in 1829, in Bohemia in 1830. In 1835 there were already 17 such factories within Austria. In 1850-84. Between 1835 and 1850, the quantity of beets processed rose from 374,080 to 1,958,746 metric hundredweight Zollzentner. The potato distillery was introduced into Austria in 1825. In 1822, the first oil factory was constructed in Prague. We see similar advances in the wood processing industries. The first furniture factory was founded in 1804, the first joinery on a factory scale in 1826. In 1837, the Bohemian landed nobility began to introduce the steam saw. Paper production also reached significant proportions from the end of the 18th century onward. In the printing industry, the replacement of the old hand press with the high-speed press began in the 30s. From 1795 onward, pencil production experienced a new upturn, and in 1843 production of steel nibs commenced. It now became possible for local industry, having assumed larger proportions, to produce its own work instruments. For example, a mechanical workshop was founded in Bryan in 1813 for the production of cockerill spinning machines. In 1836, machines for sugar manufacture were already being built in Austria. Finally, progress in mechanical production benefited iron production. Between 1826 and 1868, the value of pig iron produced in Austria rose from 4 million to 22.2 million florins. The techniques of iron production, 185, were also completely transformed. In 1826, the first coke blast furnace in the empire was constructed in Witkowitz. In the field of iron smelting, the first dome oven was introduced in 1830. As already mentioned, the same year represented a turning point for wrought iron production with the introduction of the first puddling oven. The production of steel-reinforced concrete was begun in 1815 in Bohemia, and the production of cast steel on a large scale was begun in 1825 in St. Egidi. 39 The transition from the manufactory to the modern factory reinforced and illustrated the devastating effects of the continual advance of capitalism. Technological progress very directly affected the working class. During this epoch, the working class first encountered the absurdity prevailing under capitalist domination, whereby every new triumph of the human being over nature represented for the worker increased unemployment, increased misery. The factory workforce, composed to a considerable extent of underage children, without the right to organize or deny their employer their labor, encountered in this epoch the blessings of capitalism in a form more terrible than ever before or since. In vain, they revolted against the unlimited exploitation with fierce riots. In 1843, Bryan was shaken by worker unrest, when the capitalists brought in workers from the countryside in order to reduce wages and thus teach the workers the meaning of capitalist freedom of movement. From 1844 until 1846, the introduction of the Perotine machine into the cotton printing industry provoked worker unrest in Prague, Pilsen, and Königgrätz, in Reichenberg, Bomislippe, Leitmeritz, Komota, and Eger. In 1847, there were bread riots in Vienna, and the bakeries in Funfhaus, Siechschows, and Gottensdorf were plundered. The view that proletarians and communism were threats to social stability was thus already well established. However, it was not only the workers who were radicalized by capitalism. The master craftsmen, whose scope of activity represented an obstacle to every further step in capitalist development, also underwent a transformation. During the 18th century, artisans in a number of professions were already protesting bitterly about their capitalist competition. The cloth makers of Reichenberg already moaned in 1765 over the fact that the factories were bringing ruin to their industry, and the Sternberg master weavers protested as early as 1771 against the construction of factories. The linen weavers of Vienna devoted themselves to cotton weaving, because they were unable to compete with the linen industry of Rummerg, Schönberg, and Sternberg, but they were soon also excluded from cotton weaving by the capitalists. A survey from 1833 records the complaint: many masters and qualified tradesmen were forced to engage themselves as journeymen, and a number of them had to earn their daily bread working as day laborers. However, the fact that capitalism brought this social upheaval into the countryside proved of even greater significance. The machine serving the capitalist attacked. 186. The peasant and the agricultural day laborer by robbing them of their earnings from the old putting-out system. In Austria, it was hand spinning that most rapidly fell victim to the competition of the factory. In Lower Austria, there were still more than 100,000 hand spinners at the end of the 18th century, in 1811 only 8,000. The official report on the trades exhibition of 1,835 states, In the Bohemian border regions, from Nachod to Tetschen, a quarter of the population work, at least at times, with the spindle or the spinning wheel, and of these half are full-time spinners, numbering in total some 90,000. 7,000 spinners alone reside on the Hohenelbe domain, on the Nachod domain over 8,000. Due to the low prices for cloth and the growing competition from machine thread, which has proved itself highly advantageous for weaving, the wage for the spinner has sunk to such a low level that it now amounts to a mere 2 to 3 kreuzer daily. In the Erzgebirge, the people were engaged for a daily wage of 4 to 6 kreuzer. Through the discovery of the spinning machine, the human being had increased his power over nature to an enormous extent. However, this triumph was paid for by the Bohemian peasants and rural workers with the spread of typhus. 40. It was capitalism that spread revolutionary discontent among the rural masses. But it also found nourishment for itself in the rural system. Since the French Revolution, the state had not lifted a finger to ameliorate the situation of the peasants, who were harshly oppressed through seigneurial taxes and labor services. Not disturbing the existing state of affairs had become the highest principle of government, in order to avoid conjuring up the dreaded spirit of the revolution. The extent of the bitterness of the peasantry was revealed in 1846, when the peasants attacked the revolutionary Polish nobility from behind. Following the defeat of the Polish nobility, the news spread among the peasants that the emperor, as thanks for their loyalty, had freed them from sockage demands. The excitement spread to the peasants of the other crown lands, and even in Lower Austria, military force had to be used to ensure that the peasants provided labor services. The social upheavals had thus revolutionized thinking. Externally, the discontent was concealed behind traditional relations, but a world of new values, new thoughts, new desires had seized the spirit. It was as if the thundering din of the steam-driven engines, of the spinning machines and the mechanical looms, of the sugar factories and the steam saws, of the railways, had awakened the slumbering people, had torn open their eyes. Whereas until now profession and social position had been a source of shame and domination by others had been born as the heritage of centuries, as an act of divine providence, now the artisan, the worker, even the peasant felt themselves to be human beings, as worthy as the proud lord, the arrogant bureaucrat, the profit-greedy capitalist, and their misery now appeared as a crime perpetrated against them by society. 187. This awakening of the self-consciousness of the lower classes now acquired a national significance in Austria, as did every social transformation. The fact that the language of the peasants and servants had no rights in relation to the language of the state and was forced to bow to its dominance had once been self-evident, and anyone managing to climb even one rung up the social ladder had emulated the ways of the rulers, including their refined language, and had been ashamed that his mother tongue was the despised language of servants. Now, however, the artisan and worker, who had been roused to self-consciousness, no longer emulated the ways of their rulers at all. They now consciously felt themselves to be different from those who exploited and oppressed them. They no longer desired to be like them and openly carried their nationality with pride, the nationality of those whom their enemies had enslaved and impoverished. In that they proudly admitted to a nationality different from that of the hated rulers, in that they spoke without inhibition the language of the people where once only the language of the rulers had resounded, they gave a vivid, tangible form to the antagonism between the classes. All social oppositions within the land acquired a national semblance, for the dominant classes had long ago become German. 41. The hatred for the bureaucrats, the nobility, and the capitalist class, which was inflamed by an immense economic upheaval, necessarily appeared as the hatred of the Czechs for the Germans. The fact that the lower classes had become conscious of their identity and attributed to themselves as much worth as the wealthy and powerful necessarily caused the German and Czech nationalities, the language of the German rulers, and the language of the Czech people to confront each other as equals. It is no accident that at every stage of this reawakening no slogan was more frequently employed than that one should not be ashamed of one's mother tongue. Thus, amid the storms of rapid social transformation, the humble, timid artisan, ashamed of his language, became a patriot, a Vlasenik. The revolutionary transformation of the spirit to which capitalist development gave rise had an immense impact on the intelligentsia. Where this class had not become a caste of privileged professionals estranged from the people, its thoughts and feelings always resembled the sensitive chord whose delicate tone reproduces every breeze that blows from its surroundings. What was being experienced by the Czech masses in the form of an only half-understood mood was transformed in the minds of the intelligentsia into a clear idea, a conscious desire. Above all, it was the members of the lowest but nevertheless most powerful intellectual professions that absorbed the new mood of the masses, elaborated it, and became its leading articulators, the elementary school teachers and the lower clergy. Both these professions had by nature always belonged to the Czech people in a different way from the medical, legal, and bureaucratic professions. Their members were forced by the nature of their work to engage in a closer form of coexistence with 188. The people, to use the people's language on a daily basis in the pulpit and behind the lectern. In the teacher and the pastor, the movement that now seized hold of the Czech nation had a spokesman in the most remote village. It is no coincidence that a large number of Catholic and Protestant clergy are found among the men whom the Czech nation celebrates as its revivers. But the other intellectual professions could also not evade the powerful force of the national consciousness and national sentiment that had awakened. One cannot represent the Austrian intelligentsia of the period prior to 1848 using the model of the intelligentsia of the German Empire today, an intelligentsia whose spirit speaks to us daily from the dull intrigues of the student corps, from the ridiculous arrogance of the reserve officer, from the disgraceful German system of class justice, from the struggle of physicians with the medical insurance companies. For the most part, it was the younger sons of peasants and artisans who scraped through the long years of study on the bread line, arduously earned a few florins from badly recompensed lessons, and relied for the rest on the customary free meals in order, after years, to become clergymen, country physicians, or petty officials. Up until this point, these strata had always become German through their German education. Now, however, their Czech national consciousness awakened within them. They were themselves revolutionary, they hated the German state, which gagged the freedom of thought, they hated the landed noble who looked down from his proud mansion with such contempt upon the poor country physician and the badly paid petty official, they hated the capitalist with that feeling of envy with which the poor intellectual so often confronts the pompous lack of education. In their hatred for the German ruling stratum, they now began to feel a solidarity with the popular masses, which were pervaded by the same hatred. They began to recall their origins among these masses, to recall their nationality. The use of the German language in the school and the administrative authority now appeared to them as an irksome constraint in which was manifested the domination of the detested social forces under which they suffered. It was they who in extraordinary audacity began to speak demonstratively in Czech at the society balls, thereby declaring their support for the scorned, exploited masses of the people, for those excluded from society. They became willing students of Dobrovsky, began to study the Czech language, literature, and history, and it was not long before one or the other of them tried his hand at writing verse in Czech. However, the intelligentsia cannot act as the bearer of a living intellectual culture alone. This always requires the undefined social stratum that we habitually refer to as the public, to whom the thinkers address their thoughts, the poets their songs and their verse, whose needs and tastes determine the intelligentsia's creative activity. This stratum now also emerged among the Czech people. A part of the Czech petty bourgeoisie had also participated in 189. The expansion of capitalism. The growth of the cities increased ground rents, increasing in turn the income of the householder, the small shopkeeper, the innkeeper. The emergence of a stratum of consumers with purchasing power increased the income of many an artisan, indeed enabled him to become a small capitalist himself. The Czechs also participated in the expansion of the milling and brewing industries. Capitalist development undermined the former uniformity of the petty bourgeoisie. Although it impoverished the mass of artisans, it also brought about the formation of a petty bourgeois upper stratum, which profited from the more rapid pace of economic development. And this social stratum, despite its growing prosperity, did not become German, as would certainly have formerly been the case, for it was also stirred by the revolutionary ideology of the time. It also felt a hatred for the Germans holding power in the state and society. It also heard the cry that one should not be ashamed of the nationality of the popular masses, of the mother tongue of the people. In this way a Czech petty bourgeois upper stratum that was able to act as the bearer of a new national culture emerged alongside the Czech intelligentsia. The fact that Czech culture in its beginnings was resolutely petty bourgeois was most clearly manifested when the Czech people were forced to declare their position on the social and political questions arising during the upheavals of 1848. The masses constituting the audience of the first Czech scholars and poets were also the supporters of the first Czech party. Their petty bourgeois politics are evidence of the petty bourgeois character of this culture as a whole. The economic demands of the assembly in St. Wenzelsbad had a petty bourgeois character. 42 Palaki was an opponent of universal suffrage, opposed communism with old talk of the natural inequality of human beings, and spoke of the proletariat as the terror of his time. Havelfsik opposed the privilege of the nobility and declared himself an opponent of the money aristocracy, but he also opposed the right to work, opposed socialism, demanded that the state protect freedom and property, and, although he was fundamentally a partisan of equal suffrage, declared himself in favor of a low poll tax. When, in the Constitutional Commission of Kremsir, the question was debated as to whether the deputies should be indemnified, Rieger declared that this was not necessary, as industrialists, larger businessmen, and the like would gladly discharge this office free of charge. 43 Czech politics in 1848 was thus just as hostile to the landed nobility and the bourgeoisie as it was to the working class. It was in effect a petty bourgeois politics. The petty bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia put their mark on the whole of the newly created culture of the nation. This new Czech culture in the first place rediscovered the Czech past. Upon the images of its own past, as painted for the people by Palaki's history, now arose the self-consciousness of the nation that had been enslaved for 2 centuries. This task of scholarship was initially undertaken using the 190 German language. The writings of Dobrovsky, the principal work of Koller, Safarik's History of Slavic Literature, and Palaki's history first appeared in German. 44 However, it was not long before the Czechs began to use their own language for so long merely a language of servants and peasants for scholarly and artistic works. Here the task remained to be solved which Dante had once solved for the Italians, Luther for the Germans. From the peasant dialects a uniform language had to emerge, from the raw and corrupted language of daily life a language that could be shaped as a tool of scholarship, that could be a precious material for poetic creation. This work was accomplished by the Czech authors active in the first half of the 19th century. The development of the uniform Czech language began approximately with the translation of Paradise Lost by Jungmann and culminated in the poetry of Koller. 45 Anyone who aims to understand this path of development in historical terms as a whole will not pass judgment on the literary worth of this body of work. Rather, he will seek to comprehend the love with which a nation that has traveled the path from the misery of non-historical being to historical being within only a few decades commemorates the men in whose consciousness the general revolution of the spirit was first condensed into the form of the individual artwork. And this new culture now became a unifying bond closely linking the newly emerged educated stratum of all the Czech descent groups. The new uniform language, the community of the new literature and scholarship, the new consciousness of unity and of the new national sentiment, and soon the community of political will as well, brought an end to the old process of differentiation that, through its invisible, corrosive action, had gnawed at the unity of the nation over the course of centuries. Czechs, Moravians, and Slovaks were entwined again by a new bond, one that became stronger from day to day and that united them as a nation. A people of oppressed peasants and servants, which regarded its language with shame, had become a nation with a considerably broad stratum of intellectuals and prosperous petty bourgeois members who had become conscious of their nationality and were pervaded by a lively national sentiment. The state did not adapt to this new situation. It still ruled as it had when the nation still slept the slumber of a non-historical nation. The Austria of the Emperor Francis still appeared as a German state. The practices pursued under Maria Theresa and Joseph II were continued. Civil servants who had to deal with the lower social strata were required to know the language of the people, and it was ensured that the curricula of upper secondary schools in all Czech and multilingual localities also included Czech grammar and the Czech essay as subjects in order to rectify the glaring lack of personnel qualified for political posts and capable of both languages of the land. 46. For the same reason, certain exercises in the Czech language were conducted in the theological and medical faculties. The state cultivated the Czech language because it needed civil servants, physicians, and clergy who could communicate with. 191. The peasants, artisans, and workers in their own tongue. At this time, the Czech nation itself had no rights regarding the cultivation of its own language. The state made use of Czech only to the extent that appeared to be expedient or necessary for the well-being of its subjects. On occasion, those in power entertained the thought of supporting the Czechs as a means of playing them off against the revolutionary German bourgeoisie and intelligentsia, but Austria remained essentially a German state. German was the language of administration and the courts, the law, and the army. This state of affairs corresponded to the stage of national development of the Czech people during the reign of Maria Theresa. In the 19th century, it appeared as an anachronism. For the nation now awakened to national consciousness, the domination of the Czechs by Austria took on the form of domination by a foreign power. The bourgeois revolution in Austria was thus necessarily also a national revolution. This revolution had long announced its coming. When, during the reign of Joseph II, 33 original Bohemians addressed a petition to the Bohemian estates in which they protested the suppression of the Czech language, this still constituted an isolated phenomenon, which might have aroused interest as a curiosity. The situation became quite different once the violent economic upheaval of the following decades had awakened the nation from its slumber. The revolutionary national movements of the Greeks, the Italians, the Magyars, and the Irish found a vigorous response in Bohemia. In the epoch of O'Connell, repeal became a popular Czech political slogan, and Havlicek, then editor of a semi-official newspaper published in Czech, filled the columns of his paper with extensive reports on the struggle of the Irish against the English, as he was not permitted to write about the repression of the Czechs. In the course of the events of March 1848, the old system collapsed and the state was forced to adapt to the new significance of the nation. The revolution eliminated the contradiction between the ossified legal system and the altered national situation. Although it would be ridiculous to consider it a juridical source or to celebrate it as the Bohemian Charter, the document of April 8, 1848 written by the hand of the Emperor, which never came into force and which, in its ill-considered contents and its incomplete form, well reflects the confusion reigning at court during those days, is nevertheless, as the first sign of a systemic change, undoubtedly a historical document. But the revolution not only signified the necessity for the state to adapt to the new cultural evolution of the nation, it also represented a strengthening and acceleration of this cultural evolution itself. The new freedom of the press, of association, and of assembly became the means by which large masses were drawn into the Czech cultural movement. Whereas prior to 1848 there had been only one Czech newspaper, now, within only a few weeks, a whole Czech press came into being. The Prague associations established local groups. 192. In the rural towns, and thus also drew the population of the smaller localities into the national cultural movement. The political struggles not only gave the movement new content, but also charged the people with new enthusiasm, new passion. To be sure, this turbulent period was followed by the years of reaction. Once again the attempt was made to govern the Bohemian lands as if the Czechs were still a non-historical nation. But these years served only to strengthen the power of national evolution. It was a time in which the power of the landed nobility was conclusively eliminated, in which the peasant was liberated from soccage, becoming the free proprietor of his land and directly subject to the state's administration and jurisdiction, it was a time in which the legal obstacles that still restricted capitalist development were removed, a time of the rapid economic development of Austria. Austria also participated to a modest extent in the capitalist upsurge of the 50s, which was ushered in by the discoveries of gold in California and Australia. It was precisely during the decade of reaction that the transformation of the forces of production, the economic reorganization to which the Czech nation owed its reawakening, took on a more rapid tempo. The absolutism of Bauer was not identical with that of Metternich, in that the former made itself a tool of capitalist development, it created its own gravedigger. 47 The attempt to once again govern Austria as a German state was ultimately destined to fail, even if a military defeat had not accelerated this development. The Battle of Solferino was followed by the collapse of absolutism. And as early as 1859, the first beginnings can be seen of the extension of the Czech lower secondary school system. With this, the triumph of the nation was in fact decided. The process by which the nation subsequently secured a national system of education extending from the primary school to the university and established the right to employ its language in public administrative bodies and courts is generally known and does not require elaboration here. Our task here has simply been one of exposing the violent currents in economic and social life, on the back of which the Czech nation created its new culture. Of all the Austrian nations constituted by only the oppressed and exploited classes, the Czech nation was the one most rapidly seized by capitalist development. It was thus the first to appear in the marketplace of history and raised its voice the loudest. However, although its evolution has preceded that of the other formerly non-historical nations, it has not been alone in taking this evolutionary path. In the case of the Slovenes, this evolution began in the Napoleonic era, when a part of the Slovene-speaking territory fell under French domination. The slowest case of the new evolution of the nation has been that of the Ruthenians. When in 1846 the Austrian government called on the Ruthenian peasantry for assistance against the Polish uprising, public opinion in Austria, deliberately misled by the Polish Zlachta, regarded the Ruthenians as an invention of Count Stadion 48. Even in the Kremsier Khan 193 Statutarial Committee it was debated whether a Ruthenian nation even existed. And still today, the Ruthenian nation not only has no university, but also has only a very rudimentary lower secondary school system. The limited nature of its political power is demonstrated by the injustice committed against it in the new program of electoral reform. That is the fate of a non-historical nation, of a purely peasant nation, and yet it is certain that the Ruthenians are also on the path along which the Czechs have already passed and upon which the Slovenes long ago embarked. The popular school, compulsory military service, universal suffrage, newspapers, and people's assemblies are also subjecting the Ruthenian masses to the same cultural influence. The agitation provoked by the Russian Revolution 1905 among the masses of the Ukraine is now reverberating in eastern Galicia. In the agrarian strike, the Ruthenian peasantry has found a tool that serves both the national and the economic struggle, for nowhere else in Austria do economic and national antagonisms so directly coincide as in the struggle of the Ruthenian peasantry against the Polish landed nobility. The process of social evolution that represents the reawakening of the non-historical nations has not stopped at the border of Galicia. The stage of national development that the individual, formerly non-historical nations of Austria have reached is reflected in the level of their economic development. Whereas in 1900 only 43.1% of Czechs were involved in agriculture and forestry, among the Slovenes the figure was 75.4%, among the Serbo-Croats in Austria 86.9%, the Romanians 90.3%, and finally, the Ruthenians 93.3%. If one compares these figures with the degree of national cultural evolution of the individual peoples, one finds a conspicuous correspondence. The smaller the part of a nation involved in agriculture and forestry, the more the nation is seized by the process of industrialization and the more it is subject to the effects of capitalism, the higher the stage of national development it has reached. The awakening of the non-historical nations is one of the innumerable manifestations of capitalist development. The national dispute, which shakes the foundations of the state, is one among a number of painful pathological phenomena called forth by the passage of capitalism into the body of the society. The Austrian nationalities question is nothing more than a tiny detail of the great social question with which the development of capitalism has confronted all the peoples of the European cultural sphere. Modern capitalism and national hatred. The awakening of the non-historical nations coincided with an era characterized economically by the transition from the manufactory to the modern factory, socially by the liberation of the peasantry, and politically by the bourgeois revolution. The continual process of national development reflected the 194 social restructuring and geographical resettlement of the masses to which the march of modern capitalism had given rise everywhere, including Austria. In the first half of the 19th century, capitalism, as Werner Sombart so graphically put it, first took up residence in the great edifice of society. In the second half of the century, it took possession of the entire edifice, adapting the whole structure to its own ends, modifying it for its own purposes. Even if this development proceeded more slowly in Austria than in other countries, the development of the nations concerned and their national struggles can nevertheless be understood only in relation to this social upheaval. If we seek initially to ascertain to what extent the individual nations participated in the process of capitalist development, several clues are provided by the Austrian survey of occupational groups conducted in 1900. The first effect of the process of capitalist transformation, and that of most serious consequence, was the destruction of the old peasant economy, the modification of the organization of work in the society, which was manifested in the altered distribution of workers within the professional classes and which brought the masses into industry and commerce and transformed the remains of the old peasantry into pure farmers, into mere commodity producers. Table 3.1 provides an indication of the extent to which the individual nations participated in this development. The figures presented are taken from the 1900 occupational survey and are based on 1,000 persons who declared themselves as belonging to each of the language groups listed below. Table 3.1 Occupational groups of members of various language groups in Austria, 1900. According to these figures, less than half of the German and Czech populations and only barely half of the Italian population are involved in agriculture and forestry. The Ruthenians, Romanians, and Serbo-Croats can still be regarded as almost purely agrarian nations. In the middle, between these two groups, are the Poles and Slovenes. In industry as in commerce, the Germans 195 have the leading position. In industry, they are followed first by the Czechs and then by the Italians, in commerce, by the Italians and then the Czechs. The predominance of the Poles over the Czechs in commerce is only apparently the case. It can be traced to the large number of what are in reality non-assimilated Polish Jews who have nevertheless declared themselves as belonging to the Polish language group. Thus, the Germans have participated to the greatest extent in capitalist development, followed by the Czechs and the Italians. Let us now turn to the social positions of the members of the individual nations within the occupational groups. Table 3.2, for example, indicates the social composition of national groups in the industrial sector, using 1,000 persons who declared themselves as belonging to each of the language groups listed. Table 3.2 Social composition of the members of various language groups within Austrian industry, 1900 Self-white blue-collar day participating employed collar workers laborers family workers workers members German Czech Polish Ruthenian Slovene Serbo-Croat Italian Romanian. Number surveyed, 1,000 individuals in each language group. Initially noticeable is the fact that, in the case of those nations that, as we have already seen, have been least subject to the process of capitalist development, the number of self-employed is greatest. The highest proportions of self-employed in industry are found among the Ruthenians and the Poles, the lowest among the Germans and the Czechs. In the case of blue-collar workers, the proportions are reversed. The number of blue-collar workers found among the Ruthenians, the Romanians, and the Poles is the lowest, among the Germans and the Czechs the highest. Thus, among the Germans and the Czechs, for every self-employed producer, there are many more blue-collar workers than in the case of the Ruthenians and the Poles. The self-employed among the Ruthenians and the Poles are predominantly artisans, whereas we find a considerable number of capitalists making up the self-employed among the Germans and the Czechs. If we attempt to distinguish the capitalists from the artisans within the 196 self-employed sector, the number of white-collar workers provides us with a valuable indicator. For the white-collar worker, the engineer, technician, foreman, accountant, and so on is found only in the capitalist enterprise, he is absent from the craft industry. The more highly developed capitalist nations, the Germans, Czechs, Poles, and Italians, therefore comprise more white-collar workers than the less developed nations, Ruthenians, Slovenes, Serbo-Croats, and Romanians. But these figures enable us to deduce still more. The nationality of the blue-collar worker is immaterial for the capitalist. On the other hand, as a rule he surrounds himself with a staff of white-collar workers who speak the same language as he does. The German industrialist might well employ Czech factory workers, but his factory director and his office personnel will, as a rule, be German. Since we can see that the number of white-collar workers among the Germans is much higher than among the other nations, we can conclude that the Germans necessarily occupy the leading position among the industrial capitalists. Since we can see from the comparative numbers of self-employed producers and blue-collar workers that the Czech nation is more highly developed in capitalist terms than the Polish nation, whereas, on the other hand, the Poles lead the Czechs in terms of the number of white-collar workers, we can conclude the following: in the Polish region, the industrialist also, as a rule, normally utilizes the Polish language. The Czechs are more highly developed in industrial terms in that they comprise fewer artisans and more industrial workers than the Poles, but the Czech workers are very often in the employ of foreign, obviously German, capitalists. The fact that the Germans have a stronger representation within the bourgeoisie than within the population as a whole has a dual cause. In the first place, this is an effect of the historical fact that during the epoch marked by the beginnings of industrial capitalist development in Austria, the dominant classes belonged to the German nation, Austria being at this time politically and culturally a German state. Insofar as the Austrian bourgeoisie emerged from the then dominant classes, it was, from its birth onward, German. Insofar as it emerged from foreign elements, it became Germanized. The weavers from Venders, for example, who founded the Bryan wool weaving mill, naturally adopted the language and customs of the dominant nation in Austria rather than the Czech language, which was then the language of an enslaved people, of a non-historical nation. By the same token, the Jews who developed from innkeepers, petty traders, and usurers into industrialists, wholesalers, and bankers sought inclusion in the German cultural community. Furthermore, even those descendants of the non-historical nations who successfully negotiated the ascent into the capitalist class abandoned their mother tongue, the despised language of servants and peasants, once they had acquired their new social position and became German. As diverse as the origins of the Austrian bourgeoisie were, it is unarguably the case that they bore a German character in cultural terms. Only with the awakening of the non-historical NA 75*7 did the development of a national bourgeoisie become possible for them, too. However, the German bourgeoisie had a lead over their counterparts of 1.5 centuries, during which the capitalist development of Austria had represented the development of a German capitalist class. Little wonder, then, that the young bourgeoisies of the other nations have been unable to attain the level of development of the German bourgeoisie. In Austria during the 18th century and the first half of the 19th century, only an Italian bourgeoisie could be found alongside the German bourgeoisie. It too has, up until the present, maintained its greater economic and cultural advancement in relation to the southern Slav peasant peoples. The German character of the Austrian capitalist class is also connected with the fact that Austrian industry developed most rapidly in the regions settled by the German nation. This can be attributed in part to the fact that the German regions already possessed more and larger cities than the Slavic lands prior to the expansion of manufacture. The Germans also had a number of historical accidents to thank for the rapid development of their industry. For example, the stimulation that the commercial development of German Bohemia owed to the economic policy of the Friedlander. 49. The fact that the Germans inhabited the border regions of the Sudeten also inevitably favored their industrial development. The beginning of the mercantilist customs policy also saw the development of smuggling on a large scale. The capitalist industries wanting to process foreign raw materials moved closer to the borders. The strong stimulation to the wool and cotton industry in northern Bohemia without doubt owed much to the smuggling of English yarn. And if the old domestic weaving enterprise was initially tied to the German border regions, these regions affirmed their industrial superiority following the transition from the putting out system to the factory and the cessation of smuggling of foreign yarn. But even apart from the fact of smuggling, German areas were the first to offer favorable conditions for production. The Germans occupied the mountain regions, the Alps and the mountains bordering Bohemia, where industry found the hydraulic power it required. Even more important was the fact that rich coal seams were mined at an early stage in the German region. The originally German character of the Austrian bourgeoisie thus had a dual cause. The bourgeoisie was German due to the fact that industry initially developed in German regions, above all in Vienna, the German regions of the Sudeten, and Styria, thanks to a series of coincidental circumstances. Moreover, the bourgeoisie in the Czech and the Slovene regions was also German, because prior to the awakening of the non-historical nations all the members of the ruling, propertied, and educated classes in the Alpine and Sudeten lands were Germans. These facts explain a whole range of phenomena that form the basis of our national struggles. Everywhere there existed a marked antagonism between 198. The bourgeoisie and the other classes making up the population, in our Czech regions, where the capitalists were German and the petty bourgeoisie, the workers and the peasantry Czech. This social antagonism necessarily took on the particular form of the national antagonism. Everywhere there existed marked antagonisms between the industrially developed and the agrarian regions. Where the industrial regions were German and the rural regions Czech, this economic antagonism necessarily clothed itself in a national guise. Our aim here is again to present by means of an example the diverse social antagonisms that in multilingual Austria first entered the consciousness of the masses in the form of national antagonisms. We focus on the social antagonisms that form the basis of the struggle between the Czechs and the Germans in Bohemia. The choice of this particular example is based on the fact that Bohemia represents the most highly developed land of the monarchy and, precisely for this reason, is the land of the most animated of national disputes. Our task here is made a very great deal easier by the excellent work of Rockberg, upon which we draw many times in what follows. 50. Rockberg divides Bohemia into 4 regions. As German districts, he groups together the political districts in which more than 80% of the Austrian citizens indicated German as their usual language in the last census. As districts with a German majority, he defines those political districts in which 50 to 80% of the Austrian citizens indicated that German was their usual language, and 20 to 50% Czech. Those districts defined as having a Czech majority had 50 to 80% with Czech and 20 to 50% with German as their usual language. Finally, those districts in which more than 80% of Austrian citizens use Czech as their usual language are defined by Rockberg as Czech districts. Within the Czech districts, he provides the figures for Prague and its environs in many cases separately from those for the other Czech areas due to the fact that the rapidly flourishing industrial region of Prague exhibits in many respects a different development from that of the other Czech districts. Following Rockberg, we will initially present several pieces of evidence for the fact that the purely or predominantly German districts are in effect the headquarters of Bohemian industry. We do not include the figures for Prague and its environs here, since we will come to focus upon them in another context. Table 3.3 shows the occupational distribution of the people of Bohemia in 1900, using 1,000 persons residing in each type of district. In the German part of Bohemia, the majority of the population are found in industry, whereas in the Czech part the industrial population is still smaller than the agricultural population. There are also more persons engaged in commerce in the German areas than in the Czech areas. However, it is not only the ratio of industrial to agricultural populations, but also the social composition of the industrial population itself, that provides evidence for the. In German areas the white and blue-collar workers represent a larger proportion of the working population, the number of self-employed a smaller proportion than is the case in the Czech areas. Thus, for every self-employed producer in the German areas there is a greater number of white and blue-collar workers than in the Czech areas. In the German areas, the triumph of capital over the craft industry is more complete, the German areas having reached a stage of a higher concentration of capital. 200. The opposition between the German and the Czech areas should thus be first comprehended as an opposition between the advanced capitalist regions and the less developed regions. Everywhere one finds an opposition between such regions. Everywhere the bourgeoisie of the industrially advanced regions refers to its wealth, the splendor of its culture, the high direct taxes that it is able to bear, everywhere it looks down with contempt on the regions that are less developed in capitalist terms, are poorer, and are therefore culturally retarded. The industrialist of Rhineland-Westphalia refers to east of the Elbe with hardly less contempt than do the industrialists of Reichenberg and Aussig to Czechia. Let us now attempt to comprehend in economic terms the opposition between two regions that are at different levels of capitalist development, but that engage in the exchange of commodities with one another, a task for which the Marxian theory of price provides us with a valuable tool. The mass of the surplus value produced in both regions is determined by the mass of the surplus labor provided by the workers of both regions. But what part of this surplus labor falls to the capitalists in each of the two regions? The capital of a more highly developed region has a higher organic composition, that is, in the region that is more advanced in capitalist terms the same amount of wage capital, variable capital, corresponds to a greater amount of material capital, constant capital, than is the case in the less developed region. Marx has taught us to understand that due to the tendency to equilibrium in the rate of profit it is not a case of the workers of each of the two regions producing surplus value for their capitalists, rather, the surplus value created by the workers of both regions is divided between the capitalists of both regions, not according to the amount of labor carried out in both regions, but according to the amount of capital that is active in each of the two regions. Since in the more highly developed region the same quantity of labor provided corresponds to more capital, the more highly developed region also attracts a larger proportion of the surplus value than corresponds to the quantity of labor actually carried out in that region. It is as if the surplus value produced in both regions is first thrown on a pile and then divided between the capitalists according to the amount of their capital. The capitalists of the more highly developed region thus not only exploit their own workers, but also always appropriate a part of the surplus value that has been produced in the less developed region. If we consider only the prices of the commodities, each region receives in exchange as much as it provides. If we focus, on the other hand, on the values, it becomes clear that it is not equivalents that are exchanged. In the products that the region with the higher level of organic composition of capital provides, there is less labor objectified than in the commodities that it receives from the region with a lower level of organic composition of capital. The more highly developed region thus provides the less developed region. 201. With which it conducts commercial relations, with less labor than the latter has to provide for the more advanced region. The capital of the developed region appropriates a part of the labor of the less developed region. Where the advanced region provides industrial products in exchange for the agricultural products of the less developed region, the fact of ground rent of course counteracts the exploitation of the agrarian region. The ownership of land gives the agrarian region the power to deduct a part of the surplus value in the form of ground rent and to remove it from division among the capitalists on the basis of the amount of capital invested. Nevertheless, there can be no doubt that even ground rent is unable to hinder the transfer of a part of the value produced to the capitalist class of the industrial region by means of the production price of industrial products. There can also be no doubt that this constitutes the basis of the economic relationship between German Bohemia and Czech Bohemia. Were this not the case, then the quantity of surplus value appropriated by the capitalists of German Bohemia would remain in exactly the same proportion to the quantity of surplus value in the Czech region as that existing between the work of the society carried out in German Bohemia and that carried out in Czech Bohemia. Indeed, since wages in Czech Bohemia are lower than in German Bohemia and surplus labor time consequently makes up a greater fraction of the working day, a greater profit should be realized for every worker employed than is the case in German Bohemia. In reality, however, the profit realized by the German Bohemian capitalist class is unarguably greater, as it in fact must be in order to remain proportional to the size of the workforce employed in German Bohemia. Or, expressed another way, a greater amount of profit corresponds to every worker employed in German Bohemia than in the Czech region. This economic fact is manifested in the greater average prosperity of the German Bohemian population, in the dazzling development of its cities, in the higher average level of culture found among this population. That which German nationalist authors so happily designate as the superior culture of German Bohemia and the inferiority of the Czech region is nothing other than the effect of the fact that governs all capitalist competition, the fact that the more highly developed capitalist regions appropriate a part of the value produced by the regions that are less developed in capitalist terms. The higher level of taxation in German Bohemia can also be attributed to this fact. Because German Bohemia's share in the surplus value produced within the Austrian economic zone as a whole is based not on the size of its workforce, but rather on its capital expenditure, and because, on account of the higher organic composition of its capital, a greater amount of capital in this region, and thus also higher profits, correspond to the same number of workers, it is able to support a higher rate of direct taxation in proportion to the size of its population than can the Czech part of the land. From this fact the German middle classes draw the conclusion that the 202 population of that region that pays more direct tax per head of population is also owed more power within the state and the land than actually corresponds to its size. However, this demand merely expresses a typically bourgeois conception of the state. Assuming that political rights should be dependent on fiscal contribution, why should it be the case that only taxation in its direct form should count as taxation and not also taxation in its indirect form, that is, the indirect taxation that is borne by the masses and that forms the main basis of the state budget? And should each individual really have a degree of legal power with regard to the state that is proportional to his fiscal contribution to the state budget through taxation? And finally, if human labor is the creator of value, should the ability to provide taxes be attributed to those who appropriate the product of another's labor or to those who create the value through their labor, who in fact are the only real bearers of all taxation? Should the fact that a proportion of Czech labor enriches not Czech, but German, capitalists really confer a privilege on German Bohemia in relation to the Czech region? 51. If, however, we do not allow the knowledge that Czech Bohemia supports the material and intellectual culture of German Bohemia through a part of its labor to be reduced to a justification for the political demands of the German nationalists, it can provide us with the key to understanding the historical demands of the Czech as well as the German bourgeois parties. The German bourgeoisie in Bohemia requires the whole Austrian market. As a consequence, it wishes to see Austria form a unitary region in terms of laws, transport, and economic activity. In relation to the empire, it is centralist. On the other hand, it wishes to protect its booty of surplus value by avoiding having to also meet the needs of low tax-bearing Czech regions through its own higher tax burden. It is therefore federalist in relation to the Austrian provinces, demands territorial separation of German Bohemia and Czech Bohemia, and wants to make German Bohemia an independent crown land. The viewpoint of the Czechs is otherwise. For their agricultural products, they require the market outside the Sudetenlands either not at all or to a far lesser extent than does German industry. For them, the unity of Austria as a legal and economic zone therefore carries less weight. On the one hand, they require the German market within the Sudetenlands, and, on the other, they wish to be able to use the fiscal potential of the German industrial regions to serve their own needs. They are consequently federalist in relation to the empire and centralist in relation to the province land, the unity of which they defend. We thus encounter here with the deepest roots of the German-Czech constitutional dispute. The industrial region has a far greater need for a large unified economic zone than does the agrarian region. As a consequence, the Germans are centralists in regard to the empire, the Czechs federalists. The more highly developed region in capitalist terms can support higher taxation, and this raises the question as to whether this fiscal potential should be UTI. 203. List exclusively by this region or also by the agrarian region that is historically bound together with it. As a consequence, the Germans are federalist in regard to the crown lands, the Czechs centralist. The fact that the German region has reached a higher level of industrial development also means that the population movement within Bohemia assumes great national significance. As everywhere else, the population has undergone a process of resettlement whereby a part of the population leaves the agrarian region and migrates into the industrial region. In national terms, this has meant the immigration of Czechs to the German region of Bohemia. Rockberg has described this movement in precise detail. In the present context, it will suffice to refer only to the end result of his investigation. He has compared the number of persons resident in each language region with the number of persons born there. On the basis of these figures he has then calculated the extent of movement into and out of the individual language regions. In Table 3.5 we compare the levels of population movement between the German districts and the other language regions. Table 3.5 Population movement in Bohemia between German districts and other language regions. The column headed Move to German districts shows us how many persons have immigrated to the districts with a more than 80% German population from the three other district categories. The column headed Moved away from German districts shows us how many persons have emigrated from the German districts. The third column gives us the difference between gain and loss in regard to population movement between the German districts and each of the three other district categories, thus providing the balance of this movement as a whole. We see from this that it is only to the districts in which the population is 50 to 80% German that the German districts have relinquished more people than they have received from them. By comparison, considerably more persons have immigrated to the German from the Czech districts than from the Czech to the German districts. In particular, the level of immigration to the German districts from 204. Those districts in which the population is more than 80% Czech is very high, in absolute terms and in relation to the local population. A very similar picture is presented by the migration balance in districts with populations that are 50 to 80% German, as shown in Table 3.6. Table 3.6 Population movement in B. The balance of migration in this group of districts is positive in relation to all other district categories. The districts with a German majority have received more people from all other language regions than they have relinquished to them. The immigration surplus from the Czech regions is also particularly large here. It is above all the agrarian Czech regions that have relinquished their surplus population to the German industrial regions. Let us now consider more closely this migration from the Czech agrarian regions to the German industrial regions and its national effects. It is the workers who constitute the mass of the immigrants. Due to the destruction of the old putting-out system and the transformation of agricultural techniques, the peasant's son and the agricultural laborer could no longer find a place for themselves in their homelands. The surplus of labor power and the inability of the agricultural proletariat to help itself through union organization reduced its living standards. By comparison, the demand for labor power increased in the industrial regions due to the constantly strong accumulation of capital, due to the conversion of surplus value into capital. Moreover, union struggle here resulted in wage increases, and the higher wages lured the Czech proletariat into the German regions. Where industry only gradually developed, the Czech workers arrived only on an individual basis, and in most cases their new surroundings were able to assimilate them from a national point of view within a short time. However, places where the demand for labor power rose rapidly experienced a mass immigration of Czech workers, who banded firmly together and conserved their nationality. The Czech worker came from areas where the wages were low, where the standard of living was at a low level. Consequently, he arrived in the region as someone who undercut wages and often as a strike breaker. It is no wonder, then, that he awakened the hatred and the rage of the German worker. Even 205. Today, the industrialists of German Bohemia, however nationalistically German they might be, often enough attempt to replace the covetous German workers with Czech workers who have not yet discarded the vice of confounded frugality. In the first place, they safeguard their profits at the cost of the German workers, and, if the hatred of the German workers for the Czech immigrants is thereby nourished, and if the workers filled with national hatred allow themselves to be enticed by a bourgeois national party, this represents a tidy bonus for the German capitalists. However, this game no longer very often proves a success for them. The German workers have long since learned that the only method they have of protecting themselves against Czech wage undercutting and strike breaking is that of winning the support of the Czech workers for their trade union organization and training them for union struggle. And the progress of the Czech workers' movement has also filled the Czech proletariat with the consciousness of the solidarity of all worker interests. Thus, the undercutting of wages by Czechs has fortunately already become an exception. Czech immigration certainly initially awakened national hatred, national rage among German workers. However, this hatred was unable to take on the concrete form of political will. Modern industrial workers cannot demand the repeal of the freedom of movement, a strategy that would represent the only means of countering Czech immigration. Bitter necessity has thus taught the German workers that only by waging a common struggle against capital, shoulder to shoulder with the Czech workers, can they achieve success. It is precisely Czech immigration to the German industrial region that has taught the German workers to comprehend the solidarity of the interests of all workers, the necessity of the common struggle of the workers of all nations. The effect of Czech worker immigration on the petty bourgeoisie has been quite different. Although the interests of the German workers initially suffered under Czech immigration, for the petty bourgeoisie it proved economically advantageous. The growth of the population meant increased profits for traders and artisans, as well as rising ground rents for house owners. Nevertheless, almost the whole of the German petty bourgeoisie is filled with a burning hatred for the Czech minorities. From where does this phenomenon stem? It is based first on the mistrust, the aversion felt by the member of the settled petty bourgeoisie, rooted in the soil of the traditional homeland, for every stranger, every new arrival Zuugrassen, as the Viennese say. It is, as we have already explained elsewhere, the inertia of apperception, the reluctance in regard to everything unfamiliar, everything strange, everything not corresponding to the specificity of the narrow local sphere in which the petty bourgeois is born, marries, and dies that constitutes here the roots of national sentiment and national hatred. The eyes of the bourgeois, the eyes of the proletarian, turned here and there by capitalist economic trends, see, if not. 206. The wide world, then always a great economic zone, the petty bourgeois and the peasant, however, sit rooted to the soil and hate everything that is strange, everything new that penetrates their narrow sphere from outside. This national instinct was seized upon by the parish cliques, which are found in various combinations in every parish. In small rural towns, they are composed of members of the local intelligentsia, the physician, teacher, pastor, apothecary, a few house owners, shopkeepers, innkeepers, and the like. In the villages, wealthy peasants take the place of the prosperous burghers. In larger industrial localities, the parish clique is composed of members of the bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia. In some places, one and the same clique, continually replenished with direct offspring or the inclusion of persons of similar social status, has had the parish under its control since the beginnings of autonomous parish administration. Elsewhere, several cliques may compete for control of the parish, the pastor and the teacher, the chief of the fire brigade and the leader of the veterans, or even two competing lawyers, backed by their respective supporters, feud with each other over power within the parish. It is these cliques that compose the parish council according to their preferences, that name the candidates for public elections, and that are willingly followed in public life by the non-participating petty bourgeois population. Our parish electoral regulations have made these cliques into a formal legal institution and handed over the most important administrative branches to them. The parish cliques at first resented the immigration of Czech workers. The new arrivals did in fact represent a financial burden for the parish. It had to establish new schools, deal with expanded policing requirements, and cope with a range of other new tasks. However, what was at first experienced as unpleasant soon became dangerous. In the growing industrial city, it was always very difficult for those who ruled the parish on a hereditary basis to preserve the enjoyment of their authority and their power. If the influx was nationally homogeneous, they might at best have been able to maintain their status. When it was foreign, such an attempt seemed hopeless. The clique, which had ruled for decades, undisturbed and unchecked, was confronted with a dangerous foreign force, and as a consequence it assumed a leading role in the conflict between national groups. As long as the mass of the immigrant workers remained undemanding and unassuming, led a miserable life that knew no alternatives other than those of heavy work and sleep in miserable lodgings on the most distant edges of the city, or at most enjoyed alcohol in the sordid public houses that were carefully avoided by members of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie, as long as the Czech worker humbly avoided the masters of the city, did not burden them with demands and grievances, and approached those who were better dressed with humility, the parish clique tolerated Czech immigration. However, now the popular masses of the working people have 207 awakened to new life, to an astounding new consciousness of themselves. They no longer bow before the parish powers, but demand their rights from them. They demand the satisfaction of their cultural needs, above all schools for their children. They disturb the peace of the parish with strikes, with their political struggle, with assemblies and demonstrations. Indeed, they are sometimes so brazen as to want to celebrate festivals. This new life, to which modern workers everywhere have awakened, has fortunately also taken hold of the Czech minorities in the German industrial region. For the German worker, this is an extremely satisfying phenomenon. The more proudly the Czech worker raises his head, the less does the German worker have to fear Czech wage undercutters and strike breakers, the more he can hope for strong support from his Czech comrades in the struggle against capital and the class state. But the petty bourgeoisie and above all the parish cliques to which the petty bourgeoisie gives its allegiance are very startled indeed by this new development. For them, every stirring of proletarian self-consciousness represents revolution, every stirring of the national minority a threat to their power within the parish. They cannot expel the Czech workers and forbid them entry to the town. However, it is their opinion that within the town the national minority should be neither seen nor heard. Preservation of the German character of the city has now become their slogan. What are these frequently cited words, which our German nationalists have made a matter of highest moral duty, upon which the Vienna district councillors must even take a vow according to the Luiger ordinances, actually supposed to mean? 52. Do they mean that the influx of the Czech workers should be prevented? There is surely no capitalist land in which it is possible to restrict freedom of movement. We would very much like to see the house owners, the innkeepers, the shopkeepers, not to speak of the industrialists who would want to approve of such a rule in earnest. It is, after all, they who are the economic beneficiaries of this worker immigration. Preservation of the German character of the town means rather that one should see nothing of the national minority, that the town should appear as if it were German, that God forbid Czech inscriptions or noisy Czech speech or Czech colors should not betray that which everyone knows to be a fact, that capitalist development has made the monolingual town of the petty bourgeoisie into a bilingual town of capitalists and proletarians. But the preservation of the German character represents more than this ostrich-like policy in regard to the national minority. It also means that the parish administrative system does not concern itself with the migrant workers, that it does not satisfy the self-evident needs of these workers, above all their cultural needs, that it does not once consider as necessary the pitifully modest measure of social welfare work and social security with which the Austrian parishes otherwise favor their workers. Complete neglect of the social duties of the parish, a complete absence of any parish social policy. This 208 is above all what the parish cliques call the preservation of the German character of the town. To be sure, if the Czech worker population increases to a great extent, it can in fact happen that the German character of a town will come under threat, that the Czech population will gradually become predominant, and that the German population will become a minority. Whoever has learned to comprehend the social process that produces and determines national migrations will not see in this inevitable concomitant of a violent process of development the worst of all evils. We have paid for this capitalist development with the obliteration of millions of existences, with the sacrifice of millions of children, with the unspeakable misery of the popular masses. Compared with this, the loss of a village or an industrial town to the Czechs appears insignificant. We know that this capitalist development is a prerequisite for our people to truly become a national cultural community, a goal for which the fact that here or there in the context of this immense process of radical change a German majority becomes a German minority is not a high price to pay. We know that this social upheaval is a precondition for our people to achieve true self-determination, to achieve full autonomy. For this reason we are certain that even those Germans located in the few industrial centers where the German population is pressed into the position of a minority will find the means to preserve their cultural community with the German people. However, what is clear to us is not clear to the petty bourgeois. The market of the capitalists is a great empire, is the entire globe. For the industrial worker, a large economic zone has long constituted his labor market. Today he is forced to sell his labor power here, tomorrow there. The petty bourgeois, however, remains tied to one place. He produces and conducts trade exclusively for a narrow local circle, and his ideas do not extend any further than the boundaries of this sphere. He sees never his people, only his town. He has no concern for what industrial development means for his nation. He does not know that the process that threatens the position of the Germans in his parish is at the same time responsible for strengthening, economically and politically, the total power of his nation, for enriching its material and intellectual culture, for incorporating for the first time the great mass of the working people into the nation. For him, the collapse of his power within his small parish represents the end of the world. It is this that causes the effects of industrial development to appear so appalling to the Germans, which has lent the question of minorities its exaggerated significance, that has roused national hatred in such terrible form, the fact that our petty bourgeoisie does not at all consider the problem from a national standpoint, that is, from the standpoint of the great nation, but wrongly regards the German nation as that which in effect constitutes our national parties, the sum of a few hundred parish cliques. All these factors formed the basis for the frivolous attitude of the whole of 209. Petty bourgeois national politics. The only means of preventing the influx of foreign workers, the elimination of the freedom of movement, was completely impossible. As a consequence, the petty bourgeoisie had no goal for its national politics, the substance of which now became exclusively that of giving expression to its hatred, as always without incorporating any precise objective. Ensuring that no street sign speaks to the national minority in its own language, that no judge or official communicates with the minority in its own language, now became the substance of petty bourgeois politics. A flag in the colors of the national adversary constituted an insult to national honor. A Czech workers' festival seemed to the member of the German petty bourgeoisie to be a crime that he had to prevent at all costs. It is a politics that no longer seeks in the least to define its objective, a politics that is nothing more than the impotent expression of national hatred, a politics that necessarily arises from the fact that the petty bourgeois cannot do without the Czech worker and yet can also not tolerate him. This politics, however, subsequently provoked a movement of reaction within the national minority. The national sentiment of every minority in a foreign environment is always particularly pronounced. In this case, it increased through the hatred with which the local population opposed the foreign immigrant. That which one denied him out of hatred now came to appear to him as particularly valuable. The language of street signs, the official language of the courts, things that seem so terribly insignificant in comparison to the great social problems of our epoch now became for him an issue of national honor. He too now celebrated festivals, no longer for the purpose of enjoyment, but for the purpose of offending the bitter national adversary. Thus emerged that frivolous game that in Austria one calls national politics, which, born out of national hatred, continually reproduces national hatred and is nevertheless incapable of altering the real power relations of the nations, inexorably determined by economic development, to even the smallest degree. The fact of whether a Czech minority increases within a German-speaking region depends on the strength and orientation of the economic development of the city. Czech festivals and Czech inscriptions cannot accelerate the growth of the foreign minority. One cannot prevent its growth by forbidding Czech inscriptions and disturbing Czech festivals. These national struggles were radically intensified as soon as the Czech petty bourgeois followed the Czech worker into the German-speaking region. The emergence of a Czech petty bourgeoisie in the German cities and industrial centers proceeded in a dual manner. First, through the fact that a proportion of the Czech workers always climbed into the ranks of the petty bourgeoisie, the apprentice artisan became a master craftsman. The worker who had accumulated savings or received a small inheritance became a shopkeeper or innkeeper, and, second, through the immigration of artisans and petty traders from the Czech-speaking region. The Czech petty bourgeoisie naturally 210 found its customers among the Czech workers in the German cities. It was now that national bitterness increased to an immeasurable extent. Up until this point, the German petty bourgeoisie had still gained advantage from Czech immigration. Now its Czech competition robbed it of this despised yet valuable custom. Now the preservation of the German character of the town became something in the economic interest of the petty bourgeois. The Czech business sign of his competitor threatened him with the danger of losing the custom of the Czech worker. Nationality now became the means of struggle against one's competition. The Czech petty bourgeoisie adopted the slogan Svaj k svemu and thereby ensured their Czech custom. "Do not buy from Czechs," answered the German traders and artisans. The threat to the power of the parish clique also now increased. In the face of the Czech workforce it had felt secure, protected by restricted voting rights. The Czech petty bourgeois, however, was a voter. In the context of the struggle between the petty bourgeois classes of both nations for customers and for power within the parish, national hatred grew from day to day. The immigration of the member of the Czech petty bourgeoisie into the German region was also an effect of the rapid capitalist development of German Bohemia. The emigration out of the Czech region diminished the profits of the local trader and artisan. The immigration into the German part of the land increased petty bourgeois profits there. However, the law of the equalization of the rates of profit governs all competition. Producers and traders continually turn to those regions in which profits are higher, continually emigrate out of those regions where profits are falling. As long as the Czech agrarian region relinquishes workers to the German industrial region, as long as the population of the German region grows more quickly than that of the Czech region, the petty bourgeoisie will migrate from the Czech part of the land to the German-speaking region. Whoever wishes to prevent the immigration of the Czech petty bourgeoisie must restrict the industrial development of German Bohemia. For this reason, the national politics of the German petty bourgeoisie has no concrete goal, serves no particular purpose, is nothing more than the impotent expression of the national hatred unleashed by the resettlement of the population. The movement of the Czech petty bourgeoisie into the German industrial regions was accompanied by that of the Czech intelligentsia. The physician and the lawyer were also attracted to the industrial cities with their rapidly growing population and the promise of a high income. Here, too, nationality became a principle of competition. The Czech physician and the Czech lawyer took the custom of the Czech minority away from their German colleagues. The competitive envy felt by these German colleagues turned into national hatred. In this case, however, it was not only nationality, but precisely the national struggle that became the means by which this competitive struggle was waged. The Czech physician or lawyer in the German industrial 211 city knew no better way of making his name known to the Czech minority, of advertising among patients and clients, than by becoming the leader of this minority. He represented its national interests in both spoken and written form. He provided the hatred of the minority, reinforced through struggle, With eloquently powerful expression. He, the hated competitor of the German intelligentsia, now disturbed the peace of the ruling parish clique by pleading the cause of his compatriots before the authorities. He became politically dangerous by organizing the national minority into a political party. He, the nationalist agitator, was pursued, above all, by the German intelligentsia, the ruling parish clique and the hatred-filled German petty bourgeoisie with all its wrathful fury. However, the immigration of the Czech intelligentsia soon took on another form. The German petty bourgeoisie soon encountered the Czech official in the public administrative bodies and courts of the state. The despised national adversary now became the representative of the power of the state. The German petty bourgeoisie saw itself as virtually placed under a form of foreign domination by the Czechs. The penetration of the courts and the administrative authorities of the German regions by the Czech official was also ultimately based on the fact that the German-speaking region was above all the center of industry. In the German regions, industry and commerce absorbed the descendants of the middle classes. The sons of the German petty bourgeoisie became above all white-collar workers in industry and commerce. In the Czech regions, on the other hand, where industry developed more slowly, the only path open to the younger son of the prosperous peasant and of the petty bourgeois who could not follow his father's profession was that provided by education. Formerly, the younger peasant son chose above all the profession of pastor. Even today, a not insubstantial proportion of the Catholic clergy in the German-speaking region are Czech. Today, he turns to other professions. We have seen that the Germans are much more heavily represented among the white-collar workers in industry and commerce than are the Czechs. Now we see that the academic professions include a proportionally higher number of Czechs than Germans. In Bohemia, according to the professional census, public service and independent professions accounted for only 1,131 out of 10,000 Germans, but for 1,178 out of the same number of Czechs. Table 3.7 provides the figures for secondary school attendance in Bohemia reported by Rockberg. The level of attendance of secondary school, a necessary prerequisite for the independent professions, is much higher among Czechs than it is among Germans. If the difference between upper secondary school attendance by the Germans and that of the Czechs has decreased somewhat over the last decade, this is only because Czech attendance of non-classical secondary schools has grown so extraordinarily quickly. If we have up until now frequently found the Czech judge and official so frequently in the German region, we will soon also encounter the Czech engineer and architect in the German industrial region. There can be no doubt as to the reason for the high rate of participation among Czechs in the independent professions when we see that, for example, in the school year 1901, 21 out of 100,000 Germans but only 10 out of 100,000 Czechs attended advanced technical schools. If we further compare the figures for upper secondary schools in industrial German Bohemia with those in the agrarian Alpine lands, we will find this pattern confirmed. The higher attendance figures for the Czech secondary schools and the lower ones for the German secondary schools in Bohemia are an effect of the fact that German Bohemia is more advanced in industrial terms than the Czech part of the land. This highly educated Czech intelligentsia now flocks naturally into the German industrial region, in which the population size and therefore also the need for officials, judges, lawyers, and physicians rapidly increases. The German petty bourgeois consequently encounters Czech officials in growing numbers in local government offices and courts, in the offices of the postal system and the railways. For him, the hated Czech embodies the power of the state, administers his affairs, passes judgment over him, collects taxes from him. Every encounter in the sphere of public administration nurtures national hatred anew. The industrial character of the German and the agrarian character of the Czech part of the land constituted the fundamental cause of the Czech immigration to German Bohemia. It was the cause not only of the immigration of Czech workers, but also of the influx of the Czech petty bourgeoisie and the Czech intelligentsia. This immigration aroused the hatred of the German population, above all that of the German petty bourgeoisie and the German intelligentsia. This hatred was unable to take on the concrete form of a political demand, because Czech immigration could be brought to an end only if its cause were eliminated, and the German Bohemian population certainly 213. Did not want to restrict the development of the region's industrial forces. The petty bourgeois thus found emotional release in demonstrations devoid of objective or sense, in fruitless outcry. The hatred felt by the majority awakened that felt by the minority. The news of the struggles inflamed passions on both sides. The question of national minorities was blown up out of all proportion to its numerical importance, and because one was unable to account for the aimless politics of hatred in rational terms, it was justified with the empty slogan of the struggle for the national honor. Whoever seeks the solution to the Bohemian nationalities question will not be able to ignore this fact. One cannot answer this important question if one is unable to solve the problem of the national minorities. But now the national hatred that fills the Austrian population and above all the Austrian petty bourgeoisie can be comprehended in causal terms. It is a product of that painful process of population resettlement and the antagonisms and struggles it produced. It is nothing more than one of the many forms of the social hatred, the class hatred, engendered by the violent upheaval that has been produced everywhere in the old form of society by modern capitalism. National hatred is transformed class hatred. We have up until this point considered the German regions as the industrial, the Czech as the agrarian areas. Meanwhile, industry also developed in the Czech region. Here, too, the capitalist class was initially German. The historical fact that in the old Austria the dominant and propertied classes everywhere had been German continued to exercise an effect at the time of the emergence of industry in the Czech parts of the land. Thus we find, for example, several principal centers of the textile industry within the Czech region in northeast Bohemia. But in these places, where the population is either exclusively or predominantly Czech, the employers are either Germans or Jews who have sought integration into the German cultural community, who speak German and provide their children with a German education, who support the German national parties and surround themselves with a staff of German white-collar employees. Anyone who visits the centers of this textile industry Nachod, Königinhof, Hofik, Eipel, Neustadt on the Moldau, and others will find everywhere a German colony in the midst of a Czech workforce and a Czech petty bourgeoisie, a colony that consists almost exclusively of the capitalists and their white-collar employees and is strongly interspersed with Jewish elements. The capitalist colony was never able to integrate itself into the petty bourgeois world. It brought with it another lifestyle, another way of life, other opinions into the petty bourgeois town. Above all, however, it evaluated people on a different basis. That which was previously accorded prestige in the small town now lost all importance. What was the shopkeeper compared to the industrialist? The teacher compared to the factory director? Even the pastor was not greeted by the foreign interlopers, and they did not accord the 214. Conventional respect to the honorable members of the petty bourgeoisie who enjoyed the privilege of sitting at the table reserved for the notables. The typical petty bourgeois citizen, suspicious of everything foreign, saw his customs flouted, his social dignity held in scant regard. And here, too, the foreign colony presented a danger to the clique that governed the parish. As small in terms of the number of its members as the German colony might have been, the system of privileged voting rights very soon provided it with political power. Due to the importance of their fiscal contributions, the German industrialists very soon took exclusive control of the first electoral curia, and their white-collar employees disputed the right of the local petty bourgeoisie to the second electoral curia. Thanks to the plutocratic organization of our parishes, the capitalist German minorities posed a far greater danger to the parish cliques than did the Czech worker colonies to the German parishes. Thus, the petty bourgeois Czech saw his traditional conceptions, his customs and way of life flouted by the German minority, his social prestige threatened, his power in the parish destroyed. The petty bourgeois individual's envy of the capitalist's superior standard of living, his lack of understanding of the more liberal lifestyle of the modern bourgeoisie, was in most cases not mitigated by any economic interest in the Germany colony. The German gentlemen and ladies were not the customers of the Czech tailor and shoemaker in the small rural town, but obtained all they needed from the city. They did not spend their leisure time in the public house of the petty bourgeoisie, where the Philistines sat over their beer and discussed the great questions of the world as represented in their small minds, but created their own centers for their own forms of social gathering. A large proportion of the industrialists spent a large part of the year not in the Czech industrial town, but, for example, in Vienna. The surplus value that was produced by the labor of the Czech worker in the small town was thus not exchanged for the merchandise of the local petty bourgeoisie, but for that of the fashionable capitalist enterprises in the city. However, it was not only the petty bourgeoisie that was the enemy of the German capitalist and the German white-collar worker. The weaver working in his home, grossly exploited and impoverished, also knew the German only as capitalist. The workers in the spinning mill, the mechanized weaving mill, and the cotton printery were also confronted by the capitalist and the foreman as Germans. All the hatred of the workers for the capitalist necessarily took the form here of national hatred. In a highly unusual manner, the hatred of the Germans was linked with the hatred of the Jews. The German minorities in the Czech industrial regions were to a considerable extent composed of Jews. If, on the one hand, the old hatred of the Jews was kept alive by the fact that the Jews appeared in the guise of the national adversary, of the German, so, on the other hand, hatred of the Jews was also generally transposed onto the German nation, to which the Jews in these regions belonged. 275. No class struggle conscious of its objective was able to express the hatred felt by the Czech petty bourgeoisie for the German colonies in its midst. The petty bourgeois could not in fact wage any struggle in earnest against the German capitalists, for the only means by which he could have been delivered from the German strangers, the elimination of industry within the Czech-speaking region, were means he could not want. Thus, he too was left with no other means of venting his passions than the politics of senseless rage, the politics of demonstrations devoid of concrete aims, of petty violence, of aimless harassment. He thus also began just like the German petty bourgeois struggle against German inscriptions, against the use of the German language, against German festivals. Here too, that which was worthless in itself became something highly valued by the minority as soon as the attempt was made to take it away. The German student in Prague regarded a leisurely walk, a stroll in the Czech town, as already constituting a national act. The same national tension that in German Bohemia was produced by the immigration of Czech workers and petty bourgeoisie was created here by the settlement of German capitalists and their white-collar employees. But while the petty bourgeois hatred waged its noisy and useless struggles on the market, capitalism silently worked further at its task of social differentiation. Its next success was the creation of Czech capital, of a Czech bourgeoisie. The emergence of a Czech bourgeoisie has above all been connected to the rapid industrialization of a number of Czech regions. Above all, it is the industrial region of Prague and its environs that has developed so extraordinarily rapidly over recent years. Rockberg presents the following figures regarding the industrial character of Prague and the suburbs closely tied to it. In 1900, of every 1,000 persons resident there, the following numbers could be found in the occupational groups listed: agriculture and forestry 124, industry 475, trade and commerce 210, public services and independent professions 191. Of every 1,000 persons working in industry, there were the following numbers in the positions listed: self-employed workers 158, white-collar workers 41, blue-collar workers 767, day laborers 22, participating family members 12. The number of white-collar workers is conspicuously high, the number of participating family members conspicuously low. Both figures indicate the capitalist character of Prague industry. The comparatively high number of independents can be in part explained by the fact that many entrepreneurs 216. Whose enterprises are situated outside of Prague reside in the city and can be in part attributed to the fact that in Prague, as in every large city, there resides a considerable number of artisans dependent on capital, who from an economic point of view are hardly more than workers in the putting out system, but are recorded in the statistics as independents. The population of Prague and its suburbs increased at an extraordinary pace, as indicated by the following population figures: 1,880, 276,261,890. 343,383 1900. 437,053 between 1881 and 1890. Population growth amounted to 24.29%, between 1891 and 1900 to 27.27%. This growth essentially benefited industry. The proportion of the population working in industry rose between 1890 and 1900 by the following percentages: German districts 148.3 districts with a German majority, 210.2 districts with a Czech majority, 6.9 Prague and environs, 288.4 other Czech districts, 76.4. In no other language region has the displacement of the population into industry occurred as rapidly as in the industrial district of Prague. Certainly, the capitalists in the Prague industrial district were initially as a rule also German. However, the rapid industrial development here produced a national bourgeoisie. The rapid rise in ground rent as a consequence of the growth of the population transformed a number of Prague house owners into capitalists. The rapid deployment of industrial forces provided some petty bourgeoisie with the opportunity to realize supplementary profits, and in the hands of the thrifty petty bourgeois citizen the surplus value realized became capital. Many a small trader, in times of rapid industrialization, transforms himself into a small capitalist. It is not only by way of accumulation that Czech capital emerged, but also by way of centralization. Savings banks and cooperatives collected together the innumerable fragments of capital in the land. Unifying their forces enabled the creation of large Czech capitalist undertakings, Czech joint stock companies, a large Czech bank, an insurance company, breweries, and so on. Finally, the Czech bourgeoisie also emerged due to the fact that capitalists of other nationalities adapted to their Czech surroundings and merged with the Czech people. This was particularly common among the Jewish capitalists, whose children, under the influence of the Czech school and the Czech environment, were won over to the Czech cultural community. In the most recent census, 55.2% of the Bohemian Jews already declared Czech to be their usual language. 277. The development of a Czech bourgeoisie initially changed nothing in regard to the prevailing national antagonisms, rather, the young Czech upper bourgeoisie made the national quarrel serve its own interests. It imitated on a higher level the example of the Czech petty bourgeoisie and made its nationality into an instrument of struggle in the sphere of competition, a competition that was no longer tied to a restricted local market, but that now extended over the whole region settled by the Czech people. Now it became a matter of national duty to buy Czech matches and Czech soap, to make one's capital available to a Czech bank, to insure one's house against the risk of fire with a Czech company. But it was not only as a seller of its merchandise, but also as purchaser of labor power, that the Czech bourgeoisie utilized tensions in the national sphere. By placing itself at the head of the nation and actually or allegedly representing national interests, it sought to mask class oppositions, to maintain the allegiance of the Czech workers, and to hinder the common struggle of the Czech and German workers against the Czech and German bourgeoisie, or at least to weaken the army of the working class through national division. The national hatred that had been produced by the transformation of all traditional relations through the effects of capitalism, the resettlement and restructuring of the population, and that had been condensed in the minds of the petty bourgeois strata of both nations, thus became for the young Czech bourgeoisie an instrument of their interests, a means of ensuring the sale of their merchandise and the compliance of their workers. As the petty bourgeoisie is the bearer of national hatred, so is the bourgeoisie the beneficiary of national hatred. If we cast a glance back over the last century of the history of the Czech people, we see two great events: in the era of the transition from the manufactory and the putting out system to the modern factory, the awakening of the nation from the misery of non-historical existence, an awakening that rendered insupportable the traditional legal order governing national relations and ultimately led to national revolution. Then, in the era of penetration by modern capitalism, the rapid industrialization first of the German part of the region, then also of the Czech part of the region, we see the awakening and progressive intensification of the national hatred that became the driving force of the national struggles. The emergence of the factory system and the movement of the population out of agriculture into industry were, however, manifestations of one and the same great process, the great transformation in the structuring of the work of the society. An increasing proportion of societal labor was turned to the manufacture of the means of production, a decreasing proportion directly to the production of consumer goods. When the factory replaced the manufactory, a part of the work carried out by the society shifted from the production of consumer goods to the production of machines. When the development of modern means of transport, of the railway, 218, and the steamship, made it possible for the fertile lands in distant parts of the globe to be turned to the service of the grain requirements of Europe, when the elimination of the old putting out system by the modern factory and the introduction of machines into agriculture drove the population out of agriculture into industry, this meant that a great part of the work of the society was now devoted to the production of steam engines, spinning machines, looms, locomotives and railway tracks, steamships and docks, coal and iron, but also that the society devoted less work directly to the cultivation of wheat and corn, to the production of our clothing. This change in the allocation of workers, in the structure of societal work, is the great law governing the development of our forces of production. In economic terms, this change in the forces of production is manifested in the change in the composition of capital. A smaller part of the total capital of the society remains in the form of variable capital. Progress to a higher organic composition is synonymous with the transition from the manufactory to the factory, which has awakened the nation from the slumber of non-historical existence. Progress to a higher organic composition of capital is synonymous with the movement of the workforce out of agriculture into industry, which through a diverse process gives rise to national hatred, the driving force of national struggles. Those who have a love for compressing the causal explanation for complicated social phenomena into a short formula can confidently risk this phrase: the transformation of the power relations of the nations of Austria, the national struggles, are one of the many violent effects of the progress to a higher organic composition of capital. And when we recall the other effects of the violent upheaval of capitalism, which has transformed the entire face of the European cultural sphere, has led powerful states downward and elevated others out of inconspicuous beginnings, has completely transformed the very being of people, the scope and content of our whole culture, we can well claim that national development within Austria is far from being the most significant or serious effect of this complete transformation of the forces of human production. Seen from a historical distance, the Austrian nationalities conflict is nothing but one of the less considerable and less significant concomitants of a violent world historical process of upheaval that will usher in a new age in the history of humanity. The state and the national struggles. In 1848, the Austrian nations found themselves confronted for the first time with the task of condensing their national claims into a political program. However, in the first months of the revolution, the nationalities question was posed in terms quite different from those of today. Austria at this time encompassed four large historical nations: the Germans, the Italians, the Poles, and the Magyars. The constitutional program of 219 these nations was the realization of their nation-states. The Germans of Austria struggled together with their fellow nationals in the other states of the German Confederation for a unified German state. In the same manner, the Italians, Poles, and Magyars struggled for their nation-states. This policy, however, necessarily aroused the resistance of the nations that had until now been non-historical and that could not hope to secure free and independent nation-states for themselves. They feared that they would fall under the foreign domination of the large historical nations. In the hereditary lands, the initial question was not one of how the Germans, Czechs, and Slovenes should regulate their relations with each other within the state. The dispute concerned rather the issue of whether the Czechs and Slovenes should fall under the domination of a large German nation-state. In the same manner, the Ruthenians feared Polish foreign domination, the Croats, Serbs, Slovaks, and Romanians Magyar domination. Whereas the Germans wanted Austria to be integrated into a large German empire and the other historical nations wanted to dismember the old Austria, the non-historical nations, which were only just awakening to historical existence, placed their hopes in the continued existence of Austria. Austria was seen as saving them from foreign domination. They did not want to dismember Austria, but wanted to struggle within Austria for rights for their nations. However, this produced an ambiguous attitude in regard to the historical nations. On the one hand, the non-historical nations now also took on a revolutionary character. They, too, struggled for a constitution and civil liberties, for the liberation of the peasants. The revolution of 1848 was also their revolution. The incapacity of absolutism to fulfill the needs of the nations that had awakened to new life was one of the causes of this great upheaval. On the other hand, they did not want to destroy the old Austria, as did the revolutionary bourgeoisie and the revolutionary nobility of the old historical nations, and they feared the possibility of foreign domination by these nations in the new nation-states that the revolutionaries wanted to establish upon the unsteady ground of the old state. Although their revolutionary attitudes led them to the side of the revolutionary bourgeoisie in Germany and Italy, of the revolutionary nobility in Poland and Hungary, their concern for the continued existence and freedom of their nations led them to the side of reaction. To no avail, revolutionary parties within the small Slavic nations also sought to hinder the placement of the forces of these nations at the service of the counter-revolution. The more pressing the danger to the nation appeared, the more the feeling of solidarity with the revolution of the historical nations paled into insignificance, and the more the non-historical nations, and with them, the Croats, aligned themselves with the forces of reaction. For those struggling for the cause of revolution, however, this rapprochement necessarily appeared as a betrayal of the cause of liberty, and during these months the 220 democratic movement throughout Europe expressed its hatred for the small Slavic nations, which, through their alliance with the forces of reaction, contributed to no small extent to the defeat of democracy. It was also at this time that Friedrich Engels wrote his articles on the Austrian nationalities question in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. These articles cannot be dismissed as merely journalistic works devoid of lasting value. For they, too, reveal the inspired historical vision of their author. Engels saw, more clearly than any other author of this epoch, the history of the emergence of Austria, the historical basis of the power relations between nations. Even if he was incorrect regarding certain details, it was also he who coined the concept of non-historical nations, which we have taken from these articles. However, we may not forget that these articles were born in the storms of the revolution, that they were written at a conjuncture that drove the non-historical nations into the camp of reaction, were written with the expectation that a Russo-German war would break out within a few weeks and would bring about the triumph of democracy over absolutism, but also the subjugation of the non-historical nations to the nation-states of the old historical nations. This explains many an error made by Engels, explains above all the fundamental error of these articles, the opinion that the non-historical nations can also not hope for a future. Today this view stands definitively refuted. And those who have not been convinced by the history of the Austrian nations must surely be convinced by the history of the Russian Revolution 1905, which has led non-historical nations such as the Latvians, the Estonians, and the Ukrainians into the first battle of the revolutionary struggle. And today, precisely on the basis of the method of historical research that Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels have taught us, we can comprehend the causes of the awakening of the non-historical nations to historical life under the influence of capitalism, of revolution, and of democracy. Only when the hope had faded that the old historical nations would be able to erect their nation-states upon the ruins of the old Austria was the Austrian nationalities question opened up, the answer to which the nations are still trying to find today. The question now is no longer one of the continued existence of Austria nor of its affiliation with the German Empire, the question now is only that of how the nations within Austria wish to regulate their coexistence. In the Constitutional Commission of Kremsier, the Austrian nations for the first time sought an effective form for their coexistence. And here, the roles of the nations were immediately reversed. The representatives of the non-historical nations now became revolutionary, the historical nations conservative. The non-historical nations wanted to destroy all remnants of the old Austria, to do away with the old crown lands, and their spokesmen, the Slovene Kotskitsk and the Czech Palaki, proposed the division of Austria into a series of regions unified as far as possible on a national basis. Thus Palaki, whose proposal encompassed the whole of the monarchy, called for 221. The division of Austria into the following regions: 1. German Austria, 2. Czech Austria, 3. Polish Austria, to which the Ruthenians, whom one did not yet accord the status of a nation, should belong, 4. Illyrian Austria, 5. Italian Austria, 6. Southern Slavic Austria, 7. Magyar Austria, 8. The Wallachian provinces. Within the borders of their area of settlement, each nation was to regulate its affairs freely and independently. The Germans, on the other hand, still perceived themselves as the usufructuaries of the historical regional division of Old Austria, within which they had been the dominant nation, and defended the traditional system of the Crown lands. The Constitutional Commission sought to mediate between the two positions. Although it left the Crown lands intact, the larger lands were to be divided under imperial law into a number of districts. The demarcation of these districts was to be undertaken with the greatest possible consideration of nationality. The districts were to be administered by an elected district assembly, the competence of which was not insignificant. It was to establish bylaws and exercise supervision of the parish. Roads and means of transport were to be under its charge. Assistance for the poor, health and humanitarian institutions and religious foundations, and finally, institutions for the improvement of agriculture were to be left to its charge. But above all, the district assemblies were allocated responsibility for matters of national culture. According to Article 126 of the Kremsier Draft Constitution, the educational system, with the right to determine the language and subjects of instruction, but with equal consideration accorded the languages of the district, was to be the responsibility of the district assembly. Each nation would thus have administered, at least within its defined area of settlement, its national system of education through the district assembly. To be sure, this constitution would not have completely spared Austria from national quarrels. However, it would have given each nation the possibility of independently establishing its own system of education within its language region, and would have spared the nations from having to struggle within the Reichsrat or the provincial assembly for each school, from having to buy or extort each school from the state or the representatives of the other nations. A whole range of important questions that have repeatedly unleashed the passions of the national struggle, would thus have been excluded from the argument. But when on March 4, 1849 the deputies in Kremsier wanted to assemble in order to adopt this draft constitution, they found the assembly hall occupied by the army. The forces of reaction, with a heavy-handed coup, had brought an end to the first and best attempt of the Austrian nations to find a legal code for their coexistence. 53 Only after the defeat upon the Italian battlefields, when the new constitutional era began, did the Austrian nations find themselves confronted anew with the same problem. According to Rudolf Springer, the multinational state can regulate the coexistence of citizens of different nationalities in two ways. 54 It can first. 222. Comprehend the nation as an entity, make it a legal unit. The union of nations then constitutes the state. Springer calls this the organic regulation of the relationship of the nations to the state. This organic regulation can be undertaken in two further ways. According to the territorial principle, the regions inhabited by the different nations are demarcated from one another, and within each region each nation administers its own national affairs. The state regulates and administers only those affairs common to the different nations. The nation is here a territorial corporation. Or the state comprehends the nation as a community of individuals without ensuring it exclusive control within a particular region, thus taking as its basis not the territorial principle, but the personality principle. In this case, all Germans within Austria, whatever part of the empire they might inhabit, constitute a legal entity, an association. They administer matters of national culture, for example, through an elected national council. The National Council has the duty to establish German schools for the members of this association, wherever they live. It has the right to levy taxes from them for the purpose of financing the needs of the nation. In opposition to this organic conception is another that Springer describes as central-estatimist. Here, the nation does not appear at all within the legal order. The legal order knows only, on the one hand, the state, and on the other, the individual citizen. This is also the legal order of Austria. The nations, for us, do not constitute juridical entities, either in the sense of associations of individuals or that of regional administrative bodies. Thus, if someone appoints the Czech nation as his heir, the will is invalid, the law recognizes no one who could claim the inheritance. If someone insults the Polish nation, the nation cannot institute proceedings against him. There is no one who would be legally entitled to institute such proceedings. The nation cannot tax its members, it cannot erect a school or a theater. Rather, such tasks can be undertaken only by the state, the individual citizen, or a voluntary association, a union of citizens. The nation has no juridical influence on the state, it cannot determine the actions of the state in any matter and cannot demand anything of it. All this is possible only for the individual, the solitary person who is accorded juridical power in relation to the state, as a voter, as an appellant before the administrative authority, as a plaintiff before the courts. It remains to individuals to decide whether they will voluntarily combine in a political party on the basis of their nationality and, as such, determine the will of the state, whether they want to realize the fulfillment of the cultural needs of their nation. The antagonisms between the Austrian nations are not the consequence of inferior laws or an inferior constitution. Their ultimate cause lies in the great economic and social transformations that have led the non-historical nations onto the historical stage, that have caused national migrations and inflamed national hatred. But the form in which these antagonisms have acquired po. 223. Political efficacy, the particular contours of the political struggle in which the development of nations expresses itself, is nevertheless conditioned by the juridical form under the rule of which the nations confront one another. The medieval state recognized a wide range of associations of individuals. In part these bore a ruling character, such as the landed Signory, the association of those under fief law and the association of those under liege law, and in part the character of a cooperative, such as the regional association Marktgenossenschaft and the guild. In part they combined ruling and cooperative elements in that those under the same seigneurial power were linked as a cooperative, just as was the case in the monoreal community Hofgenossenschaft of the bonded peasants of the same manner. All these associations of individuals freely created their own laws. Within the cooperative, it was the will of the members that created the law through custom or statute. Within the seigneurial associations the will of the lord had lawmaking power, and where Signory and cooperative were combined, both the lord and the cooperative constituted by his dependents participated in the formation of laws. This power of the seigneurial and cooperative associations was not based on a conferment by the state. In the modern state there is of course only one free and independent power, the sovereign state, and wherever legal power is to be found within the state, it is derived from the state, is regarded as conferred by the state, and can be amended or revoked by the state. By contrast, the medieval state did not recognize the concept of sovereignty. As in the Carolingian epoch the ancient people's law emerging from the customary rights of the people's tribunal coexisted without an intermediary alongside the royal court, both equally autonomous, both equally independent of one another, so too the law of the seigneurial and cooperative associations within the medieval feudal state was not derived from the state, was not subject to the influence of the state, and could not be revoked by it. Only the increase in the actual power of the state, brought by commodity production and by armies and bureaucracies paid in money, enabled the state to augment its juridical power. The appeal to Roman law would have borne little fruit, and the new theory of the state developed by the philosophers who developed the concept of sovereignty, Bodin, Hobbes, would never have come into being had the development of commodity production and the money economy not given the state the effective power to make itself independent of the old seigneurial and cooperative associations and then either to eliminate them or subject them to its statutes. The Estatsstände represented a reassembling of all the autonomous powers not bound to the state. Within the dual estate-state system, the state was always confronted with a power that did not derive its system of rights from the state, but negotiated with it power to power. But the state either subjugated the estates or made them its organ. 55 Only now did the state become sovereign. In some cases, the associations of individuals entirely disappeared. 224. Whereas in other seignories, guilds the state allowed them to continue to exist, but only in a dependent form, subject to its laws. Increasingly the absolutist state limited the ancient associations of individuals, it thus strove to achieve a situation in which a centralized state power confronted only the mass of unorganized individuals, a situation in which, apart from the state, there are only individuals, in which no intermediary of any kind stands between the supreme universality of the all-providing state and the sum of individuals constituting the people, in which such associations are rather considered as local manifestations of the state or as individuals. 56. Thus we have on the one side centralized state power and on the other the society reduced to its smallest parts, its atoms, to single individuals. The centralist atomist conception of the state is the idea of the state found in absolutism. This idea of the state was inherited by liberalism and taken to its logical conclusion. The bourgeois revolutionary theoreticians of the 18th century had already declared their support for the centralist atomist conception of the state. In this respect there is no fundamental difference between Rousseau and Hobbes. Following its victory, liberalism swept away the last remains of the ancient autonomous associations of individuals by eliminating the guilds in the towns and by dissolving the seigneurial peasant relationship in the countryside. The work that absolutism had begun was thereby completed. The force that had produced the centralist atomist idea of the state and decided its victory was the development of capitalist commodity production. Capitalist commodity production required neither the cooperative nor the seigneurial association. The social character of production no longer needed a cooperative of producers as soon as the large capitalist enterprise united the isolated workers as its workers in the work of the society. The personal bondage of the workers became unnecessary from the moment capitalist property gave the owner the power to exploit the legally free worker. Cooperative and seigneurial associations were thus rendered unnecessary and could disappear. And indeed they had to disappear, since they constituted a hindrance to the development of capitalism. The centralist atomist idea of the state was initially the absolutist conception of the state and subsequently that of liberalism. It was both because it constitutes the capitalist idea of the state. But liberalism did not simply adopt the absolutist conception of the state, it also modified it. Liberalism was the political program of the bourgeoisie in its struggle against the absolutist state. The notion of the sovereign state itself was left unchallenged by the bourgeoisie. However, the burgher felt himself restricted from birth until death by the all-pervading power of the state and its organ, the bureaucracy. The bureaucrat regulated his enterprises, censored his every expression of opinion, observed every step he took in public as in private life. Thus, the burgher initially demanded protection of his liberty against the state. But he wanted not only to secure a sphere of freedom. 225. Against the all-pervading power of the state, but to conquer the power of the state. Dissatisfied with the promotion of his interests by the state insofar as these coincided with the state's interests, he wanted to determine the will of the state himself. He wished to become an organ of the state, to participate as a voter in the formation of the overall will of the state. Thus, the bourgeoisie demanded that legislative power be transferred either to the people itself or to the parliament, the elected representative of the people, and that the administrative apparatus be responsible to the representative body of the people. In all of this, the centralist atomist idea of the state remained unaltered. On the one side, Centralized state power remained in place, facing it was the unorganized mass of individual citizens. But the individual citizen was guaranteed a range of civil rights and liberties, which the state could not restrict, and the individual citizens were themselves called upon as voters to form the overall will of the state. The centralist atomist idea of the state necessarily also determined the regulation of the relationship of the nations to the state. Absolutism could not constitute the nations as corporations either as regional administrative bodies or as interterritorial associations of persons. Rather than create new corporations, absolutism was concerned with smashing the old traditional social associations in order to confront an unorganized mass of subjects with the centralized power of the state. Liberalism now inherited the centralist atomist conception. It also did not constitute the nation as a corporation. However, on the one hand, it guaranteed the individual a sphere of juridical liberty and, on the other, it called on the individual to participate in the formation of the overall will of the state. This also determined its position in relation to the national question. In the same way as liberalism assured the individual of other civil rights and liberties, it also had to guarantee him the right to maintain and develop his national specificity. Thus, in the Constitution of April 25, 1848 we already find the sentence "to all peoples is guaranteed the inviolability of their nationality and their language." The imposed Constitution of March 7, 1849 adopts this principle: all peoples have equal rights, and every people has an inviolable right to the defense and preservation of its nationality and language. This principle then passed into our current Constitution and is expressed in Article 19 of the Basic Law of the State concerning the general rights of the citizen. Insofar as this principle incorporates a restriction of the authority of the state and its organs, it is quite clear, and it can be logically related to the system of individual civil rights and liberties. Thus, in Austria, one cannot forbid anyone from utilizing his language in spoken or written form. Article 19 extends this protection of personal liberty still further through the largely ineffective regulation that, in the bilingual regions, no one can be compelled to learn the second language of the region. Just as the basic law of the state seeks to safeguard the individual citizen against the violation of the 226 privacy of the post by the bureaucracy or against arbitrary arrests, so too does it prevent the state from forbidding the individual the use of his language or forcing him to learn another language. Were the state nevertheless to do this, the individual citizen can bring a complaint on the matter before the imperial court on the grounds of violation of his right as guaranteed by the basic law of the state. So far, so good. However, in order to maintain and further develop its culture, the nation requires not only the safeguarding of the rights of the individual, but also the active role of the public administrative apparatus. It requires schools, theaters, museums, and academies. The concern here is no longer with the limitation of the power of the state. In this instance it is precisely the activity of the state that the nation needs in the interest of its culture. Here, Article 19 fails. To be sure, it assures the nations of the preservation of their nationality and language. But this is hardly more than an empty promise. If the Polish majority in the Galician Diet refuses the Ruthenians a new upper secondary school, the Ruthenians cannot complain by appealing to the basic law of the state. Who is entitled to bring the complaint if the Ruthenian nation is not constituted as a corporation? How could the imperial court bring down a decision in relation to a complaint against a decision made by a legislative body to which it must accord the freedom to adopt or reject applications? How should the imperial court ultimately decide how many upper secondary schools the Ruthenians require for the preservation of their nationality and language? Here the liberal constitution offers the citizens another way. As voters they, of course, have an influence on the state itself. Should they desire that the state administrative apparatus fulfill the cultural needs of their nation, they are free to join together with their national comrades to form a political party, to send their national deputies to the relevant representative bodies, and to charge them with the task of utilizing their legal power within the legislative bodies to compel the state to fulfill the needs of the nation. The centralist atomist idea of the state compels the population to divide itself into national parties, it compels each nation to maintain a commando in the parliament whose task it is to ensure that the state legislation and administration satisfies the needs of the nation. It compels each nation to strive for power in regard to legislation and for influence within the state administrative apparatus. In Austria, what is usually characterized as national politics is in fact national power politics, the strivings of the nation to gain representation within the Reichsrat, the provincial assemblies, and the bureaucracy such that the nation is in the position to compel the state to satisfy its respective cultural needs. The grouping of the Austrian population in national parties and the struggles of these parties for power within the state, for power over the state, is a necessary consequence of the central-estatimist regulation of the relationship of the nations to the state. 57. 227. The struggle of the nations for influence over the state now necessarily becomes a struggle of the nations against one another. This struggle concerns the allocation of the given number of seats in the parliament. The more one nation wins of these seats, the fewer remain for the others. It concerns the expenditure of state income for the purposes of the individual nations. The more the state spends on meeting the cultural needs of one nation, the less means it can place at the disposal of the other nations. The struggle of each nation for power over the state is therefore also a struggle against the other nations. Every struggle for power is a struggle against the other aspirants to power. Where national politics means power politics, it leads necessarily to national struggle. If we separate national interests from the legal order to which nations are subject within the multinational state, it becomes clear that these interests, in themselves, are by no means in conflict with one another. Each nation wants to maintain its specificity and further develop its culture. In itself, this aspiration by no means leads to national struggle. The German wants his children to attend a good German school. The language in which Czech children are instructed can be a matter of indifference for him. Conversely, the Czech calls for Czech schools. Whether and how German children are instructed does not concern him. The German wants to exercise his rights before his judge in his language. The Czech wants the judge to address him in his own language. Does this constitute a basis for struggle? Cannot the needs of each nation be fulfilled without the interests of the other nations thereby being endangered? In themselves, certainly. However, the central-estatimist constitution of the state provides the nation with no other means to ensure the satisfaction of its needs than the struggle for power over the state. If one nation increases its power within the state, it thereby reduces the power of the other nations. In this way, each nation becomes hostile to the demands of the other nations. It is the central-estatimist constitution alone that transforms the natural aspirations of every nation in themselves of no concern to the other nations into the struggle of each nation against the fulfillment of the cultural needs of the others. But the Austrian Constitution of 1861 and 1867 not only pointed the nations toward the struggle for power, it also attempted to determine in advance the distribution of power among the nations. It sought in effect to secure the domination of the formerly non-historical nations by the historical nations and among the historical nations themselves the predominance of the Germans. This goal was initially served by the curial franchise for the provincial assemblies and the Reichsrat. The first curia was constituted by the great landholders. Herein lay a privilege for all historical nations, which were alone in possessing a nobility. The formerly non-historical nations came away empty-handed. This meant, in particular, a privilege for the Germans, since the 228 seigneurial class in the Czech and Slovene lands was predominantly German by virtue of descent and education. The second curia was constituted by the chambers of commerce and industry. Their electoral privilege also necessarily strengthened the hand of the Germans, who constituted the greater part of the bourgeoisie. The great mass of the population, however, was crammed into two curias, the curia of the towns, markets, and industrial centers and the curia of the rural parishes. As the curia of the towns obtained much stronger representation, one deputy corresponded to far fewer voters than was the case in the rural parish curia. Here again those nations were privileged that incorporated a larger share of the urban and industrial population, in particular, the Germans. Finally, in both Curias the right to vote was made dependent upon a taxation census. Once again, the nations composed predominantly of proletarians, the smallest scale artisans, peasants, and day laborers, were placed at a disadvantage. In this manner the old historical nations within the empire were assured of greater power than that which corresponded to the size of their populations. The representation of the Germans was greater than that of the Czechs, the Poles were more effectively represented than the Ruthenians, the Italians better than the southern Slavs. But it was the Germans who secured the strongest representation of all. However, the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy were not in a position to assert their hegemony over the whole empire. Thus emerged the Compromise Ausgleich of 1867. The dominant classes of the old historical nations, apart from the Italians, whose numbers were too small after 1866, divided power among themselves. The western half of the empire was left to the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy, the eastern half to the Magyar nobility. The Germans in Austria ensured their hegemony in the west by totally abandoning the administration of Galicia to the Polish nobility from 1869 onward. In the same manner, the Magyars accorded autonomy to the Croats within their own land. All other nations, the peoples that had neither a bourgeoisie nor a nobility, came away from this division empty-handed. 58 In the Austrian half of the empire, which is our exclusive focus here, the hegemony of the Germans was hereby assured. What is the origin of this peculiar constitution that sought to guarantee the Germans in Austria a level of power that bore no relation to the size of their population? The domination of the Czechs and Slovenes by the Germans, of the Ruthenians by the Poles, of the southern Slavs by the Italians was the national manifestation of domination by the classes that had taken hold of state power. These classes were constituted by the great landowners, the bureaucracy, and the bourgeoisie. The seigneurial class in Western Austria had been German or Germanized since the suppression of the estates by absolutism. The Polish and Ruthenian peasant masses in Galicia were left at the mercy of the Polish nobility, in exchange for which the latter became the 229 most reliable source of support for German domination in Western Austria. Although the different nations were represented in the large body of lesser officials, this group remained unconditionally obedient to the higher German bureaucracy in matters of politics and public life. Finally, as already discussed, the Austrian bourgeoisie was also predominantly German. German hegemony within Austria from 1861 until 1867 was not the hegemony of the German people over the other nations, it was the hegemony of the great German landowners, the German bureaucracy, and the German bourgeoisie over the petty bourgeoisie, the peasantry, and the workers of all nations, including the German nation. However, German hegemony in Austria was not only based in the historically transmitted class structure, it was also an instrument of foreign policy. At the beginning of the constitutional era, Austria was directly confronted with the task of finding a solution to the German question. Schmerling had already been the spokesman of the great German Grafdeutsche Party in the Frankfurt Parliament in 1848. 59 He retained this role when he drafted the new Austrian constitution. As long as it claimed the imperial crown for the Habsburgs, Austria had to appear to be a German state. However, disguise is not legal tender on the market of history. The German veneer with which Schmerling concealed the old state edifice deceived no one. The artificial predominance of a narrow German stratum could change nothing in terms of the real power relations within the empire. The great German policy was defeated on the battlefield of Königgrätz Sadowa. However, Austria still did not give the matter up for lost. The Compromise of 1867 with Hungary was intended to satisfy the rebellious Magyar nobility and to place German hegemony within the western half of the empire on a correspondingly firmer footing. In vain. The year 1870 witnessed the realization of the long-coveted goal of the small Germany Kleindeutsch policy when Prussia assumed the imperial German crown. For a moment it seemed as if the failure to achieve the end would necessarily entail the defeat of the means. Now, since the Austrian hope of hegemony over Germany had been destroyed, the supremacy of the Germans in Austria itself no longer appeared a necessity. Under Hohenwart, the December constitution was seriously threatened. 60. However, it was precisely at this point that the hegemony of the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy in Austria revealed itself to be more than merely an instrument of foreign policy and showed how deeply rooted this group was within the power relations of the empire itself. In order to oppose Hohenwart, a coalition was formed between, on the one hand, the interests of the German bourgeoisie, which was seeking to avoid falling under the domination of the feudal landowners, and the Czech petty bourgeoisie in the most highly developed region of the empire, and, on the other, the German tradition of the bureaucracy and the power of the Magyar nobility, which could not tolerate the liberation of the 230 Slavs in Austria because it feared the rebellion of the Slavs and Romanians within its own land. The Hohenwart ministry fell, and German domination in Austria survived the concept of Great Germany. The central estatimist regulation of national relations leaves no nation with any guarantee of the satisfaction of its cultural needs other than power within the state. However, from the outset this power was allocated to the historical nations through the dual nature of the monarchy and through the selective franchise within Austria. The non-historical nations were thus confronted with a constitution that pointed to the struggle for power, and yet also excluded them from this power. This produced a hostility toward the state, an irreconcilable hatred of Austria, among these nations and in particular among the Czechs, the most highly developed of them. If there is a nation that has an interest in the continued existence of Austria and for which the thought of Austria's decline necessarily awakens not the hope of national unity, but the fear of foreign domination, it is that of the Czechs. And yet in no other Austrian nation can the same hatred, the same hostility toward the Austrian state, be found as that seen among the Czechs. And the more this hatred that was awakened by the Schmerling constitution spread and deepened, the more the Austrian bureaucracy nourished it with its crude means of persecution, confiscation, administrative harassment, and partisan justice. A state of mind was thus created in the Czech people that has subsequently given rise to the aggressive radicalism of the Czechs in regard to all national questions, a bitter mood to which all sober consideration of national questions appears insupportable. The class that first put its stamp on the national struggle was the landed nobility. This class encompassed highly heterogeneous elements, on the one hand, the great latifundia proprietors, who called immense estates throughout Austria and in many cases also beyond the borders of the empire their own. One thinks of the Schwarzenbergs and their 99 estates, lords of high rank whose genealogy stretched at least as far back as that of the dynasty and who consequently viewed their rank as equal to that of the crown. On the other hand, the lesser nobility with correspondingly small land holdings, who from time immemorial had occupied the high and intermediate positions in the bureaucracy and the officers' corps, who had been in close contact with the bourgeoisie since the flourishing of capitalism, and who were therefore imbued with the ideology of the bourgeoisie. 61. The societal power of this class was still very extensive at the beginning of the constitutional era. The economic power and social standing of the bourgeoisie, which alone could have disputed the traditional position within the society of the seigneurial class, grew only gradually in Austria, where the progress of capitalism proved slow. The concept of civil equality only slowly penetrated the consciousness of the masses. After all, it had been only a few years since the state judge and state official had replaced the lord the authority. This social 231 weight of the nobility was strengthened by political privilege, by the selective franchise for the provincial assemblies and the Reichsrat. The big landowners had been accorded this prerogative on the basis of their German nationality. A part of the nobility did not disappoint expectations. It became an ally of the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy and provided them with a majority in the representative bodies. However, the most powerful part of the nobility, the great latifundia proprietors of Bohemia, allied themselves with the opponents of the German liberalism dominant at the time. The alliance of the feudal nobility with the Czechs gave the national struggles under the rule of the liberal constitution their initial character. We encounter a related phenomenon for the first time in the epoch of enlightened absolutism. Absolutism had taken from the old estates what remained of their political significance. The whole of its legislation and administration was under the influence of the rationalist bourgeois spirit of the Enlightenment, and therefore in contradiction to the traditional ideology of the greater part of the nobility. But even if the nobility had forgiven absolutism for reducing the rights of the estates and for the policies of Joseph II concerning the Church, it could never forgive the fact that the state also intervened in its economic situation, the fact that imperial officials and commissioners investigated the complaints of the peasants, the fact that the state forbade expropriation of peasants' land, limited the obligations of the peasants regarding labor services and dues, granted the peasants freedom of movement and choice of profession, and altered the taxation laws to the disadvantage of the lords. At this time the Bohemian nobility recalled the struggles that the Czech nobility had led against the state prior to 1620, and since these struggles had been clad in the guise of national struggles against the German state, the Bohemian nobility also toyed with the idea of provoking a national struggle against the hated societal enemy. Of course, the prevailing relations had completely changed since the defeat of the old Bohemian estates, and thus the incensed lords had to content themselves with quite harmless demonstrations. Thus, during the reign of Joseph II, as reported by Count Caspar Sternberg, the nobility expressed its indignation at the emperor's reforms by agreeing among themselves that all Bohemian nobles would use only the Czech language in the antechambers of the imperial castle, although they could speak it only to a very limited extent. 62 The sympathy of the nobility with the Czechs revealed itself more clearly when the new cultural life of the Czech nation emerged in the first half of the 19th century. It is possible that the patronage provided by this or that noble to young Czech writers might have merely been the result of an idle whim, one that could be satisfied equally well by a small outlay to support the beginnings of Czech literature as by the collection of some curio or other. But clearly there were also some among the Bohemian nobility who already saw that the cultural movement of the nation would necessarily gain a political. 232. Significance. Some noble gentlemen may have been drawn to the young movement by the influence of the ideas of humanity and nationality with which the epoch was imbued. Others encouraged it out of hatred for the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy. Soon the nobility no longer regarded itself as German, but as standing above both nations, as their arbiter by birth. Joseph Matthias Count of Thun wrote in 1845 that he could say with complete confidence that I am neither a Czech nor a German, but a Bohemian, whereupon a Czech answered that this constituted great progress since only a few years previously no Bohemian noble would have hesitated to describe himself as a German. 63 However, it was only after 1860, when in the strengthened Reichsrat Klammartinek, Nostizrienik and Golakowski supported the theory of politico-historical individualities, that this brief relationship became a lasting alliance. How could it happen that this doctrine, which was fundamentally anti-national, which was quite consciously and explicitly employed to counter the Garibaldian dogma of nationalities, ultimately led to the alliance of the Czech National Party with the feudal nobility? As long as the large landowners and the bourgeoisie did not have a common enemy to fear in the form of the proletariat, the opposition of these two classes dominated political struggles everywhere. In the struggle against the growing power of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeois state, the nobility sought allies and found them everywhere in the classes that were in economic conflict with the bourgeoisie. In England, the Tories occasionally supported the workers in the struggle against capital in order to detach them from the Liberal Party. Similarly, the Junkers in Germany and during the Prussian constitutional conflict the Crown itself attempted to play off the workers against the liberal bourgeoisie. In Austria, too, a part of the nobility flirted with the idea of rescuing the middle classes and protecting the workers for as long as it hoped to find an ally in the petty bourgeoisie and the working class for its struggle against liberalism. And although the social demagogy of the nobility nowhere achieved the success it sought, it was in Austria that the conditions most favorable to its reception prevailed. Here the social demagogy of the nobility assumed the particular form of national demagogy. The nobility sought to combat the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy by allying itself with the national movement of the Slavic, and in particular the Czech, petty bourgeoisie. In this context, the nobility's opposition to the constitution provided a means of establishing this alliance. Within the empire, the nobility had to share power with the German bourgeoisie and the bureaucracy. The prospect of Bohemia's becoming an independent state, however, represented a quite different situation. In this case, the Czech petty bourgeoisie would have voted down the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy. However, the idea of the Czech petty bourgeoisies governing Bohemia seemed impossible in undemocratic Austria at a time when only 233. The great and the wealthy were called on to exercise power, when the system of electoral privileges gave the curia of big landowners the power to help this or that nation to gain a majority, and when the big landowners were thereby given the role of arbiter between nations, of the ruler of nations. The idea of Bohemia's becoming an independent state thus meant that power would fall automatically into the hands of the proprietors of the great latifundia. Added to this was the fact that the social standing of the nobility became more politically effective the smaller the sphere in which the struggle for state power was waged. Within the empire, the standing of the nobility faded, for the proud names of the Bohemian lineages were foreign to the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie in other regions. Within the narrow local sphere, on the other hand, the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie were not capable of escaping the force of the economic power and the traditional standing of the masters, and therefore gave the nobility their political allegiance without resistance. Finally, the concept of federalism was also ideologically appealing to the nobility. For this class, the imperial constitution appeared to be a child of the despised revolution that had destroyed its ancestral privileges and broken its power over the peasantry. The crown lands, on the other hand, were historical entities that were closely associated with the memory of the estate system. Since the power of the nobility was based everywhere on historical tradition, this class assumed the role of the defender of this historical tradition. Furthermore, it was the nobility's love for the semi-medieval past that gave rise to the doctrine of the inviolability of politico-historical individualities and their necessary maintenance as the foundation of the state. The nobility thus raised the question of the constitution. It opposed centralism with federalism. Austria, it argued, should become a federal state, with the new imperial constitution replaced by a loose federation of almost independent crown lands. The federal constitution being proposed was also characterized in terms of autonomy for the crown lands, a grave misuse of the word. Autonomy means self-administration. If I unite an industrial and an agrarian region, a German and a Czech region by force such that one must be dominated by another and both by a class of foreign landed proprietors, this constitutes not autonomy in the sense of self-administration, but heteronomy, foreign domination. The Federalist Constitution would also not have altered anything in regard to the centralist atomist conception of the relationship of the nations to the state. It could not have constituted the nations as corporate bodies because all Austrian nations inhabited more than one crown land. Thus, for all peoples, the crown lands constitution represented the division of nations, and since nearly all crown lands were inhabited by more than one nation, the Federalist Constitution represented in every crown land the domination by one nation of the others. Under the Federalist Constitution, too, every nation would have been forced to enter the struggle. 234. For political power in order to ensure satisfaction of its cultural needs, the struggle for power in the crown lands would simply have replaced the struggle for power in the empire. However, the displacement of the national power struggle from the empire to the crown lands would, of course, have fundamentally altered the distribution of power among the nations. The Czechs, whose position was intolerable under the Schmerling Constitution and equally so under the December Constitution, saw a hope here of winning the power that they needed in the context of the atomist centralist regulation of national relations and that was denied them by the prevailing constitution. There was no economic interest that conflicted with federalism for them. The member of the Czech petty bourgeoisie produced and traded only for the local market. The Czech farmer by no means required a market as large as that required by the German bourgeoisie. His interest in the existence of an extensive, unified economic zone regulated by law was consequently only minimal. Rather, his economic interests were met if the industrial regions of the Sudeten took his goods and, through their higher fiscal capacity, contributed to his needs. His national position within the province land was far more favorable than within the empire. Since the curial franchise meant that the Czech nation could not form a majority even in the Bohemian Provincial Assembly, where there were 6 Czechs for every 4 Germans, its participation in political power could be ensured only if it allied itself with the nobility. The Czechs thus entered a lasting alliance with the feudal nobility. Pálaki abandoned the demand for an organic regulation of the relations between the nations and the state, for national autonomy, which he had represented in the Kremsier Constitutional Commission, and obligated the Czech petty bourgeoisie to support the program of federalism. The party of the Old Czechs acquired the support of the feudal nobility by adapting themselves to its economic needs and its ideology. Pálaki, who in 1848 had wanted to eliminate the traditional crown lands and place the administrative apparatus in the hands of nationally demarcated territories, now based the energetic demands of the Czech people on Bohemian constitutional law, which had long since become decrepit. And in all cultural questions, which were a matter of indifference from the national point of view, the party of the Old Czechs increasingly abandoned demands based on the bourgeois liberal position. Only a small group within the Czech bourgeoisie under the leadership of Sladkovsky and Gregor refused to sacrifice the demands of bourgeois liberalism for the sake of the feudal nobility. For the Germans, the federalism of the crown lands naturally represented a grave danger. It would have broken the hegemony of the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy within the empire, placing the German bourgeoisie in the most highly developed land of the monarchy at the mercy of its social adversary, the feudal nobility, and its national adversary, the Czechs. It would have 235. Ensured that the large fiscal capacity of German industry in Bohemia served the needs of the agrarian part of the land. It threatened the German bourgeoisie with the danger that the dismemberment of the legally unified region would be followed by the division of the unified economic region, and thus the loss of its markets. The struggle between centralism and federalism, the centralized state and Bohemian constitutional law, was the class struggle of the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy with the large landed proprietors, the political manifestation of the antagonism between profit and ground rent. Due to the German liberal constitution, which imposed the struggle for power on all nations, and yet, through a cunning system of political privileges, sought to exclude the Czech nation from access to this power, the Czech people gave their allegiance to the class of landed proprietors, despite the fact that it had been the destruction of the old Czech nobility that had initially allowed this class to establish itself in the land, although its members were of foreign and to a large extent German origin, and although its power was based on the exploitation of Czech peasants and workers. Apart from the large landowners, it was above all the intelligentsia that took hold of the national struggle. The political power of the intelligentsia at the beginning of the liberal constitutional era was considerable. To be sure, in terms of its numbers, the intelligentsia always constituted only a small fraction of the people. But because the great mass of the people had been excluded from the electoral bodies, the educated constituted a not inconsiderable part of the voting population. Their voting numbers had all the more weight because the intelligentsia took a very active part in political life, whereas the masses, as shown by the low level of participation in elections for the provincial assemblies and the Reichsrat until the beginning of the 90s, had long viewed political life with an attitude of passivity and incomprehension. Added to this was the fact that the teachers and vicars, doctors and lawyers, apothecaries and lesser officials in the provincial cities and the villages were, as a rule, the leaders of the parish cliques, which were followed politically by the whole electorate. But over and above this, the political influence of the intelligentsia was increased due to the fact that the great mass of the Austrian population, on account of the poor state of elementary schooling, was too ignorant and maladroit, and, on account of its lack of political education, far too uncomprehending of the political process to represent its own political position. The political leadership of the peasantry and petty bourgeoisie thus necessarily fell everywhere into the hands of the academically educated. The political attitude of the intelligentsia was determined everywhere by its position outside the production process, outside the classes. The antagonisms and struggles between entrepreneurs and workers, capitalists and artisans, Agriculturists and industrialists did not concern the intelligentsia, it did not understand them. It regarded all class struggles with indifference and perplexity, since it had no particular interest to pursue. But although the intelligentsia 236 was uncomprehending in the face of genuine economic concerns, it was influenced more than all other classes sharing in power by the ideas of its time as a result of its education. It was not where the classes of bourgeois society faced off against one another, but where the whole people as an undifferentiated mass engaged in struggle that the intelligentsia fought in the front line. It was therefore the intelligentsia that placed itself at the head of the struggle of the people as a whole against absolutism in 1789 in France, in 1848 in Germany and Austria, and today in Russia. And for the same reason the intelligentsia took an active part in struggles everywhere in which the nation as a whole confronted other nations. Thus, for the intelligentsia in Austria, everything pointed toward the national struggle. In itself, the great political influence wielded by the intelligentsia necessarily had the effect of diverting the eyes of the population away from social antagonisms and toward the national struggles. As soon as the members of the intelligentsia who had emerged from the masses of the non-historical nations were no longer absorbed by the cultural community of the historical nations, but instead preserved their nationality, it was they who found foreign national domination difficult to bear. To the intelligentsia, everywhere desirous of social prestige, the fact that its nation was neglected, its culture looked down upon, that its people had no share in political power, was unbearable. The Czech student perceived the German language of the schools, the Czech official the German language of the courts as a visible sign, as the concrete form of disdain for his nation, as a violation of his national honor. It was thus the intelligentsia that first began the struggle for the national school and for the language utilized by the administrative authorities and the courts. If the large landowners made the national question a constitutional question, it was the intelligentsia that raised the question of national schools and the question of language. The question of the national school is certainly the most important of all national questions, for national education is the bonding material of the nation. However, the intelligentsia considerably overestimated the significance of this question. The development of a nation does not exclusively, or even predominantly, depend on the form of its education system. What are the hours in school compared with the length of a whole day, the years of schooling and childhood compared with a whole life? 64. Intellectuals, however, who themselves have spent a larger part of their lives in school than the members of all other classes and whose children in turn spend their whole youth in school, have a greater interest in the question of schooling than do all other classes. And the schools for which they fight are not the elementary schools, in which the broad masses are educated, but the schools that they themselves attended as students and at which they are active as teachers, the intermediate schools and the establishments of higher education. The national question is therefore for them above all a question of secondary schools and universities. 237. The question of the language of administration and the court certainly also has its own deep historical foundation. The struggle against the exclusive validity of the German language was based on the advancement of the non-historical nations to new cultural life. Today, the struggle around the issue of language reflects the struggle of the nations for power within the state, a struggle that is inevitable given the domination of the centralist atomist idea of the state. But is it not peculiar that for officials, judges, and lawyers this question appears more important than it actually is? However, the intelligentsia of the different nations was led not only by their education and employment to overestimate the significance of the schooling and language question, it very rapidly also acquired a direct economic interest in the resolution of these questions. The Czech intelligentsia had always learned German, the German intellectuals, who still disdain the language that was once the language only of oppressed classes, rarely have command of the Czech language. The use of Czech as the language of administration in the Czech-speaking region excluded the German officials and lawyers there. If the knowledge of the Czech language was required in the German region, as was the case under the language ordinance of Badeny, the German official saw himself even here as threatened by the competition of Czech colleagues. 65 By struggling for the retention of German as the exclusive language of administration and the courts, the German intelligentsia attempted to fend off the competition of Czech colleagues. It also saw the same significance in the schooling question. If the secondary schools and universities were German, studies were rendered substantially more difficult for the sons of the Czech petty bourgeoisie and peasantry. The struggle against Czech schools was at the same time a struggle of the German intelligentsia against the Slavic competition. This struggle became more bitter the greater the threat the German intelligentsia perceived as coming from colleagues from other nations. The more unpleasant the German official found the superior position of the Czech in the hierarchy, the German lawyer and doctor the competition of the Czech colleague, the more vigorously he struggled against the Czech upper secondary schools and universities, the more passionately he clung to German as the language of administration. And the whole circle of those who were subject to his political influence loudly echoed his demand. The great landowners made the national question a constitutional question. The intelligentsia made it a question of schooling and language. But although a class struggle formed the basis of the struggle over the constitution, that of the landed noble class against the bourgeoisie and bureaucracy, it was not a class struggle that was concealed by the quarrel over the language of schooling and administration, but merely a competitive struggle within one class, a struggle based on competition within the intelligentsia. We have thus established the content of the political struggles between the nations. The next class to take the political stage, the petty bourgeoisie, did 238. Not give the program of the national parties new content, but only determined the energy of the struggle, altered the tone with which national demands were represented. The upper stratum of the petty bourgeoisie, the prosperous merchants, innkeepers, landlords, and the more successful artisans, took part in the political struggle from the beginning of the constitutional era onward. However, they were under the leadership of other classes, the bourgeoisie and the great landed proprietors, the bureaucracy and the intelligentsia, and were thus unable to determine the essence of the national struggle. It is only from 1882 onward that the petty bourgeoisie as a whole began to express itself politically and stamped its character on the national struggle. It was its radicalism that the petty bourgeoisie initially brought to Austrian politics, its predilection for loud words, the coarse insult, and the aggressive tone. Harassed and subjugated by capitalism, unsatisfied with the form of society of which it was a victim, it wanted to vent its wrath. Had the petty bourgeoisie been forced to struggle with the other classes for the realization of its economic demands, obligatory trade associations and the certification of qualification, this radicalism could have at least partially assumed the form of a political struggle for the specific demands of the class. However, it was spared this struggle by the selective franchise. In the curia of the towns it was almost impossible for someone to be elected who did not claim allegiance to the small business politics of the middle classes. Here, economic class interest no longer constituted a force of party formation. And in the other curias, in which the large landowners, the bourgeoisie, and the peasantry dominated, the demands of the petty bourgeoisie could not make themselves heard at all. The curial division made class struggle through elections impossible. The struggle over the politics of the middle classes was thus decided from the beginning by the division of the parliament into curias, and, as a consequence, petty bourgeois radicalism was unable to express itself fully in this struggle. If the petty bourgeois parties had had any hopes of direct control of state power, for example, through a parliamentary ministry drawn from their midst, they would have been forced to accommodate themselves to the needs of the state and to temper their radicalism. But the bureaucracy had a firm hold on the state administrative apparatus, and, although certainly granting influence over it to the bourgeoisie and the landed nobility, it did not yet do so in the case of the only slowly rising petty bourgeois parties. The radicalism of the petty bourgeoisie was thus neither diverted from the national struggles by the necessity of the struggle with other classes nor tempered by the necessity of considering the needs of the state. The struggle for the Constitution, for the issues of schooling and language, was now conducted with quite different words and gestures and with a passion quite different to that seen previously. Because it could not be expressed in the political struggle for the demands of the class, the dissatisfaction of 23.9. The economically vexed petty bourgeoisie took on the form of nationalistic radicalism. The petty bourgeoisie had been prepared for this national radicalism by the national hatred that, as we already know, capitalist development and the resettlement of the population had incited, particularly in the petty bourgeoisie. This national hatred had led to a predilection for pointless national demonstrations, to the war of extermination against street signs in the other language, and to the prevention of the festivals and assemblies of the minority. The petty bourgeoisie now introduced this policy of national demonstration into the parliament. Now it was not a matter of securing power for one's own nation, but of offending the foreign nation. The struggle was no longer a means to an end, rather, demonstration for its own sake was the form in which the petty bourgeoisie expressed the radical disposition arising from its social dissatisfaction and the national hatred produced by social upheaval. And this extreme mood of combat was not tempered by any consideration of the necessity for policies within the state with consciously planned goals. For the petty bourgeoisie never saw the state or the people as a whole, but only saw the small town in which its life took place, and its reaction if a Czech school or a Czech official disturbed its comfortable little nest was a desire to smash the whole empire to pieces. It was of little concern to the petty bourgeois that he endangered the position of his whole nation if it was only the city of Sily that did not receive a Slovene upper secondary school. From this petty bourgeois radicalism arose the inflexibility of national politics. No national party could make a concession to its opponent or reach an agreement with it on penalty of its own ruin. This petty bourgeois national radicalism was initially manifested among the non-German nations. Among the Germans the influence of the bourgeoisie and the bureaucracy was stronger. Even after 1882, it kept German politics moving in a direction that did not make the coexistence of the nations within one state simply impossible. But the more the petty bourgeoisie took its politics into its own hands here and the more the psychology of petty bourgeois voters determined the comportment of the parliamentarians they elected, the stronger national radicalism became here too. This German radicalism was fostered by the fact that the domination of the German majority in Western Austria could not be maintained. The alliance of the feudal lords with the Czechs had already severely hampered the cunning plan to make the German minority in the empire the majority in parliament. The extension of the franchise in the curia of the cities and rural parishes increased the number of voters from the non-historical nations. The state had to gradually adapt itself to the fact that the nations had awakened to historical life and satisfy at least the most pressing cultural needs of the non-German nations. As a consequence, political history appeared to the petty bourgeois as a continual diminution of German power. The less Austria was a German state, the less. 240. The German petty bourgeoisie perceived the interests of the Austrian state to be the interests of its people, and the more the Germans became a national party like the others. Whereas the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy had once constituted the power that defended the state which they dominated against the onslaught of the petty bourgeoisie of the other nations, the German petty bourgeoisie now formed national parties that conducted the struggle for state power with the national parties of other nations, unconcerned with the needs of the state. The destruction of the old Liberal Party and the beginning of German obstruction of the Badeni ministry meant that in the German camp, too, petty bourgeois radicalism had broken the influence of the bourgeoisie and the bureaucracy. The storms of the national struggle, which was now being conducted with growing bitterness and passion, drew an increasing proportion of the masses into national power politics, above all the peasants. The peasant of the old school did not have a close relationship to the social milieu in which economic changes were producing national hatred. The Czech worker and member of the petty bourgeoisie did not penetrate his village. Even today the peasants in many parts of Bohemia and Moravia ensure that their children learn the second official language of the land. For this purpose the German peasant puts his child out to board with a Czech peasant for 1 year, and in return takes the latter's child as a boarder. But the peasants in the interior of a homogeneous language region, who never encountered their national adversaries, did not concern themselves with the national struggle. The ideology of these peasants, bound fast to tradition and not yet stirred by the national struggle, was clericalism. From the beginning, the relationship of the Catholic Church to the national struggle was one of incomprehension and hostility. In the famous pastoral letter of June 17, 1849, which was issued by a synod of 35 bishops of the German Slavic hereditary lands, the nationalities were declared to be the remnants of heathenism because the diversity of language is merely a consequence of sin and the fall from grace. The clerical German peasants, who saw themselves as tied to the large feudal landowners by common agrarian interests, by a hatred of liberalism, and by their ideological attachment to the past, therefore also did not hesitate in forming an alliance with the feudal lords, Czechs, and Poles to form the Iron Ring that brought an end to German domination in Austria. But the more the peasant was drawn into the sphere of capitalist commodity production, the more rapidly his attitude to the national question changed. The Czech cotter and smallholder who labored in the putting out system for a German capitalist was already a nationalist. However, as soon as commodity production included the peasants, as soon as the peasant became a pure farmer and came into close contact with the urban population, he too was subject to urban ideology, the ideology of the petty bourgeoisie. Moreover, industrial development also brought national conflict into the village. In the 241 Czech village, the German factory owner and the German white-collar worker now appeared, in the German village the Czech worker and the Czech petty bourgeoisie. Better education, compulsory military service, the political struggle, public meetings, and newspapers brought the peasants ever closer to the urban petty bourgeoisie. In this way the peasant in the Sudetenland was first led to the national parties. Gradually this movement also drew in the German peasants of the Alpine lands. Here, too, the peasant economy changed. The railways, tourist traffic, and the economic cooperatives progressively transformed the peasant of the old school into a pure farmer, brought him closer to the petty bourgeoisie of the cities. The old form of clerical politics now became impossible here too. The clerical party had either to adapt itself to the new spirit of the peasants or be replaced by a neo-clerical party, the Christian Socials. These parties had now to reckon with the power of national ideas in the countryside as well. They were not at the forefront of the national struggle, but they could no longer disregard it, they could no longer ally themselves with national adversaries, but had to support the petty bourgeois nationalists of their own nation in every decisive vote. However, it was not only the peasants but also a section of the workers who were seized by the idea of the national power struggle. When in 1897 the workers voted for the first time in the new Curia under general suffrage, it was the Social Democratic Party that triumphed in Bohemia, the classic land of the nationalities struggle. But its great success unleashed the wrath of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie. The Curial Constitution provided them with their means of struggle. The interests of the propertied classes were after all sufficiently safeguarded, since the 72 deputies selected under universal suffrage were opposed by 353 representatives of the privileged curias of the propertied classes. The national parties could thus, without presenting any danger to the class interests of the bourgeoisie, affiliate themselves with national workers' parties that promised the workers to protect their interests, thereby aiming to win the latter's support for the national power struggle. The elections in 1901 demonstrated that this mendacious strategy was not without success. German and Czech Social Democrats suffered a defeat in Bohemia and Moravia. A considerable proportion of the indifferent workers had lost all sense of prudence in the roaring din of the national struggle and allowed themselves to be won over to the policies of their class adversaries. Even the organized social democratic workers could not entirely escape the mood of the hour. Here and there appeared signs that they no longer adhered to their international ideas with the same steadfastness, that some in their ranks had begun to doubt themselves. It was only now that the entry of the parties into the national struggle for power was complete. The picture is a strange one. Demands were still being argued over that were once formulated by the great landowners in their struggle. 242. Against the bourgeoisie, and later by the intelligentsia in their own competitive struggle over centralism and federalism, universities and upper secondary schools, the language of the administrative authorities and the courts. But now in this struggle all the forces of the nations were being deployed, including those of the peasants and a part of the workers. The form and energy of the struggle were determined by the petty bourgeoisie, but the furious radicalism of the petty bourgeoisie and its national hatred had infected the peasants and a proportion of the workers. However, the larger the masses addressed by the national politician, the louder became his cry and the coarser his gestures, the more every party lost a sense of the natural boundaries of its power, and the less it became possible for any nation, even in the most insignificant of national struggles, to make a concession to or come to an understanding with an opponent. The nations had set out to capture power within the state in order to ensure that the state satisfied their cultural needs. The struggle for power within the state had become a struggle of the nations against one another. This struggle became increasingly vehement until it culminated in the German and Czech parliamentary obstruction. Now each nation was strong enough to prevent its national adversary from making even the most negligible progress. But this also meant that for all nations the path to cultural progress was blocked, insofar as it required assistance from the state. The nations had wanted to capture power in the state and achieved only the most ignominious impotence. No nation could obtain a new university, a new secondary school, or a favorable settlement of the simplest question in regard to the language of administration without the gracious consent of its national adversary. But there is still more. In 1901, a grave economic crisis also struck Austria. The renewal of trade agreements confronted all classes with an important question, the answer to which fundamentally influenced the development of Austrian industry and agriculture and thus also the cultural development of every nation, the extent of its cultural community and the wealth of its culture. The renewal of the Austro-Hungarian Compromise Ausgleich raised a whole series of highly significant questions. Old laws that did not correspond to the needs of the time, such as the old penal code and the military code of criminal procedure, were still in force and annually destroyed thousands of existences. Reforms that the whole population had long recognized as imperative and the rapid implementation of which was required for the salvation of thousands, such as the establishment of pensions for the old and invalid, were still not complete. But Austria had no time for all this. The Austrian parliament was obstructed because of the internal administrative language in Bohemia and because of the Czech university in Brienne, and no class, no nation in Austria was even able to take a position on all these important questions or decide on a solution that conformed to its will. The Ministry of Kerber disposed of the most important economic and political questions. 243. Without consulting the parliament on the basis of Article 14. 66. The nations had set out to capture political power, and they had lost all power, had handed over the state to the bureaucracy completely. However, the bureaucracy was also not content with its authority. To be sure, it was able to guarantee the basic survival of the state, to safeguard external peace within the state, and to deal with the most pressing matters in an absolutist fashion. But the state needed more, it required continual cultural work, incessant reforms. All reform activities, however, had come to a standstill due to the parliaments being paralyzed by the national struggle. Each nation was powerless because the other peoples would not permit the state to comply with its will. All classes were powerless because the struggle of the nations among one another destroyed their power and handed all political power over to the bureaucracy, and this bureaucracy was itself impotent because the machinery of legislation had come to a standstill. This was the face of Austria from the time of the Badeni ministry's language ordinances up until the Götz ministry's electoral reform bill. This situation of the complete impotence of all nations, of all classes, and of the state itself represented the self-annulment of the centralist atomist constitution. All eyes now inevitably turned to the other possibility of regulating the relationship of the nations to the state, which Springer, Renner, has termed the organic conception. The working class was the first of all the classes to recognize the new necessity. In September 1899 the All-Austrian Social Democratic Party Gesamtpartei Congress in Brienne announced that national autonomy was now the national program of the working class. The working class and the national struggles. The original and most self-evident instinct of the working class is its revolutionary instinct. The revolutionary mood of the young awakening proletariat also determined its attitude to the nation. It is for this reason that the worker is a nationalist wherever the nation turns against the oppressor, wherever the adversaries in the national struggle are the great and powerful in our society, wherever the overthrow of all that exists is the goal of national politics. It is for this reason that the workers have led the national struggle of all those nations enslaved by Tsarism. It is for this reason that the Polish socialists in Prussia have also defended the interests of the Polish nation being oppressed by the Prussian class state. It is for this reason that the workers in Hungary have fought for the national interests of the Germans and Slovaks, of the Romanians and the Serbs. And it is for this same reason that the workers of the non-historical nations in Austria were also nationalists. To them, the state that tyrannized them appeared to be German, as did the courts that protected the propertied and threw those with no possessions into prison. Every death sentence was pronounced in German. German was the language in which the 244 army was commanded that was sent in against the starving, defenseless workers whenever there was a strike. The German language was, as Victor Adler once said, the language of the state, of administration and of oppression in the old Austria. Moreover, the German language was also the language of the immediate class enemy, the language of the factory owner and his foreman, of the merchant and the usurer. On the other hand, the national movement of the workers' own nation appeared to be revolutionary. The nation was, after all, excluded from political power. It was not satisfied with the prevailing constitution. The newspapers of the national parties were confiscated and their pioneering figures imprisoned. Furthermore, the petty bourgeoisie of the nation was also locked in struggle with the German bourgeoisie and bureaucracy. The revolutionary instinct awakened in the workers of the non-historical nations a hatred of the dominant historical nations and a sympathy for the power politics of their own nation. The nationalistic spirit of the workers of the non-historical nations in the first stage of its development was not considered or reflected upon, but born, spontaneous and naive, out of sympathy and hatred. The initial position of the workers of these nations in regard to the national question was a naive nationalism. In the historical nations in Austria, with the exception of the Germans, the revolutionary instinct also led to this naive nationalism. The national movement of the Poles, the Hungarians, and the Italians was revolutionary and hostile to the prevailing state order. It is hardly surprising, then, that they were sympathetic to the revolutionary workers. It was quite different outside Austria for the nations that were satisfied with their national situation and, within Austria, for the Germans. Here the proletariat did not confront class adversaries from other nations. Rather, the classes that exploited and oppressed the workers were of the same nationality. Here national politics did not initially mean a struggle against the dominant state order. Up until the collapse of the old Liberal Party, the German bourgeoisie in Austria did not form a national party like the others, but formed the party that defended the prevailing constitution and that supported their privilege. The German nation was not oppressed, its power was far greater than its numerical importance merited. In this context, national politics was not represented by a rebellious petty bourgeois movement. Rather, it was the politics of the classes that the proletariat hated as its exploiters and oppressors, the politics of the bourgeoisie and the bureaucracy. Here the workers could not be nationalists. The dominant classes defended their privilege as the condition of national power. Could, then, the power of the nation appear to the German workers as anything other than a deceitful pretext, the aim of which was to provide a foundation for class domination by the class enemy? When the German workers began their class struggle against the propertied and educated classes, they discovered anew the time-honored idea once 245. Utilized by the bourgeoisie itself in the struggle against the class of the landed nobility. Our adversaries, thought the workers, may possess more than we do, may have more knowledge than we do, may wear better clothes, speak more eloquently, and write more correctly than we do. But should we therefore have fewer rights before the state than they? Should not we also have a right to the enjoyment of life and the pleasures of culture? Are we not human beings as much as they are? Thus, the idea of humanity was revived in the workers, the demand for the equality of all those bearing a human countenance. For the German worker, the nation now became a bourgeois prejudice. National differences faded before his eyes, and just as he struggled against his own exploitation and oppression, he now wanted to eliminate all exploitation and oppression, whether they were directed against a class, a sex, a religious community, or a nation. He saw himself as struggling for the liberation of the whole of humanity. If the revolutionary instinct of the worker of the oppressed nation led to a naive nationalism, among the workers of those nations content with their situation, it produced a naive cosmopolitanism. Incidentally, German social democracy in Austria also has a nationalistic strain. However, this originates not from the workers, but from that small number of bourgeois intellectuals who found a path from bourgeois democracy to socialism. The bourgeois democracy of the Germans in Austria was nationalistic. Their dream was the great German Republic, the one free Germany of 1848. As everywhere else, capitalist development in Austria dismantled the old form of democracy. And as everywhere else, the best elements of this democracy ultimately rallied to the struggling armies of the working class. Thus bourgeois democracy was also one of the sources whose waters fed the great current of social democracy. For us German social democrats in Austria, Engelbert Pernerstorfer represents the personification of this piece of the history of our party. 67 such men also brought with them into the party their national yearning. And just as the expert on riverbeds is able to distinguish the stone splinters that led him to this or that source issuing from this or that mountain range, so too do we easily discover in the world of ideas of German socialism in Austria those dispositions and thoughts that have been brought to it by the best elements of the bourgeoisie as the heritage of bourgeois democracy. But this bourgeois national strain has never been powerful enough to trouble the naive cosmopolitan character of the German workers' movement in Austria, which arose from the living conditions of the workers themselves. The German national politicians thoroughly enjoy accusing the German workers in Austria of having much less national sentiment than their Slavic and Italian comrades. This is true to the extent that the German workers have brought from their youth, during which class consciousness first awoke in the form of the revolutionary instinct, a different ideological heritage, a different state of mind from that of the proletariat of the other nations in 246. Austria. This fact occasionally still exercises an effect today. In the meantime, however, the revolutionary instinct of the workers has gradually developed into a clear consciousness of class contradictions and class interests. The relationship of the worker to the national question is thereby also changing. The naive nationalism of one is gradually being overcome, just as is the naive cosmopolitanism of the other. In both cases there is a slow but steady development of the international politics of the proletariat of all nations, clearly conscious of its specificity. If we now want to enumerate, classify, and analyze the forces driving this politics, forces at work in the minds of thousands of workers, we must proceed from the position of the worker in the social process of production. The workers produce values, but these values are not their own. Rather, the ownership of the means of production gives the ruling classes the power to pay off the workers with a part of the value of their product and to appropriate the rest, the surplus value. This fact dominates the entire politics of the working class. The first question raised by the workers is that of the distribution of the value of the social product. Which part of the value of the social product should fall to the working class, which part to the owners of the means of production? The interests of the classes are here in opposition. The larger the part of the value of the social product that falls to the working class, the smaller that which the propertied class can appropriate, and vice versa. The question of the distribution of the value of the social product is not a legal question. The propertied classes are not satisfied with any distribution other than that which ensures no more than the bare existence of the workers. The working class cannot pretend to be satisfied with any arrangement other than that which gives the whole of the value produced to the ensemble of workers. Between these two extremes there is no point that can be shown to be correct or just. There is no just wage. No court can decide the question of the distribution of the value produced. It is not a question of law, but a question of power. From this necessarily follows the struggle of the workers against the propertied classes, and the most immediate manifestation of this class struggle is the struggle of the trade unions concerning the level of wages. The fact that the workers always receive only a part of the value they produce whereas the remainder falls to the propertied classes can also be expressed as follows: the workers produce those commodities that become their own for only a part of the working day, whereas during the remaining working hours they produce the commodities that constitute the income of the owner of the means of production. During this second part of the working day the workers thus perform surplus labor, unpaid labor for the propertied classes. This fact poses the question of the duration of the working day. The workers refuse to work for the propertied classes. The working day should last as long as is required to produce the commodities that constitute the income of the working class. The propertied classes, on the other hand, want to prolong the 247 working day immeasurably. If they are imprudent, they demand that the worker remain at the machine as long as he is still able to move his limbs. If they are prudent, they demand that the worker toil as long as the prolongation of the working day can still increase their surplus value. Here, too, there remains considerable latitude between the two extremes of the working day. Here, too, no court can decide what duration of the working day within these extremes is just and reasonable. This question is also a question of power, a question that is decided in the class struggle. This class struggle is manifested in the trade union struggle concerning the duration of the working day. The necessity of the class struggle divides all nations. The economic interests of the workers and the propertied classes oppose each other within each nation. On the other hand, the interests of the workers of each nation correspond to the interests of the workers of all other nations. The level of wages depends in the first place on the demand for and the supply of labor power. Let us first assume that in one part of an economic region, for example, German Bohemia, the supply of labor power is relatively low, whereas in another part of the same economic region, for example, in the Czech part of Bohemia, the supply far exceeds demand. The immediate consequence of this will be that in German Bohemia wages will be higher than in the Czech part of the land. However, this fact will lead to Czech workers emigrating from the Czech part of the kingdom to the German part because they will find employment there more easily under more favorable conditions. The immigration of Czech workers to German Bohemia will have the effect of increasing the supply of labor power, and a tendency will emerge for wages to sink there. On the other hand, the emigration of workers from the Czech part of the land will have the effect of reducing the supply of labor power there, and a tendency will thus develop for wages to rise. As a result, the workers in German Bohemia will suffer from the fact that the workers in the Czech districts draw lower wages, whereas the workers in the Czech districts will gain a direct advantage from the fact that the German workers enjoy more favorable working conditions. For the workers in the German districts it would be advantageous if the supply of labor power in the Czech districts were lower, but the wages higher. On the other hand, it will be in the best interest of the workers of the Czech districts that the workers in German Bohemia be well paid. It will also be in the interest of Czech workers that the Germans receive high wages and in the interest of German workers that the Czechs receive high wages. Until now we have been examining the effect of the supply of labor power on the level of wages. We achieve the same result if we examine the effect of the demand for labor power. Suppose that in German Bohemia the demand for the commodity of labor power is very high and that wages therefore rise there. In the Czech districts, on the other hand, the demand for labor power is very low, the danger emerges there of wages sinking. Now, the capitalist 248 considers wages as production costs. Under otherwise equivalent conditions in the German districts, in this hypothetical case the production costs are higher, in the Czech districts lower. The lower the production costs, the higher are the profits. Under otherwise equivalent conditions, in this hypothetical case the rate of profit is higher in the Czech part of the land than in the German part. Now, capital migrates to where the rate of profit is highest. Thus, more capital will be directed to the Czech districts than to the German. In the former, more new enterprises will be established, and those already established will be more rapidly expanded. An effect of this migration of capital is that wages in the Czech region begin to rise, whereas in the German part of the land the demand for labor power rises more slowly, because the working population grows continuously, the number of unemployed grows and wages begin to sink. Again, the German workers suffer due to the fact that wages in the Czech districts are lower and, as a consequence, they want wages there also to rise. Again, it is shown that the higher wages of the German workers ultimately also lift the wages of their Czech class comrades and that the latter have an interest in the German workers being well paid. However, the level of wages depends not only on supply and demand, but also on the strength of the trade union. Capitalist society always maintains an army of the unemployed. This is very numerous during a depression, a period of adverse economic conditions, and diminishes during a period of prosperity, a time of favorable economic conditions, but it never disappears completely. In capitalist society the unemployed have the function of safeguarding surplus value, of holding down wages. For the unemployed proletarian is denied access to all goods. He is consequently always inclined to accept any type of employment, even if the wage guarantees him only a bare existence. The capitalist therefore always has the possibility of countering the covetousness of the workers and, in the case of rising unemployment, of even lowering their wages by threatening to replace them with the unemployed, who are constrained by hunger to take work at any price. It is now the task of the trade unions to change this function of the unemployed. They achieve this above all by two means: first, by changing the psychology of the unemployed, by teaching the workers that it is undignified and immoral to undercut their class comrades; second, by making it possible, through unemployment benefits, for the unemployed to survive economically without offering their labor power to the capitalist for lower wages. But the trade union is capable of even more. If the number of the unemployed is so small that the capitalist is not able to replace his workers, or if the education of the unemployed by the trade union is so effective and the support granted them sufficient that the workers do not have to fear that their unemployed colleagues will take their jobs, the trade union will artificially create the condition of temporary unemployment. With the help of the strike, the employer is forced to concede more favorable working conditions. The function of the unemployed thereby changes. 249. Abruptly into its opposite, intermittent unemployment changes from a means of holding down wages into a means of increasing them. If we now suppose that the German workers organize themselves into trade unions and conduct union struggles, we see that they are immediately threatened by the Czech workers who undercut wages and by Czech strike breakers. The German workers can conduct their union struggle only if the function of the Czech unemployed is changed through union education and support. The German workers thus have an interest of their own in the Czech workers receiving unemployment benefits. The German workers are thus acting in their own interests when they support the organization of their Czech class comrades. But there is still more. The union struggle is never based only on the provision of financial support for the unemployed, but is also based on changing the psychology of the workers. The worker must perceive the undercutting of colleagues in the workshop to be immoral. If this were not the case, financial support for the unemployed would have to be as high as wages themselves in order to prevent the unemployed from undercutting wages. This alteration of the psychology of the population is the product of very varied forces. It presupposes above all that the worker has reached a certain cultural level. It is therefore in the interest of the German worker, for example, that the Czech worker attend a good school. The transformed psychology of the unemployed presupposes an increased consciousness of personal dignity. The German worker, therefore, has an interest in his Czech class comrades appearing in the eyes of the law, the authorities and courts, and the bourgeoisie not as a slave with a bent back, but as a free man. Everything that makes the Czech worker a coward and kills the consciousness of his own worth harms the economic interests of the German worker, poses a threat to his wage. The psychological transformation of the worker is substantially promoted by the independent political movement of the working class. This is why the German workers have a direct interest in the growth of the Czech Workers' Party. It can already be seen that the internationalism of the mature working class is fundamentally different from the naive cosmopolitanism of its early youth. It now no longer disregards the fact of the diversity of nations, nationality is no longer seen as a bourgeois prejudice that must not be allowed to discourage the aspiration for the liberation of the whole of humanity. Rather, its politics are rooted in the clear knowledge that the interests of the workers of one's own nation cannot be promoted other than by supporting the struggle of the workers of the other nations. Its politics no longer spring from the concept of humanity, but from the knowledge of the international solidarity of class. The first requirement that this produces is that the workers of all nations unite in the struggle against the immediate class adversary, the employers, that the trade union organization embrace the workers of all nations, and 250. That within the trade union the workers of each nation defend the interests of the workers of all other nations as their own interests. But the struggle of the working class is not directed only against the immediate class adversary, the employers, but also against the state. The state influences economic life by various means. The workers now demand an economic policy that leads to an increase in the demand for labor power, that facilitates the union struggle, and that brings about an increase in wages. But since the real income of the working class is dependent not only on the level, but also the purchasing power of the money they receive in wages, they further call for economic measures that increase the purchasing power of this money by keeping prices low or reducing them. Good opportunities for employment and cheap bread constitute the goal of the proletarian economic policy. The employers, on the other hand, strive to keep the production costs of their commodities low and their prices high. Cheap labor power and high prices are the objectives of their efforts. The interests of the workers are thus here, too, in opposition to those of the propertied classes. A political position shared by both is impossible. On the other hand, the interests of the workers of the different nations coincide. Just as it is impossible that the workers of any nation would agree with the industrialists of that nation on a tariff, so is it certain that German and Czech textile workers and metal workers will make the same demands of the trade policy of the state. This coincidence of economic interests above all forces the workers to struggle shoulder to shoulder against the propertied classes of all nations in regard to questions of economic and social policy. However, it soon becomes clear that the interests of the workers are identical not only in the context of the struggle to determine state economic policy, but also in relation to other questions of legislation. If, for example, a penal law is under debate, no workers of any nation will be able to agree with the propertied class of their nation on how the law should deal with the thief, the vagrant, the beggar, or the worker on strike who has manhandled a strike breaker. On the other hand, the workers of all nations will have the same interest in regard to these questions, and therefore will make the same demands. And this is the case for the discussion of every new law. The ultimate goal of all proletarian struggle can be none other than the complete elimination of capitalist exploitation. This goal, however, can be reached only by transforming the means of production from private property into the property of the society. Again, the working class encounters within each nation here the resistance of the propertied classes, which do not want to abandon their property, the source of their income, of their culture, of their power. Again, the demands of the workers of each nation coincide with the demands of the proletariat of all other peoples. As in the union struggle, the workers of all nations also necessarily unite in the political struggle. They do this not because of any excessively sentimental 25-1 attachment to the liberation of the whole of humanity, but on the basis of the sober consideration of the fact that the interests of the workers of all nations coexisting in the state are identical and in opposition to the interests of the propertied classes of all nations. Just as the position of the worker in the process of production necessitates an international trade union movement, so too does the position of the worker in the class state require an international political class struggle. This requirement is contradicted by the fact that under the centralist atomist regulation of national relations all national questions are questions of power, and the population is therefore forced to divide into national parties that struggle for power in the state. The fact of class opposition gives rise to the need for all workers to unite in an international party based on class. The atomist centralist constitution gives rise to the need for all Germans, all Czechs, and so on to unite in an intersocial national party. One could of course argue that these two requirements do not contradict one another. The Czech workers must surely ally themselves in regard to social questions with the German workers, in regard to national questions with the Czech bourgeoisie. However, this combining of both requirements is logically impossible. It already proves to be impossible in the case of the first and fundamental political act, that represented by elections. For example, in an electoral district in which a candidate of the German bourgeoisie confronts a candidate of the Czech workers, which of the two should the German workers help to victory? If they vote for the candidate of the German bourgeoisie, they diminish the power of their class, but if they vote for the Czech worker, they diminish the power of their nation. The same problem is posed in the struggle of the parties within the representative bodies themselves, for in the multilingual land almost every social question also acquires national significance. If in eastern Galicia the state, in the service of the Polish landowners, suppresses the Ruthenian peasants and agricultural laborers with blood and iron, should the representatives of the Polish workers support the landowners in order to augment the power of their nation, or the Ruthenian workers in order to reinforce the power of their class? But even granted that it were logically possible to strictly separate national and social questions, it is nevertheless psychologically impossible for the workers to struggle with the propertied classes of their own nation for national goods and with the workers of the other nations for social goods. For the nature of the power struggle of the nations has long been determined by petty bourgeois radicalism. Workers who have been seized by this mood of national radicalism are incapable of struggling shoulder to shoulder with their class comrades of the other nations in the trade union and the political struggle. For those in a state of nationalistic agitation, every question requiring a sober determination of the goal of proletarian struggle and the sober choice of the means by which this goal is to be reached, every question of organization, 252, and tactics, becomes a national question. National power politics and proletarian class politics are logically difficult to reconcile. Psychologically, one excludes the other. National contradictions can disperse the forces of the proletariat at any moment. The national struggle renders the class struggle impossible. The central estatimist constitution, which makes the national power struggle inevitable, is therefore intolerable for the proletariat. The first demand of proletarian constitutional policy in the multinational state is the demand for a constitution that does not force the nations to struggle for power within the state. Every nation needs power, which means the possibility of having its way, of satisfying its needs. But only central estatimist regulation obliges the nations to acquire this power by struggling for direct influence within the state, obliges them to struggle for power. The power of the nations to satisfy their cultural needs must be legally guaranteed if the population is no longer to be forced to divide into national parties, if conflict between national groups is not to make the class struggle impossible. The politics of the working class are necessarily democratic. The proletariat struggles in the first place for the determination of the overall will of the state by the majority of the people. Capitalism gradually makes the working class the overwhelming majority of the people. If domination by the popular majority is ensured, the working class is guaranteed the ultimate conquest of political power. But in Austria the struggle for democracy is rendered substantially more difficult by the fact that the national power of entire peoples can be diminished by the triumph of democracy. In 1848, it was the non-historical nations Czechs and Southern Slavs that allied themselves with the forces of reaction and betrayed democracy. Since 1861 it has been conversely the old historical nations, the Germans, Italians, and Poles, whose national power has been based on the fact that within the state, the provinces, and the parishes a minority has dominated the majority. Every advance of democracy is made impossible by this entanglement with the question of national power. In 1867, for example, when new legislation on the right of association was created, the Chamber of Deputies rejected the requirement that associations be dissolved on the basis of their constituting a danger to the state. On the next day, however, the German liberal majority reintroduced this requirement, because the ministry declared that without this paragraph it could not break the Czech opposition. The workers' organizations for the persecution of which this paragraph has provided the most convenient of pretexts for decades will easily understand from this episode what a hindrance to the proletarian class struggle is constituted by the struggle for national power. Recently, this experience has again been confirmed for us by the struggle for equal suffrage. How much weaker would the resistance of the German bourgeoisie and the Polish nobility have been had it not been able to arm itself with the argument that equal suffrage would alter the power relations between the nations. And this argument could be overcome only by not. 253. Basing the division of electoral districts on any general principle, conferring on electoral geometry the status of a principle. But once the principle of the equality of electoral districts had been abandoned, once the bourgeois national parties had been allowed to paste together the electoral districts according to their needs, it was a matter of course that the national electoral geometry would meet with the social electoral geometry, that the workers would be disadvantaged by the division of electoral districts. On numerous such experiences is based the demand of the working class for a form of regulating national relations that does not involve the power of any nations being dependent on the domination of the majority by a minority, that does not involve the national power of any nations being imperiled by the development toward democracy. The needs of the working class thus initially determine its constitutional program in a negative manner. This program calls for a regulation of national relations in which the nations are not forced to struggle for state power and in which the development toward democracy does not threaten the power of any nation. However, the needs of the proletarian class struggle also determine its nationalities program in a positive manner. The fact that the workers of every nation have their own interest in the cultural development of the workers of other nations can already be derived from an insight into the conditions of the trade union struggle. The same holds true for the political struggle. The better the education and development of the workers of the other nations, the greater their self-confidence and their consciousness of their personal dignity, the easier it is to gain their support as comrades in the struggle and the more valuable they are as combatants in the struggle against the class state. One result of this is that the position of the workers in regard to the questions of education and language is quite different from that of the other classes. The German bourgeoisie has no interest in the Czech or Polish schools. The struggle for national power forms the basis of the conviction that the cultural development of one's own nation is impeded by the direction of public revenues to the education systems of the other nations. However, this desire for state resources to be devoted to one's own school system rather than to those of others gradually changes into hatred for the foreign school system. The German bourgeoisie and the German petty bourgeoisie fear that the Czech workers will awaken more quickly from their servile humility, will more effectively threaten the profit of the capitalist and the artisan, the higher the cultural level is to which their education elevates them. The intelligentsia is equally fearful that the extension of the education systems of the other nations will increase their competition. It is quite otherwise for the German workers. They want what the German propertied classes fear. The higher the cultural level reached by the Czech workers, the less the German workers have to fear Czech workers who undercut wages and Czech strike breakers. For this 254 reason the German working class has an interest of its own in the expansion of the education systems of the other nations. The position of the workers in relation to the language question is determined in a very similar manner. The German bourgeoisie and the cliques of the settled petty bourgeoisie in the German parishes have no objection to the Czech workers not receiving justice from the authorities. The German intelligentsia sees the danger of increasing competition in the use of Czech as a language of administration. On the other hand, the German worker has an interest in the Czech workers not being helpless when confronting the state authorities and the judges. The more self-confidently the worker is able to confront the organs of state power and the more courageously he can defend his rights, the more his consciousness of personal dignity increases, the more courageously he will also confront the great and powerful in the trade union and political struggle, and the more welcome he is to the German workers as an ally in the class struggle. For this reason the German workers, as soon as they clearly recognize their interests, want the cultural and language needs of all other nations to be satisfied. And that which applies to the German workers also applies to the proletarians of the other nations. From this arises the demand of the workers of all nations for the regulation of national relations such that each nation is assured the possibility of progressive cultural development and the workers of all nations are guaranteed participation in the national culture. This demand, which is above all based on the sober consideration of the interests of the workers of each nation, finds strong support in the specific ideology of the proletariat, one that springs from its class situation. Wealth and liberty are the preconditions of all culture. The dominant and propertied classes are therefore initially also the bearers of all intellectual culture. But although, in reality, possession and domination are the supports of intellectual culture, all dominant classes have always attempted to reverse this relationship and to base their claim to domination and possession precisely on their possession of higher education. The landed gentry once appealed to the fact that its education was superior and that, precisely for this reason, it had a right to domination and exploitation. In the same manner, the bourgeoisie within the nation today supports its power by referring to the fact that it is the bearer of high culture. And the argument that initially serves the class struggle within the nation is then utilized in the national struggle. The dominant classes of the wealthy nations defend their right to exploit and oppress the other nations with the argument that their nation is at a culturally higher level and that the other nations are inferior. The workers cannot accept this supposed legal entitlement to exploitation and oppression. After all, in the class struggle within the nation it constitutes the argument of its opponent. The worker comprehends this immediately and says to his opponent, "You say that you have the right to dominate and to exploit 255. Exploit us because you are educated, but in reality it is the inverse, because you dominate and exploit us you can participate extensively in intellectual culture. It is not high culture that provides a right of exploitation, rather, it is the fact that you appropriate a part of the product of our labor that gives you high culture. But we confront your legal order with another, in which culture, which is now separated from work, is to be reunified with work, which is its source. In this order, each who works also has a right to intellectual values, and the right of the adult and healthy person to cultural wealth is based exclusively on his work. If the worker engaged in the class struggle within the nation attacks the concept of high culture as providing a right to exploitation, a right to the labor of others, so too must he oppose it in the national struggle. Here too, in the opinion of the worker, the fact that the German people had their Kant and Hegel, their Goethe and Schiller, at a time when the Czech nation was still being exploited by the German landed gentry and bourgeoisie, and precisely for this reason was incapable of developing a high culture, by no means gives the propertied classes of the German nation the right to exploit and oppress the Czech people. If the German bourgeoisie in the national as well as in the social struggle asserts the notion that high culture provides a right to the labor of others, the workers of all nations oppose this with their own moral concept that all societal work provides a right to one's own culture. The demand that arises from this proletarian ethic is the same as that which we have already derived from the needs of the trade union and political struggle of the working class, a constitution that provides a legal guarantee that the nation can develop its culture and that all workers can share in the culture of their nation. A constitution that gives each nation the power to develop its culture, a constitution that does not force any nation repeatedly to seize and assert this power in the struggle for state power, a constitution that does not base the power of any nation on the domination of the majority by a minority. These are the national political demands of the proletariat. These demands cannot be satisfied by the centralist atomist constitution in any of its forms, either by imperial centralism or by crown land federalism. This constitution is in all respects the opposite of the proletarian ideal. It does not guarantee any nation the free development of its culture, it forces the nations into a power struggle with the state, it forces in particular the old historical nations into a struggle against democracy. The eyes of the proletariat thus necessarily turn to the other conceivable form of regulating the relationships of nations to the state, that form which Rudolf Springer, Renner, has termed the organic conception. Each nation should independently satisfy its own national cultural needs, should govern itself, the state should limit itself to the protection of those interests which are a matter of indifference in national terms, but are common to all nations. Thus, national autonomy, The self-determination of 256 nations necessarily becomes the constitutional program of the working class of all nations within the multinational state. But just as it was no accident that liberalism attempted to order national relations in accordance with the centralist atomist constitution, since this form of regulation was based on its overall concept of the state, so too does the proletarian demand for national autonomy coincide with the working class's overall concept of the task of the polity. One can comprehend the entire struggle of the working class as a struggle for self-determination, for autonomy. In capitalist society, the working class is dominated by the propertied classes. The ownership of the means of production gives these classes the power to appropriate a part of the value produced by the society, to dominate the workers, to subject them to commands and prohibitions. The working class has no influence on the course of economic development and, as a consequence, also no power at all over the direction of cultural development. Only socialism brings people self-determination. It gives the workers the power to control the product of their labor. It has no class that commands the workers. It gives the whole people the power to methodically direct its work and thereby consciously to determine the further development of its culture. It is for this reason that Friedrich Engels called the transformation of the capitalist mode of production into the socialist mode of production the leap of humanity from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom. In this sense, the struggle of the working class against capitalism represents a struggle for self-determination, for autonomy. The first task in this struggle is the conquest of political power. The means to this end are constituted by democracy, the rule of the people. And the struggle for democracy, in turn, represents a struggle against domination by others, against domination by an absolutist monarch, a bureaucracy, a bourgeois minority. The meaning of all democracy is autonomy, the self-determination of the people. The initial task of liberalism was the creation of the bourgeois legal system. Its greatest achievement was universal codification, the civil code, the commercial code, the penal code, and so on. The old liberalism sought to limit administration by the state to the mere execution of laws. The less the administration did, the better in the eyes of liberalism. Its maxim was that the state should limit itself to safeguarding the personal liberty and the property of the citizen and otherwise not disturb the free play of economic forces. By contrast, the working class does not have to introduce a legal system, but only to give new content to the old bourgeois legal institutions. It does not need to formulate new laws for the protection of personal liberty. Rather, it will realize the personal liberty promised by liberalism by placing the economic system under public administration and thereby eliminating precisely that power which enslaves and exploits the personally free worker. The work. 257. ERS will not create a new property law, but will merely replace the owner of private property with the public polity, will give what the society produces to the people, and make it the object of public administration. The proletariat will not create a new legal system, but will change the legal subjects. For this reason the state administrative apparatus is today perhaps just as important for the working class as the process of legislation and, in the great period of transition that will precede the new socialist society, will become increasingly important. For this reason the working class cannot content itself with mastering the process of legislation, but must also make those for whom the administrative apparatus is their organs of public administration. The workers therefore also demand self-government, demand autonomy in this narrower sense. However, they do this for still another reason. In most states, the bourgeoisie has left the army and the administrative apparatus in the hands of the monarch and his bureaucracy. Springer, Renner, once referred to such a form of democracy as lame democracy. It is ultimately based on a sheet of paper. At any time, the rulers can eliminate the process of democratic legislation, can scatter the parliament. Their army protects them against the fury of the people. And the state bureaucracy ensures that the state continues to exist contrary to the will of the people, that the machinery of state does not come to a standstill. The proletariat cannot content itself with such a democracy. It cannot attain its goals without damaging the interests of the rulers, without smashing their power. This being the case, its power in terms of legislation requires a firmer foundation than a sheet of paper that those who are supported by soldiers and bureaucrats can tear up at any time. For this reason the working class demands, on the one hand, the transformation of the standing army into a people's militia. For this reason it demands, on the other hand, the replacement of bureaucratic administration by self-government. Democracy is secure against every attempt to overthrow it only if it stands firmly on both feet. Autonomous administration is no less important than autonomous legislation. Autonomy thus constitutes the essence of all proletarian struggle, the essence of the socialist mode of production, the essence of democracy. Autonomy, also in the narrower sense of self-government, is for the proletariat the means and foundation of the power to which it aspires. This train of thought now falls into line with the proletarian demand for national autonomy. Our so-called Crown land autonomy is not a true form of self-government. For it lacks the first precondition of autonomous administration, the relative homogeneity of interests. For the minority it always thanks to our selective franchise, and for the majority it very often becomes domination by others. The autonomy of the nations constitutes real self-administration, for the development of the national culture is the common interest of every member of the nation. 258. Of course, within capitalist society and also within each nation, sharp conflicts of interest will exist. The way in which the working class will want to produce and utilize the means required by the nation, organize national schools, and direct the development of the national culture will be different from that which the propertied classes want. National autonomy within our society is only a step on the path to that full self-determination of the nations that is possible only upon the firm foundation of the socialist mode of production. However, within capitalist society, national autonomy is the necessary demand of a working class that is compelled to conduct its class struggle within a multinational state. The Austrian working class has clearly recognized this. It is gradually overcoming naive cosmopolitanism on the one hand and naive nationalism on the other, even though this development cannot, of course, proceed in the midst of the pandemonium of the national struggle without suffering setbacks. In 1897 the Wimmerg Party Congress implemented national autonomy within the party. 68 And even if, as we shall see, the internal structure of the party follows other laws than those of the state constitution, the concept of self-determination has nevertheless contributed decisively to every reorganization of the party constitution. In 1898, the Neue Zeit published Karl Koschei's excellent article on the Austrian nationalities question, which called for the federalism of nations. In 1899, the pamphlet by Synopticus entitled State and Nation appeared, which introduced the personality principle into the discussion. 69 In the same year the demand for national autonomy pushed its way to the fore in a number of articles in the Austrian party newspapers, above all the Arbeiterzeitung. 7q In the same year the Bryan Party Congress unanimously adopted its nationalities program, which calls for the transformation of Austria into a confederation and for the legal guarantee of full self-determination for every nation. National autonomy is not a program devised by clever men in order to rescue the state in its hour of need, but the demand that the proletariat necessarily voices in the multinational state, the demand that arises from the needs of its economic and political struggle, from its concept of a public polity, arises ultimately from its particular ideology, from its concept of the relationship between culture and work. National autonomy is a necessary goal of the proletarian class struggle, because it is a necessary means of its class politics, which are at the same time a particular form of national politics, the national evolutionary politics, whose final goal is that of making the whole people into a nation. For this reason, the working class of all nations in the multinational state opposes the national power politics of the propertied classes with the demand for national autonomy. 4. The territorial principle. In what follows, we treat national autonomy in the first instance as a proletarian demand. Therefore, we pose this question: how would the proletariat, given that it was in possession of the power to do so, organize in detail the legal self-determination of nations, and through which legal institutions would it guarantee this? If we pose the question of the concrete application of the general principle of national autonomy, we are not induced to do so by the gratuitous pleasure derived from the play of the imagination that constructs states and destroys them in a vacuum. Rather, we seek to give the general concept of national autonomy tangible content only insofar as the position of the working class in regard to the national struggles of the present is determined by the concept of the constitution demanded by the working class. The simplest form in which the realization of national autonomy can be imagined is the constitution of the nation as a territorial corporation. The areas of settlement of the individual nations are demarcated from one another. Within their borders each nation forms a state, provides independently for its cultural needs, and regulates the relations of all who reside in this area both to each other and to the whole. All the nations of Austria form a federal state that regulates matters relevant to all nations and that safeguards the interests shared by all nations. The self-government of the legally demarcated language region is a demand of the national minority in nearly all Austrian crown lands. In Bohemia it is demanded by the Germans, in Galicia by the Ruthenians, in Tyrol by the Italians, and in Styria by the Slovenes. The ruling majorities, however, everywhere refuse to comply with this demand. In Bohemia the Czechs accuse the supporters of national demarcation of the great crime of the dismemberment of the land. In the same manner, the Germans in Styria and in Tyrol and the Poles in Galicia reject the demarcation of language regions. It is consistent with the nature of the petty bourgeoisie, whose viewpoint never 259. 260. Extends beyond a narrow local sphere, that the same petty bourgeois national parties that demand national demarcation in Bohemia reject it in Styria and in Tyrol. When social democrats call for national demarcation throughout the empire, it makes that which the bourgeois parties have already demanded for the national minorities in the individual crown lands into a principle of the imperial constitution. National autonomy on the basis of the territorial principle is without doubt a means of demarcating the spheres of national power, a means of arbitrating in national power struggles. But whether it is the most appropriate means is questionable. The argument has been made against the constitution of national regional administrative bodies within the state that a lasting demarcation of regions of national settlement is not possible at all because the linguistic borders are continually being shifted. As a consequence, after a few years the borders of the constituent national states would no longer coincide, and frequent national struggles for a new demarcation would ensue. The supporters of the territorial principle have refuted this theory by showing that the linguistic border is much more durable and shifts much more slowly and to a far smaller extent than is conventionally assumed. The linguistic border is fixed by landed property, insofar as the soil belongs to German peasants an area is German, and insofar as it belongs to Czech peasants it is Czech. Every displacement of the linguistic border presupposes that the German landowner is replaced by the Czech or the Czech by the German. Now, as a rule the peasant's son inherits his father's land. And even when a peasant's land is sold, it is seldom the case that it falls into the hands of someone of another nationality. This provides the basis for the stability of the linguistic border. However, there are cases where changes in land ownership do have the effect of shifting the borders of the language region. In Bohemia there are many districts from which landowners have emigrated in great numbers to the German industrial regions of the land, to Vienna, or to America. In such cases, it is not rare for the land to fall to a large landowner who replaces the peasants with agricultural laborers. It can now very well come about that these agricultural laborers belong to a nation other than that of the displaced peasants. There are cases where in this manner the German peasant has been replaced by Czech agricultural laborers with the result that the linguistic border has been shifted to the advantage of the Czechs. More common is the case where the land of the emigrating peasants and cotters falls into the hands of other peasants. There are districts where the German peasants happen to be in possession of better land than the Czechs are. The Czech peasants and cotters emigrate, and the prosperous German peasants buy up their land. Here the linguistic border is shifted to the advantage of the Germans. However, these changes are neither numerous nor significant. The research of Herbst, Schlesinger, and Rockberg has convincingly proved that small shifts do indeed occur, in some cases to the advantage of 267. One nation, in others to the advantage of the other, but that on the whole landed property provides the language regions with their fixed borders. A more rapid shifting of these borders than that stemming from changes in land ownership can result from the immigration of wage laborers. If a factory is established in a German village situated on a linguistic border and this factory attracts Czech workers, it is possible that the village initially becomes linguistically mixed and that after only a few years the Czechs form the majority of the population. In this manner the nations can extend their regions of settlement much more rapidly than through changes in land ownership. However, history teaches us that such changes occur only seldom, that they are slow and on a small scale. This fact, then, also hardly constitutes a conclusive argument against the territorial principle. It is in the industrial regions that the great changes in the cohabitation of the nations take place. Industrial capitalism has led the Czech worker to German Bohemia and to Vienna, the Polish worker to Silesia. Many German minorities in the Czech language region have capitalism to thank for their existence. The industrial regions can of course by chance be located on a linguistic border. Very often, however, they are located in the midst of a unified region of national settlement. For this reason, we can observe that the most momentous changes to the nationality of a population take place not where the areas of national settlement are adjacent to one another, but far removed from the linguistic border in the midst of a unified language region. It is not where the land of the German peasant borders on Czech land, but in the midst of German Bohemia and in the old German city of Vienna, to which German capital lures the Czech worker, that the national composition of the population changes the most rapidly. The emergence and growth of these language islands is much more important for the development of the nations than the insignificant displacements of the linguistic border. Apart from these modern language islands generated by capitalism, there are also much older language islands within the unified language regions. In part, these have come into being as a result of peasant colonization in earlier centuries, as in the case of many of the German peasant villages in the midst of the Czech language region of Bohemia. One in part they are the remains of old settlements, living witnesses to times past. Thus, in the district of Mise there are 4 parishes with Czech majorities. They originate from a time in which the city and the rulers of Mise were still Czech. Although both have long since become German, several peasant villages have preserved their nationality and, in the midst of the German language region and without any connection with the Czech part of the land, still recall the old patterns of settlement of the nations that changed centuries ago. 2. In the same way the German minorities in many a Czech city are the remains of past times. The German minorities in Prague, Budweis, Pilsen, and the German city of Bohemia, which has no connection with the German language region and is surrounded. 262. By Czech villages, recall a time in which the Czech nation comprised only peasants and domestic servants, whereas the bourgeois upper class everywhere was German. However, all these language islands that originate from the social relations of past times gradually die out. The isolated Czech peasant villages in the German language region will be absorbed into their German environment just as the German peasant colonists and the German urban minorities in the Czech language region are gradually being absorbed by the majority of the population. The modern German language islands exhibit a quite different character. They owe their existence to the social migrations caused by capitalism, and as long as the direction of these migrations remains unchanged, as long as these migrations continually supplement and strengthen these national minorities with a uniform supply, their disappearance is unimaginable. No process of national demarcation, no matter how cleanly implemented, will be able to eliminate these modern language islands. This fact alone makes it clear that the legally demarcated regions of settlement of the nations will always include important and, in general, constantly growing national minorities. And these minorities will be substantially augmented due to the fact that a clear demarcation of nationally homogeneous administrative regions is not possible everywhere. This is impossible in some locations on the linguistic border solely because the language regions are not clearly demarcated from one another, but instead gradually merge into each other, with the result that between them there is a region with a high degree of mixed nationality. This is particularly the case in Moravia. Nevertheless, this phenomenon is not the rule. Where the nationality of landowning peasants fixes the linguistic border, the language regions are sharply distinguished from one another. In Bohemia, according to Rockberg, the national minority amounts to more than 10% of the population in only 395 villages Ortschaften, 3.08% of the total, and in only 253 parishes, 3.41% of the total. Only 11.4% of the inhabitants of the realm reside in parishes in which the national minority forms more than 10% of the local population. It is these facts that provide a platform for supporters of the demarcation of national regions. The number of juridical districts of mixed nationality is certainly large, and that of nationally mixed political districts even larger, but this is based merely on an incorrect distribution of administrative and juridical districts. If we return to the most natural regional unit, the village Ortschaft, we see that only a very small proportion of the villages are nationally mixed. If one now dissolves the old districts and forms the new ones only out of villages or at least parishes that are nationally homogeneous, one obtains administrative and juridical districts with extremely small minorities indeed. It must be conceded that our district divisions are in need of improvement and that through a new demarcation of the districts the national minorities within them could be substantially reduced. However, it is incorrect to be 263. Leave that one could take as a basis for the state administrative and judicial system a form of regional division that slavishly follows the linguistic border. The state cannot arbitrarily divide up administrative regions as it pleases. Its own interests as well as those of the population compel it to incorporate those villages that are linked together by close economic relations into administrative and juridical districts. The legal division is based on the social linking of villages to form economic and commercial units, which in a commodity-producing society are not consciously determined and regulated by any power, but by blindly functioning economic laws. Rudolf Springer enumerates the following forms of economic district. 1. The unit of natural settlement, farmstead and village, small town and city. 2. The local market areas, weekly market areas, a market or a country town including the surrounding villages. Local byways converge on the market. The inhabitants of the surrounding villages go there in order to exchange their agricultural products for the wares of the artisans and small retailers. 3. The large areas served by a country fair. Their center is the large provincial town. The goods imported by the district flow to this point and are delivered by the wholesalers to the small retailers trading in the market areas throughout the district. It is also to this point that the goods exported by the district flow for shipping. The large provincial town together with the whole district, which includes several weekly market areas, constitutes an economic unit. 3. To be sure, this form of division is somewhat schematic and no doubt requires a degree of correction. It also readily holds true only for predominantly agrarian regions. In industrial regions it is frequently intersected by another form of division that is determined by the local distribution of the individual branches of industry. A coal mining district, a wool weaving district, or a linen district constitutes here a natural economic unit. Be that as it may, the fact remains that there exists such regional economic units independent of all juridical regional divisions. And it is just as certain that administrative and juridical divisions must adapt themselves to these regions. The Czech peasant who has to go into a German town on a weekly basis to sell his wares and buy the goods he needs demands that he also be able to pay his taxes there, deal with the courts, inspect the land register, and lodge complaints against the decision of a parish authority. And this need of the population is also the need of the state. Orderly state administration becomes impossible when administrative divisions disrupt social territorial divisions and pack together population groups that have no form of interaction with one another. In the juridical district of Königshof, for example, there are 22 townships that are either purely or predominantly German. The city of Königshof itself and the remaining rural parishes are Czech. The German rural parishes border on the German language region, on the districts of Arno and Trottenau. It would therefore be possible to unify these German parishes. 264. With German administrative and juridical districts, although it is impossible to say at this point which parish would be most expediently unified with which juridical district. However, at least some of these German parishes are connected by close economic ties to the city of Königshof. The peasants go there in order to sell and to ship their wares, there they purchase the wares they require, there they seek out the physician or the apothecary. Many of them labor as outworkers and are consequently compelled to deliver their fabric there. Can administrative division destroy such an economic unit and, for the sake of national demarcation, unite the German parishes that directly border on the Czech city of Königshof with a far distant German city to form an administrative district? It is much the same for the juridical district of Neuhaus, which consists of 21 purely German, 8 mixed, and 47 purely Czech townships. The city of Neuhaus is itself Czech. The German parishes refer to the German juridical district of Neubistritz and would thus be easy to unify with the German administrative district. Here too a number of these parishes could certainly be attached without difficulty to a German district, but would this be to the advantage of all? Is orderly administration still possible at all when German parishes that border directly on the city of Neuhaus and have the closest of economic ties with it are to be administered from a far distant German location? We have mentioned two cases of German rural parishes, the economic center of which is a Czech city. More common is the reverse case. For example, in the Böhmerwald region Czech townships border directly on the German city of Prachatice. Is it possible to separate them from the juridical district of Prachatice? In many places, national demarcation is possible and can be implemented without damaging the interests of the state or the population, and, if it is possible, the implementation of the legal demarcation of the language region is surely a precondition of national self-determination. But it would be a mistake to assume that such a demarcation can be implemented everywhere. If it were possible to shift the administrative center of gravity to the village or at least to the parish, national demarcation would be realized in the overwhelming majority of cases. However, the larger the administrative district we consider, the larger becomes the number of mixed regions. Proportionally, there are more parishes than villages of mixed nationality, more juridical districts than parishes, more political districts than juridical districts, a greater proportion of the parishes than townships are of mixed nationality, a greater proportion of juridical districts than parishes, a greater proportion of political districts than juridical districts. And if, as demanded by specialists in the field, we create a new intermediate link between district and crown land by basing Austrian administration on self-administration at the level of the canton Kreis, a considerable proportion of the cantons would have to be regarded as linguistically mixed. There are some who do not want to really comprehend the fact that a 265 purely juridical demarcation of the language region is impossible. And yet it is simple to understand. The borders of the areas of national settlement have been historically handed down from a time when the prevailing economic structure was fundamentally different from ours. The peasants of all peoples settled wherever there was uncultivated land. They maintained only a low level of interaction with the people outside their village. They produced goods not for sale, but for their own needs. Only a small part of the product of their work was sold, and they purchased only a few goods. What a transformation has occurred since then. First, the putting out system arrived in the countryside and created completely new centers of interaction. It soon came about that the Czech domestic weaver was required to go into the German city, the German domestic weaver into the Czech city, in order to deliver his fabric. Subsequently, the peasant was increasingly drawn into commodity production. Buying and selling gained greater significance for him. Here again, new centers of interaction emerge. The question as to which location becomes the market used by the peasants depends only to a small degree on the nationality of the inhabitants, rather, it is dependent upon economic factors, the geographical situation, and the means of transport. In this way German cities, such as Bomasica and Prachetites, become the market for Czech villages, and Czech cities, such as Konigenhof and Neuhaus, become centers of interaction for German villages. Politico-economic measures also alter transport routes and thus exert an effect in national terms. As Pelzel reported already in the 18th century, as long as the trade between Bohemia and Saxony was free, the Czech peasants who traded with Saxony had to learn German. This situation changed only when mercantilist policies brought trade between Bohemia and Saxony to a halt by imposing high tariffs and restricted the Czech peasants to trading with the Czech lowlands. From this time onward, the Czech peasants no longer learned the German language. For finally, capitalism creates new means of transport that again shift the centers of interaction. Through the new railways, Czech townships that once had a Czech center of interaction are now closely linked with a German township, and so on. As a result, the old economic territorial units are dismembered and replaced by new ones without any regard for the old borders of the peasant settlements. The nations have long comprehended the significance of the new means of transport. In 1906 the Magyars prevented the construction of an electric railway from Vienna to Pressburg because it would have had the effect of making Pressburg a suburb of Vienna. The construction of the new Alpine railways aroused diverse national apprehensions among the Germans, Slovenes, and Italians, because each new railway replaced nationally homogeneous regions of interaction with nationally heterogeneous ones. The continual creation of new centers of economic interaction altered relatively little in terms of the nationality of the population. The 266 Czech peasant who is brought into close contact with a German city by a new railway still remains a Czech. The community of interaction with his fellow villagers is of course much closer than the occasional interaction with German artisans, merchants, moneylenders, and officials. Nevertheless, he does interact with the city, learns its language, ensures that his children learn its language, and insists that the city, which is the center of his economic interaction, also provide him with access to the administrative authorities of the state, the taxation office, and the courts. Thus, although the linguistic border has not shifted, interaction floods over it. Thus, if one demands that state territorial divisions slavishly follow linguistic borders, one is proposing that the territorial divisions of the present be based on the boundaries of interaction from an epoch of the peasant natural economy. The state cannot support such an anachronism, and for the mass of the population it cannot be desirable. This demand corresponds rather to the need of the intelligentsia, which wants to be spared the trouble of learning the second language of the land by the absolute monolingualism of the administrative district. Not having to learn anything is seen by some students as the most sacred of human rights. The demarcation of national territory is thus a fundamental demand as the basis of national autonomy. However, we must have no illusions about the fact that it cannot simply be implemented everywhere if the needs of broad sections of the people are not to be sacrificed. We must therefore take into account the fact that for this reason, and because of the language islands continually produced and multiplied by capitalism within the unified language regions, the administrative territory of each nation will include important national minorities. What will now be the fate of these minorities? Let us suppose that the territorial principle has been consistently implemented. Within the individual national administrative territories the centralist-atomist form of organization applies. The national minorities can ensure the satisfaction of their cultural needs only by gaining power in the legislative and administrative arms of the territorial corporation. But they are always excluded from this power precisely because they are minorities. Therefore, if the territorial principle is applied consistently, it appears that they are completely at the mercy of the majority. The territorial principle on the one hand exaggerates the significance of national diversity in that it wants to separate states and administrative territories from one another completely according to linguistic boundaries. On the other hand, however, it expects the nation simply to abandon considerable parts of its people to other nations. The question of national minorities is a very important one for all nations. As a consequence of the displacement of the population out of the monolingual peasant villages into the industrial districts, which are almost constantly embracing national minorities, the part of the population living. 267. In parishes where the question of minorities does not exist at all becomes ever smaller. Out of 1,000 Germans in Bohemia, in 1880, 873.3 compared to 860.2 in 1900 still lived in parishes in which either no Czechs at all lived or the Czech minority formed less than 10% of the population. Of the Czechs in Bohemia, in 1880, 91.23%, in 1900 only 88.91% lived in purely Czech parishes or in parishes with a German minority amounting to less than 10%. The question of minorities is thus of immediate interest for an ever greater part of the population. Let us remind ourselves that the antagonism between the foreign minority and the settled majority is the root of the national hatred that produces and nourishes petty bourgeois nationalism, and we must therefore guard against underestimating the question of minorities. In Bohemia, in 1900, 98,548 Germans, that is, 42.2 out of every 1,000 Germans, lived in parishes with a Czech majority, and 84,598 Czechs, that is, 21.5 per thousand, lived in parishes with a German majority. Were both nations to abandon their minorities, the Germans in Bohemia would lose more than the Czechs in both absolute and relative terms. However, in the German language region the Czech minorities are growing, whereas in the Czech language regions the German minorities are diminishing. Out of 1,000 Germans, 49.7 lived in parishes with a Czech population of more than 50% in 1880, 47.8 in 1890, and 42.2 in 1900. By comparison, out of 1,000 Czechs, 18.4 lived in parishes with a German majority in 1880, 18.7 in 1890, and 21.5 in 1900. As a result, the interest of the Czechs in their minorities is naturally growing constantly, whereas that of the Germans is diminishing. In general, both nations thus have as much to lose as each other in Bohemia by abandoning their minorities. We come to the same result if we also cast a fleeting glance at the remaining crown lands. The Germans form minorities in all the language regions of the remaining nations. These minorities are predominantly urban. They are, for the most part, made up of old families of officials, of officers and their families, of capitalists and their salaried employees, and finally, of assimilated German Jews. In addition, there are German peasant colonists situated in the midst of regions settled by other peoples, for example, in Galicia, in Bukovina, and in Carniola. The German minorities are most important in national terms in the Czech regions of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, followed by the German minorities in the Slovene districts in Carinthia, which form between 10 and 33% of the population, and the many language islands in the Slovene regions of Lower Styria. 5. But also in the other provinces, even in those on the coast, in Dalmatia and Galicia, there are German minorities. These German minorities are composed predominantly of high tax-paying and educated elements. Abandoning them would thus constitute no small sacrifice for the nation. The German nation also accrues not inconsiderable power from the fact that the German finds fellow nationals everywhere in the 268 Empire. The Germans share in professions of great importance for the comparative power of the nation, in particular, professions within the state bureaucracy, those of white-collar employees in industry and commerce, and of civil servants in the railway system would necessarily decrease if the Germans could no longer find German schools everywhere for their children. The situation of the Italians is similar to that of the Germans. They also constitute an old historical nation and for centuries formed the bourgeois upper stratum in regions occupied by the non-historical nations. They would also lose a great deal through the territorial principle. In Istria they form the minorities in the predominantly Slovene district of Capodistria and in all the Croat districts. In Dalmatia they constitute small minorities in all districts. The prosperous merchants and shipowners in the midst of the Slavic population are Italians. This Italian minority is strongest in Zara, where it constitutes 16.76% of the population. They do not constitute the majority of the population in any district and would, as a consequence, be at the mercy of the Slavic population under the territorial principle. The situation in Tyrol is otherwise. Here it is Italian workers who form language islands within the German cities. Such minorities are found in all of the larger cities of Tyrol, even in Bludenz in Vorarlberg they constitute 11.69% of the population. The territorial principle renders these Italian workers bereft of national rights. The Poles were also a historical nation in relation to the Ruthenians. For this reason there are only 2 districts in the whole Ruthenian language region in which no Polish minority has settled. Moreover, the Ruthenian language region includes districts with a small Polish majority, the city and district of Lemberg and the districts of Winnicki and Cieszynów. In Bukovina the Poles do not have a majority in any districts, but form minorities everywhere. Finally, in the coal and industrial region of Silesia there are rapidly growing minorities that are composed predominantly of Polish workers. However, the formerly non-historical nations are also interested in the question of minorities. This is above all so in the case of the Czechs. Apart from the Czech minorities in the German regions of the Sudeten, it is above all the extremely rapidly growing minorities in Lower Austria that come into question here. The most recent census lists 132,968 persons who speak Czech as their first language, and this minority is growing very rapidly. In 1880 the Czechs constituted 2.82% of the population of the region, in 1890 3.79%, and in 1900 4.66%. This growth can be traced to the extensive immigration of workers from the agricultural regions of Bohemia and Moravia. According to Rockberg, among the Bohemian districts that have provided Vienna with more than 5,000 persons in absolute terms and, in relative terms, more than 5% of their native population, there are 6 Czech districts, 4 districts with a Czech majority, and only 1 German district. According to Mainzingen there are 235,449 persons living. 269 in Vienna who were born in Bohemia. 6 of these, 45,615 were born in purely or predominantly German districts and, by comparison, 180,922 in purely or predominantly Czech districts. The birthplace of those remaining is not known. The national character of the Moravian migration is very similar. There are 57,438 persons living in Vienna who were born in purely or predominantly German districts of Moravia and, by comparison, 113,308 persons born in purely or predominantly Czech districts. This immigration is also nothing other than a particular case of a shifting of the population from agriculture into industry. This too will not stop as long as the forces through which capital draws the sons of Czech peasants and agricultural laborers to itself maintain their efficacy. The more rapidly this minority grows, the less the territorial principle is in itself capable of satisfying the Czech nation, which this principle leaves at the mercy of the German majority. In the same way, the territorial principle alone cannot fulfill the national needs of the Slovenes. In 4 districts of Carinthia the Slovenes form strong minorities that comprise 20 to 40% of the population. In Styria they constitute a minority in 2 districts. In the coastal areas, they form a minority in Trieste, in the districts of Corman, Gradiška and Monfalcone, and in the western districts of Istria. With a better system of district division, several of these Slovene parishes could be amalgamated with other purely Slovene administrative regions, but this is certainly not possible everywhere, and here too the boundaries of the administrative districts could not correspond everywhere with linguistic boundaries. The Croats constitute a minority in 4 Italian districts in Istria. Finally, the Ruthenians constitute the majority in the district of Altsandez, which is surrounded by Polish territory, and in 14 districts within the Polish language region they form not inconsiderable minorities. They also constitute the national minority in the Romanian districts of Bukovina. These different mixtures of nations can be easily understood in historical terms. They are in part a consequence of peasant colonization in an epoch that had no acquaintance at all with the structures of activity, of means and ends, which we today call public administration, an epoch in which there was no interaction connecting the peasant with people beyond the boundaries of his village, his community Marktgenossenschafft, and the feudal manor, an epoch that could therefore easily disseminate people in such a singular fashion. These mixtures have also been inherited from an epoch in which the historical nations and the non-historical nations confronted one another, in which the Czech and Slovene peasant had to submit to the German, the Ruthenian peasant to the Polish feudal lord, an epoch in which, amidst a sea of Slavic peasants, there lay small islands of urban life dominated by German or Italian merchants. They originate from an epoch in which Austria was a German state and the German official and the German officer embodied the power of the state throughout the empire. Finally, these mixtures have been 270. Created by modern capitalism, which has uprooted the people from their hereditary soil and has led them into the cities and industrial regions. The national minorities thus reflect the social history of many centuries. The power of resistance exhibited by the national minorities grows with the elevation of the cultural level of the lower strata of the people. Czech agricultural laborers without culture who immigrated to German regions could easily be Germanized. The modern Czech industrial worker, on the other hand, who has already attended a good Czech school in his homeland, read Czech newspapers, and participated in the political life of his nation, maintains his nationality in a foreign land and endures domination by the foreign majority with difficulty. The territorial principle in its pure form leaves these minorities everywhere at the mercy of the majority. This corresponds well with the desire of the vexed member of the petty bourgeoisie, for whom the national question is not a question concerning the empire, but a local question, and who therefore sees foreign elements in his city with displeasure. However, this territorial principle subsequently becomes impossible to bear precisely for the petty bourgeoisie. The member of the German petty bourgeoisie in Vienna or in Brix is happy that the Czech minority is denied the schools it needs. However, the same member of the German petty bourgeoisie will not gladly hear that the Czech majority in Budweis or in Pilsen is able to deny his class comrades schools. Thus, hatred for the foreign minority leads the petty bourgeois to support the territorial principle, although the suffering of his own minorities makes this territorial principle unbearable for him. The question is quite different for those who wish to see the national question not from a narrow local point of view, but in terms of the whole empire. For them, the territorial principle in its pure form means not only that each nation absorbs the interspersed minorities of the other nations, but at the same time that each nation abandons its own minorities. Thus, on the one hand there is gain, on the other loss. No nation will increase its population to a substantial extent, each nation will merely maintain its population size. But it will do so in the most odious, most protracted, and most painful way possible, in that thousands of people from one's own as well as from the other nations will be denied the satisfaction of their most important cultural needs, in that thousands will be compelled to abandon their nationality. Is it not simpler to maintain the population of one's own nation by according the minorities of other nations the possibility of preserving their nationality, and in return claiming this right for the minorities of one's own nation? Moreover, the territorial principle endangers national peace, for it is quite impossible for this principle to be implemented in a pure form, impossible for each nation to completely renounce any measure of care for its minorities living in foreign language regions. This would mean that the national minorities would lose even those sparse rights accorded them under prevailing laws. 271. Each nation would therefore attempt to guarantee the rights of its minorities in the regions of settlement through imperial laws. Violent struggles would necessarily break out around the question of which form this legal regulation should take, struggles that would lead anew to the struggle of the nations for power in the state. If a law protecting these minorities were elaborated, every question of interpretation would be fought over anew. Each nation would believe its own minorities to be disadvantaged and would see itself as able to combat the oppression of its own minorities by taking revenge on the minorities of other nations within its region. Thus, national self-determination on the basis of the territorial principle would simply provoke renewed national struggles. For this reason alone, the territorial principle cannot satisfy the demands of the working class. However, its position regarding the territorial principle will also be determined by other considerations. The question presents itself very clearly for the Czech workers. The Czech minorities in German Bohemia, in the German part of Moravia, and in Lower Austria predominantly consist of workers. The Czech Workers' Party cannot abandon the national rights of these workers. If the Czech workers are denied Czech schools, they will be kept at a lower level of cultural development, since the Czech child will learn little or nothing in the German school. This is all the more problematic for the Czech workers since they very often do not remain in German areas on a long-term basis but, due to the play of economic trends, are frequently flung back into Czech territory. Research has been done, for example, into how many of the miners re-employed between April 1 and December 31, 1900 following the great miners' strike of that year were still active members of the Central Relief Fund Zentralbruderleid for Northwest Bohemia. The results yielded by this research are shown in Table 4.1. Table 4.1, Membership Data for the Central Relief Fund, April 1 to December 31, 1900 Origin of workers. German districts. Districts with German majority. Districts with Czech majority. Czech districts. New members between April 1 and December 31, 1900 1580. 1053. 285. 3113. Still members on December 31. 719. 629. 116. 1254. No longer members. 861. 424. 169. 1859 Source, Rockberg, Der Nationalbesitzstand in Böhmen. Out of 3,113 workers with the right to reside in Bohemia, 1,859 emigrated out of the region of influence of the Northwest Bohemian Central Relief Fund. And this was despite the fact that the number of members of the 272 Central Relief Fund did not change substantially at all. Membership figures were as follows: end of 1900 31,450, end of 1901 31,370, end of 1902 31,353. These figures show clearly enough the great fluctuation among modern wage laborers. Changes in the workforce elsewhere might not be as great as in the coal mining industry, but there can be no doubt that everywhere a considerable proportion of Czech workers who move into German industrial regions return to their home or move to another Czech district after a shorter or longer time. For the children of these workers, German instruction, which they receive for only a short time and at best for only a few years, is useless. Before they can learn enough of the German language to be able to follow the lesson, they return to the Czech school in their homeland. If these children are denied Czech schools in the German language region, they are denied schooling itself. 7. All this shows clearly enough that the Czech workers cannot abandon the national rights of their class comrades in the German language region. Denying Czech workers the right to Czech schools means decreasing the level of access to and the quality of schooling for the settled section of the worker force and completely denying it to the fluctuating section. If the means are not provided for Czech workers to be given a proper hearing by the authorities and the courts, even where they do not have a knowledge of German, they are left without rights in relation to the organs of the state. Such a situation would mean restricting Czech workers to a low level of cultural development, as a result of which they would be incapable of conducting their class struggle. The absence of national rights would awaken national hatred in them, and they would be welcome booty for the petty bourgeois national parties. The struggle for the national rights of the Czech minorities can always be only a tiny part of the class struggle of the Czech workers and cannot be allowed to estrange them from the great tasks of this struggle. However, it is without doubt an important instrument in this class struggle, and the Czech workers cannot do without it. Similarly, the Polish workers cannot possibly surrender the national rights of the Polish workers in Silesia and the Italian workers the national rights of the Italian workers in German Tyrol. The question is somewhat more difficult for the German worker. From the standpoint of the national interest as a whole, no nation has more reason to defend the national rights of its minorities than the German people do. We already know that the highly taxable, cultivated German minorities scattered throughout the empire considerably increase the power of the German nation in Austria. Nevertheless, it is easy to understand why the German workers regard the question of minorities with less interest than the Czech, Polish, and Italian workers. The German minorities in foreign areas of settlement are con. 273. Statuted by workers only to a small extent. They are composed predominantly of members of the bourgeoisie, officials, army officers, and members of the intelligentsia, that is, of strata that are socially alien to the German workers. On the other hand, there are now also certain strata of German workers who move between different language regions in search of employment. The railway workers are one such group. The member of the German bourgeoisie who lives in a Czech city can compensate for the lack of public education with private tuition. The question of the language employed by the state authorities simply does not exist for him, since he can call on a lawyer at any time who can speak the language of the state authorities. The situation is different for the German railway employee who is shifted to a Czech or Polish or Slovene region for a few years. He has to rely on state schools. If he sends his child to a foreign school, the child, who has no command of the language of instruction, will hardly learn anything. If he returns to the German region after several years, his child will have fallen behind children of the same age, a few years of the child's life will have been lost. Other German workers are also driven by the necessary search for employment into foreign regions of settlement. The German mechanic, the German engine fitter, the German foreman almost always appear wherever a new industry arises. But most commonly, it is the German white-collar employees of commerce and industry who constitute the minorities in foreign language regions. If German workers want to protect their own national minorities, they cannot deny the rights of foreign minorities in their own regions of settlement. But there are also other reasons why they cannot do this. The German worker has an interest of his own in the level of cultural development of the Czech minority. Denying Czech workers schools means cultivating Czech workers who will undercut wages and act as strike breakers. The German worker has an interest of his own in the satisfaction of the particular needs of the Czech minorities as a national group, since a lack of satisfaction of such needs results in the awakening of national hatred. The Czech minorities consequently become incapable of carrying on the trade union and political struggle together with the German workers. They fragment the trade union movement and lend their support to bourgeois political parties. Finally, the national oppression of foreign minorities contradicts the ideology of the German worker. Everywhere, the employer defends the principle of "I sing the song of him whose bread I eat, wes brat ich esse, delight ich sing," by which he means that the worker eats his bread. The German worker, on the other hand, believes that it suffices that the employer appropriates a part of his labor product, that the employer also wants his soul is something he will not tolerate. The contract of employment should be a contract of sale like any other. It should not give the employer any power of command or prohibition over the worker outside his work, any power to limit the worker's personal freedom. You pay me my wage and I perform my work, you have no other. 274. Right to me. This principle springs from the social struggle between the German worker and the German employer. The worker cannot merely abandon this principle as soon as it acquires national significance. When it is the Czech worker who slaves for the employer and should thereby forfeit his rights, is this anything other than a particular case of that presumptuousness of capital that, with a meager wage, wants to buy not just the labor power but the entire human being, that even wants to rob the worker it pays of his nationality? The German worker would be abandoning himself if he did not also want to demand complete national freedom for his Czech class comrades who are forced by the laws of economic life to sell their labor power to German capital in a German land. Since the division of society into classes, the relation of the human being to the thing has concealed the power of human being over human being. I possess a spinning machine. Apparently this merely means that I possess an object that I utilize as a tool in my work. But in reality, the ownership of the instruments of labor becomes in the hands of the capitalist the power to dominate other human beings, to appropriate their labor product. I possess a piece of land. Apparently this merely means that I have settled on a piece of land in order to live there and to enjoy its fruits. In reality, the ownership of this land gives me the right to ground rent, gives me the power to appropriate the labor product of others. The territorial principle also wants to base the domination of human beings over human beings on the relationship of the human being to inanimate nature. The property owners of a certain city call a certain piece of land their own. Well and good, may they live upon it and enjoy its fruits. But should the power over a piece of land give them the right to dominate other human beings, to tear other human beings out of their cultural community, and to integrate them by force into another? W. Tien. The bourgeoisie answers this question in the affirmative. It is merely exhibiting a logical consistency of thought, for its conception of society is founded on the principle that power over things is equivalent to power over human beings. However, the working class opposes this conception of society. It struggles for a social order in which domination of human beings is no longer concealed in the administration of things. For this reason, the principle that the proprietors of land should have the right to deny immigrants without property the fulfillment of their national cultural needs is alien to the working class. The aspiration to national conquests is the law of all national struggle under the centralist atomist constitution. Should this nationalities constitution be abolished, the obsession with national conquests will still attempt to maintain a last bastion by claiming that the minorities in the unified areas of settlement of the nations should be sacrificed to the majority. Once again, the aspiration to social domination is concealed here in a legal arrangement that is supposed to make national repression possible. Should this also be abolished, and should we decide to legally protect the national minorities through 275. The personality principle, the idea of legal arrangements for the purpose of national conquest will be completely abandoned. National conquests will still remain possible, when a Czech gradually becomes German through marriage, through economic or convivial relations with Germans, the German nation will have won him from the Czech nation. However, the German people will owe this conquest to the natural force of attraction of the national culture, not to the brutal force of a law that denies people of one nation the means of maintaining a cultural community with their fellow nationals in order to force them to attach themselves to another cultural community. But can we completely renounce the idea of national conquest, or at least the help of the law that promotes it? This question has just been answered in the negative on grounds that are enticing for the Germans in Austria. The natural increase of the German population in Austria is smaller than that of the other nations. Do not the Germans have to strive to incorporate the national minorities into their nation so that they will not grow more slowly than other peoples will? We have already answered this question by pointing to the German minorities in the areas of settlement of the other nations. The territorial principle would give to the Germans on the one hand and take from them on the other. It would increase their ability to attack, but weaken their defense. It would Germanize the Slavic minorities in the German region, but abandon the German minorities to the other nations. Whether the Germans would hereby gain or lose more is not something the statisticians can decide. For the Czech worker who lives in Vienna or Reichenberg could still be won for the German people in a variety of ways, even if the right of the Czechs to national schools were no longer denied. The statistician cannot calculate the respective importance of social interaction and the law for the absorption of minorities. He is therefore also unable to say anything regarding whether the Germans will win or lose more than the other nations if the nations do without the aid of the law. But let us assume that, which is in fact the case, that the territorial principle weakens the prosperous German minorities less than it does the proletarian Slavic and Italian minorities in the German language region. Let us assume that the territorial principle is in fact a means for the Germans to increase their population at the cost of the other peoples. Does this justify the territorial principle? In the first place, is increasing the population an objective of national politics at all? Of course, We are not asking if it is advantageous for a state or useful for an economic region to increase the number of its inhabitants. We are inquiring as to the reason why a nation as such desires to increase its population. If we initially focus on the nation in itself, independent of the state in which this nation lives, the assertion that the nation has an interest in increasing its population cannot be accepted without qualification. There can of course be no doubt that, given otherwise equal conditions, increasing the number of members of the nation increases the fruitfulness of national cultural activity. 276. The economic conditions under which the scholar and the artist who create for a people of 80 million work are quite different from those of their colleagues who can address only a people of 6 million. The larger a nation is, the more easily and more completely it can develop its education system from the primary school through to the university and its other cultural institutions, its theaters, its academies, and its museums. The more extensive the range of scholarly activity, the more science is able to split into different branches and the greater the advantage it gains from this division of labor. The greater the number of people, the greater the probability that each branch of intellectual culture will find those men who promote its growth. But we know that nowhere in our society do the people as a whole have a full and equal share in the national culture. What significance for the fruitfulness of intellectual labor have the millions of peasants who cannot read or write, whose lives unfold from birth to death in eternal monotony, who neither enjoy the cultural wealth of the nation nor take an active part in the productivity of the national culture? The productivity of national cultural activity can thus be increased not only by increasing the size of the population, but also by raising the level of the participation of the masses in the national culture. The enviable cultural level of the tiny Scandinavian nations provides the best example of this. If it is then certain that the productivity of national cultural activity is dependent not only on the size of the population, but also on the intensity of the national culture, on the degree of cultural permeation among the people as a whole, it follows that the productivity of national activity can never be augmented if the population is increased by means that inhibit the development of the people as a whole into a nation. This goal of the development of the people as a whole into a national cultural community is served by the policy of national evolution, the national policy of the working class. Everything that renders the class struggle of the working class more difficult and damages its class interest thus reduces the participation of the masses in the national culture and thereby reduces the productivity of national cultural activity. Since the latter is the goal and increasing the population merely a means to its realization, rendering the class struggle more difficult for the sake of increasing the size of the population constitutes a privileging of the means over the end. However, when speaking of the necessity of national conquests, one seldom thinks of the number of members of the nation as increasing the productivity of national cultural activity. One is concerned rather with the expansion of the population because it increases power, increases the political weight of the nation. The aspiration to national conquest within the multinational state is therefore based on good reasons as long as the nations conduct their struggle in terms of the pursuit of state power. The situation alters completely as soon as the atomist centralist is replaced by the organic regulation of national. 277. Relations. Here the state has nothing to offer the nations as totalities, and the power struggle of the nations therefore no longer has any point. The nation is legally assured the power it requires, it no longer struggles to obtain it. In this case, the nation therefore no longer needs to pursue national conquest. However, these sober considerations will not convince many. The capitalist mode of production transforms every product into a commodity, into an exchange value, and strips it of its qualitative determination, allows it to appear only as a mere quantity, has made the striving for profit, for a particular numerically expressed portion of surplus value the content of human life. It disseminates a mentality that knows no other dimensions than those that can be statistically comprehended, that can be counted, measured, and weighed. That which has been described as a peculiarity of the Americans is characteristic of all capitalist nations, namely, that they confuse bigness, the measurable dimension, with greatness, the true inner dimension. Thus, it may be that in our society the numerical size of the nations is manifested not as a means, but as an end in itself. However, even if this is the case, it does not justify the obsession with national conquest and with it the territorial principle. It is true that the natural population increase in Austria does not particularly favor the German people. But from what does the phenomenon derive? Heinisch has indicated one of the causes. 8. The marrying age and the number of weddings is everywhere very closely tied to the structure of agriculture. In Austria, the structure of rural existence inhibits the natural propagation of the German people. In the Alpine regions inhabited by Germans, the land is in the hands of peasants farming on a larger and medium-sized scale. The property of the great landholders as well as the small plot of land are less important. The peasant's property is maintained as a unit because, rather than being divided up on the peasant's death, it passes to one of the peasant's children, the heir. Apart from the peasant family, there are also unmarried farm laborers and female servants living on the farm. The large farm as a closed unit limits marriage in two ways: it delays the marriage of the heir until the peasant retires or dies, and it impedes the marriage of the male and female members of the workforce employed on the farm on a continual basis. In regions with farms maintained as closed units, the marrying age is therefore high and the number of marriages small. The propagation of the population through the increase in the number of legitimate children is thereby retarded. To be sure, the number of illegitimate children in these regions is particularly high, but the excess of births over deaths is considerably smaller than in other regions. The former are predominantly inhabited by Germans. The unified farm of our Alpine regions therefore constitutes a dangerous obstacle to the growth of the German population. The regions inhabited by the other nations are not acquainted with this problem of population growth. 278. In the karst regions, on the coast, and in Dalmatia the small plot of land predominates, and in the Sudeten, where there is a large number of peasants, there are also many large land holdings and small plots of land. In Galicia the land is divided among the peasant's children on his death, and, as a result, there is a large class of owners of small plots alongside extensive large-scale land holdings. Large-scale land holdings and small plots of land everywhere promote population growth, whereas the unified farm of the Alpine region inhibits it. The fact that the rural structure in the German agricultural regions is based on the unified farm, whereas in the Slavic and Italian regions the large-scale land holding and the small plot of land predominate, is one of the fundamental factors determining the development of the Austrian nations. There are a series of other causes that contribute to this general effect. The Germans are the people most rapidly seized by capitalist development. All factors that shape the development of the population in a capitalist society have therefore been significant for the growth of the German population. Everything that threatens and shortens the life of the modern industrial worker reduces the German population in Austria. In the German industrial regions, the marrying age in particular is higher than in the agricultural regions inhabited by the other nations. In Bohemia, out of 1,000 male Austrian citizens between 20 and 30 years of age speaking German as their normal language of use, 649 were unmarried, compared with only 618 out of 1,000 Czechs of the same age. 16.3% of the Germans between the ages of 30 and 40 were still unmarried compared with only 12.5% of the Czechs. The work of women has assumed greater proportions among the Germans. For every 1,000 German men employed in industry, there are 383 German women, with a corresponding figure of only 243 Czech women employed in industry. At the same time, more married women appear to be entering factory employment. The number of married female textile workers rose from 25,913 to 32,253 between 1891 and 1900 in the district of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Reichenberg, although the number of unmarried and widowed female textile workers did not simultaneously increase over the same period. The large increase in the number of women performing factory work may explain in part the high number of stillbirths among the Germans, as shown in Table 4.2. The infant mortality rate is also far higher in the German industrial region than in the agricultural districts of Bohemia that are inhabited by the Czechs, as can be seen in Table 4.3. The overall mortality rate is given in Table 4.4. The mortality rate in the German industrial region is considerably higher than in the Czech regions. However, it is sinking in both areas, and the difference between the respective mortality rates is gradually diminishing. The increase in wages and the decrease in working hours that have been won by the trade unions, the legislation on 279. Table 4.2 Stillbirths in Bohemia, 1891 to 1900. Stillbirths per 1,000 Stillbirths per 1,000 Legitimate births Illegitimate births German districts with a German majority districts with a Czech majority Czech districts 34.8 27.8 26.8 28.8 42.6 36.5 41.7 Source, Rockberg, Der Nationalbesitzstand in Böhmen. Table 4.3 Infant deaths in Bohemia, 1891 to 1900 deaths within the first year of life German districts with a German majority districts with a Czech majority Czech districts 281 289 239 237 First 5 years of life 358 369 329 327 Source, Rockberg, Der Nationalbesitzstand in Böhmen. Table 4.4 Overall mortality in Bohemia, 1891 to 1900 deaths per 1,000, 1,881 to 1891 to 1900 German districts 308.2 269.0 districts with a German majority 305.6 283.0 districts with a Czech majority 267.8 248.2 Czech districts 278.8 246.9 Source, Rockberg, Der Nationalbesitzstand in Böhmen. Social policy, and the progress in the field of hygiene have led to this welcome phenomenon. This fact demonstrates clearly the path to increasing the German population. The bourgeois national parties focus on only one means to increase the power of the German people. Their aim is to win members from other nations, to Germanize Czechs, Slovenes, and Italians. And yet what is gained in this way is ridiculously small and is bought at far too high a price, since it entails abandoning one's own minorities, as well as the retardation of the social development that alone is able to make the popular masses capable of sharing in the enjoyment of the national culture. The German people could win incomparably more through a decisive and uncompromising social policy. This would increase the number of marriages and decrease infant mortality and the mortality rate in general. This would lead not only to an increase in the 32.6 280 German population in absolute terms, but also to an improvement in the proportional relationship between the Germans and the populations of the other nations. Since the Germans, as the most highly developed nation in capitalist terms, suffer the most under capitalist exploitation, the healing effects of energetic social policy benefit them the most. Herner has very nicely expressed this idea in his youthful pamphlet. 9 Rockberg has supported it with a wealth of factual material. Nevertheless, petty bourgeois nationalism will continue to become agitated when a Czech school is established somewhere and will calmly look on as the housing crisis, the putting out system, and child labor ruin the race, spread tuberculosis, and cause underage German children in their hundreds to waste away in poverty, squalor, and overwork. The propertied classes claim that they want to increase the population size of the German nation. Well and good. Then the peasants should demand that the law of inheritance and marriage consent be abolished. Then the great landholders should ensure that bread, meat, and sugar become cheaper. Then the industrialists should intervene to ensure that the state does not hinder the trade union struggle, to decrease the length of the working day by law, and to ban factory work for pregnant women. Then the master craftsman should demand that the state put an end to the shameless exploitation of apprentices and that further professional training be included in the working day. Then property owners should urge parish authorities to ensure the provision of modestly priced and hygienic housing. Then the capitalists should ensure that the exploitation of workers in the putting out system is mitigated. The German people have far more illegitimate children, in both absolute and relative terms, than the other nations, and suffers above all from their dreadful mortality rate. The propertied classes should therefore demand that illegitimate children be granted the legal right of succession and the right of compulsory inheritance from the father, as well as a claim to food, care, and education proportional to the income of the father. The question is whether the propertied classes will decide to support a national policy that contradicts their class interest. For the working class, however, the path is clearly marked out that it must take if it wants to increase the size of its national population. It cannot abolish the unified farm in the alpine regions as long as this finds support in the prevailing structure of agricultural production and in the habits of the rural population. However, it can oppose the legal foundation of the unified farm, the right of farm inheritance, and the rules of marriage consent. The working class cannot completely do away with the devastating effects of the workers' exploitation in capitalist industry in the context of our society. However, it can mitigate these effects through the trade union struggle and laws governing the protection of workers. It can attempt to gradually heal the worst wounds of the social body, the immeasurable suffering caused by the putting out system, child labor, and the employment in industry of pregnant women, the 281. Mortality rate of illegitimate children, the lack of housing, the extreme length of the working day, the high price of food, and the low level of wages. The German workforce can do without winning a few hundred children from the Czechs annually through the Germanizing effects of schooling. In return, it will be able to snatch thousands of German children annually from death through overwork and hunger. To rescue for their people the thousands of German men and women who annually succumb to the murderous effects of capitalist exploitation, this constitutes the national conquest aspired to by the working class. It is not the territorial principle, but social policy that represents the means of this national conquest, and in the struggle to achieve this national conquest the German workers are secure in the knowledge that they have allies in the proletariats of all nations. The personality principle. In its pure form, the aim of the personality principle is to constitute the nation not as a territorial corporation, but as an association of persons. The national bodies regulated by public law would thus constitute territorial bodies only insofar as their efficacy could not extend, of course, beyond the borders of the empire. Within the state, however, power would not be given to the Germans in one region and the Czechs in another. Rather, each nation, wherever its members resided, would form a body that independently administered its own affairs. It would very often be the case that two or more nations would construct their own national administrative bodies within the one city, erect national educational institutions side by side, but undisturbed by one another in exactly the same way as Catholics, Protestants, and Jews independently attend to their religious affairs side by side within the one city. The realization of the personality principle would require the division of the population according to nationality. However, the state would not be able to decide who was to be regarded as a German and who as a Czech. Rather, it would be the mature citizen who was accorded the right to determine to which nationality he wished to belong. On the basis of this free declaration of nationality by the mature citizen, national registers would be established containing a list of the mature citizens of each nationality that was as accurate as possible. Naturally, the replacement of the declaration of nationality by those citizens who could not or did not wish to provide such a declaration with a system of juridical approximation would not contradict the right to the free declaration of nationality. In 1905, the National Register, first called for by Synopticus, Dr. Karl Renner, was actually introduced in an Austrian crown land. The new provincial legislation and the parliamentary election regulations for Moravia introduced national electoral bodies for the voters of the urban curia, the rural parish. 282. Curia, and the general electoral class. 10. The representatives of these curias were, as the law put it, elected in nationally separate electoral bodies of the Bohemian and German nationalities, for which particular electoral districts are constituted, Section 3b of the provincial legislation. However, this electoral register is not based on the free declaration of nationality. The electoral rolls are established by parish authorities. To be sure, each voter can, through the declaration that he belongs to a nationality other than that entered in the roll, cause his name to be struck from one list and entered in another list of his choice, Section 71, Clause 7, of the provincial electoral legislation. However, it is also possible for the inclusion of a voter in a national list to be contested in regard to national membership by a voter included in the same list. In this case, it is the decision of the parish authority whether the request is to be examined and, where the same seems justified, to carry out the correction, Section 71, Clauses 9 and 10, of the Parliamentary Election Regulations. Thus, the parish authority is to decide here according to some objective criteria as to the national membership of the voter. The Moravian electoral register can also not act as a model on the grounds that no provisions have been made to ensure that the freedom of the declaration of nationality is actually granted. If the national register is to become the foundation of national self-determination, it is imperative that the free declaration of nationality be protected through a system of penalties that contain the influence of the politically and economically powerful. The Moravian National Register can also not be compared with the National Register as the foundation of national autonomy on the grounds of its objective. For the declaration of nationality in Moravia today has no other legal consequence than the right to vote in the relevant electoral bodies. Nothing is hereby changed in regard to the Central Estatimist Nationalities Constitution. Here there is the danger that one nation will record a section of its voters in the register of another nation in order to influence the vote in the electoral body of the latter. Were the national register the foundation of national autonomy, this would be impossible. For the declaration of nationality would then have severe legal consequences. Anyone included in the German register would be liable to pay tax to the German nation, and it would be only from this nation that he could demand the admission of his children to state schools and the provision of legal aid when dealing with departments and courts that employ the Czech language. However, the division of voters into national electoral bodies in combination with the continuation of the Central Estatimist regulation of national relations, even leaving aside the danger of abuse, is a completely inappropriate application of the personality principle. Rather than eliminating the power struggle between the nations, it merely distributes the positions within this struggle unequally. The number of deputies from each nation is fixed, with the result that every change in the numerical relation between the nations necessarily awakens. 283. The desire for a redistribution of the mandates, thereby continually leading to a renewed struggle for power within the region. We call for the National Register as a foundation for national self-administration, not as an electoral roll for the election of the Reichsrat and the Provincial Assembly. Rather than national electoral bodies, proportional voting rights appear to us to be an effective means of preventing a situation whereby the minority is left without representation following elections for the representative bodies of the international territorial bodies, empire, province, land, district, parish. In all this, it has not yet been mentioned that the personality principle seems to be distorted here due to its having been artificially grafted onto the system of privileged voting rights. The Moravian Provincial Assembly has only 20 deputies elected by the general electoral class alongside 129 representatives of the privileged curias. Despite all this, this first legislative attempt to base a new form of regulating the public right of the nations on the personality principle is without doubt an auspicious beginning, a clear sign that the conviction is growing that national relations in Austria cannot be regulated purely on the basis of the territorial principle, the first victory of a genuine principle. Establishing the national register would provide the basis of national autonomy. We would only need to constitute the members of a nation within the parish, within the district or canton, within the crown land, and ultimately within the empire as a whole as a public body with the task of attending to the cultural needs of the nation, of establishing schools, libraries, theaters, museums, and institutions of popular education, and of providing the nation's members with legal assistance when dealing with the authorities, insofar as they require this due to a lack of command of the language employed by state departments and courts. In return, this body would be granted the right to procure the means required for these purposes through the taxation of the nation's members. National autonomy would thus be founded purely on the personality principle. Each nation would have the power to attend to national cultural development using its own means, thus, no nation would have to engage in the struggle for power within the state. The personality principle would constitute the perfect means of national defense, insofar as national minorities can be safeguarded through legal institutions at all, they would be safeguarded. Inversely, the personality principle excludes national oppression on the basis of law. To be sure, even under the rule of law, the nations would exercise their force of attraction on the members of other peoples. The nations whose cultural development is richer would continue to win some of those striving to better themselves among less developed peoples. The national majorities in the individual regions would always absorb a part of the national minorities through intermarriage, would continue to win a considerable part of the national minority for their cultural community through the close ties forged by economic and convivial relations. However, all such 284 national conquests would be realized only through the social power of the individual nations, through the force of attraction exerted by their cultures and the natural weight of the larger body, but not by virtue of a legal privilege. Conquest by force would be replaced by peaceful competition. However, if we imagine the personality principle applied in its pure form, with the nations organized as associations of persons completely outside the state administrative apparatus, as is the case with the religious communities, the free nation within the free state, this principle still performs its task only incompletely. It is this aspect that arouses the mistrust more instinctive than clearly conscious of its reasons expressed in regard to the personality principle even by many who are in theory supporters of national self-determination. The state may guarantee the nations the power they need through its legal system, but what protects the nations against the state? If the nations are to base their rights on the power of the state, who is to provide them with the guarantee that the state will always lend them its strong arm? Who can guarantee that the state, supported by its instruments of power, will not one day tear up the piece of paper that attests to the rights of the nations? Must not the nation itself be in possession of state instruments of power? Must it not, if it cannot be an independent state, at least be a state within a federation in order to be guaranteed the power it requires on a lasting basis? It seems to me that there is another possibility, which combines the advantages of the personality principle in its pure form with complete security of national rights. This solution has been shown to the Austrian people by Rudolf Springer's 1902 work The Struggle of the Austrian Nations for the State, by far the most valuable work ever produced on the Austrian nationalities question. We can protect the nations without abandoning the advantages of the personality principle if we place public administration in their hands. The administrative apparatus is the living reality of the state. Without an administrative apparatus the modern state cannot exist, can neither summon its soldiers nor collect its taxes. The organic regulation of national relations makes the nations dependent on the instruments of power of the state, upon whose power their legal independence is based. However, if the state places administration in the hands of the nations, it will become dependent on the nations. The state secures national rights for the nations, and these rights are guaranteed on a continual basis and cannot be retracted, since if the state destroys national self-administration, it destroys its own administrative system and thus annihilates itself. The bureaucratic administrative apparatus cannot provide a solution to the question of how the power of the nations can be secured against the state when this power rests on the power of the state. Democratic self-administration provides an answer to this question. Springer's system does not represent the pure application of the personally 285 tie principle. This is possible in the case of the legal regulation of the religious communities, but the national cultural community has an incomparably stronger hold on the modern individual than do the ties of religion. For this reason the religious communities appear to the citizenry to be amply protected once the independent administration of their affairs without any intrusion by the public administrative apparatus has been guaranteed. Such a guarantee does not suffice for the national associations. They require autonomous administration, but it is only when public administration is also based on this self-administration that the nations are protected from the state. Only then is state power founded just as firmly on the power of the nations as the power of the nations is on the instruments of the power of the state. Springer sketches the following picture of such a form of regulation of national relations. The foundation of public administration would be independent administration of the canton-crees. These cantons would be nationally demarcated, insofar as the requirements of public administration and the interests of the population permitted this. The canton's self-administrative apparatus would be able to assume the most important of the tasks that today are in part the responsibility of the state bureaucracy, the governor and local state administrative bodies, and in part that of the autonomous local administrative apparatus, parish, district representation, provincial commission. This self-administrative body, the organ of which would be the Canton Council Kreisrat, would at the same time fulfill the needs of the inhabitants for elementary and secondary schools, for orphanages and humanitarian institutions, for theaters and institutions of popular education. Within the canton, the district and the parish would constitute more limited associations and would be administered by the parish and district councils. In many cases it would not be possible, of course, for cantons to be nationally homogeneous. In such cases the population of the canton would form a self-administrative body for purposes of public administration, the organ of which would be the Canton Council. However, at the same time, on the basis of the National Register, and thus according to the personality principle, the population would be divided into two national self-administrative bodies that would independently deal with national cultural tasks within the canton and levy taxes on the members of their respective nations for this purpose. The organs of these national self-administrative bodies would be the canton delegations. In the monolingual canton of Ager, the Canton Council would thus take responsibility for all tasks pertaining to both public administration and national administration. In the dual canton of Boot-Weiss, on the other hand, the Canton Council would have responsibility only for administrative tasks which were of a nationally neutral character, whereas national cultural tasks would be the responsibility of German and Czech canton delegations. Using a national 286 register, the population of the canton as a whole would be divided into a German association of persons and a Czech association of persons. Through the canton delegation elected from its own members, the German association of persons would administer its own affairs, independently building up its school system, raising funds through the taxation of the nation's members. The Czech association of persons would naturally have the same rights within the canton. Within the nationally unified cantons, national minorities would of course continue to exist, but with insufficient numbers of members to establish an independent national canton administration. Should they so wish, they could also form autonomous bodies based on the National Register. Springer refers to these as Konkurrenzen, a term common in Austrian administrative law. The canton of Ager would thus be uniformly administered through the German Canton Council. But the Czech minorities could, if they wanted, form national associations, parish, district, and canton concurrences. These concurrences would have only two tasks. First, they would guarantee their members legal assistance free of charge when dealing with the German authorities, insofar as their members did not have a good command of the German language. Second, using their own resources, they would maintain elementary schools for their members and for this purpose would have the right to levy taxes on all those having their names entered in the Czech register. The state would not set any limits on the formation of such concurrences. As soon as a minority was prepared to provide for legal protection and its own elementary schools, it would have the right to form such an association. The canton concurrence would become a canton delegation, and the nationally uniform canton thereby a dual canton as soon as the national minority was capable not only of providing legal protection and elementary schooling, but also of maintaining at least one secondary school and the necessary humanitarian institutions, orphanages and similar establishments, on the basis of its own resources. The cantons would now enter into a dual relation with one another. First, the cantons would form territorial associations charged with dealing with certain affairs of a nationally neutral character. For example, all the cantons in Bohemia would constitute the province land of Bohemia, regardless of the nationality of their inhabitants, and would jointly deal with certain territorial affairs. On the other hand, all cantons inhabited by a particular nation as well as the national self-administrative bodies representing this nation within the dual cantons would constitute that nation as a legal entity. All Germans in the nationally uniform cantons and all those Germans within the dual cantons who are entered in the national register would constitute the German nation and elect the National Council. This National Council would independently administer the national affairs of the Germans, establish universities, museums, and so on, and have the right to levy taxes on the Germans. 287. In the nationally uniform cantons and in the dual cantons. In the nationally uniform cantons, the National Council would have the right to establish such national institutions without being subject to the influence of any other nation. In the dual cantons, on the other hand, this would be permitted only with the approval of the National Council of the other nation. The national questions that concern the great mass of the population, and not merely a few officials, would thereby be resolved. This would above all be the case with regard to the question of schooling. In the monolingual canton, the parish council, district council, and canton council would provide for elementary and secondary schools. In the dual canton, each nation, whose organs would be the parish, district, and canton delegations, would independently build up its schooling system, whereas the influence of the parish, district, and canton councils administering the region as a whole would be withdrawn from the school system. The nation's universities would be the responsibility of the National Council. Minorities in foreign regions of settlement would form national concurrences and maintain their own schooling system using their own resources. 11. In this way the language question would also be resolved. The language of administration would be the language of the majority in the nationally uniform cantons. The minorities would not thereby suffer any disadvantage since the national parish, district, or canton concurrence would guarantee them legal assistance, which would ensure that they were not subject to prejudice due to ignorance of the language of administration. In the dual cantons, each nation would conduct its administration in its own language. It would be only for the administration of those affairs that were neutral in national terms and that concerned the whole region that the tiresome constraint of bilingualism would apply. However, since bilingual cantons would be formed only where the relations between nations made national demarcation impossible, bilingualism based in law would be introduced only where social relations actually necessitated bilingualism in any case. This constitution proposed by Springer would for the first time put an end to the power struggle between the nations, since it would provide national minorities with the legal power to independently regulate their affairs. The advance of the classes would now no longer be hindered by national quarrels. In the Canton Council of the nationally uniform canton and in the canton delegations of the dual canton, the classes of a single nation would confront one another. Here there would be no confrontation between nations, rather, the working class would assert its claims against its own nation and demand an increasing share in the national culture from its own nation. In the Canton Council of the dual canton as well as in the representative body of the state as a whole, the different nations of course would come together. However, the power to determine national affairs would be withdrawn from these bodies. They could give the nations nothing and take nothing from. 288. Here too the population would be organized according to classes, not according to nations. Here too the way would be clear for the struggle between the classes. The rights of the nations in relation to the state would be based on a democratic form of administration, on self-administration within the canton. Democratic administration is one of the most important demands of the working class. That which the working class demands for the sake of its own interest thus would become the requirement of the nations. Today the quarrels of the nations are endangering every democratic reform, since the nations fear a shift in the prevailing power relations. In the constitution proposed by Springer, it is precisely democracy which would form the foundation of the power of all nations. Thus, the force of the national will, which today is hindering democratic development, would serve democracy in the new constitution. The dual administrative system in the mixed cantons and the concurrences of the minorities in the unified language region would also guarantee rights to the minorities in regard to state authorities and the national school. This constitution would thus satisfy the needs of the workers, who want to be able to exercise their rights and to find a school for their children wherever the necessity of finding work takes them. If capitalism has robbed the workers of their homeland, it would never again be able to take their language and customs from them. However, those workers who found employment in their national homeland also would be well served by this constitution. If the law did not deny the foreign immigrant schooling and assistance, if it did not destroy his dignity and did not damn him to ignorance, the workers would no longer need to fear their immigrant class comrades pushing wages down and breaking strikes. Moreover, immigrant workers would be resistant to the poison of national hatred that undermines the common political and trade union organizations and makes the workers incapable of waging their common struggle shoulder to shoulder against the common enemy. Finally, this constitution would also satisfy the ideological need of the working class, for whom the fact that the worker should sell his soul along with his labor power and abandon his cultural specificity to the employer is unbearable. It would demand that each who creates the conditions for all culture through his labor also have a right to the products of culture, a right to his culture and to the customs of his national community. Thus, Springer's idea of the constitution of a multinational state, which bases national self-administration on democratic state administration and guarantees the national minorities their national rights by means of the personality principle, is the most complete form of the national autonomy that is alone capable of satisfying the cultural needs of the working class. In creating the legal and psychological conditions for the common class struggle of the workers of all nations, this constitution serves the evolutionary national. 289. Politics of the working class. It is a means that serves the great project of making the national culture into the possession of the whole people and the whole people into a nation. To my knowledge, only one objection to national autonomy has been put forward that also concerns this constitution. In his remarks on the politics of Bohemia, Krumaf analyzes the notion of guaranteeing the individual nations the right to levy taxes and control over the taxes of their members. 12. Krumaf, who is still a supporter of Crown land federalism and thus of a particular form of the atomist centralist regulation of national relations, regards the distribution of taxation revenue along national lines as unnecessary. If this is nevertheless to be put into practice, according to Krumaf, it can be done only in accordance with the territorial principle and not the personality principle. The distribution of taxation revenue according to the nationality of the taxpayer rather than that of the region, he argues, would have grave consequences. What would happen, for example, he asks, with the taxes on a railway that traverses a Czech region but belongs to German capitalists and is administered by Germans? Should this taxation revenue really go to the German nation, even though the company that pays these taxes is only the payer, but not the real provider, of these taxes? Furthermore, would it be fair if the German manufacturer in the Czech language region exploited the Czech worker and paid tax on the surplus value produced by the worker only to the German nation? In those areas where the Czech nation almost exclusively consisted of workers and the surplus value produced fell into German hands, would the cultural needs of the Czechs be provided for at all? And what effect would there be on the budget of the affected Czech parishes if a factory owned by a Czech should somehow be taken over by a German capitalist and, as a consequence, the taxation revenue from the enterprise would be suddenly no longer paid to the Czech parish, regardless of whether the whole workforce of the enterprise was Czech? These considerations can be in the first place objected to on the grounds that Krumaf obviously has in mind a very incomplete and in fact unacceptable form of national autonomy. He obviously thinks that our taxation system would remain unchanged and that our profit taxes or at least supplementary charges on them would be allocated to the national self-administrative bodies. However, this is not a procedure of the type we envisage. The National Register would not contain any enterprises, properties, factories, railways, or banks, it would contain only people. The organized nations would therefore tax people and not enterprises. The national taxes would be not profit taxes, property taxes, or commercial taxes, but income taxes. The railway, the bank as such, the joint stock company, or the commercial company would not pay any taxes to the nations. Rather, the capitalists, to whom the profits of the enterprises ultimately flow, would pay tax on this income. Meanwhile, the main difficulty still remains. The fact of exploitation also has national significance. 290. Where Czech workers create surplus value for a German employer, the Czech nation would not be able to tax the surplus value and would be forced to rely on the insignificant fiscal capacity of the workers. The working class must of course take this danger into consideration. This is not only because the working class, opposed to all exploitation, must also oppose this national exploitation, but also because such an arrangement would unquestionably have the consequence that the fiscal pressure on the workers would increase, whereas their cultural needs would only inadequately be met. If the German textile factories in Königshof, Nachod, Eipel, Hof-IC, and so on were to pay taxes to the German canton concurrences and the Czech Canton Council were to have no right to tax them, the children of the Czech workers in these cities would surely not receive sufficient schooling. However, this problem can be surmounted without difficulty using one of several possible methods. It would be possible, for example, to grant the national self-administrative bodies, along with the right to levy income taxes on the members of their nations, the right to a portion of the profit tax paid by the properties and enterprises lying within the region of the self-administrative body. The surcharges on the state profit tax would be levied by the organs of the Canton Council, or allocated to the Canton Councils by the state fiscal organs, and divided among the individual nations within the canton, the canton delegations within the dual canton, the Canton Council and Canton Concurrence in the uniform language region, according to a specific scale. Given the chief purpose of these taxes, it seems to me that an appropriate basis for this scale would be the number of school children in the schools of each nation in the relevant administrative districts. The concept, which is not new to Austrian legislation, of the manufacturers having to maintain schools for his workers, factory schools, would thus be given a modern basis. To be sure, a difficulty would remain here if one left the determination of the amount of these surcharges to the Canton Council. Thus, in the Czech region, in which the Czechs of course would constitute the majority, the Canton Council would have, for example, an interest in fixing profit taxes at as high a rate as possible, for the largest portion of these profit taxes would go to the Czech nation, and the higher the profit taxes, the lower it would be possible to make the income taxes with which the members of the Czech nation were burdened. Conversely, a German Canton Council in the German language region that included a Czech minority could fix taxes as low as possible, for the fiscal capacity of the German capitalists would not be lost to the nation, since they would also have to pay income tax. On the other hand, if the surcharges on profit taxes were low, the contribution of the Czech concurrence would also be small, and, as a consequence, it would, in cases where it was made up of workers with a low fiscal capacity, have few resources for Czech schools. In this way, the taxation policies of the Canton Councils could become the object of national quarrels. They would also result in large differences in production. 291. Costs for the capitalist enterprise. Profit tax appears as production costs, whereas income tax does not and produce not altogether harmless economic shifts. However, it would also not be difficult to find means to counter such abuses. The simplest would be to fix through imperial law a certain relation between the amount of the surcharge on profit tax and the amount of national income tax. With every change to the percentage of surcharge on the state tax on profits, the rate of the national income tax within the canton would automatically rise or fall. Of course, the superiority of the nations to whom the propertied classes predominantly belong would thereby still be maintained. Even if the profit taxes levied on enterprises were divided among the nations according to the number of their school children, Those nations that count the larger landowners and the capitalists among their members would still retain the higher revenue based on the income tax levied on these classes. Thus, the Germans would have more resources at their disposal than the Czechs and Slovenes and would therefore be able to either better build up their schooling system or lighten the tax burden on their nationals, the Italians more than the Southern Slavs, the Poles more than the Ruthenians. Without doubt, under the rule of national autonomy in its most complete form, the old historical nations would retain a certain superiority. Without doubt, through the dazzling development of their cultural institutions, through the lower taxation burden on their members, they would also exert a powerful force of attraction on the members of other peoples under this constitution and would thereby be able to achieve national conquests in a peaceful way. In this form, the old historical fact that in this land the serving and exploited non-historical nations have been subjected to dominant and exploitative historical nations would remain in force. However, this fact is not a peculiarity of national autonomy. In a capitalist society it cannot be transcended, it cannot be eliminated as long as a Czech worker still creates surplus value for a German manufacturer, a Slovene worker for a German landowner, a Ruthenian peasant for a Polish landed noble. National exploitation can disappear only when all exploitation disappears, when the means of production are transformed into the property of the society. Only then will the nations have access to the entire yield of the labor of their members. National autonomy for the Jews. In 1905 a group of Jewish Social Democrats left the party in Galicia in order to found their own organization of Jewish Social Democratic Workers. The executive of the International Social Democratic Organization in Austria, however, would not accept the formation of an autonomous Jewish group within the party and declared that in splitting from the Polish Social Democratic movement, the Jewish Social Democrats, the separatists, had also 25*2 ended their affiliation with the Austrian International. The immediate cause for this split from the party by a small fraction of its Jewish members was not the issue of the state constitution, but that of party organization. The debate concerned primarily the autonomy of the Jewish group within the party rather than the national autonomy of the Jews within the state. This is not the place for a discussion of the issue of party organization. What is relevant is the fact that such an issue cannot be dealt with satisfactorily without confronting the question as to whether the workers should and must demand the autonomy of the Jewish people within the state. If our theory of the nation and national autonomy is to avoid becoming a weapon of the separatists against the party, this question requires some discussion. The separatists base their demands on a simple line of argument: the Jews are a nation. The Social Democratic movement demands for all nations national autonomy within the state and grants to the workers of all nations national autonomy within the party. This right of all other nations is also owed to the Jews. The attempt to refute this argument takes issue with the initial premise. The Jews, it is argued, are not a nation. The struggle that has ensued from this basic disagreement has focused on the question of whether settlement in one's own territory represents a fundamental feature of nationhood and whether the principle of national autonomy must be based on this territorial principle. In their struggle against the separatists, the Polish comrades have in many cases based their arguments on a theory of the nation that takes common territory to be one element of the nation. Further, they have declared the form of national autonomy that they demand to be the self-administration of the nation's geographically defined territory. I regard this theory as incorrect and believe that as a program for the constitution of the state it does not meet the needs of the working class. Nevertheless, the arguments mounted by the Polish comrades against the separatists contain among many misconceived ideas a genuine core, and we will attempt to uncover that core here. There is good reason for such an endeavor when we recall that among the Austrian Jews the most recent occupational survey showed 42,681 white-collar workers, 81,455 blue-collar workers, 31,567 day laborers, and 16,343 servants. Furthermore, the 235,775 Jews statistically recorded as independent included a great many proletarian elements, artisans dependent on capital, and outworkers. The issue, then, is important enough to the Social Democratic Workers' Party to justify this digression. In the feudal society of the Middle Ages, the Jews figured as foreigners. They played no part in its economic system. The fact that the medieval trading communities had emerged from the old tribal kinship systems based on blood relations denied the Jews the possibility of membership. And since it was from the ancient communal units that the governing organizations grew, the Jews also remained outside the sphere of territorial domination. What position, then, could the Jew occupy in the economic system of this epoch? 293. Neither the peasant nor the feudal lord of the Middle Ages was a producer of commodities. Production was primarily based on one's own requirements rather than on production for the market. Certainly there was exchange of one's surplus, but this exchange was basically foreign to everyday life. It was an exception. Thus during this period neither the lord nor the peasant possessed, as a rule, large sums of money. The greatest part of the individual's wealth consisted of use values in grain, flax, livestock, and so on, or in rights to the labor of others. The circulation of commodities, of monetary capital, indeed the monetary economy in general, were essentially foreign to this form of society. Monetary capital existed, following Marx's vivid description, only in its pores. It was into these spaces in the society that the Jew now stepped. In the mass of economic transactions that took place during this epoch in farmhouses, in village and farm communities and the feudal estates, the Jew played no part. However, when the peasant did wish to buy something, it was the Jewish peddler who brought the peasant the merchandise. When the peasant wished to sell livestock, it was the Jew who bought it. When the peasant wished to borrow money, it was the Jew who lent it at a high rate of interest. The Jew was thus the mediator of commodity circulation and the circulation of monetary capital in a society founded on the production of goods according to the individual's own needs. The peasant only occasionally sold the surplus of his yield in order to procure other goods with the proceeds. The Jew, on the other hand, always bought in order to sell for a profit. The peasant was the bearer of the natural economy, the Jew embodied the monetary economy. This relationship remains in force everywhere as long as capitalism does not draw the mass of the population into commodity production and the monetary economy. In the countryside of Eastern Europe the Jew is still today, as peddler, publican, livestock and grain merchant, broker, usurer, and artisan, the representative of the monetary economy within a society based on the natural economy. During this period the Jews unarguably constituted a nation. That the Jews maintained the homogeneity of their race to the same extent as did other European nations, that through selection and natural heredity the fate of the ancestors determined the specificity of the descendants and firmly bound the Jews together in a natural community is undeniable. However, it was not only the ties of blood relations that forged a strong bond among the Jews, but also the communal bonds of cultural heritage. They had their own language, their own powerful ideology, their own customs that already clearly distinguished them externally from the peoples among which they lived. Shut off from economic, social, and political life, the Jews played little part in the destinies of the nations in whose midst they dwelt. They dealt with them commercially, but they did not live with them. They had their own fate, their own history, and thereby also their own culture. I will buy with you, sell with you, talk with you, walk with you, declares 294. Shylock, but I will not eat with you, drink with you, or pray with you. The bond of commercial interaction that tied the Jew to the peasant was much weaker than the bonds present in the intimate community of social interaction with other Jews. The difference between the culture of the monetary economy and that of the natural economy was incomparably stronger than the commonality produced by the mutual interaction that took place in completing a purchase, a sale, or a loan. Thus, the Jews remained a separate nation living in the midst of other peoples. However, with the progress of the capitalist mode of production the position of the Jews in the society was also changed. 13. First, a section of the Jews joined the class of the industrial bourgeoisie. The financial capital they had accumulated, the capitalist psychology that their involvement in trade and usury had cultivated, made this change possible. Mercantilist governments encouraged the efforts made by wealthier Jews to invest their capital in industry. The new Jewish bourgeoisie became increasingly estranged from the modes of life and thought of those Jews who persisted in following the old traditions. They developed an increasingly close affinity to their fellow Christian class members. The traditional ideology of Judaism no longer satisfied them, and they avidly absorbed the ideas and ideologies of the time, the ideas of the Enlightenment. In the 18th century, the Jewish bourgeoisie began to detach itself from the ancient Jewish cultural community and to integrate itself into the cultural community of the European peoples. The Jewish bourgeoisie began to adapt to the peoples in whose midst it lived, to assimilate. Gradually, this tendency also had an effect on the other classes of the Jewish people. The most rapidly affected was the intelligentsia, but the petty bourgeoisie gradually followed suit. The situation of the Jewish trader in the industrial area or the city was wholly different from that of his grandfather in the village, as the only representative of the monetary economy in a world of the natural peasant economy. The monetary economy had now taken hold of the whole society. The Christians themselves had become Jews. The Jewish trader in the city was a commodity vendor in a society of commodity vendors. He had the competition of his Christian colleagues to fear. He had to adapt to the needs of his customers, had to converse with them in their language, had to satisfy their taste, had to take care not to offend them with foreign manners if he was to be successful. Thus he gradually abandoned the traditional clothing, the traditional language, and the traditional customs of his people and came more and more to resemble his surroundings. This gradual adaptation of the Jews to their environment was a result of the fact that capitalist commodity production gradually incorporated the whole of the population. Whereas the Jews had once been the only representatives of the monetary economy, the monetary economy now penetrated the whole society. The Jews adapted their culture to the culture of the European. 25*5 Nations. Since the monetary economy, which once the Jews alone had represented, now constituted the economic system of all European peoples. Since in civil society the real essence of the Jew has been universally realized and secularized, the Jew has adapted to the universal essence of this civil society. 14. This actual adaptation ultimately brought about the legal emancipation of the Jews, their legal equality with Christians. The Jews have emancipated themselves insofar as the Christians have become Jews. 15. This legal equality in turn furthered the actual adaptation. Since the Jew now participated in the public and political life of the nations, the Jewish child now attended the public school, and the Jew now performed military service, the cultural adaptation of the Jews was greatly advanced. But the decisive moment for the Jews arrived only when the peasant was transformed into the modern farmer, into the pure commodity producer. Only at this point was the peasant emancipated from the Jewish trader and the Jewish usurer. The interaction of the farmer with the city became stronger. He met his needs through purchasing in the city and obtained there the loans he required. He was no longer dependent on the village Jews and the peddlers. The advent of the railway facilitated this development because it brought the peasant closer to the city. However, it was the agricultural cooperatives that, by first making the peasant into a pure commodity producer, by obtaining credit and taking care of purchase and sale for him, mounted the most effective challenge to the village Jews. The Jew had to give up his old role as mediator of the monetary economy in the countryside and turn to other professions. Having engaged in commerce for hundreds of years, the Jew initially carried on commerce in the cities or industrial areas. However, commerce was no longer viable for so many individuals. Capitalist society had long since included commerce in its general concentration of enterprises. A warehouse or retail cooperative replaced hundreds of small traders. Consequently, the Jews were gradually forced into other occupations. They dispersed themselves throughout the country, became active in all branches of production, and everywhere entered into ever closer economic relations with the population, increasingly adapting to it on a cultural level. The Jews, then, began to be assimilated into the nations in whose midst they lived. It was a difficult process and was realized only gradually. They had long since forgotten their old Jewish language in Central Europe, although they still spoke with a Yiddish intonation, or, If they had ceased to do this, they still spoke the language they had acquired as one who speaks a foreign language, as if learned from a book, without any notion of the local dialect. They no longer wore traditional Jewish clothes, but were still recognizable as Jews by their gestures. They had long since abandoned the old Jewish religion, but did not want to renounce their new Reformed Judaism, a form poor in ideas and emotion. They no longer knew the ancient literature and legends of their people, but conserved with great tenacity what meager remains they 296 retained, such as individual words and certain customs. They mixed with those among whom they lived, but they married only among themselves and had a pronounced consciousness of their specificity and their unity. The process of their separation from the ancient Jewish cultural community and their integration into the cultural communities of the other nations has still not been completed and continues today. For this reason the Jews are still looked on by other peoples as aliens. It is perhaps overstating the case to say that the Jews are not a nation in Western and Central Europe today. However, one can certainly claim that they are ceasing to be a nation. In regions where capitalism has rapidly realized its task of radical change, the process of assimilation has advanced quickly. A clear sign of the advance of this process is the disappearance of the old Jewish schools. In Bohemia, for instance, there were 89 Israelite religious communities in 1890, but in 1900 only 28 private schools remained. Of these schools, 27 are to be found in the Czech language school districts. In the German language school districts the Jewish children attend the public schools without exception. However, the Jews in the Czech language districts are assimilating as well. In the last census 55.2% of the Jews in Bohemia indicated a knowledge of the colloquial Czech language. The integration of the Jews into the cultural communities of other nations has been slower in the cases of Galicia and the Bukovina. This is first of all due to the fact that the Jews there live together in greater numbers. Of the 1,224,711 Austrian Jews, 811,183 were recorded as residing in Galicia, 96,150 in the Bukovina, and, consequently, closer social relations link these Jews with their own kind. Further, this slower integration can be attributed to the fact that a considerable proportion of the Jews in Galicia belong to the subordinate classes in the population, to the strata of the petty bourgeoisie and the proletariat classes that have more difficulty adopting new cultural elements than the bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia. However, the major reason for this slower assimilation is the economic backwardness of these countries. The expansion of capitalist commodity production, the transformation of the peasant into an ordinary farmer, is proceeding only slowly. The agricultural cooperatives there have only recently begun to expel the Jewish middleman and the usurer. But whatever the tempo of the assimilation process, there is no question that it is proceeding, everywhere. Everywhere capitalism and the modern state are working to destroy ancient Judaism. This also applies to the Russian Empire, where this process has been retarded by the backwardness of economic development, the lack of public life, and legislation that has artificially crowded the Jews together rather than favored their dispersion throughout the realm. Yet according to the most reliable sources, their too social development is tearing apart the old bonds that have held Judaism so strongly together over the centuries. 16. The process of assimilation, as already discussed, has affected the different 2.97 classes in different degrees. In all cases it is the bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia that have been the first and the most strongly drawn into it. In Western and Central Europe the petty bourgeoisie and the white and blue-collar workers are also being affected. In Eastern Europe, on the other hand, there still live millions of unassimilated Jews who are predominantly from the lower levels of society. The Jewish petty bourgeoisie and workers in Russia, Poland, and Lithuania, in Galicia and the Bukovina, in Romania, and so on, today constitute the Jewish nation. They have preserved the traditional Jewish language and ethos. Such nations, which consist only of the exploited and dominated classes and to which the wealthy and powerful do not belong, represent a type with which we are already familiar. Insofar as the Jews in Europe today still constitute a nation, it has the character of a non-historical nation. Because those classes that, in a class society, are the primary bearers of cultural development do not belong to these nations, their culture has atrophied, their language degenerated, and they have no national literature. As we are aware, the 19th century has now awakened all non-historical nations to new life. Will the 20th century now also bring the Jewish nation the possibility of a new, independent cultural development? In the last decade a new movement has in fact been established that opposes the assimilation process and aims to make the Jews into an independent, historical nation. This national movement is usually viewed as a consequence of anti-Semitism, and in fact anti-Semitism may well have been the immediate cause of its emergence. However, just as surely as anti-Semitism strengthens it and has awakened participation and understanding among the assimilated Jews, in particular the Jewish intelligentsia, with regard to the nationalist currents among the unassimilated Jews, the movement as a whole is clearly driven by deeper social forces. The same forces that have awakened other non-historical nations to new cultural life are driving this new movement. First, there is the social awakening of the lower classes, the awakening of their self-consciousness. The Jewish worker now no longer feels himself more or less worthy than the wealthy, educated Pole or the wealthy Jew who has absorbed Polish culture. And since this consciousness awakens in the Jewish worker a sense of personal dignity, he is also proud of showing his own specificity and is no longer ashamed of his language and his idiosyncratic manner. Since the beginning of the Russian Revolution, Europe has witnessed, with astonishment, the change in the outlook of the Jewish worker. From among the timorous, humble Jews of the ghettos have emerged the most heroic fighters of the Great Revolution. These masses no longer apathetically carry on their lives within the bounds of tradition. They need a new culture, and they have begun to create one. Jewish organizations have come into being at whose meetings new cultural values are passed on to the masses in the Jewish language. A Jewish language press has been created, translations of the literature of the European nations into 298 Yiddish have been begun, and, in their wake, the first steps toward a new, independent Jewish literature. Now the new revolutionary spirit is also gripping the intelligentsia. It too has begun to place its energies at the service of the new cultural movement. Those who once only mocked and derided the unassimilated Jews now see in them the exploited proletarian and the revolutionary fighter. They want to learn the workers' language and, when they do, learn it as they would a foreign tongue, for they have long since forgotten Yiddish. They turn to the Jewish masses with the written and spoken word, and it is they who begin to create the literature of the masses. We have already described this process when presenting the case of the Czech people's awakening from non-historical being. Do we not also see the same forces at work here? The awakening of the subordinate classes to a new self-consciousness, the advance of the revolutionary spirit, which also takes hold of the upper classes and prevents those who achieve wealth, cultivation, or social honor from seeking access to a new, foreign, cultural community and being lost to the national one, the formation of a public for the new national intellectual culture, the emergence of a new national literature? Will not the same forces that, in the first half of the 19th century, awakened the Czech nation to a new cultural life now call forth a new bloom of national culture in the case of the Russian, Polish, and Lithuanian Jews, thus signaling an end to the process of assimilation? It is undeniable that the forces that drew the Jews of Central and Western Europe out of the old Jewish cultural community and incorporated them into the cultural communities of the other nations are now having an increasingly strong effect in the East. However, on the other hand, we are now also seeing in the East a tendency at work that strives to elevate those still unassimilated Jews to the status of a historical nation. We are seeing, then, the clash of tendency against tendency. Which of these two developmental trajectories will be the stronger? It is perhaps easiest to answer this question if we compare the preconditions for the cultural development of the national Jews with those social conditions under which the Czech nation negotiated the path from non-historical to historical being. The actual site of the Czech Renaissance was the geographically defined territory of the Czech people. Here, the Czech masses experienced social contact only with their own kind, not with foreign nations. Only those Czechs rising to the upper levels of society were Germanized. The cause of the national movement here was the psychological transformation of the masses brought about by radical social change. For the masses, made up of the Czech petty bourgeoisie, peasants, and workers, the awakening of the nation did not mean a change in their nationality, but only meant a change in the nature of their nationality. The place previously occupied by the apathetic transmission of an ancient national cultural heritage was now occupied by the need for a new national culture, the capacity to create and enjoy a new cultural heritage. 299. The parameters of the Czech situation were thus fundamentally different from those now experienced by the Jews. The Jews have no geographically defined territory. Admittedly, in some Russian and Polish cities, they live together in great numbers. But the large majority of them live as small minorities among other peoples, and there is a clear tendency for these still tightly unified Jewish masses in the East to become dispersed. Even if several of the larger Jewish towns can be preserved, the broad mass of the Jews will live as small minorities among other peoples. As we have already discussed, these Jews will now come to increasingly interact with the rest of the population around them. The community of interaction that links them with those among whom they live and work and whose language they speak, to whose needs they must adapt, will become increasingly intimate. If the old Jewish trader or usurer could maintain his national specificity in the midst of a peasant society based on the natural economy, today the modern Jewish industrialist, businessman, lawyer, doctor, artisan, or worker is entering into ever more intense interaction with his Christian colleagues and customers. This closer interaction compels the Jews to provide their children with the same education, to incorporate the same cultural orientations, to adopt the same habits as those of the Christians around them. The interactive community thus necessarily becomes a cultural community. It is clear, then, that the conditions for the national development of the Jews are very different from those for the Czechs. The awakening of Czech culture entails not a change in the community of interaction, but only a change in the nature of interaction in that, in the place of the simple transmission of a meager cultural heritage, the creation of new cultural forms becomes part of the interaction. Doubtless the Jewish nation would also be capable of such cultural development. Were the Jewish interactive community to remain so narrowly confined to the Jews and their interaction with other nations to remain so meager that the Jews would be able to remain a nation, without doubt this nation would develop from a non-historical into a historical nation. However, fortunately or unfortunately, the Jews are being forced into an ever closer interaction with other nations such that they are unable to maintain their cultural specificity. And if cultural specificity cannot be maintained at all, the progress of national culture is not possible. The Jews could become a historical nation if they were to remain an actual nation, but capitalist society does not allow them to exist as an actual nation. We are now in a position to test the accuracy of the claim that the Jews cannot remain a nation because they do not have their own territory. It is generally incorrect to claim that a geographically defined territory is the precondition for the preservation of a nation. The history of the Jews, who for so many centuries have claimed the status of a nation without possessing their own territory, discredits this opinion. However, we now know how this was possible. The Jews, as representatives of the monetary economy in a world 300. Based on the natural economy, although they lived in the midst of European peoples, maintained such a loose interactive community with these peoples that they were able to preserve their own cultural community. Capitalist society, which everywhere destroys the old natural economy and, through capitalist commodity production, makes the monetary economy generally constitutive of society and, in the process, as Marx says, makes the Christians into Jews also makes the Jews into Christians. Territory is not the condition of national being insofar as the community of domicile is still not the same as the community of interaction. However, the moment the Jews and the Christians no longer embody different economic principles and must all act as organs of the same economic system, the capitalist mode of production, the community of domicile produces such an intimate community of interaction that the ongoing preservation of cultural specificity within this community is impossible. It will now be argued against us that other nations have been able to maintain themselves as minorities in foreign territories, and that it is precisely we who have called for the legal conditions for their preservation. In fact, the Czech minorities in the German-speaking territories are not disappearing, but are growing larger by the day, and they are undoubtedly playing no small part in the cultural development of their nation. However, there is need here for a definite distinction. In reality, where these minorities receive no influx from the geographically defined territory of the nation, they gradually dwindle. This will still happen even if their national autonomy is safeguarded through national schools and legal assistance. Close interaction with the majority brings about a dwindling of the minority, a factor that also extends to the peasant minority, for all the tenacity with which the peasants preserve their peculiarities. The German farming colonists in the Czech part of Bohemia are gradually disappearing, as are the last remaining members of the former Czech settlement in the Mise district. This phenomenon is, of course, found to a much greater degree among the middle class and proletarian minorities in the cities. If the Czech minorities in German-speaking territory are not only maintaining, but even increasing their numbers, this is because they are constantly receiving influxes from the Czech territory that replace those absorbed into the national majority. The new immigrants bring the Czech culture of their homeland with them into the German territory. An interest in public life, in the cultural development of the nation, has already been awakened in them. They have been linked to the body of the Czech people through close cultural interaction. When they now move to the German territory, they have a need to foster this interaction, of which they have grown fond. They read Czech newspapers and books and establish Czech associations. It is on this basis that the Czech minorities become more difficult to Germanize the further capitalist development progresses. The greater the part played by the 301 Czech masses in the national culture, the stronger is the bond of cultural interaction that links them with the nation as a whole, the stronger the force with which they resist the appeal of the majority. The national tenacity of the Czech minorities in German territory is, then, rooted in the internal cultural development of the Czech territory from whence the workers and the petty bourgeoisie emigrate to German-speaking territory. It is the force of national development in the homeland that maintains their nationality in the foreign land. After only a few years, a number of these emigrants return to their Czech homeland. Their time among the German-speaking majority is too short for them to be won over to the German cultural community. In this case, it is the relationship to the Czech territory, the possibility of return, that is directly responsible for maintaining a consistent Czech minority, for if hundreds of Czechs return every year from the German-speaking region, they are simultaneously replaced by hundreds of new immigrants who, in turn, after a few years make way for new compatriot immigrants. However, when these Czech immigrants remain in German territory, they also strengthen the capacity for resistance of the already existing national minority. The new immigrants always seek out interaction with their compatriots who are already settled in the town, thereby providing these settled Czechs with continuing contact with their own kind. Through this contact, the ties binding the settled minority with their compatriots are strengthened and their capacity to resist the appeal of the majority is increased. Nevertheless, the economic interaction into which this minority is continuously drawn gnaws away at its membership, yet it maintains its numbers due to the continuing influx from Czech territory. This is the secret of the capacity for resistance of the Czech minorities, that the process of migration from agrarian to industrial areas occurs constantly, that it is reinforced by every favorable conjuncture, and that it never ceases completely. The same situation can of course be observed in the case of the Jews. Here too there are numerous cases of movement by unassimilated Jews from the East into Jewish communities whose majorities are already caught up in the process of assimilation. And here too the process of assimilation is hindered by this influx. Interaction with their unassimilated national comrades tends to keep the Jews of the West at a lower level of cultural adaptation to the European nations. Nevertheless, this can only slow down the process of assimilation, it cannot prevent it. The force that compels the Jews to interact with the majority of the population and thereby to adapt culturally is stronger than this hindrance. However, it is clear that the rapidity of the process will be immeasurably increased if this obstacle is removed. In the case of the Jews of Western and Central Europe, this is now already the case, generally speaking. The cultural distance separating them from the Eastern Jews has the effect of preventing them from developing any significant interaction that could slow down their assimilation, including that with Eastern Jews. 302. Who immigrate to their countries. However, due to this situation, new unassimilated minorities continue to appear in the large Jewish communities, whose adaptation to their environment is retarded by the continuous influx from the East. However, if we imagine for a moment that capitalism changes the economic relationships predominant in the East, that the Russian Revolution gives the Jews freedom of movement, that democracy increasingly brings the Jews into the public life of the nations in whose midst they live, the assimilation process would then also begin in the East, and, consequently, this source of ever new influxes into the unassimilated minorities of the West would dry up. Thus, although the Czech minorities in German territory draw their strength from the direct movement of immigrants and from the culturally interactive relationship with the geographically defined Czech-speaking territory, the Jews cannot call on this source of strength. In this sense, it is correct to claim that the Jews cannot preserve their nationality because they do not have their own common territory. However, this does not mean that common territory is in every case the precondition of national preservation. Only as a condition for the interactive community does common territory become a factor in regard to national existence. As long as Jews and Aryans embody different economic systems, the interactive community produced by the commonality of domicile is not so intimate as to force the minority to adapt culturally to the majority. As soon as they come under the laws of one economic system, the common domicile ties an interactive bond around them that links the Jews and Christians of one land more firmly together than the Jews of different regions. The process of the assimilation of the Jews and the awakening of non-historical nations both stem from the same cause, the transformation of the old society by capitalist commodity production. The process that leads the non-historical nations to a new cultural life also takes hold among the Jews. Here too the tendency emerges in which a people lethargically passing on an old ossified culture is awakened to new life and given a new living, progressive culture. However, this process cannot maintain the Jewish national culture. It can only change the nature of that culture insofar as the culture itself is maintained. But the same historical upheaval that leads to a transformation of the Jewish national culture also tears aside the barrier that separates the Jews from their surroundings, brings them into an ever closer economic relationship with the broad mass of the Aryan population, and ultimately incorporates them into the other nations. With the progressive development of capitalism and the modern state, the Jews of the East will also cease to constitute a nation and will be absorbed into other nations just as the Jews of the West have long since been. This whole process will be promoted by the independent development of the Slavic nations in the East. As long as these peoples constitute non-historical nations with limited cultures, they will not be able to 303. Absorb their Jewish minorities. Should the Ruthenians, however, awaken to a new, energetically progressive cultural life, they will be able to exercise over the Jews of Eastern Galicia just as great an integrative force as the Czechs today have begun to exercise over the Jews of Bohemia and Moravia. One should not of course overemphasize the speed of this process. In the Russian Empire the economic and legal preconditions for assimilation are still lacking. Consequently, the Jewish population there is being much more slowly affected by this process. As a result, the new Jewish cultural movement there will still have considerable scope for development for some decades. The Bund / further organize the Jewish workers and give their lives new content. The Jewish press and the new Jewish literature will enjoy a great deal of progress. 17. However, the closer Russia comes in economic and political terms to the states of Western and Central Europe, the more rapidly the conditions fundamental to the development of an independent Jewish culture will disappear. The revival of Jewish culture in the East is possible only in a phase of transition. It corresponds to a stage of societal development that, although already dragging the lowly placed masses of the Jewish people out of their cultural slumber and awakening them to a new cultural life, does not yet integrate the Jews into the community of interaction and culture of the other nations. The old Judaism, the particular culture of a Jewish population tied to the monetary economy in the midst of the peasant natural economy, is already dead. The new society, which draws all peoples into the orbit of the monetary economy, which makes all Christians into Jews and thereby all Jews into Christians, does not yet exist. In this transient moment the new national culture of the Eastern Jews comes into being. However, just as surely as capitalism will not remain at the developmental stage it has reached up to this point in Eastern Europe, just as surely as the peasant's son will become a laborer and the Eastern peasant a simple farmer, so too will the Jews of the East ultimately be absorbed into the nations of the East. Here and there the new Jewish national sentiment will perhaps psychologically hinder the process of assimilation. However, the exigencies of the prevailing economic relations are more powerful than all sentimental wishes. From a historical point of view, the awakening of the Eastern Jews to a new cultural life is nothing but a precursor to ultimate assimilation. Only at this stage, having determined the character of developmental tendencies, can we formulate a position on the national autonomy of the Jewish people. It must be stated once again that the issue here is the question of autonomy within the state and not within the party. Moreover, the present discussion is limited to the question of whether the national autonomy of the Jews in Austria should be promoted. We are not in a position to decide whether this question can be answered in the same way in the case of the Russian Empire as in that of Galicia and Bukovina. Should, then, the Jewish workers themselves demand national autonomy? 304. For their people? It is evident that in Western Austria those Jews long since assimilated or wholly immersed within the current of the assimilation process will not renounce that community of culture they share with the nations in the midst of which they live. For these Jews Yiddish has long been a foreign language, the customs of the Eastern Jews a foreign culture in which they play no part. The question of national autonomy can thus be posed only for the unassimilated Jews in Galicia and Bukovina and, at most, for the small Jewish minorities in Moravia and Eastern Silesia. If we wish to answer this question, we cannot proceed from the cliché, attractive as it is empty, of the natural right of all nations to self-determination. Rather, we must determine the purposes of national autonomy and examine whether the needs of Jewish workers would be served by national self-administration. The legal and civil organization of national minorities fulfills essentially two tasks: the cultivation and administration of the national minorities' schooling system and the provision of legal assistance to those compatriots who have no knowledge or inadequate knowledge of the language of the authorities and the courts. This language problem does not arise in the case of the Jews. Because the Jews live in the midst of other peoples and come into ever closer economic contact with them, they must be capable of speaking whether well or badly the language of the majority. The Jew who works in a workshop with Poles, who buys from or sells to Poles, will also be able to defend his rights before the authorities and the courts in the Polish language. Thus, there remains for the autonomous organization of the Jewish national community only one important task: settling the issue of the national schooling system. The question of the national autonomy of the Jews is fundamentally a question of schooling. At present, even in Galicia Jewish children already attend the public schools. Together with other children, they learn the language of the land. The school is naturally also an extraordinarily effective means of assimilation. Thus, whoever demands national autonomy for the unassimilated Jews of Galicia must answer the question as to whether in fact the Jewish children should be removed from the public elementary schools and an independent Jewish educational system from elementary to university level be established. We believe that Jewish workers in Galicia and in Bukovina cannot, to the extent that they recognize their true interests, demand separate Jewish schools. In the first place, the segregation of Jewish children is contrary to the economic interests of the Jewish workers. The modern worker requires freedom of movement. Yet no one requires this freedom more than the Jewish worker himself. The Jewish proletariat is made up for the most part of those Jews or their descendants for whom modern commodity production has made it impossible to seek their livelihood in those occupations that the Jews have pursued for centuries. These Jews, driven from the villages and small towns, have initially sought their livelihood in a limited number of cities and occupy 305 nations. Further developments will force them to disperse themselves throughout the country or to seek their livelihood beyond its borders. They will distribute themselves across the widest possible range of occupations. As part of this process, the Jewish workers must adapt themselves to the culture of the nations in the midst of which they must pursue their livelihood. The Jewish worker in Galicia is not yet really a modern industrial worker. Almost everywhere, he still bears the traces of his origins in Jewish small business, Jewish craftwork, and Jewish usury. He occupies the economic position, but does not yet wholly embrace the cultural type, has not yet lost the psychology of the Jew in the old epoch of the natural economy. The most important task of the Jewish workforce is its own education. The Jewish proletarian must become a genuinely modern worker. As soon as the Jew achieves this, a powerful obstacle to his dissemination into other regions and different branches of production is placed in his path. This obstacle is not only the particular language of the Jews, but rather their whole being. In many enterprises today, Christian workers still do not tolerate Jewish colleagues. This aversion stems not from a political anti-Semitism, but rather from a naive instinct opposing the foreign manner of the unassimilated Jew. The possibility of the Jews achieving positions in all branches of production entails the necessity of their becoming culturally similar to the modern workers of other nations. As long as the sound of their language, their gestures, their clothing, their customs offend their Christian class comrades, their foremen, their employers, the old economic opposition between the peasant and the Jewish merchant is transmitted in the form of an instinctive aversion, an aesthetic displeasure, to the descendants of both. This is the case even though the descendant of the Christian peasant has become a worker, as has the descendant of the Jewish merchant. As long as the geographical and economic distribution of the Jewish proletariat is impossible, the Jewish workers whose number is growing rapidly as a consequence of the ruin of old Jewish commerce and industry remain restricted to the limited labor market of a few industries in a few regions. Only when the Jewish workers have culturally adapted to their environment will they really have achieved freedom of movement. Only then can they find a role in any place, in any industry where the blind action of capitalist forces creates increased work opportunities. Only then will the misery particular to the Jews disappear, and they will be left with the shared misery of the proletariat, which they will struggle against and triumph over shoulder to shoulder with their Aryan colleagues. However, in order to be at all capable of this struggle, the Jew's mode of behavior must become like that of the Christian worker. Imagine for a moment Jewish children in their own schools being taught in the Jewish language. What spirit would rule over these children? To be sure, a new Jewish culture is emerging and would certainly develop were there still time for the Jewish people to develop a new, living culture. However, this culture is only 306. In the process of emerging, it has not yet been realized. On the other hand, the Jewish people possess another culture. It is the culture of a non-historical nation, the culture of people who remain outside the ethos of the European peoples, who pass down from generation to generation a whole world of long-dead thoughts, desires, and customs. Can there be any doubt that it is this old, ossified culture that would, for many decades to come, shape the character of Jewish schools, rather than that new, still nascent culture that is itself now struggling for influence within Judaism and that speaks to us from the new revolutionary Jewish literature? Jewish children would thus be artificially bound by the spirit of long past epochs. These children who are supposed, as modern workers, to seek jobs and take up the class struggle, would inherit the worldview of the Middle Ages, be stamped with the psychology of a bygone economic system, maintain the habits of the Jewish innkeeper living in the midst of the natural economy of the peasants and supported by their labors. To be sure, life in general is a more powerful influence than schooling, and from these children, too, could emerge strong individuals who would fearlessly enter the class struggle. But can the Jewish workers actually want a school that seeks to instruct their children in an intellectual system that the experience of life must then transform and overturn? For the Jews, the Jewish school represents first and foremost the artificial preservation of their old cultural specificity, one that limits their freedom of movement and consequently increases their suffering. And second, it represents the reinforcement of their old ideology, their old social psychology, which must first be overcome in order that they might be capable of entering the class struggle. If we do not want specifically Jewish schools, the national autonomy of the Jews makes no sense. National autonomy is not, as claimed in empty phrases, the legal form of the existence of the nation, it is rather a means to particular ends. What tasks such an autonomy should fulfill, if Jewish children must attend Polish, German, or Ruthenian schools, is incomprehensible to me. National autonomy cannot be a demand of the Jewish workers. The German workers want the same things for their Jewish class comrades that they want for the Czech proletarians: higher wages, a proud self-consciousness, and the ability to participate in the international class struggle. In order to achieve this end, the German workers must afford the Czech workers national autonomy, even within German territory. To achieve the same end they must deny this to the Jewish workers. The legal framework necessary to render the Czech worker capable of class struggle, to win over the Czech worker to the class struggle, would augment the suffering of the Jewish proletarian, would bind him to the psychology of the Jewish merchant of a past or passing epoch, impede his transition into modern industry and the modern class struggle. It is not a matter of achieving for all nations the same juridical framework, but rather of culturally elevating all nations, of enlisting them all in the great international army of the struggling proletariat. That the German worker demands nation. 307. Autonomy for the Czech but refuses it to the Jewish nation derives from the fact that the capitalist mode of production elevates the Czechs to the rank of a historical nation, whereas the same mode of production transcends the Jews as a nation and leads them into the cultural community of the European nations. Those who are trapped in a nationally based system of evaluation, who profess a conservative national politics, and for whom the conservation of national identity is the end goal of political will may find this perspective alarming. In the context of the present discussion, such a reaction is perhaps more comprehensible than in other cases. For, although the national evolutionary political position outlined earlier normally demands only the gradual transformation of national culture, it demands from the Jews the abdication in principle of cultural specificity. The surge of sentiment with which conservatives respond to this suggestion can perhaps be allayed by pointing to the many assimilated Jews who live on in the history of all great European nations. The fate of the Jewish people has, in a dual sense, united the Jews as a nation, first, through national heredity, and second, through the transmission of a cultural heritage. If the Jewish cultural community is destroyed, the natural community, the race, remains. By virtue of his education, the assimilated Jew is a child of that nation whose culture he has absorbed. However, in his natural predisposition, the fate of the Jewish people remains present as an active force, a fate that, through natural selection, cultivated in his ancestors a strongly pronounced physical type and a specific intellectual disposition. Such names as Spinoza, Ricardo, Disraeli, Marx, Lassalle, Heine, and many others, without which the economic, political, scientific, and artistic history of the peoples of Europe is unimaginable, show that the Jewish people has everywhere produced its highest achievements where the inherited predisposition of the Jews and European cultural tradition have mutually nourished one another. The Christian nations hate the unassimilated Jews with the hatred of the peasant for the usurer. On the other hand, a number of assimilated Jews live on in Christian memory as numbering among those great individuals in whose person the driving forces of history have first been condensed into individual acts and have thereby influenced over centuries the fate of whole nations. Certainly there remains the question as to whether the Jews, once integrated into the cultural community of the European nations, will be able to maintain even their natural community. Will not intermarriage gradually mix Jewish blood with the blood of other nations? And what effect will this mixing of blood produce? We are confronted here with questions that the science of our epoch cannot answer. Only a dilettantish pseudoscience, one that draws a system of rash conclusions from a few individual observations, makes the boast of having solved this puzzle. It has been observed that the assimilated Jews are often drawn together again by the instinct of the race, implying thereby that the Jewish race, despite all cultural assimilation, will maintain its 308 purity. However, the observation of a few individual cases is not sufficient to support such a claim, not the least because, although the process of assimilation is advanced in some countries, it is nowhere fully realized. Our knowledge as to whether the mixing of Jewish and Aryan blood will produce a more or a less gifted race is even more limited. History reveals examples of favorable rather than unfavorable effects of such racial combination. We do not know the law controlling these individual cases. Hence, as far as the effects of racial mixture are concerned, we can make no concrete claims in advance. Here, experience must decide. And here too a few individual observations will not suffice. Today's science, then, is not capable of deciding whether the integration of the Jews, not only into the cultural community, but also into the natural community of the other nations, will be advantageous for coming generations or not. This decision must be left to the mysterious force that, in the case of both animals and human beings, brings male and female together, which has united the human species up till the present and which will continue to do so, the force of sexual selection. The amorous strivings of young men, the amorous choices of young women, will decide this last of all the Jewish questions. 5. The developmental tendencies of the internal development of Austria toward national autonomy. Up to this point we have examined which form of national autonomy the working class must demand. We will now turn to the question of whether, in the context of our social system, this demand will remain a utopia or whether it can be proved that the development of the nations and national struggles is moving toward a replacement of the centralist atomist regulation with the organic regulation of national relations. We commence with an examination of the developmental tendencies within Austria, in the kingdoms and lands represented in the Reichsrat 1. Thus, we are assuming that the Austrian nations will remain in the state association in which they now coexist, and we will examine the question of how the nations within this association will establish their relations with one another and with the state. Particular attention is given to the question of whether the state association will remain in existence or whether there are forces visible that will lead the nations of Austria into another form of the state. We have already presented the history of the national struggles in Austria up until the complete paralysis of the legislative body under the ministers Badeni and Kerber. We know that the struggle of the nations for state power ended with the powerlessness of all nations, which, due to the obstruction of the Reichsrat, conferred absolute power on the bureaucracy, but also with the powerlessness of the state, whose bureaucratic apparatus was hindered in every aspect as a result of the legislative processes being brought to a standstill. The self-dissolution of the centralist atomist constitution of the nations through the national obstruction marked the end of the power struggle between the nations. To be sure, under the ministry of Gotz, the situation has suddenly changed due to the electoral reform. The momentum of the great concept of reform has momentarily silenced the quarreling about the language of the courts and parallel classes. And it is conceivable that in the new parliament 309, 310, based on equal franchise, the nations will be able to work together peacefully for several months. But no one with any sense can place their hopes in a continuation of this peace. Will the Germans vote for the use of Czech as the language of internal administration and for the establishment of a Czech university in Brian? Will the Czechs abandon this demand? Is it not possible that national fury will be rekindled at every sporting event taking place on the borders of the language regions, suddenly bringing an end to this hard-won national peace? Will the national slogans suddenly disappear from election campaigns, given that they are the bourgeois party's most effective weapon in the struggle against a working class that has become more powerful due to equal franchise? Will it not be the petty bourgeois masses, the real bearers of national hatred, that continue to win the majority of the electoral districts? Is it not the case that the idea of the national power struggle has long contaminated even the peasantry and a section of the working class? For those who see the national struggle as the necessary concomitant of a violent historical transformation, the idea of a miraculous change among the nations locked in the struggle for power that results in their suddenly becoming reasonable, sober, and capable of compromise and alliances is out of the question. Several months of peace are possible, even under the prevailing form of constitution and administration. However, if these are allowed to remain as they are, within a short time the state will be in the position it was under Badeney and Kerber. It is not a case of the national parties becoming reasonable, but of the laws finally adapting itself to the altered national relations and giving each nation the power it needs. Only then can the struggle for power between the nations come to an end. Only then will national hatred cease to constitute the content of Austrian politics, because the national struggle will have no target to attack. Are there really forces in Austria that are strong enough to establish national peace through national autonomy? National peace is in the first place a necessity for the state. The state cannot tolerate the paralysis of legislation by ludicrous language questions, by every argument between agitated individuals living on a linguistic boundary, by every new school. However, the state is an abstraction. It can fulfill its needs only if these needs become the will of the citizenry. But where are the forces that can support the necessities of the state? The need of the state becomes the need of the nations. The power struggle of the nations has resulted in their powerlessness. Each nation is strong enough to prevent the others from obtaining their rights, but no nation is strong enough to ensure that the state will fulfill its needs. This situation is initially more bearable for the old historical nations than it is for the peoples who have been awakened to new cultural life only by the economic developments of the last century. Germans, Poles, and Italians might at least be able to tolerate the fact that the state merely maintains the prevailing rights of nations, the fact that it is not possible to establish new schools, that nothing can. 311. Be changed in regard to language rights. For they have always been owners, and their principal function in national terms is to safeguard their assets, not to acquire new ones. It is different for the formerly non-historical nations. They demand that the state adapt itself to the new situation that has been the source of their cultural growth. Their national policy is one of attack rather than defense. The Czechs, Slovenes, and Ruthenians cannot tolerate the paralysis of the machinery of legislation or the principle that nothing can be altered in regard to national assets. Of course, it is precisely these nations that are filled with the senseless, violent extremism that breeds all national oppression. It is precisely these nations that tend toward a politics of the great utterance, the pointless demonstration, and the emotive gesture. But the necessity of satisfying the needs of the nation will ultimately prove stronger than the unpolitical mood of the nations. Just as over the years within the Czech nation the clever level-headedness of Ehm, Kysel, and Krumov has gradually overcome the all-powerful character of the extremist phase, so too will these nations increasingly realize that it is precisely they, the importunate, the unsatisfied, who cannot afford to support the paralysis of the machinery of legislation. 3. They will begin to comprehend the necessities of the state as national necessities. Only then will they be ready to abandon the old chauvinistic formulas, only then will they learn that it is impossible for them to dominate other nations, that it is impossible for an arrangement of parties in the Chamber of Deputies or even a constitutional reform in the direction of Crown land federalism to give the Czechs power over the Germans, the Ruthenians domination of the Poles, the Southern Slavs power over the Italians. Only then, when it is clear that they cannot dominate the old historical nations and do not want to be dominated by them, will they be ready for the idea of national autonomy. However, the old historical nations will ultimately also be unable to tolerate the nationalities struggle. To be sure, they have assets to defend and not only new ones to win. Insofar as their relationship to the other nations comes into consideration, the maintenance of the status quo constitutes their natural political program. But the life of the nations does not merely amount to their contact with other peoples. All nations require internal development. The institutions that serve their cultural development must be organized and reorganized, and it is precisely the wealthy, the economically and culturally differentiated nations that cannot permanently tolerate the paralysis of the legislative process, the autocratic rule of the bureaucracy. However, it has long become impossible to ensure the continued existence of the state through the subjugation of the non-historical nations. If the Germans, the Poles, and the Italians want the state machinery to function, and if they do not want to fall under the domination of the Czechs, the Ruthenians, and the Southern Slavs, they too must learn to bring an end to the aspiration of all nations to rule over other peoples by ensuring that the law constitutes the nations as corporations. 312. Under public law and allocates them a legal sphere that is protected against any attacks by other nations. Thus, the non-historical nations as well as the historical nations will ultimately have to comprehend the necessity of the state as their own necessity. The parliamentary obstruction or the incessant threat of obstruction that prevents any modification of national relations is the ultimate stage in the struggle between the nations for power. The clumsy procedure represented by the obstruction suffices to prevent the development of the other nations, but it is unsuitable where the concern is the development of one's own nation. A constitution that replaces the power struggle of the nations with legally safeguarded spheres of national power is therefore a requirement of all peoples. Harsh necessity will teach them to translate need into a political program and this program into political action. Let us now divide the nations into their elements, into the social classes and the individual strata within these classes, and ask which part of the nation is capable of supporting this national need. Here we confront the significant fact that the power of the two classes that have initially assumed the leadership in the national struggle and have given it its content is gradually declining. The political weight of the large-scale landholding has lessened since the migration of large masses of the people from the countryside to the cities, where the reputation of the nobility pales before the wealth of the bourgeoisie, and since the peasant has come to see himself as a citizen and ceased to regard the landed proprietor as the hereditary supreme authority. Since the large-scale landowners themselves have become industrial entrepreneurs, their political interests have also changed. The question of sugar premiums is today more important to them than crown land federalism. The politics of the large-scale landowners do not so much serve the goal of regaining exclusive class domination as their very immediate economic interests. This makes clear for the first time that which was previously disguised by constitutional formulas, that the politics of the landowning class serve not the common aspirations of the nation, but the limited and particular interest of the class. The mass of the population clearly sees the class character of these politics and is shaking off the political leadership of the large-scale landowners. The electoral privilege of this class has continued to artificially provide it with a political significance that no longer corresponds to its social influence. As soon as the system of curial voting rights is abolished, the diminution of the political influence of the large-scale landowner will be directly visible. The leadership of the nations will be taken out of the hands of the noble gentlemen and passed to the broad mass of the population. The political program that once served the class struggle of the landowning class against the bourgeoisie and the bureaucracy, the dispute over centralism and crown land federalism, will thereby gradually decline in significance. 313. The political fate of the intelligentsia is very similar. Its power is also declining because the growth of popular education has given the masses the ability to conduct their own political struggles. However, their former leadership role is becoming not only unnecessary, but untenable the more pronounced the class contradictions within the once politically unified nations become. How can the intelligentsia settle disputes between capitalists and workers over the length of the working day, between petty bourgeoisie and workers over certificates of qualification, between peasants and workers over grain duties? The intelligentsia has no interest of its own in these struggles, which leave it perplexed. Individual intellectuals may side with one or another of the classes and offer the service of their knowledge and abilities. However, the intelligentsia as a class loses its role in the political leadership as soon as the struggle between nations is replaced by the struggle between the classes within each nation. Furthermore, the political interests of the intelligentsia have changed as a result of changes to its economic position wrought by capitalist development and its consequences. For many a physician, the free choice of medical practitioner is today more important than the use of German as the language of the state. As a result, the individual professional groups among the intelligentsia, physicians, lawyers, technicians, officials are starting to struggle for their particular interests. And the more a class directly and visibly champions its particular interests, the more difficult it is for it to maintain its leadership of the whole people as a unified party. Here too the system of electoral privilege has artificially preserved a degree of social power for the intelligentsia that no longer corresponds to its influence within society. Universal suffrage will transform it into an insignificant section of the electorate and give intensified political expression to class antagonisms. Like the large-scale landowners, the intelligentsia is now also losing its leading position within the nation once and for all. As a result, schooling and language questions will now also assume another form. It is now no longer the wishes of officials, but the needs of the popular masses that will decide the language employed by the authorities and the courts. Now the construction of the elementary school will no longer be forgotten in the quarrel over universities and high schools. Only now, after the political power of the classes that until now have determined the content of the national struggle has been reduced to a measure befitting their influence within the society, can the great classes of bourgeois society, the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, the peasantry, and the workers proceed with the task of regulating national relations themselves. Political leadership is without doubt now falling in the first instance into the hands of the bourgeoisie. It is the beneficiary of the national dispute. This is the case for a young bourgeoisie, such as the Czech one, simply because the national dispute constitutes a means of competition. However, every bourgeoisie, not least the German one, needs national discord in order to mask class. 314. Antagonisms. In the industrial districts of German Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, the workers often constitute the majority and in all cases represent a significant section of voters in the new electorate subject to universal suffrage. How is the upper bourgeoisie to conduct its struggle against the Workers' Party here? Should the candidates of the bourgeoisie simply declare that they wish to represent the interests of the upper bourgeoisie? Nationalist ideology in this case constitutes an indispensable ally of the upper bourgeoisie. What an advantage it is for the bourgeoisie when an election campaign is dominated by questions of Czech schools and Czech as the language of administration instead of by issues of the 8-hour day and the protective tariffs with which it protects its cartels. The bourgeoisie of all nations needs the national dispute and will fan the flames of national quarrels during election campaigns in order to mask class antagonisms. However, although the upper bourgeoisie welcomes the national struggle, it also represents a danger to its own power. The state has long been an indispensable tool of the bourgeoisie's economic interests. It wants to directly influence customs policy, railway tariffs, and fiscal legislation. It does not want to abandon questions concerning the Kompromissausgleich Pound 1867 with Hungary or questions of economic legislation to a bureaucracy that it can influence only indirectly. It requires power within the state, and this power is endangered by the struggle of the nations for power, which repeatedly places all decisions in the hands of the bureaucracy. The bourgeoisie cannot tolerate the stagnation of legislation. It wants a reform of taxation on shareholdings, but the parliament is engaged in a dispute concerning the Czech University in Bryan. It requires the construction of a canal, but the parties have still not come to an agreement on the use of Czech as the internal language of administration. It demands export premiums, but the parliament is engaged in a discussion of some Czech festival or other in Trapa and its world historical consequences. It wants the consular corps to serve export interests, but in the delegations the struggle between the Germanic and the Slavic races is taking up discussion. The domination of the bourgeoisie within the state and forms of legislation and administration that promote capitalist development, these are the vital interests of the bourgeoisie. And because the national struggle makes both of these impossible, paralyzing legislation and delivering power over to the bureaucracy, the bourgeoisie becomes hostile to the national struggle and longs for national peace. Thus, two souls struggle, alas, in its breast. The bourgeoisie needs the national struggle in order to mask class antagonisms. And it needs national peace in order to make the state into a tool of its power. During elections, the German industrialists in Bohemia and Moravia struggle against the international social democratic movement as an enemy of the German people and support, using both licit and illicit means, the election of the candidates of national parties. However, when the elected Rep. 315 representatives then paralyze the parliament through their obstruction, when the machinery of legislation comes to a standstill, when the parliaments do not have the time to adopt even the most important bills and the bureaucracy can attend to only the most urgent necessities of economic life, the industrial associations yammer about the unproductive national quarrel. The position of the petty bourgeoisie is very similar to that of the bourgeoisie. The petty bourgeoisie is the real bearer of national hatred. It too needs the national ideology in order to wage its class struggle against the workers. However, the petty bourgeoisie also has certain wishes in regard to legislation and is highly dissatisfied when the national dispute leaves the parliaments no time to deal with the regulation of trading practices or with a law against unfair competition. Within the different parts of the petty bourgeoisie, these different, contradictory tendencies can be found with varying degrees of intensity. It is in the Sudeten that the interest in the national struggles for power is most marked. This is, first, because the national opponent is very close by and because the immigration of the Czech minorities repeatedly arouses national hatred. Second, this is because the number of workers in these industrial districts is high, the class struggle particularly intense, and the need for an ideology that masks class antagonisms and therefore impedes the class struggle of the workers particularly pronounced. The petty bourgeoisie of the Sudeten is therefore imbued with the ideas of the national struggle for power. The petty bourgeoisie of the German towns in the Alpine lands is of a quite different character. Certainly national hatred is to be found here too at its most intense on linguistic boundaries such as in South Tyrol, where the Germans and the Italians clash with one another, and in southern Styria, where the clash is between the Germans and the Slovenes. In the industrial regions of the Alpine lands, in Graz, in the Styrian iron industry region, the bourgeoisie also very keenly feels the need to mask class antagonisms with national ideology. But in general, the upright bourgeoisie of the Alpine lands is threatened neither by the foreign minorities nor by the workers of their own nation to the same extent as the German petty bourgeoisie of the Sudeten. Their political thought is dominated by a quite different conflict. Here, where agriculture has been altered in its essence to a far lesser extent by capitalist commodity production, where the peasant still maintains his traditional outlook, a deep gulf divides petty bourgeois and peasant. It is less the conflict of class interests than that of class ideologies that separates the population of the Alpine lands into two sharply divided groups, into the clerical peasantry and the liberal petty bourgeoisie. Here, the petty bourgeoisie does not lack an ideology of sufficient force to form a party, it can more easily do without national ideology because it still has recourse to the anti-clerical ideology. The question of the dissolution of Catholic marriage interests the electoral masses here no less than questions of national schooling and language. 316. Whereas petty bourgeois politics in the Sudeten urgently requires the national ideology because it would otherwise necessarily be exposed as a politics of class interests, the anti-clerical bourgeoisie of the Alpine lands still has recourse to an ideology of sufficient force to form a party even if the national struggle dies away. The bourgeoisie of the Alpine lands can thus more easily opt for a peaceful national politics than can the petty bourgeoisie of Bohemia and Moravia, which is imbued with national hatred and threatened by the workers. However, the fact that this bourgeoisie does not invest the same energy in the politics of national power means that it is more sensitive to the needs of the state. As a result of its slower economic development, the bourgeoisie of the Alpine lands is still relatively undifferentiated. The bourgeois and the artisan who is dependent on capital are not clearly distinct from one another, rather, the bourgeoisie as a whole, undivided economically and socially by large differences in income, constitutes a unified stratum, the mass of which is composed of petty bourgeois individuals whose leadership is firmly in the hands of the parish cliques. This relatively undifferentiated bourgeoisie has a strong desire for political power. Social hatred is not as strong here as the desire to see a compatriot at the head of the parliamentary majority or in the royal council, who can obtain preferential treatment for the town or a local railway for the region or promote the careers of his compatriots within the civil service. The relatively undifferentiated bourgeoisie of the Alpine lands is far more receptive to all these small enticements than is the socially strife-torn bourgeoisie of the highly developed industrial regions. And if the bourgeoisie of the Alpine lands is less receptive to national hatred, and to the same extent has less need of a national ideology, its lust for political power is all the greater. However, whoever aspires to political power under the given conditions must be prepared to meet the needs of the state. Of course, the bourgeoisie of the Alpine lands can also be drawn into the fury of the national struggle. But the desire will repeatedly assert itself to order the state such that the national dispute does not paralyze legislation, does not abandon state power to the bureaucracy, such that the bourgeois parties have the possibility of obtaining economic advantages in the parliament for their constituency and of supporting their compatriots through their influence over the administration. Although the petty bourgeoisie of Bohemia sees in the heat of national and social struggle only braics, ducks, and Pratchetites, the bourgeoisie of the Alpine lands sometimes also sees the state. The character of the petty bourgeoisie of Vienna is in turn different from that of the upright bourgeoisie of the Alpine lands. It is largely made up of artisans dependent on capital and small traders. Its feeling of national hatred is still negligible. On the one hand, as a result of heavy immigration from the Czech regions and the rapid and peaceful Germanization of the immigrants due to the force of attraction exerted by the city, it is strongly interspersed. 317. With elements that, although they are being gradually integrated into the German cultural community, have still not forgotten their Czech origins. On the other, it has quite different demands, quite different ideologies. This petty bourgeoisie initially puts forward a middle-class political agenda: the state should rescue struggling small-scale industry and the small-scale commerce. The small-scale trader in the city experiences the competition of the emporiums and consumer associations, the small-scale artisan the pressure of commercial capital far more directly than do his colleagues in the provincial town. Scholarship may have proved 100 times that the small rules of the commercial politics of the middle classes cannot save the enterprise and economic forms of the past, but the small man needs to live a lie. The struggle for the creation of the certificate of qualifications can fulfill this function just as well as the national dispute. And the petty bourgeois quickly finds here the scapegoat he needs. The opposition to Jewish commercial capital has driven this petty bourgeoisie to anti-Semitism. Just as in the Sudeten it is the Czech, so here it is the Jew who is the source of all the evils of this world. Finally, the struggle against liberalism has gradually led this petty bourgeoisie back to clericalism. As a result of the rapid growth of the city, the strong presence of elements that have still not abandoned the peasant ideology means that the population of the city is very receptive to clericalism. All these facts have distracted the Viennese petty bourgeoisie from the consideration of national questions. Engaged in the struggle against the Jews, the struggle for the Christian school and the Christian marriage, the struggle for the creation of the certificate of qualifications and compulsory cooperatives, it has little concern for the quarrels of the national parties. Any amendment to trading practices therefore seems far more important to it than the University of Brienne. It yammers about the unproductive national dispute and is thus far less adverse to the idea of national peace than the other strata of the petty bourgeoisie. This tendency is further strengthened by its patriotism, a phenomenon that is easy to explain in the case of the petty bourgeois lovers of spectacle in the imperial city. The Viennese petty bourgeois is a good Austrian and does not want his Austria torn apart by the national dispute. We have seen how in the consciousness of the petty bourgeoisie national hatred, the will to embrace the struggle for national power in its most irreconcilable form, emerges just as necessarily as does the desire for power within the state, which presupposes that the state can survive, that the activities of legislative bodies will not be prevented by the national struggle. Closer examination shows us that these two orientations of will, which are found everywhere in the petty bourgeoisie, are of differing strengths in the different strata of the class. In the petty bourgeoisie of the Sudeten it is national hatred that predominates, whereas among the artisans dependent on capital and the small traders of Vienna it is the tendency to arbitrate the national dispute by finding reasonable compromises for national antagonisms. The bourgeoisie. 318. Of the Alpine lands stands approximately midway between the radical national petty bourgeoisie of Bohemia and Moravia and the Christian social petty bourgeoisie of Vienna. We find similar differences among the peasants. The peasants of the Sudeten have already been seized by petty bourgeois nationalism, but this is not the case among the peasants of the Alpine lands. Tied to old traditions, they are good Austrians and already for this reason little inclined to the national struggle. Their strongest ideology is the clerical ideology, and, as we already know, clericalism is cosmopolitan in origin and has no interest at all in the national struggle. Of course, it has had to gradually learn to reckon with the fact of national struggles. But the national dispute remains an unpleasantness for it, one that it takes into account only reluctantly. We thus see in the case of all propertied classes the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, and the peasantry two contradictory tendencies. The prevailing social relations produce in the consciousness of these classes the desire for national struggle just as necessarily as they do that for national peace. Each class and each stratum of these classes exhibits these two tendencies although with different degrees of intensity. This fact ensures the ultimate triumph of national autonomy. Were all classes pervaded only by the desire for national peace, the nations would be able to get along with one another even under the centralist atomist nationalities constitution. But this is not the case. Powerful social forces that repeatedly drive them into irreconcilable national struggle dominate all propertied classes. But as soon as the struggle is inflamed anew due to some trivial cause, completely paralyzing the Chamber of Deputies and the provincial assemblies, rendering all classes, all nations, and the state itself powerless, the forces of national peace, which are also present in all classes, gain strength, and the need for the peaceful coexistence of the nations becomes increasingly strong. It is this coexistence that first creates the possibility for all classes of struggling for power within the state, of making the state serve their class interests, of infusing legislation and the administrative apparatus with the spirit of their class. It is for this reason that for a long time every period of violent national struggle in Austria has been followed by a short period in which the nations just managed to tolerate one another. However, every resurgence of the national struggle increases the embitterment of the nations. It is only with increasing difficulty that the national parties, caught in the trap of their own slogans, are able to make concessions to their opponents. Peaceful compromise is thus becoming increasingly difficult for all nations. The graceful alternation of national obstruction and short periods of peace is becoming permanently impossible. Each new intensification of the national struggle gives a more precise form to the contrary tendencies that call for national peace and are present in all classes. These must ultimately take the concrete form of the demand for a legal regulation of the power struggle of the nations, of the demand for national autonomy. It is not from 319. The peaceful disposition of peoples and classes, but from incessantly growing national hatred, from the increasing embitterment and violence of national struggles, from the complete paralysis of legislative bodies that the contrary tendencies, which favor national peace, gain growing force, a more precise content. The national struggle produces national autonomy. This is the situation that we have already characterized as the self-annulment of the centralist atomist constitution. The fact that the centralist atomist constitution necessarily incites the national struggle for power, that the national struggle for power ultimately renders all nations, all classes, and the state itself powerless, and that no nation, no class can abstain from making the strong arm of the state serve its aims becomes, in this form, an effective historical force. Any nomination of a judge, any establishment of a school excites national instincts. The radical members of the petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry in the Sudeten, the industrialists who see in the national struggle an antidote to the class struggle of the workers take over the leadership of the German propertied classes. The German citizens of the Alpine lands follow them willingly, and finally the clerical peasants and the Christian social artisans and small traders can also not elude the national struggle. National hatred blazes, ministries fall, parliaments and provincial assemblies are paralyzed by obstructionist tactics. But now, because the whole machinery of state is at a standstill, the tendencies toward national peace within the propertied classes gain strength. The industrial associations, which cannot tolerate the standstill of legislation, clerical peasants and the Christian social bourgeoisie gain predominance, unite with the bourgeoisie of the Alpine lands, and in the end force the bourgeoisie and the peasantry of the Sudeten to moderate their position. A period of national peace ensues. However, some unforeseen cause soon brings the national idyll to an end again. Once the national parties have completed this delightful cycle several times, the notion gradually forms among the propertied classes that this situation cannot continue. The state cannot exist under permanent threat of notice to quit. We need a program that finally enables us to overcome this standstill, that prevents the eternal return of the periods of national struggle, that does not allow the continual failure of the aspirations of all nations and all classes to national power due to some insignificant object of national dispute. It is not theoretical insight but bitter necessity, the inexorable necessity of the life of the state, that will finally make the social strata that are today already inclined to compromise, to reconciliation in the national struggle, into the bearers of the idea of national autonomy. The working class now turns its energies to serving this development. For this class, national autonomy is not a necessity of the state, which is of course the instrument of its adversaries' power, but a necessity of the class struggle. The working class spreads the idea of the legal self-determination of the nations among the masses. Although it was the class struggle of the landed nobles. 320. Against the bourgeoisie and the bureaucracy that led to the formulation of the opposition between centralism and crown land federalism, the intelligentsia that made the questions of schooling and language the object of national dispute, and the petty bourgeoisie that gave the national struggle its irreconcilable character, it is the working class that now plants a new flag in the midst of the chaos of the national struggles, the banner of national autonomy. If the working class does not want to exclude itself from the prevailing political struggles, it must find an answer to the question that is so passionately stirring the emotions of all those involved. And the very essence of its being means that it can find no other answer than that of national self-determination. The more loudly the national struggle rages, the more loudly the working class announces its program. Unceasingly, untiringly it announces this great concept to all the peoples of Austria, with the result that this idea gradually permeates the masses. Every social democratic newspaper, every workers' assembly forces the national politicians to take a position on the demand for national autonomy. The old formulas for struggle pale in the face of this new idea. The desire for domination felt by every bourgeois national party is exposed as soon as it rejects national autonomy. The idea of national self-determination is thus also penetrating the consciousness of the propertied classes. All those strata in which national hatred has not yet obscured the awareness of the necessities of the state and the society, has not yet killed the desire for power within the state, are gradually accepting the new constitutional program. However, it is not only the situation in the empire, but also the struggles of the nations in the provinces, Länder and parishes that are pushing toward national autonomy. The Germans still dominate the representative bodies of some parishes in which they constitute only a minority of the population. This position, which they owe to the plutocratic parish electoral system, is today under threat everywhere. On the one hand, the working class is weakening the electoral privileges of the bourgeoisie and the upper stratum of the petty bourgeoisie. On the other, due to the development of a Czech bourgeoisie, the Czechs are also forcing their way into the privileged electoral body. The Germans have thus lost their dominance in the Moravian Provincial Assembly and in the parishes of Prague and Pilsen and now find themselves under threat in Budweis. This development cannot be stopped. If the Germans do not want to find themselves at the mercy of the new Czech majority, they must secure a sphere of power for themselves through the principle of national autonomy. For this reason the last German majority in the Moravian Provincial Assembly decided to institute a register of nationalities. For this reason the Germans in Budweis are today calling for national autonomy at the parish level. In the same way, the Poles in the east and the Italians in the south will have to call for national autonomy within the local administrative bodies in the not-too-distant future if they wish to avoid being abandoned without any defense to their national opponents in the regions they 321 have ruled for centuries as minorities. National autonomy is thus becoming the demand of the old historical nations, whose dominance is being broken by the development of historical existence out of non-historical existence. However, behind all this stands a more general problem. All experts agree that administrative organization within Austria no longer fulfills the needs of a modern state. The old Austrian dual administration, a peculiar mixture of the tradition of the estates, bureaucratic centralism, and liberal self-administration, is now bankrupt. This is undeniable in the case of autonomous provincial administration. It is already bankrupt in the financial sense, with the problem of provincial finances becoming more difficult to solve by the day. But it is also politically bankrupt. It is impossible to constitute the province land as a unified administrative territory. It may be a historico-political entity, but it is not a social or national entity. The allegedly autonomous administrative apparatus has become a ruthless form of domination by a foreign majority, that is, the majority of the privileged electoral body, not the majority of the population. In the nationally mixed provinces this leads to continual complaint from the minority. But even in the nationally uniform provinces, the population has long been accustomed to calling on the bureaucracy for help against the domination of the majority party in the provincial assembly. The allegedly autonomous administration of the provinces has hopelessly discredited the idea of local self-administration in Austria. However, autonomous administration at the parish level has also failed to fulfill the great expectations of liberalism. The parishes in most of the provinces are too small and too poor to be able to fulfill their tasks. Everywhere, the system of electoral privilege has left them at the mercy of one or more parish cliques. In the end, they have been subordinated, if not to the state bureaucracy then to the provincial assembly and the provincial commission. In all the crown lands, however, the autonomous provincial administrative body misuses its power to political ends. Every approval of a loan or an increase in parish taxes is granted only as a reward for political services to the parish council. In Lower Austria, the Christian social provincial administration has cultivated this political corruption to the level of an art. As Brockhausen very accurately puts it, in Austria, due to a peculiar chain of circumstances, autonomy has become the grave of parish freedom. For things are no better for the state bureaucracy than they are for the autonomous parish administrative body. The administrative tasks of the state grow not only as a result of the increase in the population, but also as a result of the radical economic changes that legislation must take into account every day. Each new law provides it with a host of new tasks. And these new tasks must be fulfilled everywhere by the same governing bodies in small crown lands such as Bukovina and Salzburg, just as in large, highly developed ones such as Bohemia. In the larger and most highly developed crown lands, truly 322 monstrous administrative authorities have developed that no longer administer at all, but are merely capable of producing dossiers. Every industrialist who has aimed to found a new enterprise has something to say about the working methods of these authorities. The notion that the governor who heads these authorities is capable of actually directing them is completely misplaced. He has enough to do putting his signature to the documentation. And it is also impossible for the central offices of these gigantic bodies to exercise any control. As Springer has written, the office of the governor in Prague comprises 18 departments, that is, more departments than the Ministry of the Interior. What a monster of an administrative authority is this intermediate instance! It comprises 400 officials and has a budget of over 1 million crowns, that is, more than the ministries of culture, trade, and agriculture. And a sole governor is responsible for everything this scribbling army does. This gigantic Inc. enterprise deals with 250,000 matters a year, which amounts to 750 documents per day for the governor. And it is said that the gentleman still finds the time to go hunting. How is one ministry to oversee, to control such an enterprise? The government is an impenetrable wall behind which every form of nepotism, every form of autocratic capriciousness is possible. The leadership gains access to the internal workings of this enterprise only in the case of an appeal to law. How can a responsible ministry and parliamentary control be envisaged in the face of this? And what sense does a ministry as third scrutinizing instance make if its competence does not far exceed that of the second? 5. Local state administrative bodies Bezirkschaftmannschaft are, as Springer has shown, no more capable of fulfilling their functions than is the provincial government. The areas covered by the political districts are far too small for a number of the tasks with which they are charged. Here we require larger administrative IAs, the administrative bodies of which can call on a greater number of specialist officials concerning each individual administrative task. Although in matters of civil law involving more than 1,000 crowns, the collegially organized Court of Justice decides in the first instance, the decision regarding the approval for an industrial complex is taken by a, let us say, partially legally educated sole official on the basis of an evaluation made by the district medical officer, although the welfare of the whole district is dependent on the prospering of industry and extensive capital investments may be involved. 6. For still other tasks, the areas covered by the political districts are too large, particularly as the official, socially cut off from the population, is not capable of becoming familiar with the needs of the district. Every road, every toll, every trade has an individual significance for the district. And the district administration is merely a brief, hastily taken preliminary step for the rising aristocratic stars who, through the isolation of their rank and the brevity of their sojourn, are prevented even from grasping the real 323 situation and thus from providing impetus to stimulate professional activity and to unleash the forces of the people. 7. In fact, all the newer administrative instances have detached themselves from the divisions defining the administrative sectors. Springer cites the examples of the road concurrence districts, the offices of provision, the poor relief districts, the military districts, the district health insurance funds, the concurrences for the transport of prisoners. There is a veritable flight of legislation and the population from the district administration. We are undeniably facing the attempt to reform the apparatus of internal administration. It is now up to the working class to ensure that this reform is achieved not by bureaucratic means, as planned by the Kerber ministry, but democratically. The working class has to demand that local corporations, elected according to the proportional voting system based on universal, equal, and direct suffrage, attend to internal administration. Although the bourgeoisie is content with its social influence on the bureaucracy, the working class always experiences the rule by the bureaucracy as alien domination. Although the bourgeoisie is satisfied with a lame, purely legislative democracy, the working class wants to put this still limping democracy firmly on its 2 feet. The working class, and only the working class, grasps the true meaning of the statement made by Niebuhr that liberty and equality rest more on the administration than on the Constitution. 8. However, we should certainly not deceive ourselves as to the prospects of such a fundamental reform. That a state in continental Europe will adopt the English system of internal administration within the capitalist social order is highly improbable. The effect of the historical factors that have placed the administration of the modern state on the continent in the hands of the bureaucracy is still too strong. To this is added the fact that the further capitalist development progresses, the greater the fear among the aging bourgeoisie of all democracy. However, economic development in Austria has still not progressed enough for the domination of the bourgeoisie in almost all the provinces and districts to be threatened by democratic administrative reform. And yet in the national struggle a remarkable chain of circumstances has created a strong ally of such reform. It is certain that Austria will not place internal administration completely in the hands of local self-administrative bodies. But the shared administration of cantons Kreisoi by an imperial and royal canton officer and a canton council, as Springer has described it, is entirely possible. If there is a utopia here, it is the idea of maintaining our existing administrative organizations. However, any attempt to alter them immediately uncovers national antagonisms. Every administrative reform takes on national significance, alters the power relations between the nations. This fact ensures the failure of bureaucratic administrative reform in Austria. An attempt to call for a redivision of districts in Bohemia will immediately collide with the old. 324. Discord over national demarcation. The quarrel of the nations, in the final instance guaranteed on both sides by the weapon of parliamentary obstruction, will without doubt prevent any redivision of the political districts. However, if the redivision was combined with the introduction of self-administration within the canton, things would become quite different. Would the Czechs prevent an administrative reform that for the first time provided the Czech bourgeois and peasant masses with the chance to administer their own affairs? What would be the significance of the dispute over the language employed by officials if the office itself was brought into question? What would be the significance of the old slogan tearing apart the land if for the first time the Czech nation was offered the power to govern itself, to attend to its own cultural and economic needs? All reform of our decayed administrative apparatus will be hopeless if the power of the democratic idea does not tear down national barriers. If local self-administration within the canton is introduced in Bohemia, it cannot be refused in Moravia. However, it becomes clear here that purely geographical demarcation is impossible. The abandoning of the canton minority to the majority is likewise out of the question. This leads us to Springer's concept of the dual canton, the autonomous administration of affairs that are regarded as nationally neutral by the territorial canton council, the autonomous administration of the cultural affairs of each nation by the national canton delegation. And once we have the canton councils and canton delegations of each nation, I am sure that they will unite within the state as a whole to form the sovereign national council. If democratic administration is given a piece of land, it will drive the state with compelling force to implement national autonomy. Surely, these are nothing more than utopias. Yet in 1899 the National Register was a utopia. In 1905 in Moravia it became law. We have seen how the paralyzing of the legislative bodies by the national dispute strengthens the tendency toward national autonomy. But let us assume that the Chamber of Deputies and the provincial assemblies will be able to work in peace for a few years under the prevailing constitution. In this situation the process of radical upheaval will be even more inevitable. For every new law will mean new administrative tasks. Each year administrative reform will consequently become more urgent. However, a fundamental reform will be impossible because it will raise all national questions at the same time, every question of national demarcation, constitutional areas of competence, the internal and external language of administration. Administrative reform will become more urgent, but will be hindered by the national dispute. At this point the working class will enter the fray and raise the issue of democratic local administration. It will show all nations that autonomous local administration places administrative power directly in the hands of the people. It will respond to the dispute over the language of reports with the question of whether it is necessary at all. 325. For the official who is a stranger to the people to decide on our most important concerns. It will compel a part of the bourgeoisie to take a position, in turn a part of the bourgeoisie will be unable to resist the power of the democratic idea. At this point the state will also be drawn into this situation. The bureaucracy will not resolve to abdicate in favor of the canton councils produced by equal voting rights. But the state will prefer to allow its civil servants to share power with autonomous self-administrative bodies rather than bring its administrative apparatus, its very existence, to a complete standstill. In this way, due to the national dispute, the necessity of administrative reform drives toward democracy, and the necessity of democracy in turn leads to national self-determination. Is it to be doubted that the bureaucracy will make this sacrifice? In other states, peoples have had to fight hard for parliamentary ministries. But in Austria, Now the ministries of civil servants are no longer capable of leading a chamber of deputies torn by the national dispute. The bureaucracy begs the national parties to form a ministry from its representatives, and the crown itself must declare it a patriotic sacrifice when a prade or a peacock graciously condescends to become a minister. 9. For the state, the necessity for survival is stronger than the bureaucracy's desire for power. At the point at which the bureaucracy is no longer capable of administering a fissured Austria, it will itself call for the participation of the people in administration. What would the governor give to see the responsibility for many a difficult decision assumed by the majority on this or that canton council? From whatever aspect we consider the multinational state, we see everywhere the forces at work that will realize national autonomy. The national dispute paralyzes legislation and hinders administration. The distress of the state becomes the distress of all classes, all nations. Only national autonomy restores to the state its viability in that it legally guarantees the power of the nations. Because the state cannot do without national autonomy, the latter will become the program of all nations and all social strata that cannot do without the state. Is it surprising that the development of national relations should lead to such an immense transformation in the old Austria? It would seem more surprising to us if the immense transformation of national relations were to leave the old legal forms intact. Our constitution is based on two principles: on the atomist centralist regulation of national relations, which necessarily drives the nations toward the struggle for power, and on the displacement of power relations through privileged voting rights to the advantage of the old historical nations. However, the previous century radically altered all national relations. Since then, all Austrian peoples have been awakened to historical existence. Since then, all classes within all the peoples have successively deployed themselves. The national struggle, once a dispute between the bourgeoisie and the bureaucracy on the one hand and the land-holding nobility on 326. The other, has become a struggle between the great mass of the petty bourgeoisie, the peasants, and the workers. Since then, capitalism has radically transformed traditional social relations, has uprooted and restructured the population and built up a terrible social hatred everywhere, which has been transformed into national hatred in diverse ways. All power relations have been altered. How could the legal order remain unchanged? Electoral reform has already, if not eliminated, then certainly attenuated the privileges of the old historical nations. Every further step toward democracy endangers the traditional power of the Germans, Poles, and Italians within the state. However, under the prevailing constitution, only power over the state guarantees the nations the ability to satisfy national cultural needs. The old historical nations thus cling to the present situation, fearing every change. However, the maintenance of this situation is insupportable for the rising non-historical nations, insupportable for all the classes in bourgeois society that cannot tolerate any stagnation, insupportable for the state itself, the legislative machinery of which cannot stand idle, the administrative structure of which cannot survive unchanged. Under our constitution both development and stagnation are equally impossible. If the legal order concedes autonomy to the nations, this will result in nothing other than the legal systems adapting itself to the new power relations that have been created by the awakening of the non-historical nations and the social differentiation of all peoples. Certainly, it is hardly probable that national autonomy will be the result of a great resolution, of a single, bold action. In a slow process of development, in long struggles that repeatedly paralyze legislation and maintain the rigidity of the administrative apparatus while also undermining its ability to survive, Austria will develop step by step in the direction of national autonomy. Rather than a great legislative act, it will be innumerable individual laws for the individual provinces and parishes that produce the new constitution. But whatever the case, those for whom the national struggle is not the foolish malice of rabble-rousers but the necessary effect of altered national relations, those for whom the legal order is not an arbitrary piece of paper but the precipitate of power relations, can confidently repeat the words, if Austria is to exist, then so too must national autonomy. Austria and Hungary. Until now we have attempted to show which forces within Austria itself are determining the development of national autonomy. Rudolf Springer has pointed out that these forces will find a strong ally in movements that aim to provoke a confrontation between Austria and Hungary. If we wish to examine this viewpoint, we must first briefly discuss the Hungarian question. Hungary fell to Austria at the same time as Bohemia. However, the internal development of Hungary took a quite different course from that of Bohemia. 327. Although Bohemia lost its nobility as a result of the defeat of the estates, the Magyar nobility survived. In the first place, this means that the national cultural development of the Magyars has differed from that of the Czechs. The Magyars never became a non-historical nation like the Czechs. They were not subjected to the domination of a foreign ruling class, but themselves enslaved and exploited the non-historical nations in their own land, the Romanians, the Slovaks, the Serbs, and the Ruthenians. The same fact also distinguishes the political development of the two lands. In Bohemia, the Habsburgs destroyed the estates and legislation and administration fell into the hands of the state and its bureaucracy. In Hungary, on the other hand, the estates asserted their power over legislation and administration and only gradually transformed themselves into a modern parliament, a process that in fundamental terms has still not been concluded. The Hungarian constitution placed all power in the hands of the Magyar nobility. Hungary could consequently also not escape the struggle between state authority and the estates. The result was the ongoing struggles of the nation against Vienna, that is, against absolute state authority, a struggle in which the nation allied itself with other countries and to which Vienna responded with death sentences and executions. 11. The whole ideology of the Magyar nobility is today still charged with the memory of this brutal, unremitting struggle of the state with the estates. This struggle was based on powerful conflicts of economic interest. In the epochs of Maria Theresa and Joseph II, the state aimed to protect the peasants against exploitation by the landed nobility in Hungary. 2. The Magyar nobility paid no taxes, and the peasant was thus the principal contributor to taxation. Here too the concern for the royal and imperial contributors led to a policy of peasant protection. This was all the more necessary due to the fact that the peasants had been left entirely at the mercy of the landed nobility following the defeat of the Great Peasant Revolt of 1514, and their legal and economic situation was hardly better than in neighboring Poland. However, the state's first attempt, 1764 to 1765, met with bitter resistance from the Hungarian Reichstag. The Empress therefore had an herbarium agricultural code drafted by royal court committees between 1766 and 1768, but the estates opposed its implementation with all their power, seeing this attempt to rule independently through the authority of the state as an infringement of the constitution. The abolition of serfdom, which Joseph II implemented in Transylvania in 1783 and in Hungary in 1785, again irritated the estates. However, when fiscal and agricultural regulation under Joseph II proposed transforming seigneurial claims on peasants into cash payments and significantly reducing such claims in general, the resistance of the nobility turned into open rebellion. Joseph himself was forced to retract the law for Hungary. The nobility had successfully affirmed its national right, the right to the exploitation of the peasants, both Magyar and those of other nations. In 1790. 328. The estates accepted the Thirasson agricultural code, which was far more advantageous for them, although only provisionally. However, in practice it remained completely ineffective. 12. Apart from the right to unlimited exploitation of the peasants, the estates regarded their exemption from taxation as their most sacred national right. The Habsburgs repeatedly attempted in vain to convince the nobility to renounce this privilege. Since the nobility refused to comply, absolutism took its own form of revenge. Hungary was virtually treated as a colony. Within the dualistic estate-state system, commercial legislation and customs policy were entirely under the control of the emperor. Mercantilism did not promote the development of manufacturing and the putting out system in Hungary, but consciously restricted them in order to guarantee Austrian enterprises the Hungarian market. Import duties on raw materials for industry were thus fixed at a higher rate for Hungary than for Austria. When, for example, the customs tariff for 1775 was being discussed, Count Bleimigen declared, "If one imposes a tax of 5% on dye and indigo in the German hereditary lands, then these articles will have to be taxed at 30% in Hungary, since this is the only means of preventing Hungary from constructing factories." 13. In order to guarantee the Austrian capitalists the Hungarian market, the import of foreign goods into Hungary was impeded. This was achieved by means of Austrian transit duties and the requirement that foreign goods could only be imported into Hungary at certain major customs stations, whereas Austrian goods could be imported at any border station. On the other hand, the export of Hungarian goods to countries other than Austria was prevented. If Hungarian goods were exported to other destinations via Austria, export duties were doubled. The policy was most ruthless where there was competition between Hungarian and Austrian goods. For example, anyone who wished to export a certain quantity of Hungarian wine to another country had to export the same quantity of Austrian wine in order to ensure that Austrian viniculture did not suffer any disadvantage due to Hungarian competition. 14. The emperor not only determined customs legislation in Austria, but also, as King of Hungary, had the power to legislate on economic matters in the lands under the crown of Saint Stephen. 15. These rights were now exercised exclusively to the advantage of the hereditary lands. One must understand this connection in order to comprehend Hungary's fury over this policy, which meant that the rights exercised by the King of Hungary exclusively served the interests of Austria. Of course, the Hungarian nobility was not really justified in objecting to this policy. Its own refusal to forego its exemption from taxation was, after all, to blame. Since the Hungarian landed noble paid no tax and the peasant, ruthlessly exploited by the landed nobility, could pay for only a relatively small proportion of public expenditures, there was hardly any other way of extracting revenue from the land than through customs duties. This connection can be proved through 329. Reference to sources. On December 30, 1785, Joseph II wrote to the Hungarian Chancellor, Count Palffy, that he would treat Hungary in the same way as Austria, in particular by promoting the establishment of factories, if the Hungarian nobility renounced its exemption from taxation. 16. But the Magyar nobility was not prepared to make this sacrifice. If the economic development of Hungary remains even today not only far behind that of the Western European lands, but even behind the capitalist development of Austria, there are also many other reasons for this. One needs only recall that Hungary was liberated from Turkish domination only 2 centuries ago. But to no small extent it owes this backwardness to the Hungarian nobility, which sacrificed the development of the country for the sake of its privilege of tax exemption. Yet, although today scholars of history may clearly comprehend this connection, the Hungarian population never understood it. It saw only that the King of Hungary exercised his constitutional rights to the disadvantage of the land and to the advantage of a foreign state. These facts still have repercussions today. The struggle of the estates, which lasted for centuries, cultivated a political ideology in the Magyar nobility that perceived its sole political task as lying in the struggle against absolutism, the struggle against Vienna, the struggle for the freedom and sovereignty of the Hungarian estates. And the treatment of Hungary as a colony increasingly cast the Magyar nobility in the role of fighter for the interests of the entire kingdom against a foreign power that aimed to enslave and exploit Hungary. During the first half of the 19th century, this antagonism was experienced with increasing intensity. In 1843, Liszt's national system of political economy was translated into Magyar. The development of the productivity of the country became a favored slogan. In 1844, the estates demanded the right to legislate on customs matters. In the same year a National Protectionist Association was founded, the members of which solemnly swore to sell only products manufactured in Hungary. The nobility cleverly saw how it could turn to its own advantage the indignation of the country at the fact that absolutism was preventing its economic development with the aid of economic legislation. but it also saw other means of presenting the struggle of the estates in the guise of a national struggle. One of these means was the struggle for the use of the Magyar language. The struggle over language began during the reign of Joseph II. In Germany at this time the German language had long replaced medieval Latin in legislation, administration, the dispensation of justice, and the sciences. In Hungary, on the other hand, Latin remained the language of the state. Now the movement calling for the replacement of Latin with the living vernacular gradually spread to Hungary. However, Joseph II wanted to replace Latin not with Magyar, but with German. The Latin language was the language of the estates and the estate administration, the German language was the language of the imperial bureaucracy. It is therefore not surprising that the emperor, 330, who wanted to eliminate all estate constitutions and thereby all the privileges of his kingdoms and lands and make the entire monarchy into a uniformly governed mass, strove for the extension of German-speaking territory over Hungary as well. The estates opposed the introduction of the lingua peregrina with all their might. The struggle against the German language became an effective means of waging their class struggle against the authority of the state. The year 1792 already saw the prescription of Magyar as the language of instruction in all the schools of the land. With the laws of 1836 and 1844, Magyar replaced Latin as the Hungarian language of state. And the nobility quickly recognized that there could be no better means of giving the struggle of its estates the appearance of a struggle of the entire nation than that offered by the struggle over language. The foreign language in the mouth of the official, the judge, and the officer rendered foreign domination tangible. The demand that the state employ the Magyar language necessarily won the support not only of the Magyar bourgeoisie, but also that of the Magyar peasantry. The instinct of the masses suspects that the organs of the class state dominate them as a foreign power, but they childishly suppose that they are able to eliminate this foreign domination, which is after all the essence of every class state, by simply excluding the foreign language from administration, the courts, and the army. As if the state would no longer have confronted the Magyar peasant as an alien power if its organs had conversed with him in Magyar. The struggle over language thus performed the miracle of drawing the Magyar peasants into the political retinue of their crudest oppressors. It is extremely interesting to observe how the ideology of the nobility, repeatedly cultivated and strengthened by the incessant struggle between the authority of the state and the estates, gradually became itself more powerful than the nobility's class interests. Class ideology is always a product of the particular conditions under which the class lives. It is always born out of class interest. But once it has emerged, an ideology continues to live, undergoing its own particular development and, by virtue of its own logic, moving beyond the conditions of its own emergence. Thus, given the right conditions, it can come about that a class ideology can outlive the class interest to which it owes its existence, that the class remains tied to its ideology even though it no longer corresponds to its interests. Such a state of affairs may only be conceivable as a transitional phase, since the altered class interest will ultimately also alter the class ideology. But, for a time, this contradiction between class interest and class ideology exists and has historical efficacy. This was the situation of the Magyar nobility shortly before 1848 and during the Revolution. The ideology of the nobility was that of national freedom. The class interest of the nobility in the maintenance of the dominance of the estates, which included the total subjugation of the peasants and guaranteed its exemption from taxation, had driven it into the struggle for national liberty. However, 331. This idea acquired such force in the minds of the Magyar nobility over centuries of struggle that it still maintained its influence even after it had ceased to correspond to the interests of this class. The economic policies of absolutism, hostile to Hungary, could not be combated if the nobility did not renounce its exemption from taxation, and a part of the nobility finally decided to vote for this sacrifice. The struggle against absolutism could not assume the guise of the struggle for liberty as long as the nobility waged it alone. Thus, a part of the nobility decided to share power with the bourgeoisie. The struggle of the Magyar nobility brought it closer to the bourgeois freedom fighters throughout Europe. It adopted the great idea of the bourgeois revolution. The demand for the rule of the estates was gradually replaced by the demand for parliamentary rule, the principle of estate privilege by the bourgeois concept of equality before the law. To be sure, the majority of the nobility defended itself against the consequences of its own ideology as soon as a contradiction with its own interests emerged. However, the younger, more energetic part of the nobility, inflamed by the ideals of the struggles of its class, held fast to this idea and finally led it to victory as soon as the revolution had torn down all hindrances. As a consequence, the Magyar nobility's struggle for liberty could appear to the revolutionaries throughout Europe as identical with their own struggle, although those fighting in Hungary were the heirs of a nobility for which estate rights had been nothing more than a means of guaranteeing its own exemption from taxation and the exploitation of the peasants against intervention by the state. The long struggle between the state and the Magyar nobility finally ended in a compromise, the celebrated Compromise Ausgleich of 1867. Under this arrangement, the German bureaucracy and bourgeoisie shared power within the empire with the Magyar nobility. The crown contented itself with the fact that a unified army assured it of power over the entire empire and that the empire appeared to the outside world to be a unified state. Moreover, it granted the Magyars the power to establish a national state. The non-historical nations were left defenseless in the hands of the Magyar nobility. However, the compromise did not mark the conclusion of this development as a whole. In the old dualistic estate-state system, the Habsburg lands formed a unit insofar as the power of the emperor prevailed, and each crown land formed an independent state insofar as the law of the estates prevailed. The more powerful the provincial prince, the stronger became the bond that linked the provinces with one another. The more the power of the estates decreased, the more the crown lands lost the character of independent states. For this reason, the struggle of the estates against the state assumed the appearance of a struggle of federalism against centralism, and thus, in Hungary, the struggle against the crown that of a struggle against the close association with Austria. This struggle did not cease with the agreement of the compromise. The 332. Traditional political ideology was all too inviting for Hungary as a tool to exploit. Hungary and Austria had different interests. First, their interests were different regarding the question as to which part of their shared financial burden, the cost of the army and the interest on their shared public debt, should be borne by each of the two states. Second, there was a clash of interest over every question of economic policy. Every new trade agreement necessarily gave rise to the question of the extent to which the industrial interests of Austria and the agricultural interests of Hungary should be taken into account. Finally, there was a conflict of interest regarding numerous political questions. What degree of influence should Hungary and what degree should Austria exert on their shared foreign policy? In this conflict between the two states, Hungary acted as if it was making a great sacrifice in even accepting coexistence with Austria. Thus, in every dispute between the two states, Austria had to give way in order to avoid Hungary's rejecting this common ground altogether. Thus, Hungary had a material interest in the existence of parties that cultivated the old tradition of struggle and opposed coexistence. Hungary owed many a victory over Austria in the struggle over quotas, over customs and trade agreements, and over influence on foreign policy to its opposition in the domain of constitutional law. The struggle against coexistence had originally been a means employed by the estates in their struggle against the authority of the state. Following the compromise, Hungary carefully cultivated the ideas traditionally associated with this struggle. These ideas now became a means of struggle in the conflict of interest with the other half of the empire. The struggle against coexistence initially manifested itself as a struggle against the imperial community, against coats of arms, flags, and the German language. Most significant then and still today was the struggle over language. The ruling class had a direct interest in this struggle. Magyar as the language of the army would reserve the officers' positions in the Hungarian army for this class by eliminating the competition from Austrian officers. However, over and above this, the dominant lesser nobility, the gentry, already had to strive for the exclusive dominance of the Magyar language because its power was based on the subjection of the non-historical nations. To begin with, its aim was to impose the Magyar language on the Romanians, the Ruthenians, the Serbs, and the Slovaks, but also on the Germans in Hungary. But this struggle had little popularity. It contradicted the traditional ideologies that gave the struggle of the nation the appearance of a struggle for liberation. It contradicted the ideology of the broad masses of the Magyar nation, which, themselves exploited and oppressed, were opposed to all oppression. This struggle thus brought with it the danger for the ruling class of losing the political support of its own nation. It was thus necessary to give the struggle over language the guise of a struggle for liberty. For this reason it was directed against Vienna, against the crown. The struggle for the exclusive. 333. Dominance of the Magyar language in state life, a tool of the gentry for the purpose of subjugating the nationalities, manifested itself as a struggle of the parliament against the crown, and the friends of liberty in Hungary and throughout Europe applauded it. It was not difficult to win the support of the broad masses for this struggle. In a country with a very slow rate of economic development, the traditional ideologies of the classes are tenaciously preserved. How great was the change in the social and political ideals of the German people in the wake of the revolution! In Hungary, on the other hand, the name of Kossuth still sounds to the Magyar peasants today like a political program, as it did in 1848. Only a short time ago the masses of the Magyar people were still unfamiliar with political ideas other than those inherited from the epoch of the struggle of the estates, the struggle against Vienna. And today it is still not difficult to present the German language to the peasants as a symbol of foreign domination. To be sure, the Hungarian army would still not be an army of the people if the peasant's son were drilled to serve the class state with orders issued in Magyar. On the other hand, orders issued in German render concrete and directly perceptible the fact that the Magyar peasant's son must undergo a laborious time in the service of a foreign power. Is it then surprising that his instinct to oppose the army of the class state, which at every harvest is sent in against striking agricultural workers and at every election against oppositional peasants, initially expresses itself in a naive hatred of the German military language? The struggle against the imperial community has thus arisen from the class interest and the class ideology of the ruling landowning class, which realizes the importance of keeping alive the ideas inherited from a time past among the slowly developing Magyar bourgeoisie and the Magyar peasant masses in order to ensure their support for the interests of the dominant nobility. It is undoubtedly the case that Hungary is determined to construct a purely Magyar national state and to create its own Magyar army. The common economic zone no longer exists in legal terms. From a legal point of view, Hungary could simply levy import duties on the Austrian border tomorrow. Will it make this legal possibility into concrete reality? Even Rudolf Springer is of the opinion that in Hungary only a few founders and petty bourgeois arrogance oppose the unified customs area. 18-1 regard this to be erroneous. Very powerful forces are driving Hungary towards separation from Austria in economic terms as well. In 1900, of the working population as a whole, only 17.5% were employed in mining, iron and steel production, industry, commerce, and transport, whereas 71.13% were engaged in agriculture. The exchange of goods between Austria and Hungary is fundamentally an exchange of Austrian industrial products for the products of Hungarian agriculture and stock breeding. In 1905, the goods that Hungary exported to Austria were made up, in terms of value, of 58.2% raw materials, 7.2% semi-finished products, and 34.6% finished products, whereas Austria exported 10.3% raw materials, 11.8% semi-finished products, and 77.9% finished products. What effects does such a relationship have on the Hungarian economy? In an agrarian society, less value is produced overall in relation to the size of the population than in an industrial country. Agricultural work is seasonal. Agricultural labor power is therefore left unexploited for a large part of the year. Capitalism first destroyed the old practice of production in the home, the secondary occupation practiced by the peasants to meet their own needs. In Hungary this process was very slow. Even today, weaving and even spinning in the home to meet the peasant family's own needs have not been entirely displaced. However, with the development of the forces of production through capitalism, the products of industry penetrate into the countryside and destroy the old practice of production in the home. In other countries, production in the home was replaced by the putting out system. Peasants and cottars began to produce as home workers in the pay of capitalists. But precisely during the period in which the putting out system was being established, Hungary was under the yoke of the economic policy of Austrian mercantilism. It was not in Hungary, but in Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia that the capitalist putting out system emerged, the products of which were bought by the Hungarian peasant. The Hungarian agricultural population was thus deprived of its old secondary occupation without replacement of this by a new one. For the Hungarian economy as a whole, this has meant that less labor is performed by the society and thus less value is produced. For the agricultural population itself, unable to live from agriculture, it has meant it is also unable to remain in the country and is thus forced to emigrate. In fact, emigration from Hungary is increasing from year to year. The value of this emigrant labor power and the surplus value that it would have been able to produce in the country is lost to the economy as a whole. The exploitation of the Hungarian agricultural workers is extreme. If the harvest is poor, typhus linked to famine spreads even in the most fertile parts of the country. The Hungarian government seeks to perpetuate this destitution of the rural population, which in the most fertile parts of the country is of course not due to natural adversity, but to excessive exploitation, by preventing the rural population from organizing, by putting down every attempt to halt production by force of arms, and by itself ensuring that there is a ready supply of strike breakers. Since the price of labor power is so low, the economy as a whole is dependent on what happens to the surplus value. A considerable part of this surplus value flows into other regions. A major reason for this is the fact that large areas of the land are in the hands of foreign landowners, who consume the surplus value in other regions. These proprietors include the imperial family, Bohemian and foreign landowners, and Austrian cloisters. 335. But quite apart from this, every region where capital has a low organic composition must cede a part of its surplus value in the process of exchanging commodities with the region where capital has a higher organic composition. We have already referred to the reasons for this important phenomenon in the discussion of the antagonism existing between German Bohemia and Czech Bohemia. When Hungary exchanges grain for cotton, the fact that more social labor is embodied in the grain than in the cotton means that Hungary produces surplus value for Austria. To be sure, this rule is also broken here by the phenomenon of ground rent. If the grain that Hungary delivers to Austria is harvested from poor soil, the production of this grain has entailed more labor than the production of a quantity of cotton that secures the same price. However, Hungary also has better soil, and the grain harvested from fertile soil secures the same price as the product of the poorest soil, the yield of which is still needed by the economic zone. If the products of the better soil are exchanged, they contain no more, perhaps even less, labor than the cotton that Austria provides in exchange. Nevertheless, the surplus labor that Hungary must produce for Austria, as must every land with a lower organic composition of capital for the more highly developed land, is thereby merely reduced, not eliminated. The reason for this is that a considerable part of the ground rent flows to other lands, in particular to Austria. A considerable part of this ground rent is in fact always paid as interest to the mortgage creditors of the landowners. In this manner, a not inconsiderable part of Hungarian ground rent flows into the hands of those Austrian capitalists who directly or indirectly, as mortgage bondholders, grant the Hungarian farmers mortgagee loans. This revenue of foreign capitalists is taxed in Hungary, and, insofar as the mortgages are in the hands of the common central bank, the state also has a share of the profit, but to the extent that the mortgage interest flows to private capitalists, most of it does not remain in Hungary. In Hungary the mass of the value produced in relation to the size of the population is small, because the level of exploitation of the worker is very high. Surplus value constitutes a considerable proportion of this value as a whole. However, a large part of this surplus value does not remain in Hungary. This fact necessarily restricts the accumulation of capital within the country. To this is added the manner in which the owners of the means of production employ the proportion of the surplus value remaining in the country. The capitalist divides his surplus value into two parts. He consumes one and accumulates the other, that is, transforms it into capital again and utilizes it to purchase labor power and the means of production. We refer to the relation between the accumulated and total surplus value as the rate of accumulation. The higher the rate of accumulation, the more rapidly the country's stock of capital increases. It is well known that the industrial capitalists accumulate a far greater part of the surplus value they acquire than the 336 landowning nobility. In highly developed countries, the competition between American and Russian grain may have drummed economic sense even into the landowners. The dominant capitalist class may have imbued even the landowning nobility with ideology, may have infected it with its greed for profit, but in Hungary this is by no means the case. Every year, the Magyar nobility still squanders the largest part of the surplus value it seizes. And since the largest part of the total surplus value of the country flows into the hands of this class, the rate of accumulation in Hungary is still very low and, as a result, its stock of capital also grows very slowly. This fact is expressed in the cultural wretchedness of the whole country. To be sure, the Magyars eagerly point to the dazzling development of the capital city. But the growth of Budapest and a few other cities cannot compensate for the cultural backwardness of the land as a whole. It is incidentally very much open to question whether the externally dazzling growth of the capital city does not in fact reflect the economic sickness of the land. The city is, of course, above all, the center of surplus value consumption. The splendor of the capital is the external manifestation of the low rate of accumulation. It is not without reason that pleasure-loving Budapest is the most important customer of every Austrian luxury industry. It is undeniable that the Hungarian national economy has made enormous steps since 1867. But if one compares Hungary with any developed industrial country with the same population size, Hungary appears poor, culturally backward, and weak in terms of its fiscal capacity. The majority of Hungarian state loans are still in the hands of foreign, in particular Austrian, capitalists. It is still the case in Hungary that the development of a modern industrial enterprise almost always involves the immigration of Austrian capital into the country. Due to these facts, industrial development is perceived in Hungary as in the interest of the whole economic zone. For this reason, Hungary is already applying all the tools of mercantilist policy. For this reason, it is attempting, by means of subvention, taxation exemptions, and railway tariff policies, to attract foreign capital into the country. For this reason, it also aspires to a separate customs area, in order to accelerate its industrial development through tax incentives. To be sure, the industrial development of the country is possible only if foreign capital immigrates to Hungary, resulting in an initial flow of industrial profit into the hands of foreign capitalists. However, the economic history of every country confirms that foreign industrial capital gradually becomes indigenous. In Austria, too, capital from England, Belgium, and Germany that has established industrial enterprises has either become Austrian or has been superseded by Austrian capital. In recent decades, we have been able to observe this phenomenon of the nationalization of foreign capital on a large scale in Italy and to an even greater degree in the United States. In Hungary, too, the foreign capital that is establishing Indus 337 trial enterprises will ultimately acquire local status. The Kohns and Pollocks who today are involved in cotton weaving in Bohemia and who tomorrow will be involved in cotton weaving in Hungary will feel no less comfortable in Budapest than in Vienna. The erection of a customs border between Austria and Hungary is thus initially perceived as a need of the state. It is seen as such by those social strata whose social position is based entirely on the apparatus of public administration, the professional politicians, the journalists, the bureaucrats, and the younger sons of the Magyar nobility who appear in the legislative bodies as the born leaders of the nation and occupy the sinecures in the county administrative bodies. In the same way, the entire intelligentsia is becoming the advocate of the interests of the state. The knowledge that industrial development will increase the prosperity of the land is combining with the traditional historical ideology of the class that sees in the establishment of an independent state system, in complete separation from Austria, a triumph over Vienna, the triumph of liberty. 19. The intelligentsia is thus being won over to the idea of an independent customs area. This is all the more significant due to the fact that in Hungary, as in every economically backward land, the political power of the intelligentsia is very great. The Hungarian bourgeoisie is allying itself with this stratum of the intelligentsia in the struggle for an independent Hungarian customs area. It expects the establishment of a customs border to bring with it numerous opportunities for supplementary profit and for the sale of its commodities, enticing investment spheres for its capital and an assured market for its products. Manufacturers and merchants are the core division of this army that is fighting for protective tariffs against Austria. The influence of these social strata is very great. In the first place, the present electoral system favors the towns. And within the urban population, the bourgeoisie, due to its economic power and its social standing, forms the leadership for as long as capitalism does not incite the rebellion of the petty bourgeoisie. Hungary has even today still not reached the stage of development, when the petty bourgeoisie temporarily separates itself politically from the bourgeoisie, a stage that Austria had already reached at the end of the 1880s. As a result, the petty bourgeoisie is providing support for the bourgeoisie in its struggle for a separate customs area. As influential as the intelligentsia and the bourgeoisie already are in Hungary today, they are nevertheless unable to achieve economic separation from Austria while faced with the opposition of the entire power of the landowning nobility. The gentry is after all even today the ruling class in Hungary. Of course, the gentry is no longer a unified class. 20. A part of it makes up the intelligentsia, the bureaucracy, the politicians, the journalists, the occupants of county sinecures, who we already know to be supporters of a separate customs area. Another section is interrelated with the bourgeoisie, sits in the administrative councils and the boards of banks and industrial. 338. Companies. But the majority of the lesser nobility, like the high nobility, has an interest in the export of grain and meat. The following figures prove just how strong this interest is. The Hungarian export statistics for the year 1904 are shown in Table 5.1. Table 5.1 Hungarian exports, 1904 quantity produced total exports to Austria, in quintals, wheat, rye, barley, oats, maize. 39,984,951 11,663,819 11,365,234 9,823,997 17,974,937 3,944,682 1,056,342 2,583,398 2,064,834 2,243,104 3,932,307 2,056,035 1,821,749 2,052,820 2,097,986. Moreover, in the same year Hungary exported 7,193,653 quintals of flour, which included 6,121,834 quintals to Austria. Grain export to Austria decreases only to the extent that flour export increases. Livestock exports to Austria are also very high. The figures for 1904 are shown in Table 5.2. Table 5.2 Hungarian livestock exports, 1904 total exports to Austria, number of animals, cattle 301,668 251,782 pigs 372,975 372,635. Added to this is a considerable quantity of animal and fat products and so on. These figures show clearly enough the enormous interests at stake for Hungarian agriculture and stock breeding in regard to the issue of a separate customs area. A very large proportion of their products seek buyers outside Hungary, and, compared to the enormous sales on the Austrian market, the quantities purchased by other countries from Hungarian farmers and stock breeders are insignificant. A separate customs area threatens the landowning nobility in Hungary with a decrease in ground rents. Furthermore, the division of the customs area will also have the effect of lowering the price of land. Since the price of land is nothing but capitalized ground rent, it is dependent on two factors, ground rent and the interest rate. If ground rent sinks, that is, the value yielded by the land is lower, the price of the land sinks. If the rate of interest rises, the same ground rent corresponds to a smaller quantity of capital and, in turn, the price of the land sinks. The separation of customs areas will not only lower the ground rent in Hungary, but without doubt also increase the rate of interest. The price of land will thus sink for these two reasons, which, for the landowning class, is equivalent to a massive loss of capital. Moreover, the 33J. More rapid development of Hungarian industry with its high demand for money capital will also increase the rate of interest on mortgages. Despite the falling price of land and sinking ground rent, the debt burden on agriculture will thus not become any less. If one reflects on the significance of this fact, it is reasonable to doubt whether it is even conceivable that Hungary's ruling class will introduce a separate customs area. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that customs separation, if it on the one hand harms the landowners, can on the other be of some benefit to the largest of them. In particular, it will facilitate the development of agricultural subsidiary industries. The sugar industry and beer brewing could certainly develop more quickly with the protection of a customs border than has been the case in recent years. It is precisely the large landowners who have an interest in the development of these industries, which regularly appear as agricultural subsidiary industries. In fact, it is precisely these industries that the Hungarian government initially wants to protect against Austrian imports, and, in the context of the struggle for measures serving this end, a number of the Hungarian landowners will certainly commit themselves to the program of customs separation. However, this carries little weight. Austrian sugar exports to Hungary amounted to only 329,727 quintals in 1905, beer and meat exports to only 288,917 quintals, and this is already being confronted with a considerable level of importation of these goods from Hungary. Thus, the hope of promoting agricultural subsidiary industries through protective tariffs imposed on Austria can hardly alter in any significant way the significance of the fact that the economic interests of the nobility are antagonistic to customs separation. Anyone who believes that Hungary will carelessly decide to abolish its economic ties with Austria, that one fine day a Hungarian parliament will, without encountering any opposition, decide to establish a customs border with Austria, will have cause to reflect after studying these figures. The question of customs separation will not be solved within Hungary itself without intense struggles. But despite all this, it is probable that in these struggles Hungary will decide in favor of a separate customs area. Certainly, customs separation contradicts the interests of the large and medium-sized landowners in Hungary. However, customs separation is supported by the ideology of these classes. The Magyar nobility has been waging its class struggle against Austrian absolutism for 380 years. These centuries have cultivated an ideology in the Magyar gentry, for which the complete independence of the Hungarian state, complete separation from Austria, is the ultimate goal of all political strivings. This ideology cannot be underestimated. It has already resulted in the transformation of the estate struggle of the nobility for its privileges into its complete opposite, the revolutionary struggle for the bourgeois concept of equality before the law. And it remains an active force today. It is in this conceptual universe that the children of the Magyar 340 ruling class are educated. It impregnates all social life, all intellectual culture. It alone has given form and content to the political struggle of the Magyar nobility for centuries. This ideology certainly emerged from the interest of the class, but once it had emerged and was subsequently strengthened by 4 centuries of continuous struggle, it became woven into the consciousness of the Magyar nobility. It cannot simply be dispelled today or tomorrow on the grounds that it no longer corresponds to altered class interests. Certainly, a large proportion of the Magyar nobility will oppose customs separation with all their power. It is not the farmers and livestock breeders, but the intelligentsia, the professional politicians and journalists, the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie of the Hungarian towns who will be the leaders in the battle for the independent customs area. But the resistance of the nobility is broken by its own ideology, it is ensnared in its own slogans. The class interest of the bourgeoisie will triumph over the class interest of the nobility by allying itself with the class ideology of the nobility itself. The independent customs area already exists in legal terms, and initially people will be satisfied with the empty legal form, with the replacing of the trade alliance with a trade agreement in which both states guarantee each other free trade. Then duties will probably be levied on individual goods products of agricultural subsidiary industries. But customs separation is only the beginning. An internal logic will then drive trade policy measures beyond the boundaries they have established. Some trivial issue will lead one state to levy duties in order to add pressure to an economic demand on the other half of the empire, and the other state will answer with countermeasures. Excited public opinion on both sides will call for stronger means of forcing the neighboring state to comply. Away from Hungary will be heard here, away from Austria will reverberate over there. The classes that hope to exploit the struggle, the landowners in Austria, merchant and industrial capital in Hungary, will fan the flames of the dispute. Thus, the path leads from reciprocity and retortion to complete separation of the economic zones. Is it really conceivable that Austria and Hungary will peacefully annually renew their trade agreement, in which they guarantee each other complete freedom of trade, and that they will continue to conclude concurring trade agreements with other countries, for this too is a precondition of the free exchange of goods between the two lands, despite the fact that all the states on the continent close their borders with tariffs, despite the fact that in both halves of the empire influential classes call for customs separation, despite the fact that for centuries the only class in Austria whose interests pointed toward the unity of the customs area has been dominated by no other idea than that of the struggle against Austria, of separation from Austria. The direction of development is thus toward the complete separation of the two halves of the empire. If we imagine the realization of separate customs areas, it becomes clear that the community of pragmatic affairs, the 341 common army and a common foreign policy, cannot be preserved. Only then will the impossibility of dualism become clear to even the stupidest observer, only then will it become clear that, as Rudolf Springer has so brilliantly demonstrated, an organic community is not possible without a unity of will. 21 Austria and Hungary are different states with different, often opposing, interests, different wills. But these different wills should be represented by a minister for external affairs, an ambassador, a consul. These different interests should be defended by an army. How can two different, conflicting wills utilize the one organ in regard to the same issue without fighting over this organ, without finally tearing it apart? If one imagines Austria and Hungary as independent economic zones divided by a customs border, one must ask, how can a common foreign policy be possible when, after all, foreign policy can be nothing other than an instrument of economic policy? The day that the dualistic arrangements, a customs region, common consumption taxation, and so on, collapse, the unity of pragmatic affairs, army, foreign policy, will also be condemned to death. then nothing will remain in common other than the person of the sovereign. But he is also nothing more than an organ of the state, and he too will thus experience the fact that an organic community is impossible without a community of will. As independent economic zones, Austria and Hungary require different foreign policies, different alliances, have different friends and different enemies. Should the King of Hungary fight the allies of the Emperor of Austria? Will the Emperor of Austria conclude an alliance with a state that lives in enmity with Hungary? Which state will realize its will with regard to the sovereign of both states? Is it to be the will of the Emperor of Austria or that of the King of Hungary that decides? The questions of foreign policy, of economic policy for the two halves of the empire are incomparably more difficult, more complicated than they were for Sweden and Norway. And yet it has already been shown there that the union in one person of two states with divergent interests cannot form a durable entity. Is the House of Habsburg in reality facing the fate of the House of Bernadotte? Anyone who is convinced that the dualism of the two halves of the empire is moving in the direction of complete separation must reckon with the fact that the Crown also recognizes these facts and will not stand by and allow the pact to be torn apart, a pact that was its victor's booty in the great Turkish wars. The stronger the forces are that want to tear Austria and Hungary apart, the more animated will become the desire to reconquer Hungary. Will the Crown be able to do this? The first effect of customs separation will be an intensification of class antagonisms within Hungary. First, as we know, the establishment of a customs border will not be imposed without bitter class struggles, with each step toward a separate customs area, the establishment of each customs duty, the conclusion of each trade agreement, at least some of the large and 342 medium-scale landowners in Hungary will defend their gravely threatened class interests. They will be opposed by the bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, ideologues from all classes. The unity of the ruling class will be torn asunder. Even more significant is the fact that the resistance of the lower classes to the ruling class will rapidly acquire new force and new forms. The epoch of the accelerated industrialization of Hungary will be preceded by a foundation period, Gründerperiode, which, as everywhere else, will arouse the envy and the moral indignation of the petty bourgeoisie in Hungary. Rapid industrialization will deprive many members of the petty bourgeoisie of their livelihoods. The numerous failures of inappropriately or precipitately established enterprises will also ruin many members of the petty bourgeoisie. The increase in the price of industrial products as a result of protective tariffs and the increase in rents in the towns and industrial centers will provoke the discontent of the petty bourgeoisie. A few years after the implementation of customs separation, probably even earlier, Hungary will experience the rise of the politics of the middle classes, the revolt of the petty bourgeoisie against the bourgeoisie, and will have its own Schneider and Luiger. 22. At the same time, the industrial workforce will gain strength. The growth in demand on the labor market will increase its power, its organizations will expand, and it will claim a share of the fruits of industrial growth. But those in power will fear the harm to the young industries of Hungary that a reduction in working hours and an increase in wages might cause. They will therefore attempt to impede the struggle of the workers with all the means of state power at their disposal. Class antagonisms in the countryside will increase even more quickly than in the towns. For the Hungarian farmer and the livestock breeder, customs separation represents serious economic losses. They will attempt to pass on the costs of customs separation to the already burdened agricultural workers. They will defend the ignominious emergency laws as a precious national asset against the agricultural workers, will not only refuse every wage increase, but attempt to lower wages still further. The effect on the agricultural workers will be all the harsher since protective tariffs and the boom of the foundation period will increase the price of all the industrial products they buy. As it has done everywhere, encroaching industrial capitalism will also trigger bitter class struggles in Hungary, all the more so when finally, as soon as the nation has won a decisive victory in the struggle for state independence, the tension that maintains the spirit of the struggle against Vienna dissolves. The way will now be free for the class struggle. Now the political struggles in Hungary will have lost their traditional content. Now the rostrum will reverberate with the sound of classes locked in conflict. and it goes without saying that the most highly developed nation in Hungary, the Magyar nation, will be the first to feel the effects of this process of social differentiation. But at the same time, the rapid development of industrial capitalism will 343 lead to the acceleration of another process, the awakening of the non-historical nations. Hungary is no more a nationally uniform country than Austria. The official census of 1900 provides the figures in Table 5.3 regarding the respective strengths of the nations of Hungary. Table 5.3 Numbers of persons in various language groups in the Kingdom of Hungary, 1900 Mother tongue Magyar, German, Slovak, Romanian, Ruthenian, Croatian, Serbian. Other total numbers of people 8,742,301, 2,135,181, 2,019,641, 2,799,479, 429,447, 1,682,104, 1,048,645, 397,761, 19,254,559. Percentage I 45.4, 11.1, 10.5, 14.5, 2.2, 8.7, 5.5, 2.1, 100.0. Z of total population. Thus, according to these figures, in the Kingdom of Hungary 8,742,301 Magyars face 10,512,258 members of other nations. The Magyars are a minority within their own land. At the same time, no one doubts that these statistics are false and that the Magyars appear to be stronger here than they in fact are. Moreover, more than a few of those who have declared Magyar to be their mother tongue could doubtless be just as quickly lost to the Magyar nation as they were won. This applies primarily to the very numerous turncoats who have become Magyars for the sake of their daily bread, in order to obtain a post in the public service. The Germans of Austria are more than familiar with the value of such turncoats. The same goes for the Jews. 70.32% of the Jews in the kingdom have indicated that Magyar is their mother tongue and 25.45% German. Only the very small remainder have declared themselves to be members of the other nations. If we recall that it is scarcely possible for the Jews in a slowly developing land to have achieved a particularly high level of assimilation, we could reasonably expect that when the non-historical nations of Hungary awaken to independent cultural life, the Jews in Transylvania will become Romanians, the Jews in Upper Hungary Slovaks, just as the Jews in Bohemia are beginning to become Czechs. The population that the Magyars can consistently count on is thus considerably smaller than that suggested by official figures. In Hungary itself, excluding Croatia and Slovenia, 8,588,834 Magyars face a mere 8,132,740 members of other nations. Here the Magyars constitute 51.4% of the population, that is, a majority, although to be sure a very small one. If we subtract the Jewish component from each of the nations, 344, which is justified given that only a small number of Hungarian Jews can be regarded as completely assimilated, 7,994,383 Magyars face 7,896,029 Germans, Slovaks, Romanians, Ruthenians, and Serbo-Croats. The Magyar majority thereby becomes minuscule. If we recall the violation of the nationalities by the Magyar administrative authorities in regard to the census and the large number of persons who declared themselves members of the dominant nation for reasons of economic pressure or to obtain economic advantage, we are justified in saying that in Hungary proper, excluding Croatia and Slovenia, the Magyars represent a minority. In spite of all this, only Magyars and Croatians have national rights in Hungary. All the other nations are oppressed. Their languages are not afforded any rights by the state authorities or the courts, even their old towns have been renamed by the state. They are not only denied universities and secondary schools, but are also subject to attempts, although against the law, to force their children to attend Magyar elementary schools. They are barely represented in the parliament, have no role in official bodies, and are dominated in the parishes and counties by the Magyars and their retinue, which consists of national turncoats and Jews. Only the Magyar has a right to the aid of the state, only he has access to every part of the state administrative apparatus. Every national and political movement of the nationalities is treated as high treason. The crimes that genocidal Russia has committed against its nationalities, which Prussia has committed against its Poles, and perhaps still worse crimes, are here committed by a minority against the great majority of the country. The Magyar ruling classes can allow themselves this since the subject nations belong exclusively to the dominated and exploited classes, they are the non-historical nations. However, the process of the awakening of the non-historical nations has also begun here. Every advance of capitalist development will accelerate this process. No form of political persecution can arrest it. If the Magyars in Hungary have until now been able to maintain the subjection of the nationalities, whereas the Germans in Austria have been unable to maintain their supremacy, the Magyars owe this merely to the backwardness of the country. Capitalism and the modern state have awakened the nations everywhere. As soon as the economic development of Hungary is accelerated by its industrial policy, by the independence of its customs area, the Magyars will experience with their Romanians and Slovaks that which the Germans have experienced with the Czechs and Slovenes. The day on which the customs border between Austria and Hungary is established will represent the death of exclusive Magyar hegemony in the country. This will be the face of Hungary following customs separation. The dominant classes of the country will wage a passionate struggle in the parliament, inflamed by the most powerful class interests. In the workshops there will be strikes, on the streets demonstrations by the industrial workers, whose wage 345 struggle the government will try to impede. Within the petty bourgeoisie there will be a lively and spiteful form of agitation against the dominant parties. In the countryside revolts by the agricultural workers will be continually and brutally put down. And throughout the country there will be national struggle, the awakening nations embittered by the injustice perpetrated against them by their rulers, the dominant classes of the Magyars driven by fear to a policy of ruthless force, of the crudest repression of national movements, which in turn will increase the passion, the indignation, and the hatred of the oppressed peoples. This is the face of a Hungary poised to enter into battle with the crown. This will be the Hungary that the crown, whose sovereignty is threatened by the disintegration of dualism, will want to subjugate. In the epoch of the Russian Revolution 1905, no one will dare to attempt to subjugate a country torn by class and national antagonisms. However, the internal antagonisms of the country will provide the crown with other instruments of power that it will have to use if it wishes to avoid the fate of the House of Bernadotte. It cannot be the organ of two wills and still hope to rule over Austria and over Hungary. It must thus ensure that Hungary and Austria have a common will, that they constitute the one empire. Hungary's internal disunity presents the crown with the possibility of realizing this goal. It will send its army into Hungary in order to reconquer it for the empire, but it will inscribe upon its flags, uncorrupted universal and equal suffrage. Right of coalition for the agricultural workers. National autonomy. It will oppose the idea of the independent Hungarian nation-state with the idea of the United States of Great Austria, the idea of a federative state, in which each nation independently attends to its national affairs and all nations unite in the defense of their common interests. Necessarily and inevitably, the idea of the federative multinational state will become the instrument of the crown, whose empire is being destroyed by the disintegration of dualism. Many years have already passed since Rudolf Springer first presented his theories on this subject in a lecture to Viennese students. At that time, the Liberal Party was still in government in Hungary and the notion that the Independence Party could achieve a majority in the Hungarian Reichstag was ridiculed. The politicians of the day still had no insight into the crisis of dualism. But Springer already had the secular facts in view. Dualism, the community of instrumentalities without a community of will, necessarily drives toward the decay of the empire. If the Dayak constitution falls, the crown will have to look for allies that can save its sovereignty. Such allies can be found not in the Magyar nobility, but only in the nationalities. 23. Dualism cannot maintain itself, the absolutist form of imperial unity is impossible. For the sake of its own interests, the Crown must thus grant the nation's free self-determination if it is not to lose its dominance within the empire. The Viennese students followed this logical train of thought with interest and curiosity. Yet what they heard all seemed so distant from the present. The 346. Monarchy appeared at least to be holding its ground. Was what they were hearing anything more than the fantasy of an enlightened individual? Some time later Friedrich Naumann sojourned in Vienna. 24. He too had a presentiment that, given the present situation of the monarchy, democracy represented the only source of help for the Habsburgs. Caesarism, the alliance of the old imperial power resting on the force of arms with the force of the ideas of universal suffrage and national freedom, also seemed in his view to be the only possibility. However, he doubted that the Habsburgs would take this path. In my political discussions in Austria, I could not avoid thinking that a Napoleon is needed here. It does not have to be Napoleon I, a Napoleon III would suffice. Such an Austrian Napoleon would first have to have the present Chamber of Deputies sent home and then tell the people that he had put a well-deserved end to the absurdity of a falsely constituted parliament, that he intended to have the population express their support for this beneficial step through a plebiscite, and that he subsequently intended to govern with a representative body elected by universal suffrage rather than one drawn from the estates. Since the army was with him, he would request that unnecessary complications be avoided. This would be revolution in favor of the state. It would be of benefit to the land, but it will not occur, for the Habsburgs are not revolutionary. 25. Then came the crisis of dualism. Springer now presented his ideas to a larger audience. But he met with the same response as Naumann: what nonsense to expect a revolutionary policy of the Habsburgs, the pillars of the principle of legitimacy. Caesarism without the Caesars. And what folly to regard the Hungarian parliament, the most influential body in the whole monarchy, as having no real power. It was at this point that the military conflict broke out. The coalition, the majority of the Hungarian parliament, demanded that Magyar be established as the language of the army. The Crown refused to grant this. The parliamentary majority attempted to break the resistance of the Crown by paralyzing legislation and opposing the ministry of the king using the methods formerly employed in the struggle waged by the estates. The minister Joseph Christofi then threw the catchword of universal suffrage among the masses. 26. At the same time, the Fehérvári ministry had the proud Hungarian parliament dispersed by the Honved captain Fabricius at the head of a company of Hungarian soldiers. 27. And throughout the land no one lifted a finger, the population did not defend the once so powerful parliament with even the smallest of street demonstrations. Here we have for the first time the disparate alliance of crown, force of arms, and democracy. Are the Habsburgs really not revolutionary? Are we lacking the Caesars necessary for Caesarism? To be sure, the Crown finally concluded, if not peace, then an armistice with the coalition. However, it insisted on the introduction of universal suff. 347. Frige in Hungary. And to ensure its implementation, the Crown yielded to working class pressure in Austria, since it was clear that the dominant classes in Hungary could not refuse the masses universal suffrage once it had been implemented in Austria. The Crown thus brought its own power to bear in order to break the resistance of the privileged within the Austrian Chamber of Deputies. This is incomprehensible from the point of view of individual psychology. The 76-year-old man who declared that elections could not be conducted again according to the old electoral law and who demanded of Kossuth and Apponyi that Hungary adopt universal suffrage is really no revolutionary. 28. But conditions are stronger than wishes and opinions. The events of the last years represent the beginnings of a Caesarist policy. I am familiar with few examples of a political predictions being so thoroughly confirmed as Rudolf Springer's has been. The economic forces that determine the development of nations and the fortunes of states make every person, every family, into its willing tools. Since then, Springer has set down his ideas in his work Foundations and Developmental Goals of the Austro-Hungarian Monarchy, which we have already cited several times. We have much to object to in regard to some aspects of this work. It seems to us that Springer, on the one hand, underestimates the forces that are pushing toward a complete division of the two halves of the empire, in particular, his opinion that there are not real and powerful interests calling for the separation of the customs area is without doubt incorrect, and that he, on the other hand, underestimates the rapidity of development within Hungary itself. The Magyars are socially less differentiated than he presumes, and the decline of the gentry as a class less advanced. Above all, however, the process of the awakening of the non-historical nations has not made as much headway as Springer believes. It therefore seems probable to us that the forces pushing toward division will initially prove stronger than the imperial idea, that we will see at least a first attempt at the separation of the economic zones before the Caesarist policy can become effective. However, this will change nothing in terms of the final result. It is precisely the development of capitalism in Hungary, accelerated by customs separation, that will intensify class and national antagonisms and thereby first make possible the politics of Caesarism. And it is precisely customs separation that will make the system of shared instrumentalities completely impossible, will completely do away with dualism, and will therefore force the Crown to embrace a Caesarist policy. If the union constituted by the monarchy is to survive at all, if an external power is not to put an end to the struggles within the monarchy, the day will certainly come when the Crown has to offer autonomy to the nations of Hungary, beginning the transformation of the whole empire into a multinational federative state. But the process of development toward national autonomy will take a long time, and it will 348. Pass through violent struggle between the two halves of the empire, from complete separation to complete reunion. We will have occasion to see that this insight is not unimportant. The decay of dualism due to the antagonism between Austrian and Hungarian interests will force the Crown to adopt a Caesarist policy. The conditions for its implementation will be created by the decomposition of Hungarian society due to the effects of industrial capitalism into a series of social and national parties engaged in passionate struggles with each other. But at the same time, powerful forces will also compel the Crown to adopt the same policy on this side of the Lethe. For the Austrian bourgeoisie, the question of imperial unity will be one of the unity of the economic zone. For many Austrian industries, in particular for the textile industry, the clothing and linen industry, the production of leather goods, instruments, clocks, and haberdashery, of machinery, glass, and earthenware, customs separation represents a genuine catastrophe. Hungary is by far the most important purchaser of all Austrian industrial products. If Austrian industrialists are already yammering about the effects of mercantilist policy in Hungary today, how loudly will they complain when, with customs separation, the Hungarian government is provided with the most effective tool of promoting its industry? As soon as the idea of replacing dualism with an imperial constitution based on national autonomy assumes a tangible form, it will become the program of the Austrian capitalist class. For this class, national autonomy within the empire represents the unity of the economic zone. The position adopted by the Austrian bourgeoisie for reasons of class interest has also been adopted by the peasants of the Alpine lands and the petty bourgeoisie of Vienna on the basis of their class ideology. The peasants, dominated by traditional values, and the petty bourgeoisie in the royal capital, eager for spectacle, are Austrian patriots, the bearers of the old imperial idea. For them, the Magyars are still rebels, and the alliance of the Black and Yellows with the Hungarian nationalities appears to them to be a continuation of the old Jellisic policy of 1848. 29. However, it is not only as Austrians, but also as clericalists, that they hate the independent Hungary, which is dominated by a Calvinistic nobility and a Jewish bourgeoisie. The rabble-rousing propaganda against Hungary thus also suits the needs of the petty bourgeoisie, which is incapable of giving vent to its embitterment in a purposeful class struggle and which always requires a scapegoat for its suffering, the causes of which it does not understand. Finally, the imperial idea will also win the support of the national parties. The intensification of national antagonisms cannot continue without influencing the Austrian nations. The persecution of the Germans, the Slovaks, the Ruthenians, the Romanians, and the Serbs in Hungary will awaken rage against Hungary among their national comrades in Austria. All the oppressed. 349. Nations of Hungary have brothers on this side of the Lethe, whereas the Magyars except for a small minority in Bukovina have no fellow nationals here. National autonomy throughout the empire represents for every Austrian nation, with the exception of Poland, the liberation of hundreds of thousands of their fellow nationals from Magyar domination. Can the Germans of Austria, who would like to tear apart the whole state on account of a Czech school in the most wretched of villages, remain indifferent when 2 million Germans are struggling against Magyar domination in Hungary? Can the Czechs, who do not want to abandon the smallest of minorities in the German language region, be indifferent to the fate of 2 million Slovaks in Hungary? Will the Austrian Ruthenians abandon their 500,000 fellow nationals in Hungary? And what else could be the political goal of the Croats, Serbs, and Romanians in Austria than the union with their compatriots on the other side of the Lethe? As soon as the struggle of the nationalities in Hungary takes a fiercer turn, all the national parties in Austria will be compelled to take care of their fellow nationals on the other side of the state frontier. And what other form of help can they offer than the idea of the unitary imperial constitution founded on national autonomy? With the crown forced to adopt the policy of national autonomy by the decay of dualism and under pressure within Austria itself from the bourgeoisie, clericalism, and finally all the national parties, with the demand for national autonomy being voiced in Hungary by the oppressed nationalities and the resistance of the Magyars broken by the class antagonisms within the nation, is the imperial idea, the multinational federative state stretching from Lake Constance to Orsova, really a utopia? All of the forces that are pushing toward an organic regulation of the nationalities question throughout the empire have gained yet another strong ally in the form of the necessities of foreign policy. The constitution of every state is conditioned by its foreign policy. The dualist system, too, was designed to serve, as we have seen, the foreign policy of the monarchy, which at that time was the policy of Great Germany. Since the Battle of Sedan, it has no longer been backed up by any necessity of foreign policy. Rather, it has long been a serious obstacle to the foreign policy required by the Austrian bourgeoisie. Capitalism strives everywhere to expand the area it dominates, to acquire new spheres of investment and new markets. The geographical situation of Austria and the historical transmission of age-old trading relations designate the Balkan Peninsula as the natural target of Austrian capitalism's expansionist efforts. In Austria, these expansionist aspirations, which determine the foreign policy of every capitalist state, will become stronger, not weaker, as a result of customs separation. Austrian industry will seek compensation in the Balkans for its losses on the Hungarian market. These aspirations will be severely hampered by the oppression of the Romanians and Serbs in Hungary. The more inflamed the national dispute in Hungary becomes. 350. The greater will be the passionate hatred for the monarchy awakened by reports of the tyranny of the Magyar ruling class in Romania and Serbia, a climate that those competing with our industry, our trade, and our banks in the Balkans will certainly exploit. For this reason alone, capitalism, which has brought Austria its economic predominance in the Balkans, will therefore certainly favor the liberation of the Romanians and the Serbs in Hungary. The situation will become quite different as soon as Romanians and Serbians are constituted as nations within the monarchy. If it is the case that there are better Romanian and Serbian schools within the empire than in Serbia and Romania, our youth will no longer look to Bucharest and Belgrade. Instead, the youth of these poor, only slowly advancing countries will come to us, becoming acquainted with and learning to respect us. If the Romanians and Serbs in Austria are guaranteed the development of their national culture to the same extent as in the kingdoms of Romania and Serbia, the monarchy will be distinguished from these states only by the fact that it offers these nations the enormous advantage of an extensive economic zone. The empire will then exercise a powerful force of attraction upon these nations. The need for an extensive economic zone, one of the driving forces in Western and Central Europe leading to the establishment of modern nation-states, could lead here to the expansion of a multinational state, to the incorporation of the Balkan states into the Austrian multinational federative state. Peace between the nations within the empire thus constitutes a means of capitalist conquest of the Balkans. 30 forces within the empire are pushing towards Caesarism, which makes the idea of democratic equality and national liberty an instrument of the power of the crown. The expansionist requirements of capitalism are pushing everywhere toward imperialism, toward an alliance of the crown, which wishes to be the augmenter of the empire, and the army, lusting for military glory, with capitalism, which requires new spheres of investment and insured markets. In Austria, Caesarism will become the instrument of imperialism. The crown will liberate the nationalities of Hungary because it wants to dominate the nations of the Balkan Peninsula. The capitalists will struggle for the self-determination of the nations because they want to incorporate the peoples of the Balkans into their sphere of exploitation. Utopias, nothing but utopias. The Habsburgs, Naumann assures us, are not revolutionary, and the petty bourgeois citizen, who regards as eternal everything that has existed for 30 years, cannot believe that something on the map of Europe could be changed. Yet, on the day when the customs area is divided, when the decline of dualism calls the rule of the crown into question, when the Austrian capitalist class loses its most important market, when the Hungarian nationalities call for struggle against the dominant minority, when the dissolution of Turkey confronts Europe with the necessity of solving the national questions in the Balkans on this day, the Constitution of 351. The Hungarian nation-state will be nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. To be sure, there are powerful counter-tendencies opposing this evolution. The inertia of the given state of affairs is a powerful historical force. But however the struggle of Caesarism against the Hungarian state might end, the emergence of Caesarist tendencies will certainly have a powerful influence on the development of national relations in the western half of the empire. The forces that aim to realize national autonomy within the empire must first implement it on this side of the Lethe. Universal suffrage has become government policy in Austria at a time when the crown requires it in Hungary. The crown, all the classes, and all the nations that the ruling classes in Hungary want to suppress will have to demand national autonomy in Austria. National autonomy in Austria will thereby become the policy of the crown, which fears for its sovereignty in Hungary, the policy of the clerical peasantry and the Christian social petty bourgeoisie, who wish to save the empire from the heretical rebels of the bourgeoisie, who tremble for the sake of its markets in Hungary and who want to conquer the Balkan states in economic terms, of the nations that want to stand by their subjugated fellow nationals in the other half of the empire. The development of Austria toward national autonomy does not depend exclusively on the Hungarian situation. We know that there exist forces within the state that are strong enough and that are pushing the state in this direction. However, the momentum these forces attain will be increased enormously by the Hungarian question. In Austria, the desire for national peace must first, through a long historical process, overcome national hatred and take on the form of the demand for national autonomy. Consideration of the Hungarian question will greatly accelerate this process. That which still divides the peoples of Austria will appear ridiculously small when the existence of a great empire, the future of Austrian industry, and the fate of hundreds of thousands of compatriots beyond the Lethe are at stake. This development will force the propertied classes to provide Austria with the type of constitution the working class requires for reasons of its own interests and its class struggle. Rather than being an extraordinary accident, this coincidence is easily explained. The same forces determine both the constitutional agenda of the working class and the developmental tendencies of the old empire. Capitalist development has confronted Austria with both the national question and the social question. Whereas the ruling classes of the old historical nations once subjugated the non-historical nations, capitalism and the modern state have now awakened all the nations to new cultural life and led them onto the historical stage. Dualism was the last constitutional form whose aim was to maintain the domination of the non-historical nations by the old historical nations. Germans and Magyars divided the empire among themselves, the Germans granting the Poles, the Magyars, the Croats a small 352 share of power, whereas the other peoples came away empty-handed. The moment all nations have been awakened, the moment there is no longer a nation that endures national oppression, this pact will fall to pieces. The moment there are no longer any non-historical nations, there will also no longer be any national domination or national oppression. The autonomous nations will unite in the multinational federative state. The transformation of the monarchy into a multinational federative state is an effect of capitalist development, which enlarges the cultural community of all nations and thereby also awakens the non-historical nations to new cultural life, to an independent political will. We have dealt with the Hungarian question here only to the extent that its importance for an understanding of the developmental tendencies of the national struggles in Austria seems to us to merit such treatment. The position taken by the Austrian working class regarding the Hungarian question is a completely independent problem that needs to be clearly distinguished from the analysis of the developmental tendencies of the state. The Austrian workers initially interpreted the Hungarian question as a problem of their constitutional policy. Dualism, which withdraws power over foreign policy and the instruments of military power from the Reichsrat, is intolerable for every democratic party. For this reason, the Austrian workers must demand the abolition of the shared administration of pragmatic affairs and complete constitutional separation from Hungary. However, we are gradually learning to also comprehend the Hungarian question in terms of political economy. The division of the customs area represents a grave threat to the Austrian working class, a threat hitherto underestimated in the party press. It represents for us a lessening of employment opportunities, an increase in the price of bread and meat, and the retarding of Austrian industrial development. The Austrian working class thus demands the retaining of the unity of the customs area. Austria and Hungary as constitutionally completely independent states, but permanently bound together in a single economic zone, this is the policy ensuing from the interests of the Austrian working class. The reunification of Austria and Hungary in a single, nationally federated state is not the policy of the working class. But as soon as it becomes the policy of the dominant classes within the monarchy, it will be our task to use this favorable situation in order to promote the present interests of the Austrian workers. The moment will then have arrived to win national autonomy on the basis of local democratic administration, to secure a lasting safeguard for the unified economic zone. But it will then be no less our task to combat the dangers brought by Caesarism to the democratic constitution of the state and the democratic cast of mind of the masses. The discussion of this difficult tactical task lies outside the framework of this study, since such a discussion deals no longer with a national problem. 353. But with the general problem of the tactics of the proletariat in its opposition to Caesarism. The most important aspect of this issue has been addressed by Ferdinand Lassalle, who wrote in 1859, "If Louis Napoleon takes up an important and thoroughly popular cause in order to fraudulently obtain a few pennies of popularity from the echo that this cause finds in the hearts of the people, one should refuse him these pennies and thereby render the result he has resolved to achieve for reasons of personal gain useless in terms of personal gain. But how, given the most basic common sense, can one want to take up swords against this cause? How can one now aim to struggle against that which one hitherto wanted, desired, and aspired to?" 6. The transformation of the principle of nationality. National autonomy and the principle of nationality. We have already explained how the principle of nationality has become an active force that has destroyed the traditional state forms of Europe. We concluded that a number of multinational states have nevertheless held their ground, after a fashion, against the onslaught of this principle, and we spent a considerable time considering one of these multinational states, Austria. However, we have not yet dealt with the question as to whether these multinational states will in fact be able to maintain themselves. Rather, we have merely inquired as to what form relations within the multinational state take as long as it continues to exist as such. In this context, we encountered the development of national autonomy. It is thus precisely this investigation that has shown us the principle of nationality in all its enormous strength. For national autonomy is nothing other than the principle of nationality applied within the state. As long as the principle of nationality is still not strong enough to destroy the multinational state and to establish independent nation-states in its place, there is a tendency within multinational states toward a constitution that affords each nation relative independence. Whereas we first encountered the principle of nationality merely as a maxim of state formation, we now also know it as a principle of the state constitution. It is very instructive to compare these two modes of the principle of nationality with one another. The principle of nationality as the foundation of state formation places all instruments of state power in the hands of the nation. The principle of nationality as a principle of the state constitution denies the nation these instruments of power. To be sure, national autonomy also provides the nation with an assured sphere of power based directly on the prevailing system of laws and thus indirectly on the power of the state. This is the guarantee of all systems of law. To be sure, it is possible to protect the system of laws even against the state itself through a system of democratic administration. The state is then unable to rob a nation of the sphere of power it once granted that nation without, in the process, destroying its own. 355. 356 Administrative apparatus, its own physical existence. However, national autonomy does not provide the nation with its own economic zone, rather, it retains the nation as a part of a larger economy. It thus does not even provide the nation, to the extent that this is possible at all within a social order based on the private ownership of the instruments of labor, with free rein over the development of its economy, something that is, of course, the foundation of the development of a national culture. It does not place the instruments of external power, the power of the army, in the hands of the nation, and thus it denies the nation the ultimate guarantee of its existence as a nation. National autonomy within the multinational state thereby appears to be an imperfect substitute for the nation-state. However, in another respect, national autonomy within the multinational state is superior to the nation-state. The state is necessarily a territorial entity. It must incorporate a territory that lends itself both to the constitution of a more or less independent, self-sufficient economic zone and, in strategic terms, to being defended against every external enemy. The state can therefore never implement the principle of nationality in its pure form. It must constantly force fragments of foreign peoples to submit to its power and abandon parts of its own people to a foreign power. All these considerations do not exist for the autonomous nation within the multinational state. It can delimit its region of settlement without taking into consideration economic or strategic units. It can incorporate the fragments of its people living as minorities in foreign regions of settlement by means of the personality principle and can meet their cultural needs. The principle of nationality, when applied as a principle of the state constitution, can thus be realized in a much purer form than when applied as the foundation of state formation. To where is this historical development leading? Will multinational states continue to exist, with the principle of nationality implemented within these states only in the form of the organic regulation of the relations of nations with each other and with the state, or will the principle of nationality continue to act as the foundation of state formation, thereby destroying the traditional state structures that include many nations? For us in Austria, the question is as follows: will Austria continue to exist as an independent state such that the forces that we have described increase in strength and prove able to transform the old Austria into a multinational federative state? Or will the principle of nationality destroy Austria? Will the old empire disintegrate? We must attempt to answer this question by examining the forces that aim to dissolve the multinational state and those that aspire to maintain it. Furthermore, we must attempt to conduct this investigation with an impartial scientific objectivity. What we would like and not like to be the case does not even come into question in the following investigation. In this connection, we will in the first place attempt to answer this question as it applies to the duration of capitalist society. The question of how the communi. 357. Ties of a socialist society will delimit themselves from one another is a separate problem. In other countries, The Austrian often hears the opinion expressed that the old monarchy will disintegrate as soon as the old emperor dies. This is of course the foolish opinion of ignorant people who have no idea of the real power that this monarchy still embodies. The forces and the facts guaranteeing the continued existence of Austria are today still quite distinct from the degree of notice taken by the European heads of state of an aging monarch. In the first place, there are entire nations with an interest in the continued existence of the monarchy. This applies directly to all those nations that do not have compatriots in large numbers outside the monarchy. Thus, it applies in Austria to 5.9 million Czechs and 1.2 million Slovenes, and in Hungary to 8.7 million Magyars, 2 million Slovaks, and 1.7 million Croats. There is nothing for these nations to gain from the disintegration of the monarchy. The other nations, Germans, Poles, Ruthenians, Serbs, Romanians, Italians, might hope for unification with their compatriots outside the monarchy following the disintegration of the empire, but for these 19.5 million, this hope does not exist. For them, the political idea that Palocki has called the Austrian state idea still applies today. As independent states, they would be too weak to be able to effectively guarantee their national existence and their material interests. In any other state system they would be weaker than they are in an Austria populated by many peoples, in which no nation can dominate the others. For this reason, they require the continued existence of the monarchy. However, the other nations, which make up the majority of the empire's population, do not constitute a unified force capable of destroying the old monarchy. In the first place, certain interests oppose the disintegration of the empire. It is above all the industrial bourgeoisie that has a strong interest in the continued existence of the empire. In the course of 2 centuries, through a policy of protective tariffs, we have developed industry that is at present assured a market in the form of the monarchy. If protective tariffs were abolished, a part of the capital and the labor power in the branches of production in which German industry is superior to our own would be withdrawn and would have to be transferred to those branches of production offering more favorable conditions for Austrian industry. This would mean severe economic crises and the elimination of a great deal of value in terms of means of production and qualified labor power. If need be, the bourgeoisie will therefore certainly defend the continued existence of the empire, which is an ensured sphere of exploitation for it. Today, the fact that a manufacturer in German Bohemia may be pan-German does not represent a danger, since the continued existence of the empire is not seriously threatened. It is in fact useful for the manufacturer, since he hopes to draw the attention of the workers away from the class struggle by means of the nation-state agenda. At the moment, because it would seriously threaten the customs frontier with 358. The German Empire, the bourgeoisie would think very carefully before playing with the idea of the nation-state. Just as the bourgeoisie becomes a defender of the monarchy by virtue of its class interest, so too do the clerical peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie assume this role by virtue of their class ideology. They cling to the empire with the unconsidered love of those cocooned in tradition. This attitude is reinforced by the influence of the Church, for which the disintegration of Austria represents the destruction of the last great Catholic power. To those 19.5 million members of nations with an interest in the continued existence of the monarchy are thus added the German bourgeoisie and the German clericals. Any objective consideration of the question of the collapse of the empire will therefore have to include the fact that at least half the population of the monarchy is definitely in favor of the continued existence of the empire. It is on this fact that the military force of the empire is based. At least half of the Austro-Hungarian army will enthusiastically fight for the continued existence of the empire. At this point, one should recall the fact that modern militarism has realized, by means of its particular form of organization and education, how to make mindless machines out of living people, how to transform a popular army into an instrument of powers alien to the people. If half the population of the empire is prepared to fight for the monarchy, the cadres of our army can be considered reliable. With its support, those in power, through the force of example and rigorous discipline, will also force the others to engage in the struggle. No sensible person can doubt that, If the empire were forced to fight for its existence today, the German, Polish, Ruthenian, Serbian, and Romanian soldiers would also not refuse to obey. There can be no doubt that the conflict between the two halves of the empire and the struggle of the nations within both states will in the future give rise to a series of severe crises that could provide the opportunity for foreign intervention. It is precisely for this reason that we regard as important our conclusion that the development of national autonomy can be envisaged only as an extremely painful and lengthy process. Furthermore, the organic regulation of national relations within the empire and the overcoming of dualism will proceed not from a growth of insight, but from harsh struggles that will render the present constitution unacceptable. Our conclusion shows that there will certainly be times when conditions within the monarchy will be such that foreign powers will see opportunities for intervention. But even our cursory examination of the internal forces on which the monarchy can count makes clear that the monarchy will not succumb as a result of these internal struggles. If it collapses, this will be a result not of being torn apart by the nations that inhabit it, but of intervention by some outside power. Only if a foreign power allied itself with the forces inside Austria that might strive for the collapse of the empire could the empire be destroyed. The Austrian nationalities question thereby becomes a question of European politics. The 35.9 question with which we now find ourselves confronted is thus as follows: are there forces outside the monarchy that have the intention and the strength to destroy the monarchy? The first state to which we will turn our attention here is the Russian Empire. The idea is an old one that the monarchy constitutes a necessary counterbalance to Russian power and that it will fall apart as soon as the internal development of Russia destroys the old Tsarist Empire. In April 1848, in his celebrated circular letter to the Committee of 50 in Frankfurt, Pahlavi wrote, "Imagine Austria would dissolve into a mass of larger and smaller republics. What a welcome foundation for the universal Russian monarchy." 1. Friedrich Engels was also of the opinion that the breakup of Austria would be disastrous prior to the imminent victory of the revolution in Russia, following which it will become superfluous, since the Austria that will then have been made superfluous will collapse of its own accord too. Today, now that the Russian Revolution no longer merely represents the hope of the future, but instead constitutes the most significant event of our time, we are able to see its consequences for the continued existence of the monarchy more clearly than Engels could. The Russian Revolution, like the Austrian Revolution of 1848, is not only a social and political, but also a national, revolution. Russia is also a multinational state incorporating a large number of nations, historical nations such as the Great Russians, the Poles, the Germans, the Swedes, and non-historical nations such as the Ruthenians, the Byelorussians, the Lithuanians, the Latvians, the Estonians, and many others. The modern state and the penetration of capitalism have also awakened the non-historical nations of this gigantic empire to new life. Here too the contradiction between the changed national cultural and power relations and an ossified legal structure are pushing toward revolution. The picture offered by the history of the Czechs in the first half of the 19th century is repeating itself today among all the non-historical nations of the great Russian Empire, although the difference here is that the nations have not been subjected to the same level of capitalist transformation and have therefore not attained an equally high level of national development. But there can be no doubt that all the non-historical nations of Russia, just as the non-historical nations of Austria have done before them, will awaken to new, independent cultural life. As it is doing everywhere, modern capitalism is bringing about an expansion of the cultural community, which means a cultural reawakening of those nations that are composed only of the exploited and enslaved classes of the society. How quickly this process will proceed we do not know. It will be enormously accelerated if the revolution is able to break the power of the Tsar. And even if Russian absolutism should once again prove the master of democracy, it will no longer be the same as it was before those glorious days in October 1905, just as little as the absolutism of Bach is identical with the 360 absolutism of Metternich. Just as certain as the fact that the Russian Empire cannot continue to exist without capitalism is the fact that all the nations there are awakening to a new cultural existence. And just as certain as the fact that the psyche of all peoples is changed by capitalism is the fact that the subjugation of the nations by Tsarism will one day prove intolerable and impossible. Sooner or later, Russia too will become ripe for national autonomy. Today, in the midst of the revolutionary events, it is not yet possible to discern which forms of the state will derive from this process of social development, which here assumes the form of a process of national development. We must consequently limit ourselves here to the discussion of the question as to what influence this great transformation will exert on the continued existence of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. In the first place, it is necessary to refute the widely held opinion that as soon as its nations are assured of the free development of their national cultures, Russia will exert a powerful force of attraction on all the Slavic nations of the monarchy. This idea was formerly disseminated by the German bureaucracy and still is today by the Magyar gentry, who are frightening their rulers with the specter of panslavism in order to demonstrate that the enslavement of the Slavic nations is of vital interest to the monarchy. It is supported with childish demonstrations by Slavic politicians who play with the idea of breaking away from Austria in order to blackmail those in power into granting concessions to their nations. In reality, as long as the monarchy exists, the danger is very small that Czechs, Slovenes, and Slovaks will ever experience a great desire to belong to the Russian Empire. Panslavism was initially merely a means of enlivening the awakening national sentiment of the young Slavic nations in Austria. The unhappy situation of the Czech people in the 1830s and 1840s did not lend itself to the kindling of national sentiment. Thus, the image of a great Slavic nation was conjured up for the people. This character can be found, for example, in the idea of panslavism in the poetry of Koller. However, the further the individual Slavic nations have progressed and the more they have become aware of their national specificity, of their distinctiveness in relation to other Slavic peoples, the more the illusion of a unified Slavic nation has paled before the reality of autonomous national life. Thus, among the Czechs, Havlicek already confronted the Pan-Slavic effusion with the self-assured words Czech, ne Sloven, I'll feel myself to be a Czech, not a Slav. 3. If the Czechs, whether in Austria or in a great German empire, had no choice but to live under foreign rule by the Germans, they would certainly prefer membership in the Russian Empire to German rule. However, as long as the monarchy can maintain itself and the more it develops toward the realization of national autonomy, the Czechs will have no choice but to defend the continued existence of the monarchy. In no other state structure and in no form of Pan-Slavic empire could the Czechs be stronger than they are in Austria.